So this fella cashes in all his real-life good karma on a gacha pull, snagging an SSR rank. When Junu finally comes to, he finds himself laid up in a hospital room. Right, the truck. He just got hit by a truck. The moment he remembers, a nurse pops in. Private Kim, you're awake, eh? Hang on a sec. I'll go get the doctor. With that, the nurse heads out. What in the world is going on? Why did she call me Private Kim? Totally confused, Jun Xu wanders over to the foot of the bed to read the patient chart. Private Kim, male, 22 years old. Ailment, dislocation and concussion from an accident. It actually says Private Kim. What kind of clerical error is this? Jun Xu shuffles back to his bed with a heavy sigh. I feel kind of guilty for turning all those Private Kims into experience points for my Heavenly Demon, but to actually become one? Give me a break. As he moves, Junu's foot accidentally clips the leg of a chair, making him yelp like he just stepped on a Lego. Hearing Junu's glass-shattering scream, the nurse rushes back in to check on him. Private Kim, you really shouldn't be moving yet. The doctor had also arrived by this point, and seeing the scene, he just chuckled and said, you got hit by a truck, but you're lucky it was only minor injuries. Still, we need to run some more tests. You'll need an MRI and a magical aptitude screening. A what now screening? Jun Xu snapped, totally losing it. Before he could even get his bearings, he was immediately faced with another massive problem. The hospital bill, emergency room fees, facility charges, a CT scan, 10 x-rays, and other miscellaneous costs, all adding up to a grand total of 22,370,569 won. Junu's jaw just about hit the floor when he heard the number. What the heck? I was only here for 4 days and it's 22 million? You don't have insurance, so you'll have to cover the entire cost yourself, the receptionist explained. What? How could I not have insurance? Every citizen in South Korea has national health coverage. The receptionist looked a little puzzled and asked, national health coverage? What's that? You don't have Legion insurance or Magic Tower insurance? Right? Legion or Magic Tower? What are you talking? Junu was about to argue back, but he suddenly froze. Hold on, I'm sure I've heard those terms before. Where from, though? The Legion, the Grand Academy, the Magic Tower, the Holy See. This is the world building from Seun. It's a world where the gods have completely abandoned humanity, mystic sciences have taken over, and the polluted earth is crawling with monsters. Humans have to mod their own bodies just to survive. Long story short, it's a super tough world to live in, and somehow I got dropped right into it. Jun Xu stood hopelessly in the middle of the street and let out a huge scream, and then, on his crutches, he dragged himself back to his new digs. I went to sleep, stoked about getting the Heavenly Demon, but I woke up as a starter character. Ugh, this is probably some divine payback for grinding all those Private Kims into dust. Looking at the room in front of him, which was about the size of a shoebox, Jun Xu felt his despair crank up another notch. This room is even crustier than my old apartment. Why is Private Kim so broke? This sucks. My body is a wreck. I'm flat broke. What am I supposed to do? Oh right, if this is really soon, then it's only a matter of time. Events like the nuclear war, the dimensional rifts, and the reawakening of the old gods are all going to happen soon, turning this place into a living nightmare. I have no clue how I ended up here, but if I just sit around and do nothing, I am 100% going to bite the dust. Suddenly, a question popped into Junu's head. He immediately reached for a ballpoint pen, placing his other hand flat on the table. I need to test this before it's too late. He steeled himself, even though his hand was trembling. Jun Xu decisively stabbed the sharp tip of the pen into the back of his hand, then gritted his teeth and waited for the results. In an instant, the puncture wound from the pen started to close up before vanishing completely. A notification panel appeared along with it. Trait acquired. Wound recovery. I knew it would work. Junu was ecstatic. This was the exact reason he had farmed countless Private Kims. The Private Kim is a free starter character, the only one that begins with no base traits. However, Jun Xu could unlock and swap out traits, which meant he had more freedom to customize Private Kims compared to other characters. For a strategy-based player like him, Private Kim was way easier to use than other rare characters. A message popped up. Wound recovery activated, restoring all injuries you have sustained to date. Giddy with excitement, Junu tossed his crutches and tore off his bandages because his body was now perfectly healed. Now that I'm Private Kim, I can get any trait I want as long as I can earn it. In this world of Seun, being poor and powerless is basically a death sentence, or just having bad luck. But Jun Xu wasn't going to let that happen. He had the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on the game Seun as a free-to-play player, using this exact Private Kim body. He even managed to climb all the way from rank 115, 689 to 99. The very next day, Jun Xu strolled into the player recruitment office. The director of the place, a guy named Cho, glanced at Jun Xu's file, then sized him up. Soldier Kim, you mean to tell me this is your first time at our recruitment office, eh? Yeah, I'm planning to join the Mana Purification Project, Jun Xu replied, groaning internally. Asterisk. In a dumpster fire game like this, I gotta secure the bag first. Asterisk. Asterisk. Since this body is all I've got, the only move is to make some serious bank. They can call it mana purification, but do you have any clue what a dungeon purge? Asterisk. Asterisk actually entails? Asterisk, Cho asked, kicking his feet up on the desk. Oh yeah, I know. You know, 'cause your resume here is a whole lot of nothing. Junsu feigned confusion, thinking, asterisk. Of course I know how much this gig sucks. Tainted mana is the reason monsters can invade. So, asterisk. Asterisk. A dungeon purge is basically janitor duty for the garbage that spews out massive amounts of the stuff. Long-term exposure can be fatal or cause mutations. Asterisk. Asterisk making the job extremely sketchy. Asterisk. Alright, as soon as we have enough bodies, I'll stick you in a squad, Cho said, adding a warning before Junsu could bolt. But are you sure, bud? I've seen countless guys like you waltz in here for the money, only to end up completely hollowed out. Don't you worry, I might just be better at this than you. Junsu shot back confidently, turning away with a smirk. Asterisk. Seriously? Grinding like a maniac as a free-to-play player is the specialty. Asterisk. Asterisk. Of Warrior Kim, with 10,000 hours logged. Thank you very much. Asterisk. Soon enough, Junsu was assigned to a mission. Deer, the squad leader, tried to flex on him the second they met. So you're the new rookie on our squad, eh? Yeah, I guess so. They just told me to come here. Savage Deer grabbed Junsu by the collar. Hey, you think this is a playground? Where's the fire in your eyes, kid? Don't come crying to me to save you when you start mutating. If I spot any sign of it, I'll take you out myself. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Junsu replied dismissively, thinking, asterisk, trying to scare the new guy? Are we? Asterisk, asterisk. Same old story, in-game or in real life, eh? But why is an L-rank character like Deer even here? So this is what he looked like before his awakening. His stats are pretty vanilla too. Asterisk. Oh, come on, Deer, lay off the new guy. We're already short-staffed, so we gotta take all the help we can get. Hedgehog, a 5-year veteran of dungeon cleanup, stepped in to rescue Junsu. That's assuming he can actually help. I mean, look at him. We'll be lucky if he doesn't just get in our way. Deer clicked his tongue and let Junsu go, then addressed the whole crew. All right, we've got exactly 4 days to clear 5 contaminated sites. Let's get a move on. Asterisk. That jerk, he's even more of a hard ass than in the game. Asterisk. As Junsu glared daggers at Deer's back, Hedgehog slung an arm around his shoulder. Don't mind him. His bark is way worse than his bite, but he's a good guy deep down. Yeah, Junsu replied. His anger cooled a bit, so he didn't give it a second thought and just followed the team to the mission. Deer led them to an abandoned subway station. A stench wafted out, so foul you'd gag just standing near it. I'm opening the door. Everyone get ready, Deer ordered, using a keycard on the dungeon entrance. The second they saw the horde of tainted slimes, your basic low-level mobs, everyone grabbed their shovels to fight. Only Junsu hung back to observe. Asterisk. The fundamental rule for dealing with tainted mana or monsters, asterisk. Asterisk, like these tainted slimes, is that even though they're weak, they're a pain, because they won't croak until you find the mana core inside them. Asterisk. After a while of struggling hopelessly against the slimes, which just kept multiplying, the cleanup crew started to freak out. Find their mana cores! How are we supposed to do that? Any longer and we're all going to get contaminated. One guy, currently getting swarmed by a slime, suddenly heard a voice from behind him. Step back! I'm not taking responsibility for this! After the warning, Junsu rushed forward and swung his shovel right between the guy's legs. The slime there, instead of multiplying again, just straight up poofed out of existence, revealing a shiny yellow mana core. For the next few minutes, Junsu single-handedly served up a beatdown on the slimes, leaving his teammates completely gobsmacked. What the heck? He took out that slime in one shot. How is that even possible? Junsu continued his shovel ballet, smirking to himself. Asterisk. Of course it's possible. Before ever hunting a monster, I learned a few key principles while farming some essential stats. Asterisk. First off, snagging these attributes is basically like a video game side quest. You just gotta check off some weird boxes. So, like, 2 days before the big dungeon dive, Jun Xu was literally crawling on the pavement looking for a loony to get the treasure hunter perk and then huffing garbage fumes to unlock toxin resistance. Real glamorous, eh? Second thing, Junu can juggle a grand total of 6 attributes, swapping him out whenever he feels like it. Thanks to flicking on that treasure hunter mode, Junsu could spot an enemy's weak point and see their mana core. So he absolutely wasted those slimes in like 2 seconds flat, then switched over to toxin resistance to fight off the nasty, polluted mana he got slimed with. But hey, even with all these power-ups, a full day's work still left. The guy totally bagged. On the bus ride home, Hedgehog moseyed on over to Junsu's seat and was all like, "Hey man, we clocked out early today all thanks to you. You're a real beaut, you know that? You waiting for your big awakening like deer, eh?" Jun Xu just laughed it off. "Nah, not even. I just picked this stuff up back in my army days. Seriously? That's wicked smart," Hedgehog said, totally impressed. Just then, 2 little horns popped out of his head. Yikes. Buddy's mutation symptoms were definitely getting worse. Looks like he'd been soaking in way too much of that gross mana. Thinking fast, Junsu suggested, "You're looking a bit rough there, bud. Maybe take a sick day tomorrow?" Hedgehog just waved him off with a pained smile. "No way. I'd rather turn into a monster than deal with the bill collectors." Fair enough, Junsu thought. It's not like people are lining up for this gig for the fun of it. So, Junu figured he'd just drop it. But, the inevitable happened, and a whole 4 days later, everybody on the crew except Junsu was feeling the effects of that polluted mana, especially Hedgehog. The guy was starting to bulk up, breathing heavy, and his eyes got all milky. "Oh, buddy, I told him not to push it so hard." Just as Junsu was eyeing Hedgehog, Deer came over, way friendlier than the first time. "You're a real go-getter, aren't you? Must be because you're still young, eh? Never thought you'd actually pull your weight, but good on ya. Just trying to keep up with you guys," Junu said with a weak smile, thinking, yeah, it's all thanks to these new perks I've been unlocking from mopping up monsters. Makes the whole thing a cakewalk now. Junu's eyes flicked over to Deer, who was also looking pretty wiped. Maybe because he's a low level? Right then, Hedgehog let out a massive scream, grabbed his head and started growling as these sharp spikes on his body started popping out all over. The rest of the crew dropped what they were doing and crowded around him, asking what was up. "Oh, don't tell me." A terrible idea started forming in Junu's mind. Deer was clearly on the same page as Junu. He sprinted over to Hedgehog, his face dead serious, trying to talk him down. "Hedgehog, buddy, snap out of it. We gotta get out of here. Now." But Hedgehog just turned to look at Deer, and his eyes were completely gone, just cold, like a wild, bloodthirsty animal with a mouthful of sharp teeth. And just like that, poof! Sweet old Hedgehog was now a jumbo-sized, super mutant porcupine. Welp, he's fully mutated. Looks like he's completely lost his marbles. If we don't take him down, we're not getting out of here. Junu scrambled to check his stat screen, because all the new perks he'd picked up were for, janitorial work, not for an actual throwdown, no matter how I slice this. Junsu thought, looking at the mutant Hedgehog, who was now giving him this weirdly affectionate stare, and screamed in his head, "Oh, I am so hosed." The mutant Hedgehog decked him, sending him flying backwards. He coughed up a whole bunch of blood, thinking in terror, the power gap is way too big. At this rate, I'm going to be taking a dirt nap for sure. A system notification popped up. Endurance acquired. You have obtained a new trait. Seeing that pop up, Junsu snapped back to reality. It was like a lifeline. He muttered to himself, "A trait? That's it! I've got traits! It's way too soon to throw in the towel." He quickly pulled up his trait menu. Okay, gotta use my noggin to survive this. How do I beat that thing? First, gotta clear out some of these useless traits. Next up, strength would be handy. Okay, mana heart to control my mana, endurance to tank some hits, mana absorption so I can, absorb mana, deep breathing for better mana regen. And finally, the last piece of the puzzle, pollution resistance. With his new loadout set, Junsu scrambled back to his feet, stared down the mutant Hedgehog, and yelled, "Come get some, you big jerk!" The mutant was more than happy to oblige, charging straight for him. Junsu watched the mutant Hedgehog like a hawk, pulling his shovel back as it started glowing with a green light. A system notification chimed, "Strength trait has been activated," cranking his power up tenfold. Waiting for the mutant porcupine to get into range, Junshu gripped the shovel with both hands and gave it a mighty whack, sending it flying backwards. Junu cheered to himself, "Beauty! That actually worked. I can do this." However, that victory lap in his head lasted all of 2 seconds because Junu then saw the mutant porcupine, still in midair, curl up into a ball and start spinning at a crazy speed like some kind of spiky wheel of doom, hurtling straight for him. What in the world is that? Jun Xu yelped in a panic. Next thing he knew, that spiky death wheel used a rock as a ramp to get some serious air, and its landing zone was exactly where he was standing. Oh, for Pete's sake! That's all Junu had time to think before the spiky pinball slammed down, shattering the ground where he'd just been. After that move, the spiky wheel uncurled back into the mutant porcupine, admiring its handiwork. The system chimed in with an update. The endurance trait activated, boosting his strength by a factor of 10. It was thanks to this endurance trait that Junu somehow managed to survive that absolutely brutal attack from the mutant porcupine, and then he leaped into the air right over its head. Even with endurance, that still smarts like a son of a gun. As he said that, Junu decided to trade paint, furiously throwing a flurry of punches at the mutant porcupine. He knew perfectly well that if he stopped for even a second, he was a goner, so there was no choice but to keep on swinging. Just then, a quill on the porcupine's back suddenly swiveled, aimed right at Junu, and shot out. The move was a complete surprise. Jun Xu only had time to instinctively lean away, but a quill still grazed his shoulder, tearing his shirt and leaving a nasty, bleeding gash. The really terrifying part was that a whole bunch of other quills on the porcupine suddenly aimed at Junu and let loose, giving him absolutely zero chance to react. Junu was instantly turned into a human pincushion, sent flying backwards in a world of hurt before crashing to the ground. "Come on, just a little more, just a little bit more," Junu's mind screamed. He struggled to crawl back up, lunging at the mutant porcupine to land one more punch. Only, after that one hit, his right hand was completely useless, and it didn't even seem to leave a scratch. If anything, it just made the creature even more ticked off. The mutant porcupine roared, aimed its quills at Jun Xu, and fired, turning his left arm into hamburger meat. The tendons were torn right up to his shoulder. A wave of agony washed over him, and Jun collapsed, screaming his head off. So much for winning with the Gold Soldier build, he thought to himself, lying there completely helpless as he watched the mutant porcupine merge its paws into one giant fist and bring it crashing down. Junu's mind flashed back to the good old days, lounging around and laughing. "Bring it on, you hosers. I'll beat everyone with just the Gold Soldier build." In this moment, though, his mind was crystal clear. It was like he finally understood something. Back when he was just playing a game, everything was a piece of cake. One little tap and the monsters were toast. I never once considered the characters' feelings, I just pushed them to their absolute limits and called it efficient training. But now, oh boy, now I get it. You have to go through some serious pain to get even a mid-tier trait. There's no such thing as a free lunch. All this flashed through his mind in a split second. When Jun Xu snapped back to reality, he saw the porcupine's massive fist was about to turn him into a pancake. In response, Junu suddenly shot one arm up to block it, an arm that was now just as massive. The mutant porcupine was totally stunned that its attack was blocked so easily, and it got sent flying by a surprise haymaker from Junu. Jun Xu felt a surge of new power. Both his arms were completely healed, only now they were ridiculously huge, making his body look comically out of proportion. The system announced that the mutant muscle trait had been activated. Junu clenched his new fists, thinking, the whole reason I went on that reckless attack was to get a new trait by pushing past my limits, by activating the mana, heart, and strength traits to unlock mutant muscle. This whole beatdown was just setting the stage for this very moment. As for the mutant porcupine, after getting decked, it got seriously angry. It scrambled to its feet, charged at Jun Xu, and threw a punch. Jun Xu just casually raised one arm and blocked it cold. He cracked a smirk and said, "That's not going to work anymore, buddy." Then, he started unloading a non-stop barrage of punches on the mutant porcupine. The poor thing could only raise its arms and passively take the beating. Seeing this, Jun Xu started to taunt it. "Poke me, go on, poke me again, I dare ya." The mutant porcupine, completely enraged, stopped defending and chose to attack. A cluster of sharp quills suddenly sprouted from its fist as it swung a massive punch right into his chest. This time, he couldn't block it, and the blow sent him sprawling onto the ground, plus a few new holes in his chest. Jun Xu coughed up a whole mouthful of blood, thinking, "You gotta be kidding me, it wasn't even trying?" Even though I'm totally face-planting right now, Jun Xu wasn't leaving empty-handed. System alert, you've acquired a mutated body. New trait obtained. Jun Xu immediately slapped that new mutated body trait right into his character sheet, and in a flash, his body started to bulk up, finally matching his ridiculously huge arms. Jun Xu got back on his feet, grinning at the mutant hedgehog, and said, "Hey, thanks for that, eh? I actually got stronger cause of you." Then the two of them just charged at each other, and it was a total stalemate. Jun Xu laughed, saying, "Looks like we're on the same level now, buddy." The sound of nonstop punches was so loud it actually woke Hu from his beauty sleep on the ground. "What's all that racket?" he mumbled. Hu turned his head towards the noise and saw Jun Xu and the mutant hedgehog just trading blows. One for you, one for me, like neither of them would ever back down. Hu was completely floored by the scene. Private Kim, what the heck is he? Some kind of superhero? How is he going toe-to-toe with a mutant? And right then, both Jun Xu and the mutant hedgehog knocked each other flat on their butts. Jun Xu sat there, panting hard, watching the mutant get back up, still having enough energy to roar at the sky, and thought, okay, this is not easy. I'm the same size as that thing, but I'm still getting the short end of the stick here. Then he grit his teeth and had an idea. This is probably a terrible idea, but I'm fresh out of other options. Decision made, Jun Xu jumped up and yelled, "Activate pollution resistance!" The system announced its activation. Trait, develop resistance to tainted mana. "Gotta trust my gut," he told himself, then yelled again, "Purge!" Instantly, right before the astonished eyes of Hu, Jun Xu's entire body just warped. The whole process was over in a blink. System alert. Mutant state. Private Kim. Now in his mutant Private Kim form, Jun Xu threw his head back and roared, gathering some kind of energy in his mouth before blasting it right at the hedgehog. The power was so completely overwhelming, the mutant hedgehog was just gone. Didn't even have a chance to squeak. Then, Jun Xu's gaze fell on Hu, and he started walking over. What the? A monster, he turned into a mutant while fighting one. Still reeling from the shock, a chill ran right down Hu's spine. He felt like a rabbit being stared down by a wolf. Hu looked up and saw Jun Xu just staring at him, making him scream internally. "This can't be happening!" Hu looked at the mutant Private Kim form and felt a level of fear he didn't know was possible. The only thought in his head now was run. But just as he turned around to start crawling away, a massive shadow fell over him. Hu robotically turned his head and saw Jun Xu standing right behind him, a giant hand reaching down for him. Figuring this was the end of the line, Hu just squeezed his eyes shut. But after a few seconds, he didn't feel himself getting squished or anything, so he peeked one eye open and was shocked to see Jun Xu was back to his normal self. As for Jun Xu, after changing back to his regular body, he looked like someone had pulled his plug, and he just collapsed forward, whispering, "I did it. Pollution resistance." The last line of defense. So, here's the deal. If you have both a mutant form and a mutated body, and you ditch the pollution resistance, you go full mutant. Most people think once you cross that line, there's no coming back. But Jun Xu is different, eh? He just swapped his traits out. He knew that as long as he kept a sliver of his sanity, he could just change his stats. And that's how he traded mutant for pollution resistance and went back to being human. A moment later, Jun Xu crawled up, leaned his tired body against a wall and groaned. "Feels like my entire skeleton and all my muscles just played a game of musical chairs. I am never ever doing that again." As he struggled to his feet, a little something appeared in his hand. It was a purple orb about the size of a ping pong ball. System alert. Harvested a first-grade mana core. Jun Xu immediately broke into a massive, cheesy grin. "Totally worth it. I got a first-grade mana core. This whole cleanup gig really has its perks, eh?" Just then, Hu and two other guys walked over. Hu stared at Jun Xu and asked, "You good, man? You turned into a mutant. What was all that about?" Jun Xu snapped out of his happy-go-lucky mood and turned to look at the three of them. It'd be a real pain if any weird rumors started, he thought, then said out loud, yeah, I basically just gambled on being able to change back. I guess I got really lucky." Who wasn't buying it? "What, that was luck?" But that was way too. Before he could even finish, Jun Xu pulled out a whole pile of orbs. He tossed a small, yellow, marble-sized sphere to Hu and said, "Here, catch." Then, turning to leave with a casual wave, he added, "All right, I'm heading out. Need to get some fresh air." Behind him, Hu's two buddies gawked. 0-star mana cores? Holy cow, look how many there are. Junu smirked to himself. Asterisk. Since I saved their bacon and even tossed them a few mana cores, they'll totally keep my secret, eh? Asterisk. Hu just watched Junu's back as he walked away, lost in thought. The next morning, over at the player recruitment office, Cho Seo was all smiles, rubbing his hands together as he sidled up to Junu. "Geez, I heard you ran into a bit of a kerfuffle. Must have been pretty rough, eh?" Junu just chuckled. "Oh, it got a little hairy near the end." But he couldn't help but wonder, asterisk, why is this guy suddenly buttering me up so much? Asterisk, Cho Seo went on. "Still, you really should have told us you were a superhuman." you know? We could have given you a real gig instead of just cleanup duty. Hearing that, it clicked for Junu. The guy thought he was a superhuman, a truck-kun to be exact, an awakened being who can wield some serious mana. In this world, where might makes right and decides your social standing, superhumans are basically royalty. Asterisk. Well, figures he'd think that. Asterisk, Junu thought. Asterisk, because you'd have to be a superhuman. Asterisk, to take down a mutant. Asterisk. Even though I only pulled it off thanks to my stats. Asterisk. Just then, Choseo turned and pulled out a paper bag he had ready, saying with a grin, "So, I suppose we should pay you for that little cleanup job of yours." "Sounds good to me," Junu replied, laughing to himself as he decided, asterisk, I'll just let him think I'm a superhuman for a bit. Asterisk. As Choseo pulled wads of cash out of the bag and slapped them on the table, he explained, "You cleared 5 sectors, and we take a 20% fee from the 50 million total. If we split it evenly with the team, that'd be 5 million for you. But we're doing things a little differently this time. We're only going to take a 5% fee from your cut, and we're throwing in a bonus. We're really hoping to work with you again." Junu barely heard him. His eyes were glued to the mountain of cash on the table. He was shouting in his head. Asterisk. 12 million. Being a superhuman is pretty sweet. Asterisk. A little while later, Junu bounced out of the room with his big payday, already wondering how to spend all this cash when some guy walked up to him and said, "Looking pretty happy there, bud. Must have been a good haul, eh?" Junu recognized the guy as one of the crew from the last job, so he gave a modest smile and said, "Oh, hey. Yeah, well, we got the job done, you know." The guy said, "Yeah, so the reason I came over is I was hoping to ask you for a favor." Junu raised an eyebrow. "A favor?" The man replied. "Well, you see, my wife's really sick, and I was just wondering if maybe you could lend me a bit of cash. I'm sorry to ask. I know we've only worked together that one time, but please." As he said it, the man actually bowed low. Seeing this, Junu's brow furrowed. In a world like this, helping out someone you barely know is a bad idea. Who knows when they might turn around and stick a knife in your back? It's tough enough just looking out for number one, but still, I'd feel awful just ignoring the guy. Looking at the man in front of him, Junu hesitated for a second, but his heart won out over his head. He grabbed the man's hands with both of his and said with a smile, "Whoa, hey, don't do that. You're older than me, man. Here, take this. It's not much, but I hope it helps." As he spoke, Junu pressed a huge handful of zero-star mana cores into the man's palm. Later that night, in a dark alley, the same guy was staring at the pile of cores, and he started to laugh. What a sucker! All I had to do was play the poor old guy with a sob story, and he just handed all this over. Ha 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 ha! Turns out he wasn't alone, because Hu and the other 2 guys were there with him. Hu smirked. "Is that kid a total newbie or what?" The first guy chimed in. "I bet if I'd told him my kid was sick too, he would have coughed up even more. What really grinds my gears, though, is that he got a bigger payout than us. He tossed us a few scraps and played the superhuman card to take our cut." Hu spoke up. "He's no superhuman." The other guy looked at Hu. "Well, we should probably teach the punk a lesson. You got any ideas?" Hu took the mana cores, crushed them to dust in his fist, and said with a nasty grin, "We know his little secret. Let's show him just how messed up this world really is." Meanwhile, Junu was completely oblivious that a whole scheme was being cooked up against him. He was just lying in bed, feeling pretty proud of his good deed from that morning. Man, it feels good to be a good guy. At this rate, I'll be a full-blown hero in this world in no time. A few mornings later, at a big hotel, Junu was sprawled out on the single bed by the window, just soaking in the pure bliss of a mage massage with the warm sun baking down on. Having cash is the life, eh? Never in a million years did I think I'd be getting a massage in a place like this. The game is seriously way better than real life. But when the mage started working on his left bicep, Junu almost yelped from the pain. I spent a whole 3 days just chilling at the hotel, and it's still this tender. From now on, I've really got to think twice before using any of those mutation traits. This whole transformation thing isn't as simple as I thought. Your body changes depending on the trait. The gnarlier the side effect, the bigger the physical change. The real problem is, will I even make it out alive if I have to limit myself? While he was mulling it over, Jun Xu rolled onto his stomach for the back massage and happened to spot a guy with 2 black dragon heads tattooed on his chest, lounging on a deck chair by the first floor pool. He was flanked by 2 rows of guys in black suits, standing guard. Hang on a sec. Isn't that the Iron Fist crew? Still got that same smug look. Seun is run more by the local gangs than by the law. Fair enough, I guess, since the place is crawling with them. The regular folks have to rely on the supers. I've managed to scrape by so far, but just relying on my traits in a sketchy place like this is a bonehead move. Suddenly, he remembered something and let out a little smirk, whispering, "There are still items, aren't there?" By the afternoon, Junu had made his way to a shop. The girl at the service counter smiled and asked, "Are you here to sell some things?" Junu replied, yeah, that's right. I've got a few byproducts from some monsters." The girl at the counter spoke up. "Just so you know, I don't buy any grade 0 mana cores." "I know. What I want to sell is this." As he spoke, Junu pulled a blue orb, bigger than his fist, from his backpack and presented it to the girl at the counter. The girl at the counter saw the orb and gasped in disbelief. "This is a grade 2 mana core." Jun Xu just grinned and said, "That's right. Take a look." He was secretly loving it, thinking, her surprised face is priceless. All that time spent grinding it down in the hotel room really paid off. I combined everything I had, and that's how I managed to get a grade 2 mana core. A moment later, Junu was eyeing a stack of bills in the girl's hand, thinking gleefully, the price really jumps depending on the grade, so selling it for top dollar was the right call. The girl handed the money to Junu and told him the price for the core was 4.77 million. Junu took the cash with a grin. "Thanks a lot." Then Junsu asked, "Do you happen to sell any weapons or armor?" The girl smiled back. "Of course we do. Please, come this way." Junsu was then led by the girl into a room in the back. The second he walked in, Junu saw a massive variety of weapons displayed on wooden racks along the walls. "You guys have everything, eh?" he thought with a grin. "Every single basic item I used in the game is right here." The girl said, "Take your time, for sure." Junsu replied, his heart pounding with excitement as he thought to himself, "It's time to get myself kitted out." By the time it got dark, Junu left the shop with a backpack full of weapons and muttered with satisfaction, "Now that I've got weapons, it finally feels like I'm in the game." Just then, a rather pretty girl with long hair ran frantically towards Junu and asked, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary by any chance?" "I really need some help." Junu waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, nope, not me. You should find someone else." He had barely finished his sentence when the long-haired girl pulled out a thick wad of cash and pleaded, "I'm here on business, but the Iron Fist crew is scaring me. Could you protect me on the way back to where I'm staying?" Junu's eyes were practically glued to the stack of bills in her hand. 500,000 just for a bodyguard job? That's like a daily quest. Besides, I'm all geared up now, so I should probably give it a shot, eh? Thinking that, Junsu smoothly put a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder and said with a smile, "Can't just leave a lady in danger. Let's get going." The long-haired girl was overjoyed and hurried to keep up with Junu. "Thank you so much." After that, Junu followed the long-haired girl into a small, empty alley. Junu was confused, thinking to himself, why would she be staying in such a secluded spot? Forget about people. There wasn't even an ant around here. Suddenly, the long-haired girl sped up and zipped around a corner. Junu quickly followed and found himself staring into a pitch-black alley. He could barely make out the girl's silhouette up ahead, thanks to the glow from the streetlights outside. From the darkness of the alley, the long-haired girl's urgent voice called out, "They're almost here! You need to hurry up!" Junu walked forward, grumbling, "It's way too dark! I can't see a thing!" The second he stepped into the dark alley, a system window popped up. "Night vision trait has been acquired. You have acquired a trait." Junu was thrilled, thinking, "Oh, sweet. Well, would you look at that? I didn't even think I'd score a new trait. My night vision just got a serious upgrade, eh?" Everything in this dark alley is suddenly coming into focus. And the real kicker was seeing the long-haired girl pointing a piece right at me, smirking as she said, "You're a bit more cautious than I figured, buddy." Jun Xu just about jumped out of his skin, thinking, "A gun? Who the heck is this lady? Wait a minute, is this a setup?" Jun Xu started backing away slowly, only to bump into something. He spun around and saw it was Hu. The guy gave him a funny look and asked, "Going somewhere, pal?" At the same time, the alley lights flared to life, and 3 more of his goons stepped out from the shadows. Jun Xu just stared daggers at Hu. Hu just chuckled and said, "It's great to see you again. Aren't you happy to see me?" Jun Xu's brow furrowed. He demanded, "What did I ever do to you for you to pull this?" Hu laughed back, "Absolutely nothing. You just look like a total hoser. No other reason, you gullible schmuck." Before he even finished his sentence, Jun Xu saw his chance, slipped past him while he was distracted, and just booked it. Hu, caught off guard, started screaming in a rage. "What? You little punk?" "You start a chat and then just bail? Light him up." The long-haired girl heard him and, without a second thought, aimed her barrel at the fleeing Jun Xu and squeezed the trigger. Instantly, a slug slammed right into Jun Xu's back, making him cry out in pain and do a faceplant on the pavement. Hu and his crew rushed over to check. When they saw Jun Xu lying motionless in a growing pool of red, Hu cursed angrily. "What the heck was that? You were supposed to shoot his leg, not take him out completely?" The long-haired girl just defended herself. "Still better than letting him get away? Eh?" Hu muttered under his breath. "For crying out loud, I think he's actually kicked the bucket." One of the men piped up. He turned back into a human after he mutated. "I'm sure those mages would be happy to buy this kid's corpse. We would have made way more cash if we'd caught him alive." Another guy grumbled. "Just go through his gear, I guess." Hu sighed and said, "It's not ideal, but get on with it." However, when they looked back over to where Jun Xu was, they were shocked to find nothing but a puddle of blood, and the kid himself was long gone. Hu yelled in a panic, "Where's his body?" At that exact moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the alley. The light illuminating the alley was smashed by something, plunging the whole place back into darkness. Then, the man next to Hu was suddenly clocked on the back of the neck, not even having time to yelp before he crumpled to the ground. The others yelled in confusion. "What was that?" Hu guessed. "Don't tell me he's still alive, is he?" Jun Shu's voice suddenly cut through the dark. "Still kicking, boys." He didn't look at all like a guy who'd just been shot. One of his eyes was now glowing a bright gold. The 6 traits he had equipped now were super strength, endurance, a mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery. Right then, Jun Xu grinned and said, "I'm not about to get taken out by someone who repays kindness with a knife in the back." He was seriously thanking his lucky stars that he'd bought that bulletproof vest at the shop earlier. On top of that, after taking that shot from the long-haired girl, Jun Xu had unlocked a brand new trait, playing dead. Thanks to this little skill, Jun Xu had completely fooled Hu's crew, making them let their guard down and successfully creating an advantage for himself. Hu and his buddies were now stuck without any light. They were like headless chickens, frantically looking around and yelling, "He broke the street light! I can't see a thing! Where the heck is he?" Jun Xu suddenly appeared right behind Hu and whispered, "Looking for me, eh?" Hu spun around out of pure reflex. Jun Xu immediately threw a punch right at his face and yelled, "I saved your life, and now I'm taking it back, you mutt." Hu took the full force of Jun Xu's fist and hit the ground hard. He scrambled back up pretty quick, though, wiping blood from his face. "You little punk!" Hu yelled as he charged forward, throwing a kick at Jun Xu, who easily dodged to the side. "You should be grateful I saved you, you know." "You really think trying to off your own personal hero is a good look?" As he spoke, Jun Xu landed another powerful punch, sending Hu sprawling to the ground again. Just as he was about to give Hu a good stomp, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Not too far away, the long-haired girl was holding her gun, the barrel still smoking, and she yelled out in a panic, "Are you over there? Are you okay?" Jun stopped what he was doing. He silently looked at the new bloodstain from the bullet on his arm. "I got way too careless. In On, the scariest thing isn't the monsters or the mutants. It's the people. I was too naive and trusted people way too easily. I'm not making that mistake ever again," he told himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Xu pulled out a pistol and fired off 2 quick shots. One bullet hit the long-haired girl's wrist, injuring her and making her unable to hold the gun anymore. Another round tagged the fella next to the long-haired chick right in the shoulder, sending him to the ground wailing like he stubbed his toe. Seeing how those two weren't a threat anymore, Jun Xu was pretty pleased, muttering, "All right, that's enough of that." Then, just as he was about to deal with the biggest pain in the neck, he heard a wild whooshing sound from behind him. On pure instinct, Jun Xu whipped his head around and saw Huo's foot was just a hair's breadth from his noggin. It was a total reflex, eh? Jun Xu immediately threw his hands up to shield his face and got punted backwards. Scrambling back up, Jun Xu looked over at Huo and did a double take, realizing the guy's whole look had changed. Did his legs just get a buff or something, he thought? Jun Xu clued into a pretty serious fact. Huo had just awakened as a level 1 superhuman. The chill vibe was officially gone. His face got dead serious as he grumbled, "Huo, you keener, in this garbage game, a superhuman awakening. Since all the characters could go through this superhuman awakening phase, it was pretty much a basic part of leveling up in this game. According to the world's logic, a level 1 superhuman is plenty strong enough to be a major problem for any regular Joe with a rifle. In other words, I've got to throw down with a superhuman using nothing but my own 2 hands." Just then, Huo tilted his head, gave Jun Xu a dirty look, and said, "I'm gonna wreck you." And then, poof, His whole body just vanished from Jun Xu's sight. Jun Xu started to freak out, getting on guard while his brain scrambled to remember Huo's stats. Huo's special was the all-directional kick. All-directional movement where the user can use their ridiculously springy legs to bounce around in any direction they want. Putting 2 and 2 together, Jun Xu made a guess. He's using that all-directional thing to scale the side of the building. And sure enough, the second he looked up, he saw Huo dropping down on him from above, screaming, "It's game over for you!" Facing a powerhouse move like that from Huo, Jun Xu knew his only option was to dodge. So he bailed to the side, luckily avoiding getting turned into a pancake. Huo glared at Jun Xu, totally cheesed off. "Oh, you can dodge that, can you? You won't be so lucky this time, buddy." With that, Huo charged right at Jun Xu, letting another kick fly. The moment his foot felt like it connected, Huo cracked a smile. But that smile froze right on his face when he saw Jun Xu had actually blocked the kick with a weapon instead of getting clocked. Across from him, Jun Xu just smirked and said, "Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dodging." What an absolute beast. He was feeling pretty lucky, thinking to himself, buying a baton was a beauty of an idea. He remembered a few hours ago, standing in front of the weapon racks in the shop, mulling it over, is buying a gun even worth it? But since Warrior Kim is a warrior class character, no matter how strong I get, my shooting skills are always going to have a pretty low ceiling. Just to be safe, I should probably grab a warrior class weapon too. In the end, Jun Xu decided to pick up a baton. Back in the present, it was crystal clear that buying that baton was 100% the right call. Every character has their own weapons and traits that are way more effective for their class. That's why, to beat Huo, I need to use a melee weapon and skills that are built for a warrior, he thought to himself. Jun Xu raised the baton high and brought it down hard on Huo, knocking him flat on his back for the third time. A system notification popped up. A new trait had been collected. You have collected the strike trait. Seeing the system panel, Jun Xu was stoked, thinking, all right, my first class-specific trait, the strike trait. After that, Jun Xu's confidence went through the roof. He went on the offensive, charging Huo and chaining a bunch of moves like double slash, upward slash, and horizontal slash to attack him, but Huo was slippery and dodged every last one. Then Huo countered, swinging a leg out to kick Jun Xu. Seeing the move coming, Jun Xu yelled in his head, "This is my chance. Should I even bother dodging? Can't stop the momentum now. Even if I break a bone, I just gotta keep attacking." Decision made, Jun Xu gritted his teeth and went for it. He just threw up one arm to block Huo's kick and then used his other hand to swing the baton hard right into his thigh. System notification. You have collected a new trait. You have collected the combo trait. Jun Xu was laughing his head off inside, thinking, there it is, the absolute best trait for a warrior class in the early game. Right away, Jun Xu started using the strike and combo traits together, creating a crazy storm of attacks on Huo that he had no hope of dodging. The more hits he took, the more the pain ramped up. Huo's consciousness was just getting chipped away bit by bit with every single blow. Real quick, he couldn't take it anymore and whimpered out a weak plea. "Please, for the love of God, stop." Junu actually did stop right after one last full power smack to the deer's chest. He called it quits. Seeing the deer lying motionless on the ground, Junu threw both hands in the air, tilted his head back and yelled, "I did it! I actually took down an awakened deer." Suddenly, Junu's skin flushed, beet red, and the raindrops hitting him instantly sizzled into steam. What is this feeling? My whole body feels like it's on fire, but I can also feel something flooding through me. Junu doubled over, crying out in pain, but a wild theory was already forming in his head. Don't tell me this is the day I learned the world's messed up truth. A system notification popped up. Awakened level 1, Super Soldier Kim. Once the shock wore off, Junu, knowing he'd awakened, was as happy as a kid on Christmas morning, flipping around and cheering, "I'm finally a superhuman! I can get all those high-paying mercenary gigs now, and I can even get bank loans with, like, super low interest rates." All of a sudden, a voice from behind him cut in. "You all done there, bud?" Junu whipped his head around to see who was talking. When he got a clear look, he scowled and muttered to himself, "This guy, Kim Iron Fist. He's the second basic character introduced in Exen Scene right after Kim Warrior. He's from the Enhanced Warrior class, uses guns as his main thing, and specializes in hunting with a prosthetic hand. The problem is, Kim Iron Fist is a seriously scary dude from the Iron Fist gang in the underworld. Since I was fighting on their turf, I probably ticked them off, eh? Just then, Kim Iron Fist demanded, "Did you even bother to check whose neighborhood you were trashing?" The second he finished, all the goons with him pointed their barrels right at Junu, looking like they'd open fire if he so much as breathed wrong. Seeing this, Junu's face went white as a sheet. "Hey, I was attacked out of nowhere. I couldn't just lie there and take it, you know?" Hearing Junu's excuse, Kim Iron Fist casually pulled out a pistol, cocked it, and asked, "Oh, really? So you're saying those guys were scarier than the Iron Fist crew?" Junu's heart hammered in his chest. A real gun. If I have to fight like this, I'm totally toast. Kim Iron Fist didn't give Junu a chance to react. He raised the gun, aiming it square at his chest. "Listen here, little puppy. You made a real boneheaded choice. I'm about to show you exactly what happens when you make a mess of our territory." As he spoke, Kim Iron Fist's expression turned absolutely vicious. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he heard Junu's voice, which was strangely calm. "Yeah, is that so? But you forgot about one little thing." While speaking, he grabbed the pistol's barrel, jammed it right against his own chest, and roared, "I'm not the kind of guy who goes down that easy." Then, without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot echoed as a bullet tore through Junu's chest. Kim Iron Fist could only stare, his face a mask of disbelief, thinking, did this absolute psycho just shoot himself? But across from him, Junu, who'd just taken a bullet, looked completely bored and said, "Huh, what was that? Kinda itchy." At the same time, the bullet wound was visibly knitting itself back together at a crazy speed. A system notification appeared. Regeneration trait acquired. This whole scene definitely piqued Kim Iron Fist's interest. His face broke into a wide grin as he said, "Well, would you look at that? You've got a pretty neat party trick." Junu thought to himself, the upgraded version of wound recovery. Regeneration. It's a trait you can get when you hit superhuman level 1. This whole thing will be over once they start underestimating me, and I hit him with the intimidation tactic. But on the outside, he just smirked, pointing a thumb over his shoulder at the bodies. As you can see, I don't just get by on dumb luck. I don't give a crap who you guys are. If you mess with me, Kim Warrior, you'd better be ready for a bad time. Hearing this, Kim Iron Fist didn't get angry at all. He just laughed. "Kim Warrior, eh? So that's your name? Gotta say, I like your nerve, kid. All right, I'll let you walk this time, but that just means you owe me one." Then, he clapped Junu on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "I'm sure you know what that means, right?" Junu just smiled back. "Yeah, got it. I'll remember." But in his head, he was freaking out. Does he actually recognize me? Satisfied with Junu's answer, Kim Iron Fist held out his hand to him. "Good. Let's team up on something next time, eh?" Junu stared intently at the hand offered to him. Kim Iron Fist isn't the type to backstab someone. It might not be the worst idea to build an alliance here. Thinking it over, Jun Xu just casually shook hands with Kim Tiet Quyen, grinning, "Sounds good, buddy. Catch you on the flip side." The next morning, Junu showed up dressed like he was about to hit the beach for spring break and strolled into Jamsu, the superhuman tower. It didn't look like much in the game, but holy smokes, this place is massive. It makes my hometown look like a corner store. Just as Junu was gawking at everything like a tourist, a woman in a business suit walked over with a smile. "Thanks for dropping by the superhuman tower, eh? Is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing this staffer, Jun Shu's face went a little red as he thought, "Whoa, what the heck? She's a total knockout, but she's got to be an NPC, right?" Seems like the staff here are all ridiculously high spec. The employee didn't even flinch or get mad that Junu was staring a hole through her. She kept that professional grade smile plastered on, pointed to a huge machine over to the right and said, "If you're here for your superhuman certification, please head over to that machine to have your mana and traits measured." Junu mumbled a thanks and started walking towards the giant contraption. As he walked, he thought, I didn't even have to ask, and she just pointed me in the right direction. Must be my total new Bora. Whatever. Once I get this license, my real life in Seun is going to kick off. Suddenly, a bunch of people started freaking out. "What's that? Look at the ceiling! The Saintess is here!" Hearing that, Jun Xu curiously looked up too and just saw a bright golden dot. He was skeptical, thinking, "It's just a ship, isn't it? Everybody, calm down." Right then, the golden light flared up, blasting a huge circle on the ground and making everyone shield their eyes for a sec. After that, a whole squad of people walked out of the light, appearing right in front of everyone. When Junu saw them, especially the girl in the lead, his face was a picture of disbelief as he screamed in his head, "That's the main boss squad! Why? Why in the world is the Saintess here?" Meanwhile, their appearance kicked off a massive wave of cheering. "Welcome, Saintess. It's such an honor." Unlike them, Junu couldn't have been less thrilled. I'm still stuck in the tutorial and she's already the freaking saintess. But as the story goes on, it turns out they're a demolition cult disguised as some chill religion, and they start causing chaos and going after people for no reason. Right now, everyone was buzzing. Is the saintess here to measure her mana, or to renew her level or something? The saintess just smiled and let her actions do the talking by walking straight to the massive machine. A few seconds later, it whirred to life. The noise it made was so grating that Jun Xu muttered, "Man, this mana measuring thing is loud." Real quick, with the whole crowd watching, the digital screen lit up. Saintess, occupation, priest. Mana level 8 with 6 auxiliary traits. Another round of chaos erupted. What in the world? Level 8, she's even got 6 traits! That's totally bonkers. Oh, the saintess just smiled, totally soaking up the feeling of being worshipped. Junu stared at the saintess for a few more seconds before heading to the mana-checking machine himself, thinking grimly, this is no time for autographs. A level 8 superhuman is like a whole squadron of fighter jets. A walking, talking, national-level superpower, and a superhuman with that kind of juice is going to absolutely flatten Seun in the future. But if I say that now, they'll treat me like a nut bar and probably throw rocks at me. I'll worry about the apocalypse later. For now, I'll just get my own mana measured. It'd attract way too much attention if a rookie like me popped up with 6 traits, so I'll dial it back to 3. At the exact moment Jun Xu opened his trait panel to adjust it, the saintess, who hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped and turned her head to look right at him. Someone in the saintess's crew noticed and asked, "Your Eminence, is something wrong?" The saintess kept her eyes locked on Jun Xu and replied softly, "It seems there's someone here I've never met before." And just like that, the saintess teleported right behind Junu and said, "You seem to have a pretty interesting ability there, eh?" Jun Xu jumped out of his skin, yelping, "You scared the heck out of me." But then panic set in. Wait, what did she just say to me? Did she somehow sense me changing my traits? The people around started whispering, "What's with the saintess? That guy looks like a total nobody." Eh? While they were still confused, what really blew their minds was when the saintess took Junu's hand and asked, "Soldier, what's your name?" Junu stammered, I'm Soldier, Kim." Then he freaked out internally. In Seun, if the saintess asks for your name. And just as Jun Xu predicted, the saintess spoke up, "Well then, Soldier Kim. On behalf of the Old Believers cult, I'm gracing you with a special purification ceremony." Our little club, the Tacky Black and Gold crew, is always drooling over rare talents like you. So, get on your knees, buddy. Join our team, and I guarantee your life will be all sunshine and rainbows in this hellscape version of Earth. As she said that, a stream of glowing gold script started oozing from the saintess's hand onto Junu's arm. The crowd saw this, and holy smokes, their jaws hit the floor. A wave of envy and awe rippled through them like a busted hockey game. Oh my god, a real-life baptism. So jealous. The saintess herself is doing it? This is the real deal. No knockoffs here, eh? But our main guy, our boy Jun Xu, was grinding his teeth, cursing under his breath. For crying out loud, accepting this blessing is like signing a lifetime contract to be a grunt for this cult. Becoming a holy knight sounds cool and all, but this Old Believers cult is going to totally faceplant in the Great War at Aran soon. It's like they're trying to sell me stocks in a company that's about to go belly up. No way. Never. That was the only truth ringing in Junu's head right now. So, in front of a sea of shocked, confused, and totally gobsmacked faces, he yanked his hand back, dropped to one knee like some kind of prince, and "I'm going to have to respectfully decline this purification offer, ma'am." The saintess just froze solid, her brain totally buffering. She had to ask again, just to be sure. "Sorry? What did you just say? Did my ears just clog up or something?" Junu, cool as a cucumber, replied. An awkward silence hung in the air. The saintess finally spoke, her voice like maple syrup but with a ghost pepper kick. "Fine, suit yourself, sweetie. To join or not to join, that's your call." Then she helped Jun Xu up and whispered, "But the big boss, the Old Believer himself, has his eye on you. If you can't even handle this tiny little challenge, that precious freedom of yours is going to go up in smoke real fast, buddy." The second she finished talking, Jun Xu realized in horror that the spot on his arm she'd gently touched suddenly burst into a sickly green flame. It was like she'd lit a tiny camp stove on him. By the time the saintess was out of sight, that little flame had morphed into a full-on fireball, engulfing our main character and roasting him like a marshmallow. Unable to take it, all he could do was drop to the ground, clutching his head and screaming like he was in a horror flick. The crowd around him, though, they were totally loving it, just standing there watching the drama unfold. Serves him right. Some nobody thinking he can turn down a golden ticket. Hope he learned his lesson. Must be one of those non-believers, eh? What a pity. A system notification pinged. Divine Flame trait activated. For the crime of refusing our purification promo, please enjoy this complimentary experience of unending, searing pain. Jun Xu was crying without tears. I knew it, but holy cow, this burns. It feels like I'm being slow cooked on a barbecue. The Divine Flame, one of the nastiest, most annoying debuffs in the whole Seun game. The constant burning sensation turned everyday life into pure torture, and there was no cure unless you crawled back to the church and begged for that purification. I turned this down for a brighter future, but what if I check out before I even see the sunrise? Just as Junu's consciousness was about to peace out and head for the great beyond, that office lady who let him in earlier came sprinting over. She was clutching a bottle of water, and without a second thought, she dumped it right on his face, her voice filled with worry. Hey buddy, you alright? Daijubu? Jun Xu suddenly felt a wave of refreshing coolness spread across his face. He snapped back to his senses a bit, his blurry vision slowly coming back into HD. Huh? Who's this? Oh, right. The lady who showed me the way. When I caught on fire, everyone else treated me like I had the plague, but she was the only one who was decent. A million thanks to this lady. All right, I got this. Just gotta push through. With a little mental pep talk, Jun Xu managed to sit cross-legged on the ground. Ping! The system announced. You have acquired the fire resistance trait. Heh, see? I didn't just turn them down for no reason. This Divine Flame debuff has a little quirk. Its power scales with the target's mana. I'm only level 1 with the mana pool of a gnat, so this so-called Divine Flame is more like a mosquito bite. There was still a way to beat it. The first condition was getting fire resistance, and now the second was just pump up the mana. No sooner said than done. Jun Xu opened his system panel and started dumping points into the trait. The moment he hit confirm, the flames on his body roared to life as if someone had thrown gasoline on them, making him yelp. Seeing this, the office lady dumped 2 more bottles of water on him, cheering him on. You can do it. Hang in there. And it worked like a charm, thanks to those 2 life-saving water bottles. Junu managed to get a grip once more. A cool stream of water in the middle of this searing pain. I have to focus on this contrast. Fire and water, the heat of the flame and the cool logic of my mind. Following Junsu's train of thought, the 2 streams of fire and water in front of him began to twist around each other, spinning faster and faster until they finally merged into a super cool yin-yang symbol. I'll use my own mana to snuff out this furnace, a silent scream echoed in his mind. Junu's eyes flew open. The burning pain was gone without a trace. Ping! The system chirped again. Congratulations, you have acquired the mana shield trait. The office lady saw Junsu stand up like nothing happened, her eyes wide as saucers. Oh my goodness, are you actually okay? Junu flashed a bright smile. Yeah, I'm all good, and it's all thanks to you. The surrounding crowd was just gaping. What? He beat the Divine Flame? What in the world is going on? Is this dude hacking the game or what? Jun Xu gave a cheeky grin, thinking to himself, well, I'm not totally in the clear yet. This is just a temporary shield, but at least I'm not a human barbecue anymore. Sweet, that black flame looks pretty sick, eh? Bet only a warrior can see it. After that, he heads over to the console to get a read on his own mana levels. Everyone else's eyes are glued to the digital screen, super curious. The results pop up real quick. Warrior Kim, age 22, warrior class, mana level, 1, circuit traits, 6. Whoa, hold on, level 1 and he's already got 6 traits? A super rookie has been born. So that's what all the fuss was about. Hearing everyone buzzing, Jun Xu just kind of scratches his nose, thinking to himself, great, so much for flying under the radar. My whole plan was to level up on the down low, but this stupid mana shield won't let me hide my traits. The woman in the business suit walks up with a smile and says, congratulations, warrior. In all my time working here, this is the first time I've ever seen someone start with 6 circuits right off the hop. How about we go get your official warrior ID sorted out, eh? A little while later, the woman in the suit slides a card across the desk to Junsu. Here's your official warrior ID. Congratulations, you're now an officially registered warrior. Jun Xu gets all teary-eyed, holding up the card and admiring it. The grind was real to get this. You have no idea. The woman just tilts her head and smiles. Right then. How about I go over the perks you get as a level 1 warrior? First off, before she can even finish, Junu cuts her off, rattling it all off like a pro. Oh, I know this part. Tax breaks, special weapon permits, and once you level up, you're totally tax exempt, immunity from arrest, free use of all public transit, and a bunch of other goodies. The woman looks surprised. Wow, you've really done your homework. eh? Jun laughs. What can I say? I've got a PhD in gaming, more like a PhD in warriorology. Haha. Then, Jun Xu adds, anyways, look, I'm not the type to waste time. As he says this, he glances over at the noisy crowd, staring at him through the glass. We gotta recruit that guy for our guild. Think I can get an autograph? The super rookie. I gotta write a feature on him, for sure. The woman in the suit turns to look at the crowd, who are basically a pack of wolves waiting outside. Jun Xu asks, is there any way I can slip out of here without all that? The woman gets up, smiling. But of course, I already came prepared. Jun Xu looks surprised. Eh? You did? The woman pulls out a big black cloak, then turns back to Junu with a grin. Just stick with me. For a second there, Junu just stares at her, totally stunned, a bit of a blush creeping onto his face. A moment later, he's got the cloak on and is following her, successfully ditching the crowd from before. He speaks up, thanks for looking out for me like that, eh? Giving me an invisibility cloak and showing me the secret exit and all. The woman replies, don't even mention it. It's always good to help each other out. A system notification pops up. Trait acquired. Invisibility. You have learned the invisibility trait. Seeing the notification, Junu thinks happily to himself, oh, beauty. Can't believe I scored such a sweet new trait. Just then, the woman stops and points down the hallway ahead of them. Warrior, if you just head straight down this way, you'll be outside. As per the rules, this is as far as I can take you. Junshu gives a little bow. Ah, this is perfect. Thanks so much for everything today. The woman smiles back. Of course. You take care now. Junshu watches her walk away, smiling to himself. Wow, can't believe there's someone so nice and soon. And she's gorgeous too. Once I get stronger, I'm definitely going to repay her. Shoot, what was her name again? Wait, I think she gave me a business card. Junu remembers the card and quickly pulls it out to have a look. Association Human Manager, BJ. When he sees the name, Junshu's expression completely changes. He whips his head around to look at the woman, who's still not too far away. What the? BJ? As in, one of the 3 most powerful SSR rank warrior characters in the entire game. She's a swordmaster class, so she always looks super intimidating. But I knew she looked familiar. Turns out she's so fierce in the game, I just couldn't picture her any other way. I can't believe BJ is actually this nice. What the heck is going on? Meanwhile, BJ herself is walking away with a cheerful smile on her face, muttering to herself, thank goodness. I'm just glad that Warrior is all right. 1 week later, Junu is forced to juggle all his traits just to keep his mana shield active, which has unintentionally made his dungeon runs way harder than they need to be. If he could just use his specialized traits for clearing monster dens, he'd have been done ages ago, but because of this stupid debuff, my hands are tied. To get rid of this heat toxin, I need a super rare item called an Inta, and those things cost an absolute fortune. How am I ever supposed to afford one by grinding like this? Just as Junu is lost in thought, his phone starts ringing. It's an incoming call. I was so done with this guy, eh? Junu was literally about to answer and give him a piece of his mind, but then a brilliant idea popped into his head, and he did a complete 180. A bit later, over at the player recruitment office. Well, look what the cat dragged in. It's our very own Assistant Kim, the legend who breezed through that toxic heat wave, the guy who started out with 6 different traits. It is a massive honor to be in the presence of the main character, Cho gushed, handing Junu a cup of tea, laying on the flattery about 10 times thicker than before. Right, didn't see that coming, Junu mumbled, taking a sip of tea. He then asked, anyway, about that thing I asked you to find for me, did you get it? Oh man, don't even get me started, Cho groaned. It was a total gong show. Netta is the kind of item you can only get from a tier 5 healer or higher. When Junu made a show of getting up to leave, Cho panicked. No, wait! This is tied to your contract! Of course I had to find it! I got it, Cho said in a rush. Knew it, Junu thought. A guy like Major Choi? That thirsty for a warrior contract? I figured he'd dig up a quest with Netta as the prize. Playing it cool, Junu settled back into his seat. So, what's the gig? Ever heard of G Security? Cho asked, passing a tablet over to Junu. First, I'm hearing of it. Are they some kind of security company? It's a private military corporation, one of the top 10 in the business. The director and vice director are actually a married couple. They come from an ancient line of martial artists, so their background is rock solid. Hearing that, Junu wondered, if they're that loaded, what could they possibly need a quest for? I found out the problem is their son. Even though he's over 20 years old, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. What? But both his parents come from warrior clans, don't they? Junu asked, glancing at the son's photo. The rumor is he's accumulated level 8 mana but still hasn't awakened. That's why it's such a huge mystery. The only condition they've set is for someone who's an awakened warrior, level 1 or higher. This is the perfect mission for our star warrior, eh? The condition piqued Junu's interest, so he decided to give it a shot, which is how Junu and Cho ended up chilling in the living room of this ridiculously fancy mansion. Looks like the director and his wife are tied up. They're not usually late, I swear, Cho explained, nervously jiggling his leg. Junu couldn't care less that the hosts were late. He was too busy scoping the place out, thinking to himself, this place absolutely reeks of money. My apologies. Have you two been waiting long? A woman's voice made both Cho and Junu jump. The two people who walked in were the power couple themselves, the director and vice director of G Security. The woman smiled and continued her greeting. We're the ones who posted the request, the couple, Songdu and Lemizi. Oh, not at all. Please don't trouble yourselves, Cho replied in a hurry, bowing his head. Thanks for taking the time to see us, Lemizi said with a smile. Junu gave a polite bow himself, all while sizing up the couple's aura. They've got to be at least level 6 warriors. Yeah, these two are packing some serious heat. Songdu, who'd been silent until now, suddenly scoffed, saying with total disdain, I can tell this kid's a complete write-off just by looking at him. Honey, what are you saying? If you keep that up, go to the other room. Not a chance, Songdu shot back. So stubborn. Just sit down, Lemizi said to her husband, before turning her attention back to Junu. So, you're here to take on our mission, is that right? First things first, I want to check out your son's condition. If there's some specific reason he can't awaken, then. But before Junu could even finish, Songdu slammed his fist on the table and roared, Some nobody rookie waltzes in here, and you think I'm just going to spill our family secrets? Get real, honey. Take a deep breath. Lemizi soothed her husband, then turned to Junu apologetically. I'm so sorry. He's just incredibly stressed about our son, and this isn't exactly something we broadcast to strangers. If you accept the mission, we'll call our son in and explain everything. You are the warrior who needs Netta, correct? So, they know exactly what my price is, Junu thought with a smirk. All right, I'll take the job. Bring in your son. A few moments later, a pretty shy-looking dude appeared. Hi, I'm Seun. Hey, good to meet you. Junu shook his hand, sizing him up the whole time. Weird. I'm not sensing a single drop of mana from him. Just then, Junu noticed the insignia carved into Seiyuan's gloves. Those are some sweet gloves you've got there. Oh, thanks. It's a pretty prized possession for me, and I use it with a ton of gratitude, eh? Right, so Ujin must need a seriously powerful magic seal. Jun Xu's comment immediately made Ujin and his parents do a spit take. Judging by the looks on their faces, Junu knew he'd hit the nail right on the head. The gloves basically spelled it all out for me. This is a massive deal concerning a whole noble family. Yet the only condition was to ask for a level 1 warrior. The simplest reason I could think of was that you were trying to lure me in with some juicy bait. Ujin, you also went through the baptism from the order, didn't you? Junu turned to look at Zhongdu. Sir, the reason your son can't awaken is because he ducked out of the baptism ritual. He sealed his own magic to avoid the divine smackdown. That's why he couldn't exactly make a public service announcement about it. Lately, the rumor mill's been saying that some level 1 warrior managed to get through the baptism and the divine punishment. That's gotta be the reason you all came looking for me. Ujin was in total awe listening to Junu's breakdown. That's wicked. I don't even have to explain anything else. It's like you're the main character in a detective novel or something. Nah, I just got a simple handle on the situation, that's all. Junu replied with a grin, adding in his head, When you already know the future, nothing's all that hard, buddy. I had a gut feeling the moment I saw that future photo of Sa Ujin, all decked out as the lead paladin of the Holy War Order. If you refuse the baptism and try to fight the Order's command, once your parents lose their influence, there's a pretty bleak future waiting for you, pal. Master. Seo Dongdu's attitude did a complete 180. He sheepishly asked Junu, Is there, any way for my Ujin to get out of this baptism ritual? The guy who was so high and mighty before? Ha, he's totally convinced now. Junu was cheering on the inside and replied with a smile, Of course it's possible. I mean, who do you think I am? I've poured 10,000 hours into Sion. You think, I don't know, the workaround? I get your pain, Ujin, because I've been there myself. Junu clapped Ujin on the shoulder, reassuringly. You can count on me. I'll 100% get you out of this. Ujin couldn't hold it in and threw his arms around Junu. His parents hugged each other, sobbing their eyes out. That Saintus or whatever, some total phony, dares to perform a baptism on me. All your future high-potential lackeys are on my side now. Junu went with the flow and gave Ujin a warm hug, then added, However, before we start the treatment, I'd like to add one more condition. Ujin's parents were taken aback. Another condition? The difficulty of this request just shot up, didn't it? Limiji wiped away her tears and replied, "You're right. This isn't just about awakening his magic anymore. It's about beating this whole thing. Please, just do it, if you can save our Ujin." Before Limiji could even finish, Junu laid out his condition. "I want to be taught the unpainted sword break." The gracious look on Limiji's face instantly vanished. "You are fully aware of what you just said, aren't you?" Junu was terrified by the killer aura and icy glare coming from Limiji. Turns out the vice director is way scarier than the director. Seeing the boss of the house switch to serious mode, Seo Dongdu didn't dare object, just quietly reminded her, "Honey, easy does it." I get that she's ticked off, but we're talking about the unpainted sword break. Some people might think learning sword fighting in the 21st century is a bit quirky, but they'd be totally wrong. In a world where the strong call the shots, because a single master swordsman can easily wreck a whole tank, and a top-tier martial artist is like a $1 trillion fighter jet squadron. If a level 1 superhuman learns and grinds out the unpainted sword break, they can hit level 4 without breaking a sweat. This is basically an early game cheat code. I remember that only the absolute cream of the crop gets to learn this sword art. Of course, that's only if I complete the mission. Junu said, trying to cool Limiji's jets. "Mom." A single word from Ujin immediately snapped Limiji out of it. Alright. Limiji reined in her killer instinct, then bowed her head and said, "If you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword art, along with the password." "For real? Thank you, ma'am," Ujin replied with a grateful bow, letting out a silent sigh of relief. "I really thought I was a goner there. And now I get the sword art too. This is absolutely fantastic. However, if you fail, my husband and I might be very disappointed, maybe even furious," Limiji added softly. "Heh, that's not going to happen. I can personally guarantee it." "Alright, well in that case, we better get started as soon as possible. In no time, a room with a magic concentration circle and 200 mid-grade magic potions was prepped exactly as he'd requested. "This is plenty. I need to be alone with the patient during the treatment. So if you could please step out." Just then, Limiji piped up, sorry about what happened earlier. Our Yuan was forced into a baptism before he even learned his ABCs. He never had a chance to make buddies, let alone go on a family camping trip. He's been forced to stay cooped up in his room. It seems we were being a bit too sensitive. From now on, I'm leaving this whole thing in your hands, buddy. As she said it, Limiji did a full-on bow. Hearing Yuan's story just got Junu's token a twist. Their whole family was being put through the ringer because of that so-called Saintess's scheme. Ewan, getting emotional, ran to comfort his mom. "Mom, I'm okay." "Really? Oh, Ewan, you sweet thing." In the game, this kid ends up turning on his own family. No wonder he turned into such a cold fish. Kind of feel for him, not gonna lie. With that thought, Junu said, "Don't you worry, I'll get her done, whatever it takes." Hearing that, Limiji finally felt good enough to leave. "Alright, just the two of us now. Let's get this show on the road." Junu cracked his knuckles with a grin. "So, what's first on the agenda?" Seeing Ewan's face, pale as a ghost and shaking like a leaf in a windstorm, Junu pouted, "Why are you shaking so much?" "Take a chill pill, buddy. Will ya?" Ewan asked nervously. "You're not going to torture me with a bunch of needles or electric shocks to force an awakening, are you?" That's kind of their go-to move. "Holy smokes. What kind of treatments have you been getting?" Junu sighed. "The textbook cure for a holy power fever is just chugging some nectar after you awaken." However, because Ewan is basically a walking mana battery, his fever is way too intense, so every attempt to awaken him has totally bombed. "You've got nothing to worry about, but listen up. What happens in this treatment stays in this treatment. Got it? Scout's honor," Ewan replied firmly. Junu then grabbed 2 potions and got down to business. First, you have to stretch the mana barrier to its absolute limit, which then makes the barrier weaker. And then the holy power fever slammed into Junu like a freight train. He scrambled to chug the 2 god-awful tasting potions in his hands. In no time, all the prepped potions were sloshing around in Junu's gut. Acquired damage potion junkie and mana consumption increased, but the potion effects have gone absolutely bonkers. "Nice," snagged the potion junkie trait. "Alrighty, if I just focus my mana into a shield," Junu thought to himself, concentrating on forming a shield around the circle, really zeroing in his magic. The holy power fever was completely booted out by the barrier. Yuan's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree, staring at Junu. "That's wicked, awesome." Junu just grinned. "Don't get your shorts in a knot, we're just getting started. Now, you gotta take off those mana sealing gloves." stick your hand outside the barrier and grab my hand. The color drained from Ewan's face faster than maple syrup off a hot pancake, but won't that cause, like, a feedback loop between our two holy power fevers? You'll be fine, as long as you stay inside the bubble. And with that, Junu casually stepped right out of the barrier. Instantly, the holy power fever hit him again like a ton of bricks. Don't ask questions, just do what I say. Uin, who hadn't taken his gloves off since his baptism, decided to trust the guy. The second Uin's hand poked outside the barrier, the holy power fever on it erupted like a volcano, absolutely flooring Junu. Seriously, how much mana is this kid packing? Even though he knew what was coming, Junu went for it and grabbed his hand. This hurt even more than getting baptized by the saintess. My bones feel like they're turning to dust, but I gotta stay focused and ride this out. That saintess, what a piece of work. This blasted holy fever. Junu gritted his teeth, fighting both his and Ewan's holy power fevers, then ducked back inside the barrier. I took my glove off, and nothing bad happened. Ewan stared at his perfectly normal hand, getting all choked up. Yeah, no kidding. That's why we had to pull that crazy stunt, Junu replied. On top of using the barrier, Junu had used his damage absorption to siphon off a chunk of the holy power fever onto himself, meaning Ewan's fever was way, way down. Next up, Junu picked up a wooden sword and tossed it to Ewan. This is the final step. Don't stop swinging at me until you awaken. You got it. Time to bust out the sword skills I've been practicing since I was a little tyke. Ewan gave a little grunt and swung the sword right at Junu. Junu threw up a hand to block it and then immediately started running for the hills because he realized his iron gauntlet had been completely shattered by a single whack from Ewan's wooden sword. Right then, the system pinged. New trait acquired. Protection. But even with this new trait, if one of Ewan's hits actually connected, he'd be pushing up daisies for sure. After a long game of tag with Ewan, Junu was starting to feel pretty gassed, and Ewan still hadn't awakened, which was starting to tick Junu off. What in the world did she teach this kid? It's a workout just trying to dodge him. You have acquired the evasion trait. Just then, Jun Xu glanced over at Ujin and saw this aura starting to radiate from him, which could only mean one thing. The kid was about to awaken. But before he could even crack a smile, the sword in Ujin's hand started glowing too. SSR-rank Seo Ujin, Blade Fusion. Jun Xu read the status update, completely speechless. Blade Fusion is a state where the swordsman and their sword become one, an insanely powerful condition for a warrior. But that guy is totally in a trance. If that thing hits me, I'm toast. Faced with an attack that was basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife, Jun Xu sure as heck wasn't about to just sit there and take it. He frantically pulled up his own stats window, his brain going into overdrive to find a solution. Okay, first, gotta max out every possible defensive trait I have and focus them, all my shields, into my arms. With a little boost from the magic circle in this room, the very second Jun Xu finished setting up his stats, Ujin's attack was on him. Gritting his teeth, Jun Xu crossed his arms in front of his body, betting it all on this one move. A second later, a massive explosion and a blinding flash of light filled the room. When the dust finally settled, Jun Xu was standing there, completely unscathed. A massive shield hovered in front of him, blocking the way. The system chimed in with the notification, "Mana Shield, you have acquired a new trait." A smirk crept across Jun Xu's face as he thought, "I did it. I actually combined the mana, barrier, and protection traits to create a brand new mana shield." He let out an exhausted sigh, muttering to himself, "Geez, just one kid with a wooden sword and I almost got myself vaporized." He was just about to plop down for a quick break when he heard a faint groan from Ujin. Jun Xu looked up just in time to see the kid swaying on his feet before collapsing to the floor. How dare he just peacefully pass out after nearly turning me into a highlight reel? Grumbling under his breath, Jun Xu walked over to Ujin, only to find the kid was completely out cold. Well then, I guess he went a little haywire right after awakening. In the game, Seo Ujin is a powerhouse SSR rank character, but because he awakened as a warrior and not a knight, he got Blade Fusion as a starting trait. Looks like I've accidentally created an absolute monster by awakening Seo Ujin as a warrior instead of a knight. I have no idea how this little change-up is going to affect the story down the road. Oh well, the kid was born with a silver spoon and has unparalleled power anyway, and now he owes me a huge favor, which isn't so bad, eh? With that thought, Jun Xu grinned and hoisted the unconscious Ujin over his shoulder to carry him out. A little while later, in Ujin's bedroom, his parents looked lovingly at their son sleeping soundly in his bed. "Our Ujin. He really made it through the divine fever," his mom whispered. Then, they both turned to Jun Xu and bowed deeply. "We can't thank you enough. Junsu just smiled and said, "Hey, no worries. I told you I could handle it." Joyo brought a glass of water to Junsu, laying it on thick. "I knew you had it in you the whole time." Lamizi gently stroked Ujin's hair and said, "It's been so long since we've seen him sleep. I don't know how we can ever repay this debt." She then smiled and gave her husband a little nod. Dongdu caught her drift, nodded back with a smile, then pulled out an envelope and walked over to Junsu. "All right then, along with the mana water we promised and the memory chip for the Hollow Mountain sword style, I'd like to give you a little something extra for your success." Junsu was ecstatic, but put on his best humble face. "Oh gosh, you really don't have to do that." Dongdu insisted sincerely, "Please, I hope you'll accept our 1,000,000,000 won, even though it's probably still not enough to cover what you've done for us." Hearing the number 1,000,000,000, Junsu's heart was doing backflips, but he kept a polite poker face. "Oh my, it would break my heart to refuse a second time, so I guess I have no other choice." After that, Junsu and Dongdu shared a genuinely happy handshake. Not long after, Junsu and Joyu left Ujin's house. Sitting in the car, Joyo piped up, "Well, Mr. Warrior, I'd say we hit the jackpot today." Junsu, while examining the vial of mana and the Hollow Mountain Sword style memory chip in his hand, replied, "I know, right? This stuff looks amazing." Joyo asked, "Are you planning on using it right away?" Junsu nodded, "Yeah, and then I'm planning to lay low for a while." "That makes sense. You probably don't want to attract any unwanted attention from the family or anyone who hears about your reward. It's a real shame, though. If you were to refine that mana and absorb it, it would give you a massive boost." Junsu replied, "You're telling me." He looked at the vial in his hand, thinking, "If I can refine this mana and drink it, I could level up my superhuman trait big time instead of having to spend a fortune curing the divine fever." Before he knew it, the car had arrived back at his hotel. Choi Seo pulled the car over to the curb and said with a laugh, "All right, Warrior, I'm going to go see if I can find some gear to, refine that NTA. So maybe give it a think before you go chugging it, eh?" Junu hopped out of the car, replying, "Thanks a lot. I'll definitely think about it." Back in his room, Junu immediately popped the lid off the NTA vial, snickering to himself, "Yeah, I'm drinking this right now." "I learned exactly how ruthless villains can be during that whole mess with Deer, eh? I can't guarantee Director Choi won't pull a fast one on me. Drug dependency, mana absorption that relies on the stuff. Whatever. My body has the perfect traits to max out the effects of this NTA anyway." With that thought, Junu didn't hesitate for a second and downed the entire vial. Instantly, a wave of agony washed over his whole body. It felt like every single one of his muscle fibers was being ripped out and reinstalled. A terrifying amount of mana was surging through him. After a moment, the pain vanished, and Junu's room was flooded with a blinding golden light. A system notification popped up. "Second level Superman Kim Warrior, I leveled up." Cheering internally, Junu glanced at another system notification. "You have harvested a trait. Trait harvested. Black Fire. And by curing the divine fever with NTA, I managed to snag one of the best level 1 traits in the entire game. Black Fire has been added to my list of traits right alongside the non-mountain sword break swordsmanship. I feel so relieved. I can just focus on training these 2 traits and there won't be any issues." Junu was lost in thought when the phone on his desk buzzed. It was a text message from Choi Se. "Sir, I have a few things I need to discuss." Junu glanced at the phone screen on his desk. "Director Choi? Why is he suddenly texting me?" After a brief moment of suspicion, Junu tossed the thought aside and chuckled, "Whatever, I'm heading out to train." But not even a few seconds passed before a whole series of notification sounds chimed from his phone. "So annoying. What's the big rush?" he grumbled angrily, striding over to grab the phone and read the messages. "Mr. Superman, I have many things to discuss, but I thought it would be more respectful to contact you by message first. I am certain that you will need assistance. I understand why you are hesitant. It may be because of the people in the cult who oppose it. Please ignore all of that and be resolute. It is time to re-examine yourself. When you learn the swordsmanship, your path will be revealed. Of course, a few people will complain about it. Please reply to this message as soon as you have read it." After reading the whole thing, a giant question mark appeared in Junu's mind as he thought to himself, "What the heck is this? What is he even trying to say, for crying out loud?" But just a few seconds later, Junu realized something was off about these messages. He carefully reread them one more time and quickly figured it out. "Run from the Dagger Gang." As soon as he pieced the sentence together, his mind started racing. He hid the information in the message. The DG Gang. They're one of the main rivals of the Iron Fist crew. If Director Choi wanted to betray me, he would have just called me like normal to stall for time. Considering the weird text he sent, he must have been captured already. It seems like the information was leaked while he was out preparing the equipment. After figuring it all out, a surprisingly cold expression appeared on Junu's face as he muttered, "Oh well, I'm just going to ignore it since I already got the NTA I needed. Everyone's got to be responsible for their own life here in Seun." The next day, in a small, deserted alley, the pained cries of a man echoed continuously. In a small warehouse there, Choi Seo was now tied tightly to a chair, surrounded by a few standing men. Just then, a man grabbed Choi Seo's head and spoke up. "You've got some real stamina, buddy. A whole night, and you still won't tell us where that Superman jerk is hiding, eh?" Choi stubbornly replied, "He signed the contract because he trusted me. I won't say a thing, no matter what you guys do." Hearing this, the other man bared his teeth like a demon. "I didn't want to do this, but you haven't given me any other choice." After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling his buddies. One of his goons understood, brought an axe over to Choi Seo, and asked, "Left or right? Which hand do you eat with?" Choi Seo just stared at him in silence. Seeing this, the guy laughed out loud. "Not answering, eh? Well, it's usually the right one, isn't it?" As he spoke, he raised the axe high, aiming to bring it down on Choi Seo's right hand. Just as the axe blade was about to hit, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, causing the man to stop his swing. He looked angrily towards the source of the blast and yelled, "What the heck was that?" At that moment, one of the underlings crawled in, calling out, "Boss." The man holding the axe asked, "What in the world is going on over there?" A panicked goon stammered, "Some absolute maniac just chucked a pineapple at our building, eh?" Meanwhile, not too far away, on a rooftop, Jun Xu flashed a grin, a grenade launcher resting on his shoulder, aimed right at the Dagger Gang's little clubhouse. "Yous picked the wrong guy to mess with, buddies. Can't just ditch someone who actually keeps their word in this messed up world." Alrighty then, let the games begin. And with that, Jun Xu squeezed the trigger again. A shell rocketed from the barrel, making a beeline for the Dagger Gang's HQ and causing a massive boom. A few seconds later, from the giant new hole in the wall, a whole swarm of guys with heaters came pouring out. "Where is he? Where'd that shot come from? Find that hoser, now." Watching the chaos below, Jun Xu just smirked. Classic. Scurrying out of the building like cockroaches. It might look like a regular apartment from the outside, but I know you're all packed in there like sardines. Because this, my friends, is the Dagger Gang dungeon. A place I've cleared so many times I'm getting bored of it. It's a whole complex made up of 6 different buildings. Since the Dagger Gang mission was one of the training runs, I could probably do this with my eyes closed now. All that grinding is finally paying off, eh? And now, the veteran has returned to finish the job. With that, Jun Xu, a backpack stuffed with party favors slung over his shoulder, leaped to the next rooftop, making sure not to stay in one spot long enough to get spotted. Down below, the Dagger Gang goons fanned out, searching every nook and cranny. A few minutes later, in some random alley, 3 of the Dagger Gang's finest were on a slow patrol. The guys who hit us just now have to be the Iron Fist Gang, right? Only those hosers would pull a stunt this nuts. When we catch them, we're going to give them a good old-fashioned beatdown. As they were talking, one of them heard a weird noise from the dumpster behind them. The guy got all tense and said, "What was that sound just now?" "I'll go check it out." His buzz-cut buddy grunted. "Okay, make sure you give it a proper look-see." So the guy who heard the noise wandered over to the back of the dumpster and poked his head around for a peek, but didn't see a soul. "Nothing here," he muttered, and just as he was about to turn back to his pals, a hand suddenly grabbed his head and introduced it to the pavement. Hard. An invisible Jun Xu shimmered into view, propped the newly napping goon against the wall, and chuckled. I was standing right in front of him, and he didn't even have a clue. When it comes to infiltration, you can't beat the old play dead and stealth mode combo. So, while those goofs are wandering around outside, I'm going to stroll right into their main building. This is way too easy. Time to use the secret entrance. And with that, Jun Xu walked up to the dumpster, casually lifted the lid, and climbed down the ladder, hidden inside. Once he landed, Jun Xu did a quick, cautious scan of his surroundings. So far, I've tried my best to avoid a scrap to get in here. The Dagger Gang loves to keep hostages right next to the boss's room, which is on the 5th floor, so there's got to be a way. I'll just move as quietly as a mouse so they don't catch me. A beautiful plan, but life ain't always a fairy tale, eh? Jun Xu had barely taken his first few tiptoed steps when the alarm started screaming. "Emergency! Emergency! We've got a hostile! Intruder has breached the building! Everyone, gear up and get to your assigned rally point." Hearing that, Jun Xu's face soured. He muttered, "Well, They spotted me. Then, his eyes darted to the closed door right in front of him. I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. If I go through here, I'll hit a hallway, and that's the best route because the main staircase to the upper floors is there. But the problem is, the second they knew someone was inside, they would have set up a barricade in that hallway as a defensive line. If I open this door right now, they're going to light me up like a Christmas tree. After a moment's thought, Jun Xu decided to open the door anyway. And just as he figured, a whole mess of Dagger Gang guys were huddled behind a barricade, guns at the ready. Well, hello there, boys. Hope you're thirsty, because I'm making it rain. Jun Xu said with a laugh, pulling out a massive gun and letting loose on the Dagger Gang crew. In a flash, the air was filled with the screams of guys getting absolutely peppered with bullets. The ones who weren't immediately ventilated quickly snapped out of it. What the? Is that a Gatling gun? You son of a fireback? They cursed, raising their weapons to shoot back, but then they saw a little round present flying their way. A massive boom. A huge boom echoed from the room. Jun Xu, hiding outside the door, chuckled, "If you're scared, just go home, eh? Gotta keep it stylish." Then, he pulled a few more party poppers from his backpack. One's probably not enough for you fellas, so have a few more on the house. With that, Jun Xu chucked the grenades into the room, quickly ducked out, and slammed the door shut. Jun Xu heard more loud bangs, followed by some pretty dramatic screaming, which made him grin like a total gremlin. "Glad to see you guys are enjoying my gifts," he said with a demonic little smile. After waiting a couple of minutes, Jun Xu strolled into the room. His eyes scanned the area cautiously as he thought, "Is that really all of them? A few of these hosers are probably still kicking, can't let my guard down." Suddenly, one of the guys playing possum on the floor jumped up and started blasting at Jun Xu. But since he was already on high alert, Jun Xu's spidey senses tingled, telling him a bullet was heading right for his noggin. He just casually tilted his head to the side and dodged it. System notification. Sensitivity trait acquired. Sweet! Just got the sensitivity trait I needed for this dungeon run, he thought, glancing over at the guy who tried to give him a new piercing. After dealing with the wannabe sharpshooter in a few seconds, Jun Xu wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead. All right, minions are cleared. Time to head upstairs. A moment later, Jun Xu arrived on the 4th floor. Made it to the 4th floor safe and sound, I guess, but this is where the real party starts. The core gang members should be on this floor. The casino is just before the 5th floor and the big boss's room. Thinking this, Jun Xu tiptoed to a corner. He peeked his head around and was surprised to see absolutely no one. Feeling a bit suspicious, Jun Xu walked over to the casino and opened the door for a look. But it was empty too. Realizing something was off, Jun Xu's expression turned serious as he told himself, "Something's not right here. Gotta focus up." System notification. Focus trait acquired. As soon as he got the new trait, Jun Xu immediately heard a weird noise from above. He looked up just in time to see a little drone zip out of an air vent. Next thing he knew, Jun Xu saw the drone drop a grenade, which erupted in a blinding flash of light, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. He cursed inwardly. Aw, come on, a flashbang? Really? At that exact moment, a figure appeared behind Jun Xu, lunging forward with a dagger. The figure aimed a vicious stab at his neck and laughed manically. "Gotcha now, you little rat." The newcomer was the Dagger Gang's boss, a level 2 superhuman assassin class, except the Dagger Gang boss's stab was blocked by a shield that appeared out of nowhere. Jun Xu's vision cleared and he turned to look at the guy, asking, "Sorry, you were saying you got who now?" The Dagger Gang boss stared in disbelief. "My dagger." "It didn't go through?" He quickly hopped backward, putting some distance between them. Jun Xu didn't even flinch. He just asked, "Who are you calling a rat, buddy? You're the one dressed like you're about to go dumpster diving, eh?" Inwardly, he thought, I seriously didn't expect the boss to show up on the 4th floor. That was a close call. This part never happened in the game, but I can still read the pattern. The flashbang is a combo attack pattern. It triggers when the player enters the boss room. I was supposed to have the sensitivity and focus traits equipped before he ambushed me. The Dagger Gang boss is an assassin class. I'll have to use all 5 of my senses to figure out where his attacks are coming from. At that, the Dagger Gang boss yelled angrily, "You blocked my ambush!" Jun Xu just laughed. "Don't be so surprised already, pal." Then, he pulled a weapon from his backpack and said with a serious face, "I'm gonna make you regret ever picking a fight with me." Jun Xu took the initiative and charged at the Dagger Gang boss, swinging his sword, but it hit nothing but air. The boss had vanished just before the attack landed. The Dagger Gang boss reappeared, this time right behind Jun Xu. "You're way too slow to be putting on airs," he sneered, then flicked a dagger that was glowing with a green light straight at Jun Xu's back. Seeing this, Jun Xu quickly spun around and batted the dagger away with his sword, thinking, "Holy smokes, he's fast, a true assassin for sure." If I didn't have the sensitivity and focus traits just now, I'd be toast. That guy dipped his daggers in poison magic, so even a little scratch would be enough to send me on a one-way trip. The longer this fight goes on, the worse it's going to be for me. The Dagger Gang boss sounded surprised. "Oh, you're a lucky one, aren't you? Surrender now, and I'll be merciful and only take one of your hands." Jun Xu just laughed and said, "Cut the chit-chat, buddy, and bring it on." The Dagger Gang leader let out a big laugh. "Buddy, look at that. Sorry, excuse for a sword stance. I can tell you're just a shooter, eh? For a guy who can't even read the room, you sure run your mouth." Hearing that, Jun Xu froze for a sec, thinking, he thinks I'm a shooter? Oh, right. I've been using the gun this whole time, so he probably pegged me as some kind of souped-up rifleman. When Jun Xu didn't say anything, the gang leader figured he'd nailed it, and a nasty grin spread across his face. "I'm gonna turn you into a human poutine and make it hurt the whole time," he roared, lunging at Jun Xu with a wild slash. At the same moment, Jun Xu gripped the hilt of his sword, raising it high over his head. Asterisk. I've only got one shot at this. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. And it's gotta be now, while he's getting cocky. Asterisk. With the silent battle cry, Jun Xu brought the sword down without hesitation. The gang leader saw it coming, pulled back his attack, and just sidestepped it. A smug look on his face, he sneered, "Too slow, bud." Little did he know, this was the exact moment Jun Xu was waiting for. A glint flashed in his eyes as his hand on the hilt gave a subtle twist, instantly pivoting the blade from a downward chop into a sweeping horizontal slash. The gang leader's eyes went wide with panic. Asterisk. What the? Asterisk? Asterisk. A shooter pulling off a combo attack? Asterisk. He frantically tried to parry with his dagger, but the force of the blow sent him sprawling onto his butt. At this point, the Dagger gang leader wasn't underestimating Jun Xu anymore. The look he gave the kid was now full of genuine caution. Jun Xu raised his sword once more. "Sorry, bud, but I respect. I'm not a shooter anymore. I'm a first-class, sword-swinging warrior." And with that, Jun Xu unleashed the first form of the mountain-shattering sword style, bringing a strike down on the gang leader that felt like a rock slide, wounding him badly and knocking the dagger from his hand. The guy doubled over, coughing up a nasty mouthful of red. Jun Xu grinned. "See? Let your guard down and you lose, eh?" The gang leader snarled, "You little punk," and decided to take a page out of Jun Xu's book. Taking advantage of the fact that Jun Xu was now the one looking all smug and dropping his guard, he snatched up his dagger and with a final burst of strength, chucked it right at him, yelling, "This ain't over yet!" Jun Xu yelped, startled. Is this his last-ditch effort? In the next instant, with a flash of steel, Jun Xu ended the confrontation with a final slash, but the thrown dagger found its mark, embedding itself in his side. A few seconds later, Jun Xu's knees buckled and he collapsed. Wincing, he pulled the dagger out with a muttered, "Ah, crap. I got sloppy right at the end. The poison's already spreading through my system. Gotta respec. Now. Okay. Attribute board. Equip. Injury recovery, regeneration, fortitude, mana core, deep breathing, mana recovery." After swapping his stats, Jun Xu managed to get back on his feet. "Okay, I can handle this. But holy smokes, that hurts." Mumbling to himself, Jun Xu stashed his weapon in his backpack. Just as he was about to bail, he heard a bunch of noise coming from outside the window. "Get a move on! An intruder was just spotted around here." Jun Xu peeked out the window and whispered, "Can't afford to waste any time. I gotta get out of this building, like, pronto." Meanwhile, in a special room up on the 5th floor, Cho Seo was in the middle of his own escape attempt, rocking his body with all his might. He managed to unbalance the chair, sending it crashing backwards. "Gotta get out of here fast," he thought, trying to hook a nearby shard of glass with his fingers. The plan was to use it to saw through his ropes, but before he could even grab it, a shadow fell over him. He looked up, startled, and saw it was Jun Xu. "Okay, spill. How on earth did you end up getting nabbed by these goons, eh?" Jun Xu asked, pulling the gag from Cho Seo's mouth. Cho Seo cried out, overjoyed, "My hero." As he worked on the ropes, Jun Xu sighed. "You're a real piece of work, you know that?" Cho Seo, getting all misty-eyed, asked, "You came all this way just to save little old me?" Jun Xu's face went serious as he put a hand on his shoulder. "Let's get out of here first. They're on their way up." Cho Seo beamed. "Right, of course. But the second he tried to take a step, a sharp pain shot through his legs and he couldn't help but cry out. Jun Xu glanced back, and when he saw Choseo's legs shaking, he scowled. Asterisk. Those absolute hosers. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Look what they did to him. Asterisk. Without another word, he crouched down. Hop on my back. Choseo immediately started waving his hands. What? Oh no, I couldn't, possibly. I've already asked way too much of you. It's fine, we're in a hurry, Jun Xu insisted. Let's just get somewhere safe first, okay? Figuring he had a point, Choseo reluctantly agreed. All right, fine, just this once, eh? Thanks, buddy. Carrying Choseo, Junsu chuckled to himself, thinking, man, even after that gnarly beatdown, the old guy's still loyal as a Mountie. Wild. I figured this whole world was a total gong show. But hey, it's got its surprisingly sweet moments, I guess. A couple of hours later, Junsu and Choseo were safely back in the director's office. Junsu was just chilling in a chair, chugging can after can of recovery potion like it was pop. A system notification popped up. Poison resistance trait acquired. Seeing that, Junsu finally stopped shotgunning the potions, leaned back in the chair all relaxed, and said, looks like all that chugging flushed the poison right out. Chosei, ever the eager beaver, pulled out a whole other case of recovery potions, saying, if you need more, seriously, help yourself. Junsu just laughed. Nah, I'm good. This should do it. He added silently to himself with a grin, because I totally snagged that sweet new trait. Just then, Choseo spoke up, looking super apologetic. By the way, I'm so sorry about all this. It seems like while I was getting our little shindig ready, some information must have leaked out, eh? I really shouldn't have trusted my staff like that. Junsu just shrugged it off. Hey, no sweat. Besides, I already drank that immortal elixir, so it's all good. Choseo asked, totally floored, what, you already drank the immortal elixir? Junsu chuckled. Well, yeah, if I hadn't, there's no way I could have saved your bacon. Hearing that, Director Cho looked like his team just lost the Stanley Cup, grabbing his head and groaning. Oh, no way. You had to use the elixir just to save me. Junsu turned away and muttered to himself. It's not really his fault, but hey, I'll just let him think whatever he wants. Suddenly, a frantic pounding erupted from the door. Choseo jumped, yelping. What was that? Could it be the Dagger Gang? They found us. Kid, what are we going to do? Junsu just crossed his arms, glanced at the door with a smirk and said, looks like we've got some company, so let's give him a warm welcome, eh? With that, he stood up and strolled over to open the door. A nervous Choseo scurried right behind him. The second Junsu opened it, Choseo gasped, the Iron Fist Gang. It's Kim Chil-kwon and his whole crew. Junsu just grinned. There you are. Kim Chil-kwon spoke up. I heard you took out the Dagger Gang. Didn't see that one coming. I knew from the start you weren't just some random hoser. So, what's the deal? Why'd you call me here? Junsu thought to himself, because it's time to cash in on that hardcore quest reward. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang were bitter rivals, duking it out for control over the Sulum turf. In the game, the tutorial mission basically tells players to help the Iron Fist wipe out the daggers. The Iron Fist Gang hooks you up with a ton of loot for taking them down. Seeing Junsu stay quiet, Kim Chil-kwon prodded. So, what's the plan? Starting up a new crew or something? Junsu just shook his head and said, nope. Running an organization isn't really my style. The reason I called you here today was to let you know you can have all the turf the Dagger Gang's been squatting on. Kim Chil-kwon was stunned. What? Junsu explained. I'm more of a solo act, you know? Plus, I have zero interest in getting into the whole underworld scene, so just consider this me paying back that favor from before. Kim Chil-kwon thought for a second, then asked, well, I'm not going to lose out by taking you up on that offer, but this seems a little over the top for that small favor you owed me, don't you think? Junsu grinned. Looks like we're on the same page. Since, thanks to me, you now own the Sulum territory, how about you grant me one wish? Kim Chil-kwon raised an eyebrow. One wish, eh? And what would you wish for, if I were to grant it? You gotta tell me first. Junsu thought to himself, obviously, it's gonna be the one thing everyone in Sulum wants. Out loud, he just smiled and said, just give me a house, that's all. He added another line in his head, it's time to go home. Kim Chil-kwon repeated, a house, you say? Junsu nodded. Ever since I started flying solo in this messed up world, I've kind of realized it'd be nice to have a proper place to crash, you know? Kim Chil-kwon mulled it over for a bit, then said, yeah, all right. After all, you did get rid of those dagger-wielding goons for good. You got a deal. Hearing that, Junsu beamed, you're a straight shooter, my man. I like that. Kim Chil-kwon asked, so what kind of house are you looking for? A luxury villa or just a simple condo? Jun Xu laid out his requirements. Neither of those, actually. I need a house in a quiet area with good security, and it's got to be soundproof. Oh, and it needs to have a training area in the basement. Hearing that, Kim Chil-kwon started to ponder, muttering, a house in a quiet area with a basement training facility, eh? Junsu tried his best to look casual, patiently waiting on the outside, but inside I was practically begging, come on, say it, talk about the house I'm thinking of. Sure enough, Kim Tiet Kwayan spoke up. I know a spot just like that. It's a house out in the Seam suburbs, right along the Jeonju Bong range. Hearing that, Jun Xu was screaming for joy on the inside. Bingo! A house located on the slopes of the Jeonbong range. You couldn't ask for a more perfect starter base for a player in Seun, eh? On the surface, Junu tried to play it cool, not wanting to make the guy suspicious. The next morning, Junu was already in his new home. He was currently just chillin', soaking up the sun on the second floor deck with snacks and drinks right there with him. Heh, so this is that wicked good feeling you get after snagging your own place to settle down, eh? As he spoke, Jun walked over to the railing, stretched his arms out and yelled happily, "Man, I love this smell of fresh air mixed with a bit of relaxation. The view from here is a beauty, too." What an absolutely top-tier house. When I first got dropped in here, I didn't even know what was going on, and the fees cost around 20 million. But now I've got myself a magnificent house that's basically a mansion. Not only that, but I've also got financial backing from the #1 security organization and the director. With this kind of setup, I could be laid up in a hospital for a whole year without a worry. The happy moment passed, and Junu calmed down, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. But I can't just rest on my laurels here. Once the game's storyline progresses, nasty pieces of work like the Saintess and the Father will show up and tear the city apart. Then, Junu casually picked up a nearby pickaxe and said with a laugh, "Well then, time to find out the real reason for choosing this house." A little while later, Junu, with a pickaxe over his shoulder, went down to the underground training room and started tapping his fingers all over the wall as if he were looking for something. "It's got to be around here somewhere," Jun Xu mumbled, continuing to tap until he found a spot that made a completely different sound from the others. "All right, let's get to it." With a loud shout, Jun Xu swung the pickaxe, bringing it down right on that spot, causing the whole section of the wall to crumble and reveal a hollow space inside. Looking at the results of just one swing, Jun Xu said cheerfully, "Looks like my special trait is kicking in. At this rate, I'll probably finish this way ahead of schedule." Sometime later, Junu was still digging away diligently, but hadn't found what he was looking for. His face looked completely haggard as he yelled, "Ahead of schedule, my foot. I had no idea it was this deep." Even so, Jun Xu didn't give up. "Gotta keep going. Can't quit now. Show yourself already," he shouted. Jun Xu raised the pickaxe and slammed it down hard on the ground. After that hit, water suddenly gushed out from the spot he struck. "This is it!" Jun Xu shouted with glee. He quickly opened his mouth to catch a few of the splashes that flew near him. Just a few seconds later, his haggard expression completely disappeared. He looked at his hands and said softly, "I can feel my body gradually recovering." So this is the effect of a mana spring, eh? A spring overflowing with mana, a genuine mana spring. Even characters whose health points had dropped to 0 could recover in a flash just by soaking in the mana spring, and it even gets rid of the vast majority of negative status effects. What an amazing skill. A place where you can get free access to a mana spring like this. It could only be this house near the Jeonjuong range, the first base of the Iron Fist gang. Afterwards, Jun Xu got to work himself, installing a water system and bringing in a large bathtub. He turned on the tap, filled the tub with mana spring water, and sat down inside. He said relaxedly, "Man, to get this house, I went through a fair bit of trouble, not like in the game where you just click a mouse button and you're done. This place has so much life force, you can easily feel its effects. The mana spring is the perfect recovery therapy for training, and with it, I can train till I drop, take a quick dip, and then get right back to it. It's absolutely fantastic." Now it's time for the only free-to-play guy climbing the ranks with super VIP pro efficiency to get to training. At this, June quickly pulled out a sword, all fired up, and began to practice. Time flew by. One evening, 2 weeks later, Jun Xu stood with a sword in the underground training room, thinking to himself, "I've been cooped up in this training room for 2 weeks now, and I can finally activate the black flame without any problems." Then, with a focused expression, he repeatedly unleashed his skills. Empty Mountain Sword Break, first form, Mountain Crusher, second form, River Divider, and third form, Mountain Piercing Heart. Sheathing his sword, a smile spread across Junu's face as he said, "Sweet! Now I can. I'm already using the mountain-shattering sword technique in tandem with my black flames. On top of that, I picked up a pretty sweet new trait during my training sesh. Let's see. Trait list, downward blast, one flick finger, fire resistance, destiny's call, mana stability. Looking at these stats, Jun Xu got lost in thought for a sec. Alright, training's all wrapped up, which means there's just one more major thing on my to-do list. The mana training skill, the one thing I can't just grind out. If only I'd refined that elixir before chugging it, I'd probably be a level 3 superhuman by now. But nope, stuck at level 2, so my mana pool isn't exactly overflowing. To completely absorb the elixir's mana and hit level 3, I absolutely need that mana training skill. It's a tough get, for sure, but totally worth the hassle, eh? Thinking about it, a memory from his gaming days popped into Jun Xu's head. He remembered piloting his character Warrior Kim over to Kim Chunbok's weapon shop. Inside the shop, the owner heard his request and was like, "You seriously want to buy times that asterisk? Buddy, that thing's been collecting dust in the back for a solid decade." Junu shot back, "Yep, I want to buy it." The shopkeeper just shrugged and went to grab it for him. Then, the system notification popped up. "You have purchased the mana training skill." Seeing that message pop up on his phone, Junu, lounging in bed, had grinned like a Cheshire cat. I've got to be the only player who knows you can just buy the mana training skill from that old school shop, eh? Snapping back to the present, Junu grinned. Alright, time for a quick rip over to the Sing World Commercial District to hit up that antique shop. It's leveling up time! And with that, Junu bolted towards the shop. But when he got there, his hopes were dashed. The place was all boarded up. What the heck? Why is it closed? And what's this? The door's locked with a mana seal so no one can get in? As he muttered, Junu got closer and spotted a small notice hanging on the lock. Closed until the situation at Seun Market chills out. Jun Xu took a look around, and to his surprise, pretty much every other shop was closed up tight too. The whole place was a ghost town, a total 180 from the bustling market, he remembered. Sing World is supposed to be the biggest retail hub around here. It makes zero sense for it to be shut down. In the game, this place was open 24/7, so what gives? Looks like most of the other stores are shuttered just like this one. This world is way different from the one I knew, eh? Needing some intel, Junu wandered down the street and spotted a guy having a smoke in front of the only shop that still had its lights on. Junsu casually strolled over to strike up a conversation. So, things in the market not going so hot these days? Turns out, the guy was the owner. The guy shot Junsu a sideways glance and grumbled, "Take a look around, kid. You got eyes? I'm beat." With all these punks showing up for a Donnybrook every day, who in their right mind would come shopping? Junsu blinked. Punks? I thought the Iron Fist gang had this area on lockdown. The owner waved his hand like he was shooing a fly. Iron Fist? Give me a break! Ever since the Dagger gang got. Well, asterisk erased, asterisk. It's been a total gong show. Every crew is at each other's throats. You got the Iron Fist boys, the Poison crew, and even the goddamn Streakers Brigade decided to show up and start a kerfuffle. Hearing that, it was like a light bulb went off in Junsu's head. Ooh, it's a turf war. That explains it. In the original game's storyline, the Iron Fist gang single-handedly mopped the floor with the Dagger gang and then planted their flag fair and square. That's why the sign in market was supposed to be Iron Fist territory. But, plot twist, this time around, yours truly was the one who sent the Dagger gang on a permanent vacation. As a result, the whole market's turned into a free-for-all battle royale for every other crew. Oh, for crying out loud, what do I do now? Junsu was racking his brain, trying to figure a way out of this mess. He was in, when suddenly he heard a bunch of yelling from down the street. "Look at these little shrimps! Get 'em out of here!" The shop owner just sighed. There go those hosers again. Junsu, however, decided it was time for some live entertainment. He decided to head towards the shouting. He figured he had to see the situation with his own eyes before he could, restore order. Just around the corner, some kid from the Iron Fist gang was treated to a complimentary, unscheduled flight, landing smack dab in a pile of tarp-covered boxes. His three buddies looked mad enough to spit nails, but they weren't saying a word, just standing there, giving the other crew the old death stare. Across the way was a group of 4 from the Poison gang, and their leader was none other than Kang the Crusher, sub-boss of the Poison gang, a real piece of work and a level 2 superhuman. After launching the guy, Kang the Crusher let out a seriously greasy laugh. "What's the matter? You guys got the memory of a goldfish? I told you this intersection belongs to the Poison gang, or are your ears painted on? Now beat it back to your hole, you Iron Fist garbage." The guy who got tossed in the air clutched his gut, gritting his teeth. "You sons of..." But just then a new voice, dripping with sarcasm, cut in. "Hey fellas, what's all the hubbub about, eh? What's all this racket in our territory, eh?" The Iron Fist and Poison crew heard the commotion and turned to see a bunch of guys from the Barrels Brigade rolling up. And leading the charge was the Flasher, the underboss of the Barrels, a certified level 2 superhuman. When Kwang Hyat-2 spotted this crew, he muttered, "Oh, for crying out loud, these weirdos are here?" The Flasher just chuckled. "This intersection belongs to the Barrels Brigade, buddy." Kwang Hyat-2 started to lead his guys away. One of the Barrels shouted, "Cut the crap and beat it." The Flasher chimed in, "So, you guys planning on sticking around on our turf?" The dude who just got his butt kicked from the Iron Fist crew, seeing how this was going down, mumbled, "Bunch of hosers, I gotta bounce." But just as he was about to get up, he realized someone was standing right beside him. Jun Xu was standing there watching the two crews face off. "Well, this is a real gong show," he said under his breath. The beat-up guy looked at him, completely stunned, and asked, "Aren't you the superhuman who completely dismantled the Dagger Gang?" Jun Xu finally glanced over at him. He offered a hand to help the guy up, saying, "What are you doing, eh? Get on your feet. Time to get to work." The dazed guy just blinked. "Work? What work?" Before he could explain, Jun Xu turned to the two gangs and yelled, "Hey, you pack of knuckle-draggers, let's get this party started. Everybody over here." The beat-up guy totally freaked. "Whoa, hold on, what are you doing?" Jun Xu just gave him a side eye and said, "Relax, buddy. I'm helping you out." To himself, he thought, to get this market back to normal, there needs to be a clear pecking order. Siding with the Iron Fist crew is probably the best bet. Kwang Hyat-2 looked over at Jun Xu and smirked. Well, look what we have here. And who the heck are you? Trying to boss me around." The Flasher folded his arms, glaring at Jun Xu. Is this guy trying to make some kind of offering, or what? Jun Xu glanced between the two leaders, then at the crowd of onlookers who had gathered to watch the commotion. He thought for a second, okay, both these guys are level 2 superhumans. If I go all out, I can probably take them, but there's no need to drag the local shopkeepers into this mess. Guess I'll just have to give them a little sneak peek of what I can do. With that thought, Jun Xu broke into a wide grin and pulled a sword out of his backpack. He quickly fiddled with his attribute panel, and a second later, his entire body erupted in black flames while the blade of his sword became coated in the signature blue energy of the Kong Shan sword break. Seeing this, Kwang Hyat-2's jaw dropped. "What the? That's the Kong Shan sword break, and that holy aura? It can't be." The Flasher, looking completely gobsmacked, stammered, You're the superhuman who took out the entire Dagger Gang all by yourself?" Jun Xu just smiled, the one and only. "And I'm feeling generous today, so I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Instead of making a big mess, let's settle this with a one-on-one-on-one. Winner takes control of the market. How about it? Sounds fair, eh?" Kwang Hyat-2 shot back angrily. "What do you take me for? A total bonehead. Why would I agree to a duel with a swordsman?" The Flasher didn't say a word, but you could tell he was thinking the exact same thing. Jun Xu held up his hands. "Don't you worry. We'll play by your rules, using whatever you guys are best at." A few moments later, the three crews had all backed off to give them some space. In the middle of the cleared space stood three people, Jun Xu, Kwang Hyat-2, and the Flasher. Jun Xu turned to the Flasher. "All right, so your special power is mind control, right? If I can fight it off, I win." The Flasher got this super creepy look on his face and chuckled, "Oh, it's such an honor to have a handsome fella like you know so much about little old me. Why don't we just skip this pointless brawl, and you can come join our faith of the primitive goddess?" Jun Xu looked absolutely disgusted. Hard pass. Why would I ever join your crew? Think about it, man. Your faith isn't even one of the 7 second-tier beliefs. It's obviously some no-name cult. Why would I join a sham religion that's not even on the Westphalia list? Hearing this from Jun Xu, the smile vanished from the Flasher's face. He shrieked, "You absolute heathen! I'll make you see the light with the goddess's love and mercy. Now kneel before me, and I will bless you with a chance to meet the goddess herself." As he said this, he held out his hand toward Jun Xu, unleashing his mind control power. Jun Xu just stood there and took it, not even trying to dodge. Instantly, his head felt like it was filled with lead, and his knees started to buckle, like he was about to drop. Man, this priest-level mind control is no joke, he thought. But sorry, buddy, not even your goddess gets to mess with me. Muttering to himself, Junu pulled up his stat screen and swapped in the mental resistance trait. Instantly, Junu felt light as a feather. His brain firing on all cylinders again. Without missing a beat, he decked the lead streaker with a knockout punch. The rest of the nudie gang scrambled over to pick up their fallen leader. "Your Majesty of the birthday suit," one of them cried. "You all right? Let's get out of here for now." As the nudie gang beat a hasty retreat, Junu turned to Kung Hit 2. All right, your turn. Kung Hit 2 scoffed. Oh, you're not too shabby. I'll give you that. But just so you know, the Poison Crew is in a whole different league than those last jokers. Junu piped up. We'll see about that, won't we? Your special talent is mixing nasty cocktails, right? So give me your absolute worst brew. I'll chug it. Kung Hit 2 grinned. Alrighty then. If you're that keen on kicking the bucket, who am I to stop you? Just then, the guy who got smacked around earlier rushed over to Junu. Hey buddy, I know you're tough, but chugging their poison is a one-way trip to the hospital, man. Junu just smiled back. Don't you worry, I've got this. Meanwhile, Kung Hit 2 produced a cup of some nasty-looking goop and handed it to Junu. Bottoms up. If you can handle it, you win. If you croak, I win. Junu took the cup, staring into its murky depths, and thought to himself. Called it. She gave me the picnic special. This stuff is supposed to be the most painful junk in their entire arsenal. Then a look of pure disgust crossed his face as he spoke. Oh man, this stuff reeks. If this doesn't take me out, you're getting a knuckle sandwich, for sure. Kung Hit 2 snapped back angrily. Don't even think about asking for the antidote when you're done. Sorry, not sorry, because that ain't happening. The second she finished talking, Junu decisively downed the entire cup of poison. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, cursing internally. It felt like his insides were in a blender. Seeing this, Kung Hit 2 sauntered over smugly, gave Junu a couple of prods with her foot, and laughed. Starting to feel that kick, eh? If you beg for mercy by barking like a puppy, maybe I'll think about helping you out. Junu didn't have time for her trash talk. Right now, he was just gritting his teeth, toughing it out, and trying to figure a way out of this mess. Gotta focus. This poison is a cocktail of a bunch of special junk, so my regular poison resistance won't cut it. I have to tank as much of the damage as I can with my healing trait and figure out how to get this stuff under control. With that, Junu got right to it. First up, he pulled up the old stats screen, and next I'll force the poison into my left hand. A system notification popped up. Drug resistance trait acquired. Sweet. Now that I've got this new resistance, I can actually control the toxin with my mana. Just one last thing to do. As he thought this, Junu used his sword to slice open the palm of his left hand. Instantly, a whole whack of black gunk oozed out. The guy from before yelled out, "Holy smokes! He's forcing all the poison into his arm to get it out!" Kung Hit 2 screamed in disbelief. "No way! That's impossible!" Her shock turned to terror when she realized Junu was suddenly right in front of her, smiling as he said, "You know, that poison of yours really tasted awful. Now it's my turn." Before Kung Hit 2 could even blink, Junu grabbed her arm, forced one of her fingers straight up, and lopped it right off, making her shriek in pain. Her goons in the back yelled out in a panic, "Boss!" Kung Hit 2 dropped to her knees, glaring daggers at Junu as she seethed. "You think you can just get away with doing that to me?" Junu casually cleaned out his ear and said, "Don't give me the classic sore loser speech, eh? Just beat it." Kung Hit 2 snarled. "You jerk!" Her crew rushed over, putting a hand on her shoulder. "Come on, boss, let's just go for now." So, Kung Hit 2 had no choice but to storm off, grumbling, "I'll remember this face." The Iron Fist crew saw this and erupted in cheers. "We won! Ha ha! Serves those hosers right. 3 cheers for our hero, Kim Junu." Junu just smirked and glanced over at the merchants, thinking, winning was the easy part. Now for the real headache. A little ways off, the merchants were huddled together, whispering, "So the Iron Fist crew won, eh? Wonder how they're going to try to boss us around now?" His gaze left the merchants and fell on the guy from before. "Hey," Junu said, "make sure you report that I'm the one who handled all this, got it?" The guy grinned. "You bet, sir. Thanks a million." Junu held up one finger. "There's just one little thing the Iron Fist crew needs to remember about this market." The guy nodded eagerly. "Yeah? What's that?" "You name it," Junu said. "The protection fee for this market is now half of whatever the Dagger Gang was charging." Hearing this, the guy's jaw dropped. "What? But we won't make any money that way." Junu's expression turned ice cold. "Are you trying to negotiate with me?" The guy immediately piped up, all nervous. "No, of course not, eh? I think our boss will totally get it." They weren't exactly whispering either. This was, of course, totally intentional on Junu's part, so all the nearby merchants heard every last word. They started buzzing. "Whoa, half price on the protection fees? That kid's the hero of the Singo market." Inside, Junu was beaming. "This is exactly why I put up with all that nonsense." Just then, the merchants swarmed over to Junu. They were bowing and thanking him over and over. "Thank you, kid. Seriously, thank you so much." Junu just smiled and waved it off, saying, "Aw, shucks. I was just doing what anyone would do. Just, remember me next time and maybe knock a few bucks off my bill." The merchants happily agreed. "Of course! For you! An 80% discount! Anytime! Internally, Junu was losing his mind with glee. The single market is an absolute gold mine. Plus, it's maxing out my favorability stats with all the merchant NPCs. The next morning, all the merchants in Singo had opened up shop again, Kim Chun-bak being no exception. When he saw Junu walk into his store, he gave him a huge, warm welcome. I've heard a lot about you from the other shopkeepers. You're the hero who saved the Singo market, Junu, soaking up the praise, grinned from ear to ear and replied, Ah, I just did what I had to do, sir. Don't be so modest, son. Those hooligans caused so much trouble. Look at this. I had to shut down my shop because I got caught up in a dust-up and broke my arm. Chun-bak held up his injured limb. Junu sighed sympathetically. Oh no, is it okay now, sir? I had it treated with some qigong. Lucky for me, it actually worked. If it wasn't for that therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in a hospital bed. Junu asked, surprised. There's a qigong practitioner here in Seo Lim. That's right. You want me to give you his info? The guy's a miracle worker. Junu just chuckled. I'd really appreciate that. But first, I need to pick up a few things. Ah, of course! Of course! Take a look around. We've got everything here, except for the stuff we don't have. Junu didn't even bother looking at the stuff on display. He looked straight at Chun-bak, gave the floorboards a little stomp with his foot, and asked with a grin, You've got a lot of quality gear here. But, could I maybe see the items down there? Chun-bak jumped, asking, How did you know? Junu just smiled. I have my ways. Internally, he was thinking. Never underestimate a hardcore gamer with 10,000 hours logged. Is there any secret I don't know? Chun-bak didn't refuse. He led Junu down to a room in the basement. As he opened the door, he looked back at the kid. I don't usually show this to first-time customers, but for you, I'll make an exception. Junu beamed. Thanks a million, sir. Once the door was open, Chun-bak ushered Junu in and announced, This is my collection of magical products. Feel free to browse. Junu let out a happy little shout. Awesome. Without wasting a second, he zipped from one item to the next, checking them out. His final destination was the flute of the ancient god. He lifted the artifact with both hands. He was practically vibrating with excitement, thinking, I've had a lot of unique items back when I was just playing the game, but this, the flute of the ancient god that seals the magic cultivation technique. This is the absolute jackpot. Now that I've got my hands on a top-tier item, it's time to put it to good use. A little while later, the two of them were back in the shop upstairs. Junu placed the flute of the ancient god and a few other items he'd selected on the counter. This is the haul I'll be taking today. Chun-bak looked over the items, impressed. Just as I'd expect, you've got a good eye, kid. The 5-colored diamond, a magic grimoire, magic gloves, and the flute of the ancient god. All of them are extremely rare finds. Then he dropped the price tag. That'll be $2 billion for you. Junu's eyes bulged out of his head. Holy smokes, $2 billion? That's the stranger off the street price, Chun-bak chuckled. But since you're this market's guardian angel, I can give you a more reasonable offer. For you, $500 million. Junu let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, Mr. Chun-bak, you almost gave me a heart attack there, buddy. After that, Junu paid the man who carefully wrapped up the goods and handed them over. An 80% discount from an NPC for high affinity is just the best. Now, all I need to do is find some kind of priest-class superperson who can unseal this thing, and of course, I've already got a lead on where to find him. With that thought, Junu smiled brightly at Chun-bak and asked, By the way, sir, could I get the address for that Qigong therapist? That afternoon, Junu followed the address Chun-bak gave him and ended up at the front door of a house. He gave it a knock and called out, Anybody home? No one answered. Junu leaned in, pressing his ear to the door, and muttered, Looks like he's out, I guess. Right at that moment, the door creaked open. A young man poked his head out and asked, What do you want this early in the day? Junu quietly sized the guy up. Whoa, white hair and a pale face. Bingo. This is definitely the guy I'm looking for, he thought to himself. Jun Xu chirped cheerfully. It's the middle of the afternoon, buddy. You call this early morning? The young man replied. It is for me, eh? What brings you to my humble abode? Jun scratched his head, explaining, well, I heard your treatment methods are, legendary. The second he heard that, the guy did a total 180, beaming as he said, Oh, a client. My apologies. I thought you were one of those hooligans causing a ruckus. Please, come on in. Leading Jun into the room, the young man pointed to a simple cot. Here, you can just crash here. So, where's the damage? Jun didn't answer right away. He scanned the room, his eyes landing on a statue as he thought to himself, asterisk. Considering that statue's here, I've definitely got the right guy. Asterisk. The young man asked, a bit confused. What are you doing, bud? The bed's right there. You can lie down. Only then did Jun Xu turn back to the young man. He pulled out the flute of the ancient god and said, right, about that. I'm not actually here for healing. I'm here to get you to unseal this thing for me. The young man waved his hands frantically. Unseal? Whoa, hold on. I'm just a Qigong therapist, not some wizard. That looks like a holy seal. You should probably take that to a temple or something. Jun explained. Yeah, no can do. Places like that charge an arm and a leg, and they'd probably just swipe my item. He then opened a bag stuffed with cash and plunked it down. If you can get this thing unsealed, I'll give you 100 million priest gold. The now-named priest Kim asked, stunned, You? You know my name? Jun just grinned. Of course. Inside, he was thinking, asterisk. Priest Kim is Inun's third guide character. He's a priest asterisk of some forgotten religion, worshipping a god who peaced out 3,000 years ago. He's one of the few genuinely good, non-scummy characters in the whole game. Asterisk. With so many sketchy priests running around, finding one with a heart of gold is a real score. In other words, this guy is totally exploitable. Asterisk. Priest Kim stammered, How do you know all that? Jun just held the flute out to him and said, Your secret's safe with me, so please, just help a guy out. Priest Kim let out a big sigh, took the flute, and said, I have a feeling this won't be a walk in the park, but all right, I'll give it a shot. Jun was ecstatic, thinking, asterisk. Knew it! Good guys are so predictable. Asterisk. The two of them then sat right down on the floor, placing the flute of the ancient god between them. Priest Kim's face turned serious as he reached out towards the flute of the ancient god and began the unsealing. In a flash, the paper wrapping the flute started to loosen. Whoa! It's actually working! Whispering excitedly, Priest Kim kept at it, channeling his magical energy towards the ancient flute. The paper's grip loosened even more, becoming more obvious by the second. And then, finally, the paper completely peeled off and fluttered to the ground, revealing the item's true form, which was now blasting out a blinding golden light. Item, Flute of the Ancient God, can obtain the Enhoza cultivation technique trait. Priest Kim exclaimed in disbelief. It really worked? Jun gave him a thumbs up. Told you! Your skills are absolutely wicked. Man, when Priest Kim saw the flute's effect, his jaw dropped. Holy smokes. Is this a magic cultivation technique? Jun Xu grinned. You bet it is. Thanks a million, buddy. He lifted the flute of the ancient god to his lips and blew a single note. As the sound echoed, Jun instantly felt all the wasted magic that had been lingering in his body suddenly get sucked in and absorbed. System notification. You have obtained the Enhoza cultivation technique trait. Jun chuckled to himself, asterisk. The effect is insane. It feels like the calm currents of the Nordic Sea are flowing right into my body. Asterisk. Give it about 2 weeks, and I should be able to absorb all this magic and hit superhuman level 3. Asterisk. Priest Kim, standing nearby, started clapping. That's the first time I've ever seen a warrior-class superhuman use a magic cultivation technique. Jun walked over to the cot, plopped down, and said, Yeah, well, it's not exactly your everyday kind of deal, eh? Seeing this, Priest Kim advised, You must be exhausted. Feel free to lie down and get some rest. Jun didn't object and flopped onto the bed, muttering wearily, Way too much info just downloaded into my brain. I'm totally wiped. All right, fine, I'll let you babysit me for a bit. Of course, make yourself at home, Priest Kim said with a smile. You paid me a fortune, so you can crash here for as long as you need. Jun mumbled, half asleep. Thanks. Inwardly, he thought, asterisk. He really is a good guy. Asterisk. Asterisk, just like the game guide said. It's awesome to find a priest you can actually trust. This will definitely pay off in the long run. Asterisk. And with that, letting his guard down completely, Jun was out like a light, sleeping straight through until the dead of night when some weird noises started to wake him. He groggily sat up, scratching his head and mumbling, What's all that racket? Then Jun Xu spots Priest Kim dousing the duffel bag full of cash he brought with a jerry can. Snapping out of his haze, Jun Xu's like, totally bewildered. Whoa, buddy, what are you doing? But Priest Kim doesn't answer. His eyes are just blank, totally zoned out as he stands over the gas-soaked cash and sparks up a lighter. Oh, forgotten God, please accept this humble offering from your boy and come back to life. As the prayer ends, Priest Kim just lets go and the lighter tumbles down towards the bag of money. Jun Xu sees this and absolutely loses it, thinking, what the heck is going on? Are you serious right now? You've got to be kidding me. Jun Xu dives, snatching the lighter midair and shoving Priest Kim aside. What in the world do you think you're doing, eh? Is this some kind of joke? You were seriously going to torch this whole offering? I have to burn the money for my god. Priest Kim snaps back, all ticked off. Jun Xu just stares, completely dumbfounded. Sorry, what? Money? As the offering? Our God only accepts cold, hard cash. It's the only way to get blessed with power, Priest Kim explains. And just like that, it all clicks for Jun Xu. Oh, right. This must be from back when you were still a true believer, eh? Now it's Priest Kim's turn to look totally lost. What's that supposed to mean? See, the god Priest Kim worships actually kicked the bucket about 3,000 years ago. Even in the game, his religion was basically useless until Priest Kim brought the deity back from the dead and figured out the proper training method. Still, I can't believe he doesn't even know the right way to make a proper offering to his own god. Thinking this, Jun Xu decides to offer some friendly advice. Buddy, you're doing it all wrong. You're not supposed to burn cash. You're supposed to burn and vaporize gold. Priest Kim gives him a seriously skeptical look. Gold? That sounds like straight up heresy, man. Yeah, but you've never actually tried it, have you? Jun Xu counters, while Priest Kim just scoffs in disgust. Don't be ridiculous. My church has been doing it this way for thousands of years. And yet, Jun Xu points out, there's gotta be a reason your god is still, not resurrected, don't you think? That shuts Priest Kim right up. Look, it's tough to just vaporize gold right now, so I've got another idea. A bit of a workaround. You helped me out with that magic training technique, so let me return the favor, Mr. Priest. A little while later, Priest Kim is staring nervously at some yellow liquid bubbling away on the stove. I really don't think I should be doing this. Let's just stop, eh? Jun Xu just pours the molten gold from the pot into a mug and hands it to him. Trust me, dude. When you drink the gold, your divine power is going to skyrocket. Just focus and see if your god gives you a sign. Seriously? Well, if you're that sure about it, I guess I'll give it a shot this one time. And with that, Priest Kim chugs the entire mug of liquid gold Jun Xu handed him. Just a few seconds later, he can already feel something changing. His entire body is suddenly surrounded by this brilliant, shimmering golden aura. Holy smokes, it's real. This works way better than burning millions of one. Jun Xu just smiles and says, your progress is going to be way faster if you stick with this method. Priest Kim's eyes are practically sparkling as he looks at Jun Xu. I don't know how I can ever thank you for this incredible tip. Oh, right. Here, this is for you. With that, Priest Kim hands a necklace to Jun Xu. What's this necklace for? Jun Xu asks, pretending to be all surprised, even though he totally knew what was up. It's a holy relic with healing powers. I'm sure my god would be thrilled for you to have it. What I mean is, well, since you're offering, I guess I shouldn't say no, Jun Xu says, acting all reluctant, but inside he's so stoked he could bust out a happy dance. This whole deal turned out way better than I expected. Hee. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's whole religious order gives out some pretty sweet quests. With that in mind, Jun Xu makes a request. Hey, Mr. Priest, would you mind if I offered up a prayer to your god? Give it a week, please. Stop! I feel like my entire body is turning into gold, Priest Kim says, clutching his mouth, trying not to barf after chugging who knows how many bottles of that gold juice Jun Xu mixed up. But you've got to drink more, Jun Xu says, walking over with another dozen bottles of the stuff, making Priest Kim freak out. I'm gonna get magic poisoning if my power keeps growing this fast in such a short time. You? Nah, I guarantee that's not gonna happen. So get back to praying. Jun Xu then pries Priest Kim's mouth open and starts pouring the gold liquid right down his throat, laughing on the inside, thinking, don't sweat it, buddy. The four guide NPCs each have their own unique perks. Warriors get a super strong body, and priests are immune to magic poisoning, which means he can power level like crazy. And sure enough, after Jun Xu's forceful encouragement, Priest Kim successfully awakens to level 3. Bishop Kim, Priest Kim stared, gobsmacked, at his own glowing body. Whoa, I can't believe I hit level 3. At this rate, I might actually become an apostle, eh? Totally awesome. Keep this up and you'll be an apostle for the big guy upstairs in no time, Jun Xu said, looking pretty darn pleased. Priest Kim, ever the humble one, replied, aw shucks, I've still got a ways to go for that. Nah, I figure you've got enough juice to be an apostle now. Anyways, since you've hit level 3, you need to call a regional council to get the official thumbs up to be a bishop. Right, gotta do that. I've been leveling up like crazy, and it's all thanks to you, buddy. I'll never ever forget this favor, Priest Kim said gratefully. Don't sweat it, I just like helping folks out, Jun Xu replied, while thinking the complete opposite. Asterisk, you better not forget, buddy. Become a bishop lickety-split and bring me those shiny relics from the order's stash. Asterisk, say, while we're on the topic, could I ask you for one more little thing? I'm planning on calling that regional council, but I'm a bit overwhelmed about going it alone. Any chance you could be my bodyguard for the meeting? The other bishops will be there too, eh? Jun Xu agreed in a heartbeat. The next day, Priest Kim led Jun Xu to the meeting spot. When the other priests heard that Priest Kim had hit level 3, they couldn't stop laying on the praise, which made Priest Kim beam. Kinda small potatoes, this meeting, with only a handful of people, Jun Xu thought, a little let down, when suddenly a voice boomed out. What a sorry-looking state of affairs. Everyone's head snapped to the door, where an old fellow was standing, the order's bishop, with a whole crew of face-covered goons, just strolled in. Bishop, you've arrived. Priest Kim's greeting was met with a roar. Who the heck gave you permission to call a regional council, Priest Kim? Priest Kim answered timidly. Well, every priest in the order has the right to call a council. That rule only applies to run-of-the-mill priests, not for some turncoat. Your level shot up to 3 in just 3 months. There's no way in heck you could level up that fast doing things by the book. You must have sold out to get a bigger divine power-up. That's ridiculous. I just found a really great way to level up, that's all. Despite Priest Kim's explanation, the old bishop ordered his guys to grab him. Just as his posse was about to make a move, Jun Xu stepped in to block them. Whoa there, fellas. Let's not scare the kid, one of the goons asked. And who are you supposed to be? His bodyguard, Jun Xu replied with a grin. This is our order's private business, so butt out, stranger, the old bishop said. I already told you I'm the bodyguard. That makes me an insider, so try to make some sense, old-timer. While the old bishop was about to blow a gasket, the pure-hearted Priest Kim tried his best to explain again. But after hearing him out, the bishop just got even more ticked off and yelled, What? Absorbing gold? You absolute heretic! How dare you commit such a crime and think you'd get away with it? It's not heresy. Our God gave it the green light. Zip it, you heretic! I'll purge you myself and offer you up to the heavens. Go repent in the eternal fire. As he spoke, the old bishop fired a fireball from his staff right at Priest Kim. Too bad for him. Jun Xu was standing right there, so the attack was blocked by a shield. He whipped up. Whoa, attacking with no warning like that? A bit unsportsmanlike, don't you think? That's just blasphemous. The old bishop looked shocked. You blocked my magic? Jun Xu shot back. You sure you want to throw down with an apostle candidate? Don't be ridiculous. You think some heretic could ever become an apostle? Priest Kim, totally spooked by the bishop's angry face, quickly grabbed Jun Xu's arm. Mr. Superman, I'm not so sure why you're calling me a candidate. Don't you worry about a thing. Here, eat this and get praying. With that, Jun Xu handed a small, round, yellow thingy to Priest Kim. On the other side of the room, the old bishop was losing his patience and started threatening Jun Xu. Get out of the way if you don't want to get torched like that other guy. What if I could prove Priest Kim is an apostle? What would you say then, eh? Jun Xu smirked, totally looking forward to the drama about to unfold. What? Before the old bishop could figure out what was happening, a brilliant aura exploded around Priest Kim's body, who was kneeling on the ground praying. That's the aura of an apostle, the old bishop blurted out. Jun Xu saw the horrified look on his face and felt a smug sense of satisfaction. Asterisk, take a good long look, ya hoser. Surprised. Are ya? This is exactly why I didn't turn Priest Kim into an apostle yesterday. That useless old coot. And that's not all. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's also a main quest level baddie, just radiating pure evil vibes. I should probably just take him out right here. The condition for Priest Kim to awaken his apostle trait is after chugging some golden gizmo from another cult while the bishop was calling him a heretic, turning Priest Kim into my #1 fan was going to be a piece of cake, eh? The second Priest Kim finished his little power-up, I whipped out my sword and was all like, all right, time to school these blasphemers. And with that, I tilted my head back at Priest Kim and asked, Hey Padre, can I get a quick word with your big guy upstairs? Yeah, just wondering what he thinks is the proper way to deal with these hosers who attack their own buddies out of pure jealousy. And buddy, this ain't his first rodeo. He's got a whole laundry list of sketchy deeds. The old bishop just about jumped out of his skin when he heard that. How in the world did you know about that? Meanwhile, Priest Kim, fresh off his divine chat, chimed in. He says, it's time to clean house. Well, it's a message from on high, so I kind of have to follow through, eh? And just like that, faster than a slapshot, I was on the old bishop and, well, let's just say his tenure was officially over. Nip that problem in the bud before it could get any worse, I thought to myself, pretty pleased. Of course, Priest Kim, with his heart of gold, was looking all torn up about it, but he was still one of our bishops. I just waved it off like, don't waste your sympathy, bud. He had it coming. So, what's the next play from the big guy? Oh, he says to head to the Levan region. It's where the first church council got together and gave him a bunch of gold. See? Told you gold was the way to go. Head over there and get your name out, I said with a laugh, thinking to myself, and once you're a big shot, don't forget who helped you out today, buddy. And I didn't have to wait long. Priest Kim, super grateful for my help, hooked me up with some sweet gear from his stash. And wouldn't you know it, 2 of the items were exactly what I was after. Finally, my very first holy sword. Things worth a cool 1 billion. And what else? A holy statue that radiates a seriously powerful aura all around it. This sanctuary skill basically turns a chunk of land into my own personal safe zone whenever I want. If any bad guys try to crash the party, it blasts them with a get out of here force field. In other words, no more worrying about getting jumped while I'm grinding. Time to mess around with my new toys. Cut to me, looking like a total prune in the bathtub, shivering and muttering, okay, maybe I went a little too hard on the training. Even the health potions are barely doing anything now. But hey, even so, I had tons of time to grind out my holy light technique and the mountain shattering sword form. I can totally feel myself getting way stronger. All right, time to see what all this hard work was for. With that thought, I grabbed my phone and gave Choisei a call to see if he had any gigs for me. We've got a couple of situations on our hands right now, Choisei said with a sigh. You remember that first landfill site? Of course, how could I forget that place? I shot back, thinking, that's where I first learned just how nasty those soul attribute monsters can be. The whole cleanup crew they sent in got totally wiped out. That means there are at least 6 mutants kicking around in there. Seriously? Shouldn't you guys be calling the Hunters Association or something? Yeah, well, the government suits told us to keep it on the down low. They don't want to cause a panic, right? Because a few bigwigs would definitely get the boot if this story leaked. So what's the payout for taking out the trash? It's a bit cheap, to be honest. 100 million for a grade 1 and 300 million for a grade 3. But they're also throwing in a holy relic rifle with a special effect. My ears perked up right away at that. A rifle, eh? What's the special effect? That's the mystery, buddy. It was used by the matriarch of the order. An image of that so-called holy woman popped into my head, and I couldn't help but get stoked. An offer I can't refuse. Haha. The rifle used by the matriarch of the order puts a black flame curse on anyone it hits. We're talking a seriously valuable piece of kit. So yeah, I took the job on the spot, no questions asked. When I got to the mission site, the stench hit me like a ton of bricks. It was absolutely rank. Seriously, a few days without a cleanup crew and it gets this foul? Something's definitely off here. I can barely see a thing in front of me. With visibility this low, I'd better be ready for a jump scare. And right on cue, I started hearing monster noises from all over the place, making it impossible to tell where they were coming from. I pointed my gun one way, but then I felt something creeping up behind me. I spun around and just unloaded on the monster charging at me. It screeched and veered off, flying up into the sky. That's got to be the alpha. I kept shooting at the thing, only to realize its wings were basically bulletproof. Great. Then, out of nowhere, it just dive-bombed straight at me. Good thing he dodged in time, or he would have totally bought the farm. The enemy is bulletproof, can fly, and is wicked fast to boot. This is going to be a bad scene if I let this drag on. In a situation like this, I got to end it with one clean shot. With that thought, Jun Xu raised his gun, and just before the monster got too close for comfort, he fired a single round right between the eyes, sending it straight to the great beyond and snagging himself a new attribute in the process. Knew I'd win. Not to mention I just unlocked a high-level targeting skill. But Jun Xu's victory lap didn't last long. Soon enough, he heard the roar of more monsters. Oh, great. The mutants are heading this way because of all the noise. There's no way I can take on a whole horde like this. When the going gets tough, the tough get creative, and Jun Xu suddenly had a plan. First, he used his stealth attribute to hide in a corner, and then he waited. Sure enough, after a moment, a whole pack of monsters showed up, swarming around the body of the one he'd just taken down. This was his chance. Jun Xu immediately chucked a grenade, then started unloading on them. Heh, I should really use battlefield tactics more often. Jun Xu smirked at the monster corpses littering the ground and dropped his stealth. Turns out, he got way too cocky. Because it was only then that he realized he was completely surrounded by another group of monsters. What the? These things didn't make a single sound when they closed in, so I had no clue they were even here. But they weren't mutants. They were ghosts, summoned by some dark mage. And there's a whole whack of them. Just as Jun Xu was trying to cook up a new plan, one of the monsters suddenly spoke. Mr. Superman, we need to have a word. How in the world are these things talking? Jun Xu stared at the ghouls, completely baffled, until he noticed the little speakers attached to their heads. The person who wants to chat must be the clown who summoned these zombies, Jun Xu figured. Just then, the speaker on the zombie's head crackled to life again. I want to ask you something. Why are you trespassing on our territory? Your territory? Jun Xu asked, confused. Calling a contaminated facility their territory? Only a few seconds later, the answer hit him. Oh, I get it. The Protection Association. On the outside, they're a charity that cleans up contaminated magic energy. But in reality, they're one of the most notorious villain organizations in Un. Cleaning up magically polluted areas is just a cover story for their real business, doing whatever dirty work it takes to expand their power. This whole incident is probably their doing. They create situations where the government has no choice but to ask for their help, all because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to get rid of any officials who give them a hard time. Just then, the voice on the other end spoke again. If there's no reason to continue this fight, let me make a suggestion. You're a talented individual, so why not join the Protection Association? Jun Xu let out a sarcastic laugh. Join the organization that's causing mutant attacks at the city dump? Is that a joke? I am being serious. With your skills, you could be in the association's top tier. Yeah, hard pass. Jun Xu flat out refused, throwing up a complimentary middle finger. The name of your club already tells me it's not for me. Sounds totally lame. Ha! It seems you don't understand your position. If you don't want to join, you can always join our ranks after you've become an undead warrior. The moment the mage finished his sentence, the zombies all charged at Jun Xu at once. Jun Xu fired back with his guns, mowing the monsters down left and right. But just as quickly, the scattered body parts of the monsters started crawling back together, reforming to their original state. Realizing firearms were useless against these guys, Jun Xu decided to switch to his sword because his holy light attribute would be super effective against these dark-type monsters. Wait, a sword? You're not a marksman? The monster didn't even get to finish relaying the message before Jun Xu sliced it into oblivion. Pipe down, buddy. I'll find you and send you packing soon enough. And after that, thanks to his superior attributes, the fight became a whole lot easier for Jun Xu. The only problem was the sheer number of monsters. To avoid getting gassed, Jun Xu decided to switch up his strategy. On top of his specialized endurance-boosting stats like strength, vitality, speed, protection, endurance, and perseverance, Jun Xu also had special attributes from his artifacts. Recovery from his necklace, steel gauntlet from his gauntlets, and holy sword from his blade, boosting his total number of active attributes from 6 to 9. After equipping everything, Jun Xu took a test swing. It was definitely effective to a degree, but it still wasn't going to be enough to deal with this massive, never-ending horde. So, it wasn't long before Junu was starting to feel totally gassed. Just when he was about to faceplant, he unlocked a new trait, Swift Dash, and just started yeeting himself forward. It deals damage to anything in a straight line, eh? Thanks to this new trick, Junu was zipping around like he was on a Timmy's run, taking out any monster that got in his way. But hold on, because he wasn't done yet. Junu started messing around, comboing his traits, and unlocked a new jump skill. So with Swift Dash and Jump in his back pocket, busting out of a surround was going to be a piece of cake. And as for these little goons, he could wipe them out in a blink. A few moments later, Junu had totally cleaned house, then a voice crackles over a loudspeaker. Well, that's a surprise. Didn't peg you for a night. That just makes me want you more, buddy. Junu whipped his head around to the source of the sound, ready for a scrap. Oh yeah? Feeling tough, are ya? Come on out and say that to my face. What kind of hoser mage tries to go toe-to-toe with a warrior anyways? Here's a little present for you. The mage let out a chuckle and sent Junu an absolutely massive present. Meet the level 2 zombie shield, Karen's personal undead minion. Oh, for crying out loud, I haven't even healed up yet, Junu muttered. Not one to wait around. The monster brought its club crashing down right where he was standing. Junu quickly jumped out of the way, but while he was distracted, a surprise arrow came whizzing in and skewered him right through the back. Ha ha ha, not bad, eh? Your moves are pretty decent. You'll make a handy new recruit for my army of the dead. The summoner gloated over the speaker. You know, this reminds me of a golden rule in gaming. When you're up against a summoner, you don't waste your time on the summoned goons. You gotta find the guy pulling the strings. With that in mind, Junu faked a charge at the monster, but then ducked right between its legs and made a break for it. He quickly scanned the area and spotted a figure standing up on the second floor. Junu immediately hit Swift Dash to dodge the monster, nipping at his heels, and at the same time, close the gap on the summoner. This little pest is just good at being a nuisance, Junu grumbled. Taking a closer look at the summoner, Junu realized it was Karen, and rank summoner. He's one of the leaders of the Protection Guild and the final boss of this whole level. So, you've got a few brain cells to rub together, eh? Karen was a little surprised to be spotted, but he recovered quick. Sorry, but things aren't going your way, buddy. You're never going to lay a finger on me. Karen threw his hands up to the sky, and suddenly a ton of tentacle-like mana hands shot out to lock Jun Xu down, leaving him wide open for a bunch of arrows to turn him into a human pincushion. It made him scream out in pain. Oh, I just love the sound of screaming. You should really learn your place, pal, Karen said, clearly getting a kick out of it. A glowing red orb started forming in his hands. That was Karen's ultimate. Dark flame, Jun Xu thought to himself, desperately trying to break free from the hold. Seeing Jun Xu squirming, Karen's grin got even wider as he taunted. Is that really all you've got? That's kinda adorable for a final showdown, don't you think? You'd be wrong about that, bud. I haven't even gotten serious yet. See, if I equip the right traits for a skill I use against summoners like you, well, let's just say things are about to get real interesting, you know? While he was talking, Jun Xu was already rearranging his trait board, slotting in the Void Sword Break skill. Enough chit-chat, just die already. Karen roared in anger and launched the fireball right at Jun Xu, completely clueless that his time was just about up, when the trinity of sword, magic, and physical power are all in perfect harmony. A special skill pops up when the user is in mortal danger. The Ultimate Sword Aura, a move that can slice through anything, seen or unseen. And just like that, one swing of Jun Xu's sword sliced that fireball clean in two. While Karen was still picking his jaw up off the floor, Jun Xu unlocked another new trait. Thunderstorm, the most powerful sword style. It's a technique only masters who've reached the peak of sword fighting can even comprehend. After the finishing blow that took care of Karen, Jun Xu was so wiped he just collapsed on the ground. He was totally drained, but you couldn't miss the huge grin on his face as he whispered, "That was a close one. Holy." Still, he'd just beaten a level 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss, Karen. In the game, if you want to take that guy on at level 2, you need a fully stacked party. Heck, even at level 3, you can't solo him with just regular traits and gear. The only reason I pulled that off is because I've sunk more than 10,000 hours into this game. After catching his breath for a sec, Jun Xu got to his feet laughing. All right, time to go scoop up all that sweet, sweet loot. About an hour later, Jun Xu showed up at Joyle's office. Inside, besides him and Choi, there were 3 staff members from the Quest Commission who were sent over to give him his reward. Right now, Choi was totally sucking up, fanning Jun Xu like he was royalty. So you actually cleared out that whole mutant-infested place. Eh? You're a total legend, eh? Jun Xu gloated, leaning back in his chair with his feet kicked up on the table, chuckling. It was nothing. But then he remembered the 3 other folks in the room and quickly snapped his feet back down. He clutched one arm and yelped, "Ow, that's my boo-boo spot, eh? A little care, please." Cho, playing along with mock concern, said, "Oh my gosh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to rough up your delicate temple of a body." The 3 mission reps couldn't take another second of their cheesy B-movie acting. One of them, a blonde fella, finally spoke up. "Thanks for the solid work, Mr. Superhero. I still can't believe you took out all those mutants, eh?" Getting down to brass tacks, Jun Xu and Cho straightened up, trying to look professional. Just doing my job. By the way, when I got to the junkyard, things went a little off script from the original request. You guys recognize any of this stuff? Jun Xu said, pulling out a few electronic gadgets he'd snagged off the previously living folks in the junkyard. The moment he saw the gadgets, the blonde guy's eyes went wide. He looked shocked and blurted out, "These are mana chips. They're used to make phantoms." "That's the tech Ken from the Protection Association uses," Jun Xu said gravely. "Exactly. This whole thing wasn't some random accident. It was a setup." The blonde man, absolutely fuming, slammed his fist on the table. He snarled, "The Protection Association. Those hosers." Jun Xu, noticing his reaction, chimed in. "So, I take it you're not exactly pals with those guys, eh?" The blonde man answered through clenched teeth. "They're always gouging us with ridiculous prices, so we've had a real tough go of it in the past. We've had our beefs, for sure, but I never thought they'd stoop to this, turning innocent people into mutants." Seeing the genuine shock on the blonde guy's face, Jun Xu figured he was out of the loop, which made sense, really. After all, the Protection Association's truly nasty side only started coming to light after a player cleared the junkyard quest. Right then, the blonde man bowed his head to Jun Xu and said, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Superhero. You were put in a heck of a lot of unnecessary danger because of us." On the outside, Jun Xu played it cool. "Hey, I was just doing what needed to be done to give the bad guys the boot." But inside, he was thinking, "You betcha. This guy better be offering more than just a sorry." The blonde man slid a briefcase over to Jun Xu. "Here's the reward we promised." Jun Xu took it, popped it open, and asked with a surprised look, "Thanks, but why are there 2 things in here?" The blonde guy chuckled and explained, "That's the arcane gun and a little bonus for taking on such a risky job." Hearing that, Junu was more than happy to take it all. "Oh, sweet. Thanks a bunch." With that, Junu started checking out the bonus item. Holy water? Getting a must-have potion for free instead of having to buy it from a shrine. What a score. Just as Junu was celebrating his loot, the blonde man added, "But you'd better watch your back, Mr. Superhero. We're planning to go after the Protection Association using the evidence you brought us." But before the guy could even finish his sentence, Junu jumped in, "So they're gonna come after me." The blonde man nodded. "Yeah, that's the long and short of it. But we can't just let something this huge slide." Junu, cool as a cucumber, just said, "Don't you worry about me. I always figure out a way to get by." The chat didn't last much longer, and pretty soon, the three reps were out the door. Cho was on chauffeur duty for Junu. In the car, Cho piped up, "Mr. Superhero, maybe it'd be a good idea to lay low for a bit, to dodge the Protection Association." Junu thought about it for a second, then said, "I'm not sure that's the best play here." In his head, he was thinking, after finishing the junkyard quest, the player gets a chain quest that leads straight to a showdown with the Protection Association. It's a given, really, since the player totally messed up their plans, not to mention took out their director, Karen. The key thing is, the Protection Association quest line splits off in a bunch of different directions, and the absolute worst path is just sitting on your hands and doing nothing. If that happens, the association's president storms the player's house with a whole whackload of superheroes. On the other hand, the path of least resistance. Junu turned to Cho and asked, "Hey, director, ever heard of a place called John Yu Bong?" Cho answered, "Yeah, of course. It's that restricted zone south of Sai Lim, right? There's a big poppy farm out there, so you'll be in deep trouble if you go poking around," Junu said. "That place is owned by the Protection Association." Cho nearly jumped out of his seat. "What? The Protection Association? What in the world are they doing with a poppy farm?" Junu replied. "It's more than just poppies. They're doing body mods and some shady people moving out there. They're basically just a criminal organization with good PR." Cho was furious, spitting. "Are you serious? Those complete lunatics?" Junu calmly replied, "Yep, so the plan is to hit up John Yu Bong first." Hearing that, Cho's hands started trembling, and he almost introduced the car to the sidewalk. Luckily, he managed to yank the wheel back, getting the car driving straight again. Junu, cool as a cucumber, just shoves his phone in Cho's face, saying, "Gonna need a few things, so here's my little shopping list." Cho risked a glance over, and his eyebrows shot up. "Claymores and more mines? What in the world? You planning on starting World War III, bud? Besides, this kind of gear is going to cost a fortune." Junu just chuckled. Money's only an issue for rookies. Then he casually handed Cho a long case. "Here's some loot I picked up while taking out the trash. Literally, at the dump." Cho quickly grabbed it, muttering, "All right, this should cover the tab, but there's no way you can take on the whole association by yourself. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the directors are all level 3s. Junu just grinned. "Who said anything about going solo?" Cho looked at him, completely baffled. "Sorry?" Junu gave him a mysterious smirk. "For now, just chill out, eh? Focus on getting everything on that list rounded up." 2 nights later, at a spot just outside the John Yu Bong shelter, a couple of goons were standing guard with some serious-looking hardware. Out of nowhere, an invisible hand delivered a wicked karate chop to the back of one guard's neck, and he just managed a little squeak before face-planting on the ground. The other guard freaked out, pointing his piece into the dark and yelling, "Who's out there?" The next thing he knew, his stomach felt a sharp, nasty pain before his lights went out and he hit the dirt. A second later, Junu materialized, a silenced pistol in hand, and let out a little chuckle. "Oh man, I love a good B and E. No matter how many times I do it, it never gets old." All right, outer perimeter security is down. Time to see what's cooking in the basement. And with that, Junu whipped out his phone to call Kim Tiet Kwayan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kim Tiet Kwayan was busy knocking a guy out cold with one hand while casually answering his phone with the other. "Yeah, Soldier Kim here? What's up? Thanks for paving the way, kid. We've taken over the underground section, no sweat." Then his eyes fell on the people being held captive. But geez, these guys are real pieces of work, forcing body mods and then selling people off like cattle. They've seriously crossed the line. Junu's voice was firm. "Totally. They need to be scrubbed from existence." "Did you check it out yet?" Kim Tiet Kian replied, "Yeah, this place is a full-blown, legit mod shop." Junu said, "Once you're finished up, it's all yours. It'll help you juice up your own crew." Kim Tiet Kwayan sounded intrigued. "Sounds pretty good. But are you sure you can actually tango with the Protection Association? It's going to be a real gong show for us if we get caught up in the fallout." Junu just laughed. 100% sure. Have you ever known me to do something without a solid plan? After he ended the call, Junu muttered to himself, the Jeon Yubong shelter is their main cash cow, and the security is a total joke. Then he pulled out a lighter, flicked it on, and let out a wicked laugh, which makes it the perfect place to light the fuse on the association's downfall. The next morning, high up in a downtown skyscraper, some suit from the Protection Association burst into an office totally out of breath, yelling, Mr. Chairman, it's an emergency! The Jeon Ubong shelter, it's been hit! In the room, the chairman of the Protection Association, Park Dijop, was staring out his panoramic window at the city below. He turned with a scowl, giving the messenger a death glare. Explain yourself. The guy replied, well, it's the same guy who went after Director Karen. He's taken over the John Yu Bong shelter now, too. The messenger barely got the words out before his jaw hit the floor, watching Desjo absolutely lose it, smashing his fist right through a chunk of his solid marble desk. His eyes were practically glowing as he roared, how dare he come at us so openly? The terrified messenger fumbled with a phone, holding it out with a shaky hand. He also sent this. Desjo snatched the phone and looked at the screen. What he saw was a selfie of Junu striking a pose with a massive inferno raging in the background. Desjo instantly crushed the phone in his hand and screamed, that little punk torched our entire cash crop. Soldier Kim, eh? I'm gonna find him and snap him like a twig. The very next morning, a massive force, armed to the teeth and split into multiple squads, began moving out from every direction, all converging on the John Yu Bong shelter. This was the Protection Association's welcoming committee sent to get rid of Junu and take back their property. One of the squads stopped a few hundred meters out to get a look. The bald guy in charge saw black smoke still billowing from the shelter and angrily ground his teeth. He actually torched the whole garden. The goon with the dyed hair behind him added, that Soldier Kim dude, he's got to be completely off his rocker. The bald leader turned back to his crew and yelled, all we got to do is grab that nut bar. Let's get a move on. All right, boys. Let's breach and clear. Time to show the chairman what the External Affairs Department is all about, eh? The crew roared back in unison, you got it, as they surged forward. The bald fella glanced back at the guy with the funky hair color, giving him a heads up. He's probably got us scoped out from inside the building. Stay frosty. The colorful-haired dude replied, roger that. We'll turn him into a fine red mist the second we spot him. No sooner had those words left his mouth, he spotted a gun barrel poking out from a cracked open window. He quickly pointed at it, yelling, hang on, there's a piece in that window. The bald guy reacted faster than a puck on ice, snapping his rifle up and popping off a shot that made the window completely disintegrate. The firearm clattered to the ground outside. The bald leader said smugly, my gut feeling was bang on. The dude with the dyed hair buttered him up. That was deadly, Captain. Pure deadly. But right at that moment, the ground started shaking, making the whole crew a bit wobbly on their feet. They cried out in confusion, what the heck was that? The bald guy also looked back, puzzled, and saw a massive explosion erupt from the crowd behind them, causing a heck of a lot of casualties in a split second. The bald guy screamed in terror, holy smokes, that's a claymore mine! The colorful-haired guy was even more terrified, shaking like a leaf. What's the plan, Captain? Before the bald guy could even answer, someone else yelled out, Captain, rocket launcher. Hearing that, the bald guy's instincts kicked in and he looked up, only to see a rocket making a beeline straight for his noggin. The bald guy's eyes went wide as dinner plates as he mumbled, oh, for crying out loud. Then, with a sky-shattering K.A. boom, a plume of smoke and dust shot high into the air. Meanwhile, in the control room, Junu, with dark circles under his eyes, watched the scene unfold on his monitor and let out a huge laugh. Pulling an all-nighter to set up all these party favors was totally worth it. He then glanced at the stealth unit stats on his character sheet, grinning with satisfaction. Thanks to my own special trait, there's no way they could have detected him beforehand. I'm not crazy enough to take on 100 of you hosers face to face. I'm just going to sit down here in this cozy underground control room and take you all out. With that, Junu placed his hands on two big red buttons on the console, activating bombs in other locations. In an instant, the sound of explosions echoed all around the shelter, wiping out every living thing within the blast radius. Well, all except for one squad. They were standing there perfectly fine, not a scratch on them. They stood calmly inside a protective bubble, and their leader was none other than Dzop. Once the fireworks stopped, Dzop, with a thoughtful look on his face, spoke up. There's more to him than meets the eye. Looks like he was thoroughly prepared. That's what you get from someone who dares to poke us directly. At that moment, a member of the squad stepped forward and said, leave it to me. I've completed my tactical analysis of him. This man was Bach, a level 3 superhuman rank G, and the vice president of the Protection Association. Dezop seemed to have a lot of faith in Bach because not only did he not stop him, he actually smiled and said, "Bring him back alive. I need to make his end as memorable as possible." And so, Cybok led a group of people forward. One of them tossed a grenade a short distance ahead, and after the explosion, the guy reported back, "It's safe here." Cybok commanded, "Good, keep chucking grenades to check for traps and approach slowly." The guy who threw the grenade yelled back, "You got it." Suddenly, Cybok noticed a rocket flying towards his head. He didn't even bother to dodge, instead using the weapon in his hand to bat the rocket off course, sending it to explode in another direction. After that, Cybok turned to look at a guy behind him holding a sniper rifle and asked, "Did you get a lock on that?" The sniper replied, "Yup." It was fired from the right side of the rooftop. Without another word, the sniper took aim and fired a single bullet, successfully destroying the rocket launcher Junu had placed on the rooftop. Cybok smirked and said, "Perfect. We're right at the shelter's doorstep. Let's show him the kind of hell he's probably already experiencing." Very quickly, Cybok's crew successfully made their way inside the shelter. Junu had seen the entire process through his surveillance monitors. Tsk, that Cybok is something else. They really are a bunch of savages, eh? As he was musing, a warning light on his console started flashing. He immediately stood up and said with a grin, "They got here quicker than I thought." This rookie Starkiller mission really lives up to its name. A few seconds later, the doorknob on the outside was shot to pieces. "Why are you hiding underground like a little gopher? Come on, come out and play with us." Amidst the laughter, two women holding guns stepped into the room. These two were Ebony and VIP, level 3 superhumans, rank L, and directors of the Protection Association. When they saw that the room was empty, VIP and Ebony said, "Huh? Wait a minute. Did he know we were coming?" What they didn't realize was that Junu had used his stealth unit and play dead traits to go invisible and was standing right beside them. Of course, he knew the Protection Association's plan was to cause a big distraction out front, pretending like they were going to engage in a war of attrition. Just as the head honcho assassins were making their move from behind, "I already had your whole game plan memorized. Sorry." "Eat this," he chuckled, pulling the pin on a flashbang and dropping it on the floor. The pop made Ebony and VIP whip their heads around, only to get a face full of blinding light that left them temporarily seeing stars. Junsu seized the moment to bolt, laughing as he said, "Sorry, no time to play with you guys. See ya." Ebony and VIP knew they'd been had, but right now they were still completely blind, just screaming in fury, "You little punk! When we get our hands on you, we'll tear you to shreds." Junsu couldn't care less. He was already hustling up the stairs. He thought to himself, "Those killers are going to catch up fast. I've got to book it." But just as Junsu hit the top of the stairs, two bullets whizzed right past him. Lucky they missed. The two rounds just punched a couple of holes in the wall. "Geez, they're here already? Guess I better put up some defenses," he muttered. Junsu quickly equipped his mana shield and protection traits. Then he turned around and conjured a massive shield big enough to completely block the hallway and stop Ebony and VIP from chasing him any further. Ebony and VIP both fired at the huge shield, but their shots couldn't get through. Seeing this, Junsu stuck out his tongue to mock them. "Shoot all you want. I can block it all day." Viper wasn't angry at all. She just smiled again and raised her gun. "Our bullets. You really think so, bud?" With that said, Viper pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet shattered the shield and hit a fleeing Junsu, making him fall to the ground in pain. Viper just smirked. "How'd that taste?" "It's a special little magic-infused explosive round." Junsu struggled to get up, cursing under his breath for crying out loud. Ebony spoke up. "Time for a little dessert." She fired a green arrow that lodged itself in Junsu's hip. Ebony added, "And that's nothing compared to the pain I'm about to make you feel." Junsu fought to get back on his feet. He flipped them the bird and shot back. "Whatever. You're just a couple of bad guys in tacky spandex." Hearing that, Viper flew into a rage. "What did you say, you little hoser?" "This will fix your attitude," she yelled, rushing forward and kicking Junsu in the face, sending him flying backwards into a giant grandfather clock before he slumped to the floor. As he tried to get up, a wave of intense pain hit Junsu, forcing him back down. "Hurts, doesn't it? It's a powerful poison that messes with your arteries. Pretty hard to just walk it off, eh?" Ebony and Viper slowly walked over to where Junsu lay. Viper grabbed him by the collar and said with a smile, "Let's take him to see the chairman." It was at that exact moment that Junsu broke into a grin. He grabbed her wrist and said, "Welcome. You've reached your destination." He let out a silent sigh of relief. Asterisk. "Man, this whole acting gig is way harder than I thought." Asterisk. Ebony and Viper were startled by Junsu's sudden change of behavior, exclaiming, "What the?" Junsu just smiled and asked, "Hear that little ticking sound? Doesn't it ring a bell?" Ebony and Viper just got more frustrated. "What in the world are you talking about?" Junsu's smile turned sinister as he said, "Sounds an awful lot like a giant time bomb, eh?" Then, before they could even react, he added the quick dash trait to his stat sheet. "All right now, have fun rotting in here." With that, Junsu was gone like a gust of wind. Whoosh, he was already dozens of meters away. Asterisk. Both Ebony and Viper are about as strong as Karen. I wasn't confident I could win in a straight-up fight, so I dropped all my other traits to play the part. Asterisk. Asterisk. And lure them to the clock while their guard was down, because inside that clock I planted a whole whack of white phosphorus firepower that cost me over $1 billion. Asterisk. With that thought, Junsu glanced back at Ebony and Viper, pressed the button on his remote, and chirped, "Nighty-night, sweethearts." It was only at that moment that Ebony and Viper understood they'd walked right into another one of Junsu's traps, but it was far too late. They could only manage a few useless curses before a massive explosion consumed them. Looks like I managed to take out that batch of enemies, but more are on their way, so I need to recover my health, and fast. Especially since, I don't know, when that robot guy will show up. Junsu hadn't even finished his sentence when Cyborg and his goons appeared. Seeing the bloodstains next to his comrades' weapons, Cyborg ground his teeth in fury and said, "You defeated Ebony and Viper." Junsu wasn't the least bit scared. He even winked and replied with a smile, "And in a minute, you're gonna be just like them." Hey, don't expect an easy death. I will torture you until you beg to die. A little dramatic, don't you think? You should try being a bit more humane next time. But hey, talk is cheap. I'm going to end you right here. Cyborg raised his hand, and his goons immediately aimed their guns at Junsu. Asterisk. But you know, I'm actually glad you guys could make it. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is beyond what I imagined. When you guys reinforced your bodies with all that machinery, you did exactly what I wanted. So, thanks for that. You silly goons are just here to boost my experience points. Asterisk. Without another word, Junu hits the button, detonating a 1,000,000,001 demolition charge he'd stashed in the ceiling, then follows it up with a shotgun blast for good measure. When the dust settles, every single enemy is totally deleted, except for Zebok. Junu looks shocked, saying, "Holy smokes, buddy, how much did you spend on that body of yours?" Even that mine was useless. "All right, no more games. I'm going to tear you limb from limb right here." Zebok zips over to Junu in a flash, and his weaponized hand smacks the shotgun right out of Junu's grip. Then he swings again to attack. Luckily, Junu whips his sword out just in time to block, otherwise he'd be going home short one leg. And just like that, Zebok keeps coming at him relentlessly. All Junu can do is play defense. Darn it, he thinks. This guy's way too strong. I gotta be faster than him to get an edge. Junu suddenly ducks to the side and takes a swipe at Zebok's ribs. But the hit not only does 0 damage, it actually gives Zebok the chance to grab the sword and pull him in closer. Closing the distance between them, he then activates some system in his legs and sends Junu flying with a massive kick. This is bad. His body is reinforced with mana. Blades are totally useless. Before Junu can even catch his breath, Zebok is on him in an instant, kicking him straight in the gut before planting a boot on his chest. He stands over him, looking down at the battered kid and taunts, "What were you expecting from that flimsy body of yours, eh? I'll take your arm off first, just to teach you what pain really is." Zebok raises his hand, ready to get to work, when he notices Junu is now holding another gun. Where in the world did that revolver come from? "Looking at that disgusting body of yours gave me an idea," Junu says with a grin. "You haven't clued in that regular bullets are useless, have ya? But this isn't a regular bullet. It's black flame. The moment it makes contact, Zebok's entire body erupts in flames, and the agony makes him squeal like a pig who just sat on a Lego. Your cyborg body runs on mana, and black flame just eats mana for breakfast. In other words, once that stuff's on you, there's no putting it out. That's why I said, pimping your body out with machine parts still leaves you with a weak spot." Junu gets to his feet, sword in hand, and with one final swing, it's game over for Zebok. And that's a wrap. Junu grabs his gun, scrambles up to the roof, and starts picking off the Protection Association's flunkies. "Without your big bosses, you're all toast." Ah, the sound of screaming is just music to my ears. Just as Junu is feeling pretty smug, an ear-splitting sound rips through the air. My eardrums. Is that a battle cry? So, he's finally decided to join the party, eh? At the same time, down in the courtyard, a tall, dark, and frankly stinky figure appears. One look at those tiger red eyes, and Junu knows it's Park Daeho, a level 4 superhuman and the president of the Protection Association. You just wait right there, you little punk. With that, Daejo crouches and just launches himself, flying straight from the ground to the 5th floor rooftop where Junu is standing. I have never been so humiliated in my entire life. It will be an absolute pleasure to punish you for messing with the Protection Association. Daejo channels mana into his arm and rushes at Junu so fast that the kid can't even draw his sword before taking the full force of that love tap. If I hadn't switched my trait to defense, I'd be a greasy stain on the roof right now, but I can't beat him just by blocking. Thinking this, Junu zaps Daejo with a lightning bolt, but the guy just casually leans aside and dodges it. Then he lets out a little smirk and says, "You've got some interesting little skills there. But how about this?" Junu pulls out his gun and fires a black flame shot at Daejo, but it gets completely stopped by a protective shield. Daejo immediately retakes control, unleashing a flurry of punches that just pummels Junu. He's way too strong. Yeah, this was impossible from the start. Daeho is a natural-born SR-rank character, while I'm just a starter pack hero, and he completely outlevels me. The gap is absolutely insane. The only way for a level 2 superhuman to beat a B-rank superhuman is for Junu to activate his mutant body and mutant muscle traits to form the mutant warrior Kim state. In other words, he has to turn himself into a complete monster. And knowing that he could lose his mind at any moment in this form, Junu came prepared. The Madman's Goggles grants the wearer the Berserker trait for a limited time. This thing has the exact buff I need right about now. Junu crushes the goggles in his hand, and instantly a notification window appears. Trait acquired, Berserk. All mental distractions cleared, focusing only on the battle, unleashing power beyond his limits. With the prep phase over, Junu kicks off the main event by rushing in to give Daeho a love tap of his own. Daeho throws both arms up to block, successfully stopping Junu's powerful strike. I don't know what you just used, but one thing's for sure. Well, now things are starting to get interesting. Eh? Let me have a go, buddy. Daejo said, looking totally stoked, then powered up his own buff and went all out one-on-one with Junu. The two of them just went at it, trading punches back and forth, which actually ended up giving Junu 2 brand new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor. The absolute thrill of the fight started to take over his mind. I could do this all day, Junu declared. Heh, alright, I'll give it to you, pal. It's been a while since I've had a scrap like this, but I've got you all figured out now. This one's my win. Daeho's eyes flashed red as he announced it with total confidence. Quit your yapping, Junu yelled, throwing a furious punch at Daejo, only to hit nothing but air. He just kept swinging at Daejo, over and over. But Daejo could read his every move, dodging him with ease. All this punching and kicking is useless. You've got 0 fundamentals. As he said it, Daeho landed a solid shot to Junu's gut, making him cough up a whole lot of blood. You hoser! Junu raged, swinging his fist. Watching you fight is like watching some rookie throw a clumsy haymaker. Daejo ducked under the punch to dodge it, then nailed Junu with a perfect uppercut that sent him flying back a good 10 meters. This is not good. He's got the upper hand. Plus, the Berserker rage effect is wearing off. No choice but to put everything into this next attack. I gotta give up on close quarters combat. Having made up his mind, Junu secretly swapped his iron armor trait for the mana core trait. Noticing a shift in the aura surrounding Junu, a wary Daeho asked, "What kind of shenanigans are you planning now, eh?" "I'm ending this right here." With that, he charged at Junu, getting ready to launch an attack. I'll admit, you're better than me at hand-to-hand, but you see, I'm not a brawler, I'm a swordsman. Junu's left hand grabbed Daeho's right and held on tight, while his own right hand transformed into a blade and went right through Daejo's stomach, turning him into a human donut. That was a good fight. "You, monster," Daejo whispered, before collapsing to the ground. Abnormal status detected, sensing changes in the body. Following the notification, a golden light washed over Junu. His body returned to its human form, and at the same time, he leveled up to a superhuman gold rank warrior. Oh, thank goodness, eh? A level up right in the nick of time. What a lucky day. Junu mumbled before finally losing consciousness and falling into a coma. When he woke up, he found himself soaking in a mana bath. Am I home? Just as a confused Junu was getting his bearings, Choi Seo appeared. "Mr. Superhuman, are you okay?" Choi rushed over and hugged Junu, sobbing his eyes out. "What happened, Director Choi? I seriously thought you'd bought the farm back there. You were just lying on the ground with those Guardian Guild goons," Choi replied, sniffling. Choi acting like such a kid made Junu chuckle. "Ah, So you're the one who brought me home. I get it now. I noticed you were still breathing, so I put you in the mana spring. You were out cold for a whole week. Oh, now that you mention it, I do feel a lot better. You were absolutely incredible taking down that whole heretic guild by yourself. We've been getting a ton of calls from the main office about it. Choi said excitedly, I know, right? I'm pretty special. You're not just special, you're friggin' awesome, Choi said, giving him a double thumbs up in admiration, which made Junu grin from ear to ear. I collected all the loot from the battle. Take a look and let me know if you need anything else. First, I gotta finish recovering. And since I'm a level 3 now, there's a place I need to go. 1 week later, Junu returned to the superhuman building for a mana measurement. Warrior Kim, age 22, male, warrior class, level 3, 6-layer circuit. I'm about to get my official certification and all sorts of wicked perks. Junu thought to himself happily when he heard applause from behind him. That's amazing. You're Mr. Superhuman, right? Big praised him. I've never seen anyone grow that fast. You're probably going to start your own country in the future, aren't you? Junu just scratched his head and laughed. Nah, I don't think I'll go that far. Could I get my certification now, please? Oh, right, of course. Please, follow me, Beck said with a bright smile. A little while later, Beck handed the official certificate to Junu, unable to stop herself from sighing. I'm honestly so jealous of you. Junu was a bit surprised to hear that. Me? Why? For lots of reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Beck replied sadly. Seeing her expression now reminded him of her game avatar, which felt a little strange. But an idea quickly popped into his head. Do you want to become a superhuman? Junu asked her. Of course. Who wouldn't? So, how about you become my student, eh? Beck was completely taken aback by the offer. Look, if you're up for it, I guarantee I can turn you into a full-blown superhero. You can trust me on this. I can totally see your potential. Baek So-yi, completely clueless about the absolute beast she was destined to become, was so touched she immediately jumped on Junu's offer. A seriously smart move. You don't have to pay a single loonie for tuition. Once you're a certified superhero, you can pay me back then. Bak. So, looking a bit worried, said, well, that sounds pretty good, but I gotta tell you, I completely flunked the awakening process, even after taking the special class. It's not exactly a walk in the park, even for a guy like you. Don't you worry about a thing. Just trust me. Of course, Junu wasn't sweating it one bit, because he knew her awakening story like the back of his hand. The Heavenly Slaughter Star, a trait that basically screams rebirth of a murderous aura that'll paint the whole world red. This is the #1 core trait for the Berserker, Baji. However, while it racks up a crazy amount of experience points through combat, it's got a nasty little side effect. There's a huge risk her mind could get totally shredded, turning her into a complete psycho or a battle-crazed maniac totally obsessed with fighting. Baji's got an awakening story that's just as wild as her trait. Thinking about that whole saga, Junu warned Baji she'd need to be mentally ready for a bumpy ride. Hearing that, Baji just gave a shy little smile and asked, So, is this gonna cost a lot of money? I'm only pulling in about 20 million won a year. Junu just laughed and said, Nope, you're gonna need more guts than cash for this. Bexo was about to ask another question when some girl just waltzed into the room. Pardon me, Mr. Kim, you've been invited to a meeting. Could we head up to the 5th floor area? An invite from the 5th floor, eh? Junu was a little thrown, but he decided to follow the girl anyway. The superhero tower sorts its floors by rank, so getting called up to the 5th floor meant a level 5 big shot wanted to see him. As Junu was racking his brain, trying to figure out who the heck summoned him, the elevator dinged and stopped on floor 5. And the person waiting for him was the last guy Junu ever expected to see, Siu Yun. Thanks to his awakening, Yun was now the director of #1 security and a freaking level 5 superhero. I had a hunch, but it really is you. Congrats on snagging your level 3 license. Teach, it's awesome to see you here. You too, man. Junu just laughed it off, though inside he was totally green with envy. Even with his natural talent and rich as heck family, isn't hitting level 5 a little ridiculously fast. I want you to have this. Think of it as a congrats gift. Yun said, handing a gift box over to Junu. Aw, you really shouldn't have, Junu said, trying to be polite, but his hands were already tearing into the wrapping. It was an item with a mana-focusing trait, absolutely perfect for a mana-based fighter like yours truly. Junu's eyes practically lit up, and he gave Yun a hearty slap on the shoulder. What I meant was, I can't just turn down a gift from a buddy, eh? Thanks a bunch. Hope you get some good use out of it. Yun smiled back, then got a bit hesitant. Hey, warrior sir, there's actually another reason I wanted to see you. Could I ask you for a huge favor? A favor? Whoa, why so serious all of a sudden? Would you be willing to help out some of my friends? They've got the same divine fever I had, courtesy of the Order of the Father's Will. Yeah, I've got 4 buddies who've been dealing with this nonsense since we were kids, Ewan said, straight up. 4 people with the divine fever. Hold on. Is he talking about those times characters? If that's the case, this is the perfect chance to make my life a whole lot easier. Thinking this, Junu immediately slapped on his most heroic face and agreed to help. Well, I can't just turn my back on folks who need help, but could I maybe meet them before we start the whole procedure? Ewan was all for it, of course, and set up a get-together at his place right away. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Junu knew he'd nailed the guess. These were the sidekicks, the support crew for the Holy Night, Ewan. All of them were kids from super rich, high society families who were basically being held hostage by the Order of the Father's Will, okay? Let me get this straight. You guys were all forced into some kind of baptism thing against your will, correct? Yeah, that's right. Can you actually fix it? Junu replied, look, my cure is gonna hurt. Like, a lot. However, you'll get to awaken just like my boy Ewan here if you can handle the pain. So, you think you can tough it out? The 4 of them glanced at each other, then all said at once, we'll do whatever it takes to ditch this divine fever. We're counting on you, man. And so, 1 week later, thanks to Junu's help, though it was mostly their own raw talent, let's be real, Ewan's 4 friends all managed to awaken, no problem. As a result, Junu scored a whole bunch of swanky gifts from the families of these 4 rich kids. But all that loot wasn't the real prize he had his eye on. Junu took the initiative and asked for a private meeting with the head of the Galaxy Corporation, who happened to be one of the rich kids' parents. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, for you, sir, I would do absolutely anything. With a dead serious look, Teacher Junu said, I need to get into the underground gold mine located beneath the HNAM branch of the Galaxy Store. Hearing this, the Galaxy Store representative just about fell over himself denying it. A gold mine? We definitely don't have anything like that under our shopping center. I'm talking about the one between the walls of section On and A2 on the 8th floor of the underground parking garage. Are you absolutely sure about that? Eh? The Galaxy Store rep just waved his hands frantically. I have no idea how you know about it, but even if you're asking, I can't let you in. I promise I won't say a single word about whatever I see down there. Seeing the hesitation in the representative's eyes, Junu added, just for one day, that's all I'm asking, buddy. I'll keep that little secret you're trying to hide. And so, the very next day, Junu led Baji to the gold mine. I seriously can't believe there's a hidden space behind the wall, Baji said in awe. See, I told you this is where you'd have your big awakening. You have no idea what I had to go through just to get us in here, Baji asked a little nervously. But are we really going to train in a place this, isolated? For sure. I guarantee it's going to be a blast, Junu replied with a grin. Characters with the Heavenly Killer Star attribute can't awaken the normal way. You have to toss them into an extreme situation where they have to fight for their lives. And this was a dungeon unknown to the world, the very place where Baji was destined to awaken. Hey, soldier boy, it's super dark in here, and it smells kind of funky. It's giving me the creeps. The moment Baji finished her sentence, a scream echoed out as a zombie appeared, swinging at Baji and shattering her glasses. Soldier boy, help me! Baji screamed in terror, but all she got was Junu tossing her a sword and saying, all right, training starts now. Huh? What was that? Take out the zombie by yourself, Junu replied coldly. Baji stared at Junu, her eyes wide with horror. What are you talking about? You gotta fight for your life. That's exactly what I mean. It's the only way for you to awaken. So die? What kind of crazy talk is that? Before Baji could finish, the zombie charged at her again. Get lost, you monster! Already ticked off, Baji swung the sword and sent the zombie straight to its maker. Even Junu was caught off guard. What the heck? How could a wild swing pack that much power? So die? Her talent might be way beyond what I ever imagined. Nice work. That's a pretty great start, eh? Junu applauded her, so Dee pouted and said, You're so mean. You can't just throw me into a fight with zero warning. Yeah, but you did an awesome job. Junu just chuckled, pointing at the zombie lying flat on the ground. She's one of the top 3 warrior characters in the game, all right. Even before her awakening, she still fights like a character with the Heavenly Killer Star attribute the second a battle starts, Junu thought to himself. Do I really have to fight all by myself? Yep. But don't worry, I won't let you kick the bucket, at least. Junu tried to reassure her. Huh? That doesn't sound very reassuring at all, you know? So Dee complained. And so they continued deeper into the gold mine. Baji's ridiculously good performance made Junu curious. You mentioned you took some superhero courses before. Did you learn swordsmanship there? Nope, I've never had a single lesson on sword fighting. You're the one who said I had a talent for it, right? So D replied with a smile. Junu gave a weak laugh, thinking to himself, and here I had to go through all sorts of trouble just to learn one attribute. This is just way too overpowered. The two of them kept moving, but this place is deeper than I thought. I can't even see the end. How much farther do we have to go? Junu didn't answer, just smiled to himself. The truth was, it wouldn't end until she finally awakened. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forward, attacking Sodi with a drill arm. Luckily, Sodi's reflexes were lightning fast, and she dodged the zombie's nasty attack. Back when I played the game, the drill zombie was a tough opponent. Maybe I should lend a hand. As it turned out, Junu's concern was completely unnecessary. If you're a zombie, you're supposed to be unarmed, right? How dare you use a weapon, eh? So, Dai scolded it before taking the zombie down with 2 basic swings. Whoa, a flawless victory! It felt like my body was just moving on its own. So Dai turned to tell Junu, but in that moment of carelessness, the zombie she thought was dead chomped down on her leg. So Dai finished off the zombie for good, then asked in a panic, "What am I supposed to do now?" Junu ran over to check, so Dai's wound and replied, "Well, normally, when a zombie bites you, you turn into a zombie. Please, just finish me off before I turn into a monster." So Dai wailed as dark green veins started popping up on her face and arms. Seeing this, Junu put on a grave expression, then pulled a vial out of his pocket and broke into a massive grin. "Don't you worry, I came prepared for this." After patching her up, B and Jun Xu took a breather. Baji, full of gratitude, said, "Honestly, that was a close one, eh? For a second there, I thought I was going to turn into one of those gnarly things." "It's a tough world out there," Jun Xu replied with a chuckle. "But these zombies are a bit weird, eh? Their outfits, their gear. It all feels a bit staged, like a really bad haunted house." "You're right. This Galaxy store went up way faster than it should have, considering how massive it is. You'd think it was because they had a boatload of workers, a crazy number of them. But the schedule was so brutal that a ton of people got hurt or even cashed out for good. The official death toll for the project, though, a big fat 0. The sketchy construction companies just buried them right here on site. Later on, the big cheese at the Galaxy store heard about it, but since it would have been a total PR nightmare for them, he swept this whole area, and the secret, right under the rug. Jun Xu explained, "Geez, I had no idea this place had such a messed up backstory. But how do you know all this top secret stuff?" "Well, it's because Dongden unleashed the zombies to take over Seun, and the dungeon that opened up was this exact forbidden zone of the Galaxy store. That's the real story anyway." But of course, Junsu couldn't just say that, so he fudged it a bit. "Let's just say I've got a special knack for this stuff." And B, bless her heart, just bought it without another question. Junu stared at B, thinking, this is the spot where she's supposed to awaken after that zombie went at her. I figured this would be the perfect place to trigger it, but so far, nothing. Zilch. So those poor workers are still suffering, even after they've passed on. Hearing this, Baji shot to her feet, looking totally determined. "Well, the least we can do is help them finally rest in peace, eh?" "Oh, look at you, finding your resolve." "That, and I've just got this weird gut feeling that I'm supposed to keep fighting," Soji admitted honestly. "Ha ha, it's starting," Jun Xu thought, totally stoked. He then nudged Soji to get a move on. The further they went, the darker it got. Whoa, it just got crazy cold all of a sudden. This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies for sure. Let's be careful. A bit further in, they found a warehouse. Inside, a children's fable was playing on a radio, but the narrator's voice was creepy enough to make your skin crawl. Suddenly, the radio went haywire, blasting a sound so ear-splitting that Junu and B Soji had to clamp their hands over their ears. An ice-like thingamajig came crashing down right over B's head. Luckily, Jun Xu was on the ball, grabbing B and diving to the side, yanking her out of harm's way just in time, but he took a hit in the process. The amalgamated spirit of the Galaxy Store's Forbidden Zone, a level 3 mutant. A level 3 mutant! Jun Xu clutched his injured arm and urged by, "You gotta get out of here, this thing is way out of your league." But before B Soji could even argue, hundreds of razor-sharp ice shards came flying right at them. Jun Xu swung his sword, shattering the ice shards, but then a massive freaking ice beam shot out and slammed him against the back wall, pinning him there. "Soldier boy!" B screamed, starting to run towards Junsu before he stopped her. "Soren, go! Just run! I'll try to buy you some time." "How can I just leave you here?" Baji wailed. "One of us has to make it out." "I can't do it." "Listen, B, the reason I have so much faith in your talent is because you're a Heavenly Slayer star. So trust yourself, believe in your own power, and you'll be able to awaken." As another shower of ice rained down, Jun Xu continued, "My lesson for you ends here. Trust myself? How am I supposed to do that?" And just like that, the ice shower was obliterated by some unseen force. I will trust myself, and I'll trust you, soldier boy. So don't you dare give up. BJ's entire body was enveloped in a divine golden light. The kid had finally done it. She'd awakened as an SSR class, level 1 superhuman warrior. With a single swing of her sword, BJ smashed the ice pillar to bits, freeing Jun Xu. "What is this power? Holy cow! I actually awakened." Soji was so busy celebrating that she didn't even notice another ice pillar rocketing towards her. Just as it was about to take her out, a figure zipped past and sliced the pillar to smithereens, saving her bacon. "Now that you've awakened, I can drop the act," Jun Xu said with a massive grin. "The act? Wait. Awakening a Heavenly Slayer star requires a battle where your life is on the line and you need the mental fortitude to overcome it. You put yourself in danger on purpose just to get me to awaken? You did great, kid. Now it's go time." Right on cue, the monster let out a massive shriek and then launched a volley of bone-ice darts at the two of them. Seeing this, Soren couldn't help but mutter nervously, "Uh-oh, I think we made it mad," Jun Xu reassured her in a low voice. "Don't sweat it. Just go ahead and block its attacks head on. You'll be fine." No sooner had the words left his mouth, he charged forward, sword swinging. The ice darts were knocked back like nothing. Junu raised an eyebrow at Soren and said, "See? Piece of cake, eh?" But then I turned around and Soren was completely frozen solid. I rushed over, asking, "Hey, you good?" Then I remembered, right, she just awakened and is only level 1, so she probably can't fully control that power yet. After a bit, the ice finally melted off. Soren gave a little shiver, shook her head, and said, "I got poked by a bunch of ice spikes, but it doesn't even hurt that much." I gave her a sympathetic nod. Right. Everyone gets their own unique trait when they first awaken, and Soren's trait is basically invincibility. Before she awakened, she felt like she could kick the bucket at any moment, but this new power suits her. A top-tier defensive trait, for sure. As for me, I've awakened quite a few times. I got the insight trait, which lets me see what traits other people have. It's a ridiculously powerful skill. While I was lost in thought, Soren suddenly spoke up. "I don't think I need your help anymore." Without missing a beat, I nodded. "All right then, time to let our little one-woman wrecking crew get some practice in." Right on cue, another crazy barrage of ice spikes came flying at us. This time, we didn't just stand there and take it. We hit the gas and started running. Soren, who had just awakened her dash trait, was no longer getting tagged by those ice darts. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel impressed. "Hey, you've already learned how to dash. Not bad at all." Soren cracked a little smile and replied, "My body feels so light, like I'm flying. It just makes me want to keep fighting, you know?" But just as the words left her mouth, she suddenly saw something. Her eyes went wide in an instant. Up ahead, 2 massive chunks of ice were barreling right towards us. I instinctively jumped out of the way, but then it hit me. "Soren!" I quickly yelled out. "No, wait, let me handle it." But before I could even finish, Soren cut me off. "Don't worry about it." And just like that, she launched herself high into the air, leaving me completely stunned. With a massive K-boom, the 2 ice blocks slammed into the ground and exploded. Watching the whole thing, I immediately cheered, "Wicked move!" I honestly didn't expect Soren to be able to use Leap too. Soren let out a breath of relief and said cheerfully, "It's just like flying." Then she stretched out, looking all fired up, and asked, "All right, Captain, what's my next move?" The more I watched her, the more I worried. Geez, Soren's going to be stronger than me soon, just like Ewan. I snapped out of it and said slowly, "Okay, just keep it busy for a minute so I can finish this thing off." I'd already taught Soren what she needed to know, so it was time to wrap this up. Soren didn't argue. She just nodded and said, "Okay, got it." The second she said that, she was moving. She took off like a shot, dodging every single ice spike the monster threw at her, all while yelling, "Come on, hit me! Over here, you big dummy!" Watching this whole scene from the sidelines, I was just floored, muttering to myself, Soren has all of those traits already? Her talent is just that insane. At that point, all I could do was let out a helpless laugh. All right, that's enough training for one day. Time to end this. And with that, I charged forward with my sword, unleashing a sharp blade of light that crackled with powerful energy. The speed and path of the sword light were unbelievably fast, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. It hit the monster dead on. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, filling the entire basement with smoke and fire. Soren watched this top-tier performance and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, buddy, that attack was seriously powerful." I just shook my head with a small laugh. Ah, It was nothing. While we were chatting, something fell out of the smoke. It looked a lot like a cell phone. I walked over and picked it up, frowning as I mumbled, "This is the monster's mana core." Soren looked at it, totally baffled. "A cell phone can be a mana core?" I slowly explained. "For a phantom-type monster like this one, it's actually pretty normal." Just then, an image of a little girl appeared on the phone's screen. I looked at it for a moment, then explained that a worker had died here, giving his life to protect his daughter. His lingering resentment got absorbed into this phone, and that's what turned it into a mana core. After hearing the story, Soren looked heartbroken. She choked up a bit and said, "I hope he can finally rest in peace." I nodded gently. "For sure he will." Right at that moment, the cell phone suddenly began to glow. Some invisible force lifted it into the air, and in a flash, it transformed into two strange-looking objects. Soren stared at them, totally confused, and asked, "What are those things?" I explained slowly. "They're called crystals. If you know how to use them, you can get some much better gear. It's an awesome reward for taking out the boss of the Galaxy Store dungeon." Right then, the ground suddenly started to shake violently, making us both jump. Soren looked around in a panic and asked, "What's going on?" I realized what was happening and said quickly, "We defeated the boss, so the whole place is about to collapse." Hearing that, Soren's eyes went wide with worry. "So, what are we supposed to do?" Junu squinted at her and asked, "So, you get the hang of those fancy new moves you just learned, eh?" Soren looked a bit lost, not really getting what was going on. Junu didn't have time to explain. He spun around and booked it, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Run for it! If you don't want to be a pancake, you better move it." He was pretty quick, covering a good chunk of ground in a flash. Seeing Soren was still lagging way behind, Junu shouted a reminder, "Run as fast as you can, ya hoser! Slowpokes get squashed." Soren was already giving it everything she had. She sprinted forward like a madwoman, helplessly calling out, "I can't go any faster." Hearing this, Junu's brow furrowed. It was still a pretty long haul to the portal from here. Was she really going to be able to push past her limits? While he was mulling it over, a loose rock rolled down and tripped Soren up. She panicked for a hot second, but then her eyes hardened with a new resolve. Right after that, Soren shot forward, picking up some serious speed. After all the trouble she went through to awaken her powers, there was no way she was going to kick the bucket here. Almost at the same time, the ground behind them started to crack and crumble. Up ahead, Junu had found the portal and was yelling his head off. "Over here, this is it." Soren couldn't help but frown and mutter, "Are we there yet?" Junu took one look at her beat-up state and couldn't help but worry. He couldn't give her a hand because Soren still had one more trait she needed to get. The reason she became one of the strongest was thanks to her 3 traits. The Heavenly Slaughter Star trait helped Soren level up super fast, and the Invincibility trait helped her deal with the gnarly side effects of the Heavenly Slaughter Star. And there was just one last one to go. Meanwhile, Soren was running for her life, head down and gunning it for the portal. But at the same time, obstacles just kept popping up. Debris falling from above slammed into her shoulder, and fresh blood started to pour out. Soren crumpled to the ground in pain. She bit her lip hard, clutching her wound, and got back on her feet, muttering with determination, "I'm not giving up. I have to survive this." Instantly, streams of blood-red energy swirled around Soren's body, and in a blink, she vanished. Her final trait had awakened, the narrow escape trait. Soren easily dodged all the obstacles in her path. Up ahead, Junu stared at the scene, totally bewildered. Where'd she go? Did she fail? The look on his face instantly turned grim. But just then, Soren's figure came flying out of thin air. She wrapped her arms around Junu's body and yelled, "Let's go! Hurry up!" Junu was a bit flustered by the sudden hug, but before he could even react, a layer of energy surrounded them, and they both disappeared from the collapsing ruins. The narrow escape trait had saved their bacon. When they reappeared, they were on a city street, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Their sudden appearance threw everyone for a loop, but Junu couldn't care less. He let out a sigh of relief. "Beauty! I knew you could do it!" Soren had awakened all 3 traits, including the narrow escape one. Just then, a whimpering voice suddenly piped up, "Mr. Warrior!" Junu jumped and looked down. It was only then that he remembered Soren was still in his arms. He quickly pulled her away, asking with concern, "Hey Soren, you okay? Can you stand?" Soren just shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Junu could see she was anything but fine and said urgently, "How are you fine? Your face is as red as a Mountie's jacket." Not only was her face red, but her ears were like ripe tomatoes too. She stammered for a long moment before whispering, "It's because, Mr. Warrior, just stay like this for a little bit." And just like that, Soren threw herself back into Junu's arms. her voice pleading, "Can you hold me for just a little longer?" Junu was completely baffled, but then Soren whispered quietly, "I just need to fix my clothes." Soren was done in a jiffy and said gratefully, "Okay, all set, thanks." It finally clicked for Junu, and he scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh, no problem. You gave me a heck of a scare." The two of them quickly stood up, and Soren let out another sigh of relief. "Whew, that was a close one, eh? Good thing we made it." Junu watched her, a thoughtful look on his face. He was still a bit worried about Soren, unless she was awakening in a completely different way from the original story, where she had to survive through 1,001 hardships. With that thought, Junu suggested, "All right, let's blow this popsicle stand." As soon as they were out of the gate, he handed Soren a crystal, saying softly, "Take this." She looked at Junu, confused, and asked, "You're giving me a crystal? This thing's worth at least a few $1 billion. Junu nodded and said casually, "Yup, try to use it to get stronger, and fast." Soren took the crystal in her hand, still looking completely bewildered. She mumbled, totally floored, "Whoa, this is way too much. I can't take this. I'll never be able to pay you back." "No worries, eh? Just get me back," whenever Junu said with a generous grin. But on the inside, the gears were turning like crazy. He wasn't just dropping all this on Soren's awakening out of the goodness of his heart. The flame sword technique was one of the top 3, totally S tier. Once you learn it, your character's XP just shoots for the moon. However, it's a unique perk that only Soren can actually use. So the only way for anyone else to get it is to snag that trait as a memory chip. Soren, bless her heart, had absolutely no clue about his little scheme. She gave him this super grateful look and beamed, "Thank you, seriously." Our boy Junu just waved it off. "Don't sweat it. Just, don't times forget times about it, eh?" A bit later, Junu finally dragged himself home, but he barely got to kick his shoes off before a car was already parked out front waiting. Seriously, the guy was at a loss for words. All he wanted was like 5 minutes of chill time, but this Seun world just does not let up, eh? The guy in the car was Ewan, popping his head out the window. He flashed a super friendly smile and said, "Hey there, my dude, hop in." Junu opened the door and slid in, saying slowly, "Thanks for coming all the way out here to chauffeur me around." Ewan just shook his head. "Are you kidding? I'm the one who's stoked to finally get a chance to pay you back for saving my friend, right?" Junu nodded with a faint smile, while internally sighing so hard he could have caused a hurricane. He was honestly wishing the guy had just stayed home. So freaking tired. But Ewan was still all smiles. "We finally managed to score a meeting with the Master Armorer." Okay, that was actually pretty hype. Junu definitely couldn't pass this up. In this world, sick gear meant you got wicked skills. Master Smiths, the ones who could craft tier 3 items, were always swamped. While Junu was mulling this over, Ewan kept chatting, all cheerful. "The guy we scored a contract with this time, he can forge tier 7 armor." Junu's ears perked up at that, all excitement. "Tier 7? For real? Okay, floor it." A little while later, their car pulled up to this massive building. When they headed inside, the entryway was lined with 2 rows of knights, just posted up and waiting. Junu couldn't help but be a little shocked. Was this for real? Ewan just nodded, totally impressed. "Man, this Smithy's house is pretty slick, eh?" But just then, a suspicion popped into Junu's head and he asked, "Hey, Ewan, you happen to know what religion this blacksmith follows?" Ewan's brow furrowed, totally confused. Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Junu just sighed and muttered, "So that's a no, then." Of course, Ewan had no clue. Just like that time he got into a mess with the Order of the Father's Will. This was the home of a blacksmith who followed the path of the Order of the Father's Will. This guy, Jun, was a super devout follower. Like, he was basically the poster child for the crusade of the Order's future blacksmiths. Junu had straight up refused their baptism, so why would this Jun character agree to make armor for him? What the heck did this guy want? Right at that moment, a hand shot out, blocking their path. One of the knights spoke slowly, his voice flat. "Please present your hand for identity verification." Junu's brow furrowed, totally skeptical. Identity verification? Before he could even process that, the knight grabbed his hand and ordered in a cold voice, "Show me your black flame." Junu was so ticked off he literally gritted his teeth. He wanted to fight back, but it was no use. With no other choice, Junu summoned the black flame to his palm and held it out for the knight to see, his voice dripping with pure annoyance as he asked, "Happy now?" The knight narrowed his eyes, staring at the flame, and the chilly vibe around him got even thicker. Uin, standing beside them, couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. What is going on here? Let go of him. We're the guests with an appointment. For crying out loud, stop. Just then, an authoritative voice boomed from behind them. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair rolled forward. This was Jun, the Tier 6 master blacksmith. He asked in a frosty tone, "Who gave you permission to treat my honored guests this way?" That knight immediately bowed his head to the man. "Master Smith," Jun didn't reply. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Junu and spoke. "Refusing the baptism and awakening the black flame, you truly are an unusual guest." Junu just gave a cold snort and shot back. "And this is your idea of a welcome wagon?" Junu offered a chilly smile. "Please, forgive us. The light and salvation are perceived by the Supreme One." Junu was completely taken aback by that. Light and salvation? What kind of hocus pocus was this guy talking about? Before Junu could even wrap his head around it, Jun suggested, "Now then, shall we head inside? Let's discuss what kind of armor you're looking for." Junu narrowed his eyes, watching the man's back as he rolled away, a million thoughts racing through his mind. But just as quickly, Yu followed him inside. Junu immediately got the sales pitch. "All right, armor in this style is my bread and butter, because these are the sets requested by the Saintess herself." But he added that he could totally whip up something in Junu's style if he preferred. Junu scanned the room for a hot minute, his eyes locking onto a set of armor way over in the corner. Quick as a flash, Junu strolled over and said flatly, "I've made my decision. I'll take this one." Then he pointed to a super-duper plain set of armor collecting dust in the corner. Ro-chan's jaw hit the floor. "For real? You're picking times the times one?" Junu, cool as a cucumber, replied, "Yep, that's my kind of style." In a flash, Ro-chun got all huffy. "That's ridiculous, honestly. Do you have any idea how tough it is to slap a magic enchantment on a set like that? I can't make holy armor out of times that asterisk." Shrugging like it was no big deal, Junu smirked. "I don't need holy armor, buddy. You just need to cram it with the giant and extreme attributes." Based on the guy's reaction, Junu could tell if his wild request was a go or not. See, holy armor, also known as the armor of a holy knight, gives the wearer a massive boost to their defense stats. However, this fancy suit of armor came with one heck of a fatal flaw. To actually use the armor's full potential, the wearer needs a boatload of divine power. And to level up his divine power, Junu would have to join a religion. They were acting like they were going to give him something awesome, all while trying to reel him into their little club. Thinking this, Junu zipped over, grabbed Ro-chan's hands, and flashed his most charming, sycophantic smile. "So, I'm expecting the absolute best from you. Eh, Smithy-chan?" And with that, he and Yu made a quick getaway, laughing their heads off as they left. They had no clue that the knight from before was staring daggers at them the whole time. A moment later, he turned and went back inside. Ro-chun heard the footsteps and immediately spoke up. "I can only cram a couple of attributes into this type of armor." The knight asked skeptically, "You're actually going to do what that kid asked?" Ro-chun just shook his head, totally defeated. "So you want me to go against the goddess's direct orders? You were the one who said he was the temple's light and salvation." The knight, still not buying it, shot back, "But I just can't wrap my head around it, no matter how many times I think it over." He said he needed to confirm it with his own two eyes. After saying his piece, he gave a slight bow, a look of pure determination on his face. 1 week later, over at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok was in the middle of nagging Junu. "You really shouldn't be chugging so many Mandragora elixirs all at once, you know?" But Junu wasn't hearing a word of it. He tilted his head back and slammed 3 whole vials of the elixir, much to Chunbok's horror. After downing them, Junu grinned sincerely. "Thanks a bunch." Chunbok stared at him, terrified, and asked anxiously, Are you okay?" Junu raised an eyebrow with a cocky smile. "Of course I am. Thanks for the freebies, eh?" Seeing that he wasn't about to keel over, Chunbok finally cheered up. "You saved our butts. Thanks to you, our business is absolutely booming. This is just a drop in the bucket compared to what you did for us." While the two were chatting, a guy walked up, bowed to Junu, and said with way too much intensity, "Greetings, Superman." Junu was confused for a second, but then it clicked. He slapped the guy on the shoulder, laughing. "Oh, hey, you're that fella from the Iron Fist gang, aren't you?" "Long time no see, buddy." The young man leaned into Junu's ear and whispered, "Can I borrow you for a minute? Our boss would like to have a word." Junu asked, a bit puzzled. "About what?" The guy glanced around nervously for a good while before saying, "Too many prying ears around here. How about we find somewhere a little more private, eh?" Junu agreed without a moment's hesitation. Sure, why not? And just like that, Junu followed the guy to a car and they peeled out of the market. The driver was all smiles, chatting away. "We got the best, top-of-the-line armored car just for you." How do you like it? Junu, not really paying much attention, just gave a casual nod. Yeah, it's not half bad. The car quickly sped into the Miorum district. Junu frowned slightly. Something felt a bit off. The Iron Fist Gang's main headquarters was in Miorum. If he remembered right, that place was basically a hangout for all of society's biggest hosers. While Junu was deep in thought, the driver suddenly spoke up. Looks like we're out of gas, so we're gonna pull into this gas station for a top-up. Junu replied casually. Sounds good. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The car was stopped at the Maori train station, and right at that moment, the driver flashed a wicked grin and said, "Alrighty then, hope you have a real nice rest." The second he finished speaking, he hopped out of the car. The look on Junu's face went sour in an instant. Oh, come on, this is so obviously a trap. Junu was quick on the uptake, though, grabbing the guy's hand and hissing, "What, do I look like a total hoser to you, buddy? Who do you think you're messing with, eh?" The guy just stared back, all confused. Like, what? What are you on about? Junu didn't say a word, just kicked the car door wide open and then straight up bailed from the vehicle. He flashed a cheeky grin and said, "You have fun sitting there with all those little party favors you set up for the rest of your life." And just like that, Junu chucked a grenade right back into the car. With a massive KA boom, the whole ride went up like a firecracker on Canada Day. Junu was already booking it, trying not to get caught in the blast zone. Once he found a safe spot to catch his breath, he raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Whoa, that was way bigger than what one little grenade should be." Called it. The guy was a total traitor. After that, Junu started putting the pieces together. The ridiculously expensive bulletproof ride, the trip to Mayhem, which is basically a convention for goons, and finally getting dropped off at the train station. There was a reason he was getting a major case of deja vu. It's because this whole scenario was ripped straight from the story where Iron Fist got totally double-crossed by his own crew. He had no clue why, but someone in the Iron Fist gang had their eye on him. And while Junu was lost in thought, a whole bunch of bullets suddenly started whizzing past from out of nowhere. He glanced over, and yup, there was a whole mob of guys toting guns heading his way. And guess who was the bullseye? The guy in charge was screaming his head off, "He's over there! That's the guy from the photo! If we take him out, we're gonna be rich! Let's get that payday, boys!" In like half a second, the entire crowd went absolutely feral and started charging right at Junu. He bit his lip hard. I knew it. That car bomb wasn't the only surprise party they had planned for me. Meanwhile, that crew was just unloading clip after clip. Junu had no choice but to duck behind a car, grumbling to himself, "Aw, for crying out loud. There's a whole whack of them. This car's not going to cut it for cover. I gotta bail. Like, right now." The second the thought crossed his mind, Junu used his ability to launch himself into the air, sticking the landing on a nearby rooftop. He gave a satisfied nod. All right, pretty sure that move wasn't in their playbook. But then they immediately pointed their guns up at the building and opened fire. Junu freaked out for a second, not expecting them to spot him so fast, and quickly threw up a shield. The magical barrier stopped the absolute hailstorm of bullets. Junu yelled in disbelief, "They're not even soups! How in the heck are they reacting that fast?" But the biggest shocker was yet to come. One of them hollered, "Everyone, aim for the center! Take him down for good!" And just like that, every single barrel swiveled and aimed dead center on his shield. The insane firepower slammed into it, making the whole thing shake like a leaf. Junu started to panic. For real this time. What is this? Aimbot level accuracy. I gotta fall back. This is getting way too spicy. With that thought, Junu leaped back. And it seemed like in that exact same instant, the shield shattered and a bullet zipped right past his arm. It was then that Junu finally got it. He couldn't just treat these guys like a bunch of low-level NPCs. He really didn't want to use this stuff because he'd literally just bought it. But what choice did he have? So he pulled something from his pocket and yeeted it with all his might. "Here, have a souvenir, you jerks!" In a flash, a whole bunch of smoke bombs dropped right into the middle of the crowd. Instantly, the whole area was filled with a thick, soupy fog. Seeing this, the goons started freaking out, covering their noses and muttering, "It's tear gas! We can't let him get away! We have to take him out to get the antidote!" Junu just let out a cold snort, a smirk playing on his lips. "Who do you guys think you're chasing, eh? You're not even playing in the same league. Time to make like a goose and head south." Junu quickly spun around and took off, running flat out until he reached a residential area nearby. Figuring he was far enough, he finally stopped. He landed softly on another rooftop. Junu frowned, thinking out loud, "Still, how is a crew of random grifters pulling off the kind of focus and power you'd expect from a superhuman?" As he said it, something clicked in his head. There was only one thing that could explain it, a combat-enhancing drug. The stuff has some seriously gnarly side effects, but it can give a normal person a temporary, massive boost in their fighting skills. Junu figured that was probably it. He nodded, muttering they were screaming about an antidote, so that must be the catch. And the only person who could get a mob of scammers this organized in Mayorum, the only one Junu could think of, was that bounty hunter. That guy is a legend when it comes to long-range takedowns in Mayorum. The hunter's classic move is to first use a mole on the inside to plant a bomb. Second, he sends in his crew of goons, all jacked up on some sketchy performance enhancers. And third, he uses that wicked aim of his to knock the competition out of the park for good. And what do you know? Junu spots a little twinkle in the distance. In what felt like the exact same second, a bullet comes screaming right for him. Junu, not wanting a new piercing, dives out of the way. The bullet just zips right past. He lets out a huge breath. Whoa, if I'd been a split second slower, I'd be Swiss cheese right now, eh? But then a smirk spreads across Junu's face. Totally worth the risk, though, he says, because now I know exactly where that camper is hiding. Junu squints, looking down from the roof with a calculating glint in his eye. A second later, he's leaping off the rooftop. He mutters smugly, I know where you're hiding, buddy. You hoser! With that, he tears off, sprinting like mad. Time to take down a cowardly sniper who only knows how to pop shots from a mile away. Junu figures there's no other way but to get right up in his grill, so he kicks it into high gear and just books it. Even though every muscle is screaming, he's got to power through it. Junu's banking on the smokescreen to make sure the hunter can't get a bead on him. But while he's charging through, another bullet comes whizzing by like a bat out of heck. Lucky for him, he dodged it just in time. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve for dealing with a pro marksman. After a bit of a run, Junu pulls up short. He looks up, a grin spreading on his face. There you are. The hunter hears him and grumbles, Frickin' heck, I can't see the little punk. Junu, on the other hand, is feeling pretty pleased with himself. He's vanished into the smoke and fire, totally off the hunter's radar. The guy could search all day and find nothing. Junu keeps pushing forward, and before long, he's right on top of the hunter's hiding spot. The guy sees him coming and totally freaks out, shouting, He's jumping up here! Ignoring the hunter's shocked face, Junu raises his piece to take aim, but the hunter ain't backing down. He just scoffs. You seriously challenging a marksman to a gunfight, kid? But before the guy can even pull the trigger, Junu unleashes his black fire and immediately lets a round fly. At almost the exact same instant, a bullet leaves the hunter's barrel too. The hunter's shot grazes Junu's shoulder, making him grit his teeth from the sting. This guy's got to be a pro sniper, for sure. To land a shot in a crazy situation like this, gotta give him props. Not that Junu's too worried, though. A cocky smile plays on his lips, because across the way, the hunter also took a bullet to the shoulder. But unlike Junu, he's now covered in black flames, screaming his head off in agony. Even a graze from one of Junu's bullets is a game ender for this guy. Junu just quietly watches the hunter get wrapped up in the black flames. He smirks, all confident. Looks like I win. But just then, the ground beneath Junu's feet suddenly gives way, grabbing onto his legs. Junu yells in shock, a magic trap! Meanwhile, the hunter is pouring some kind of potion on himself, gritting his teeth and snarling, You little punk! Don't you dare think this is over so quick. Junu's face instantly falls. Oh, this is bad. If I don't get out of this, I'm toast. Just then, the hunter growls through clenched teeth. Now get ready to get a taste of your own black fire. Junu struggles to break free. If he gets hit by that stuff, it's game over for sure. Never thought this would turn into a race against the clock. Okay, Junu needs to slow down how fast he's sinking by reducing the amount of magic damage. It's a bit of a long shot, he knows, but first things first, survive. A second later, Junu plants his hands on the ground. The power inside him starts surging like crazy. And just like that, Junu tries to pull himself out of the muck. Then, he uses his purification ability, hoping it'll destroy as much of the trap's magic as possible. But before he can even get free from the quicksand-like pit, his eyes suddenly go wide. Because that hunter guy's already put out the black fire and is slowly walking right up to him. He lets out a cold chuckle. Gotta say, I'm impressed with your effort to fight the magic trap, but you're way too late, buddy. The expression on Junu's face freezes solid. He can't believe the hunter actually managed to extinguish the black fire. The hunter ignores his reaction, reaching down with a shaky hand to pick something up. He says flatly, So, I guess this round goes to me. If I take this kid out, I'll be set for life. I'm gonna do it. But just as the hunter raises his weapon to take the shot, right in front of him, and nobody's home. The guy's face just went blank. eh? Before he could even figure it out, he took a solid right hook from Junu, who just smirked and said, "Now that's what I call a spectacular turnaround. You hoser." Thank the hockey gods for that one. Right at the last second, Junu snagged the skill he needed. The one he got was Earth Resistance. At that very moment, Junu was absolutely stoked. It totally saved his bacon. Junu grabbed the hunter by the collar, scoffed, and said, "You're supposed to be a sharpshooter, so at this range, you're pretty much useless, eh? Now, start talking. Who put out the hit on me?" The hunter, shaking like a leaf, quickly stammered, all right, I admit it. I lost. I'll spill the beans, but at least let me have a smoke first, will ya?" "Fine, go for it." Junu agreed without a second thought and let the guy go. "Now, free." The hunter pulled out a dart and got ready to light up. Junu watched him with narrowed eyes, a curious thought brewing in his mind. The hunter was just casually puffing away. Junu raised an eyebrow and asked, "You really enjoy the taste of that?" The hunter let out a creepy chuckle, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he laughed out loud. "Oh, you bet I do, because it tastes like sweet, sweet victory." And with that, the hunter went absolutely bananas and charged straight at him. However, before he could even make a move, a loud times bang times echoed out, and it started raining, the red stuff. The hunter just stared, stunned, at the person across from him and mumbled with a shaky voice, You knew beforehand?" Junu just grinned. "Of course I knew, buddy." You seriously think a guy with 10,000 hours logged in this game wouldn't recognize the cigar that turns a smoker like you into a full-blown mutant? What the heck? That was all the hunter managed to get out before he did a faceplant right into the dirt. Junu stood over him, letting out a sigh and muttering, "Okay, that part I genuinely didn't see coming." This hunter guy was a real piece of work. One minute he's all ready to surrender and spill his guts the second he's about to lose. But this time he was willing to fight to the bitter end, even turning into that. There's got to be a reason. Junu paused for a sec, then knelt down to check out the hunter's body. And sure enough, he found a USB stick. A slow grin spread across Junu's face. "Alrighty then. Let's see who's pulling the strings on this whole thing." The next day, over at Joy's company office, Choi and Junu were watching the news. The big story was some kind of gang-related kerfuffle with firearms over in Miorim last night. Choi's jaw hit the floor. "Holy cow, you actually survived something that insane?" Junu just gave a little nod. "Yup, and that's pretty much how I got tangled up in this whole gong show. It was dangerously close to being game over." That got Choi all fired up. He gritted his teeth and growled, "So who was the hoser that came after you?" Junu let out a long sigh. "Buddy, it's a long story. I don't even know where to start." Just then, with a massive times crash asterisk, the office door flew off its hinges, and some guy got tossed onto the floor while another dude just stood in the doorway. Choi and Junu both glanced over. It was Iron Fist, and he announced his presence with a booming voice. "So, sorry about that. It appears I've had a bit of a failure in managing my own crew." Junu, not even flinching, just leaned back in his chair with a smirk. "Glad you're aware of that." Choi, on the other hand, was totally cheesed off and yelled, "Could you please stop wrecking our door every time you visit? Was it your Iron Fist gang that attacked him?" Iron Fist immediately started explaining it was one of our lower-ranking associates. "But don't you worry, after a bit of digging, I managed to get some pretty useful intel." Junu squinted at the guy Iron Fist was holding up like a sack of potatoes and mumbled, "The fella who came after me. I got the feeling he was pretty hard up for cash or something." Iron Fist looked a bit surprised. "How'd you figure that?" "You're bang on. The guy blows every bonus he gets on gambling and is now up to his eyeballs in debt." Junu nodded, putting it all together. "Well, that explains why he'd turned traitor, eh?" Iron Fist spoke up again, looking genuinely sorry. "Whatever his reasons, the blame falls on me. Once again, I'm truly sorry about this." Junu just waved it off with a cool expression. Apology accepted, no worries. Even for the big boss of a mercenary crew, it can't be easy to keep tabs on every single person. The Iron Fist gang can't have eyes everywhere, I guess, because if the target wasn't me, the one they'd be coming after for payback would have been you, Iron Fist. At that, Iron Fist chimed in again. "I insist on taking full responsibility and finding out who's really behind this whole mess." Junu raised an eyebrow with a grin. "Oh, about that, I've already got the evidence." He pulled out the USB stick and explained, "The mutant who tried to take me out was carrying this. You know your way around a computer?" Choi's head bobbed enthusiastically. "Are you kidding? I've even got a certificate in computer skills, you know?" So right away, he started click-clacking on his keyboard. After a bit, Cho pipes up like, "Holy smokes, this dude is a big deal, eh?" He's like taken out almost 20 soups already. Jun Xu, cool as a cucumber, just says, whatever, man, just pull up his latest gig. Cho just nods and gets to it. Then a sec later, he's like, it's the job he picked up 3 days ago. But when he saw the payout, he totally freaked. The bounty is 20 billion, and even Iron Fist and Juno were absolutely gobsmacked. Junsu blurts out, who in their right mind would drop that kind of cash? Cho gives him a side eye and says, the request came from some muckamuck at Ascendant Security. Juno hears this, scrunches up his face and mutters, someone from a major league company? Eh? Cho slides the laptop over for a look-see. Yep, it's this fella right here. The second Juno sees the guy's profile, he yelps, oh, for crying out loud, it's that hoser? You know him. Isn't that the night we ran into at Yu's place? Juno just lets out a big sigh. Like, this is getting messy. Cho gives him a look, all suspicious. So, why's he got a bone to pick with you? Junsu dodges the question and quickly jumps in. I've got a thought bubble here. Can you pull up the Ascendant Security family tree for me? Cho gives a little nod. You betcha. Give me a sec. Right away, he starts digging around. And pretty soon, he shows Junsu the screen. Junsu's face just falls. Yep. He totally gets what's going on now. Ascendant Security is a private army guild, part of the Ascendant group, one of the big 5 guilds. And this Legion guy is the heir to the whole shebang. He was number 1 on the list to take over, but after he went through that whole baptism thing for the father and became a holy knight, Jion got booted from the inheritance list. Now his only shot is to become some famous holy knight, but that holy maiden thinks Junu is the bee's knees, the chosen one. Jun Xu sighs and mumbles, guess he saw me nail the baptism and get all this buzz, and it cheesed him off enough to put a hit on me. Cho hears this and shouts, all fired up, we gotta teach that knob a lesson. Iron Fist just knits his brow, kind of hesitant. Yeah, but how? We're not talking about the heir to some small-time operation here. He's from the family running a top-tier guild. One wrong move and the whole crew will be on us like a cheap suit. Cho knew that, obviously, but he still wasn't having it. That doesn't mean we just roll over and take it. Jun Xu chimes in, you're not wrong. I've got a plan. Cho's face totally lights up. I knew you'd figure something out. With a little chuckle, Junu says cheerfully, since we're dealing with a real bigwig, let's focus on bulking up first. A little while later, Cho's office gets a new visitor. After Junu gives Uin the lowdown on the whole hit situation, he just loses it, slams the table and yells, that frickin' maniac! How dare he try to take out Warrior Kim, eh? Seeing him go ballistic, Junshu quickly tries to chill him out. Whoa, take it easy, I'm still kicking. Uin's the most solid guy they know, loaded and a level 5 Supe to boot. Uin gets all serious and says, I'm not letting this slide. You know what they say, an eye for an eye. We should hire our own guy to get some payback. Cho hears this and jumps in. Buddy, I can't even imagine the coin we'd have to fork over for a hitter. We're talking about going after the son of Ascendant Security here. Uin looks like he's about to argue, but Junu cuts him off. I've got a better idea. Uin gives him a look, a little unsure. All right, lay it on me. Junu gets this little smirk and says, I'm going to challenge Leijun to a proper duel. This just floors the other 3, who all start freaking out. A duel? Are you nuts? That's way too risky. Just shaking his head. Cool as you like, Junshu says. My hands are tied. If I do nothing, he'll just hire some bigger gun to come after me. Uin quickly jumps in. He'll just get a ringer to fight for him. The world's not exactly a level playing field, you know. Junu calmly replies, if I win the duel, I get an apology and a nice fat payout. The room goes dead quiet for a second. After a bit, Iron Fist mumbles, kinda hesitant. Sounds like it's the best shot we've got right now, I guess. Junu gives a little nod, holding up the USB stick. With this proof, I've got all the juice I need to challenge him. If we let him use a stand-in fighter, and we make it a private affair, just close relations, he'll have to accept. What he said actually made a lot of sense. Cho throws his hand up. All right, I'll send the official duel challenge. Then, and we're going to need a lawyer to rep us. After thinking for a sec, Yuin chimes in, I got this. My folks know a lawyer who used to be a judge on the Supreme Court. Seeing how everyone just jumped in to handle things, Junu cracks a happy smile. Thanks a bunch, you guys. But the other 3 just keep staring at him, dead silent. Junsu let out a reluctant sigh. What's with the long faces, eh? I'm not exactly walking to my doom here. Iron Fist asked hesitantly. So, you're confident you can pull this off? Because the enemy knows exactly what you're capable of, he's definitely going to find a fighter who's level 4 or higher. This won't be a cakewalk. Jun Xu replied without a moment's hesitation. He said it knowing full well he couldn't use his mutation attribute in the duel, which made this even trickier than that time he faced off against the chairman. But it wasn't a total loss. But it's not like there's no way to win, Jun Xu said, his confidence returning. I've got a pretty good hunch who he's going to get to fight in his place. Hearing this, Iron Fist exclaimed in shock, "So you already know who your opponent is?" Jun Xu stated confidently, "That's right, which is why I need some time to prep." "Ewan, how about we have a practice match?" Ewan agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Absolutely, I'll do everything I can to help you teach." Jun Xu saw his buddy's excitement and quickly added a reminder, "Thanks, pal, but let's try to keep it light, eh? Otherwise, we'll have a repeat of last time, and you'll be totally toast." 3 days later, at the dueling grounds, Jun Xu's supporters were already waiting in the stands. Ujin and Joel were cheering nonstop. "We're rooting for you! Warrior Kim! We believe in you." The only problem was, Jun Xu wasn't looking too great. He was actually a bit haggard. He must have been training like a maniac for the past 3 days. But thanks to that grind, he was thoroughly prepared to face his opponent. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance. Jun Xu recognized the leader. That fella Duich was the commander of the Pontiff's Holy Knights. Duich let out a faint smirk at that moment and spoke up. "It's been a while since I've had to participate in a duel." Jian, who was walking behind, quickly spoke up. "Commander, you didn't need to come all this way." Hearing that, Duich snapped back in frustration. "Quiet, you. Do you even have the right to speak? As long as I'm the commander, no holy knight from our squad is permitted to lose." Jian fell silent at that, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Jun Xu couldn't help but frown. In front of him, Jian always acted so tough. Yet in front of his commander, he was like a turtle pulling its head into its shell. What a total coward. While Jun Xu was mulling this over, Duish spoke up. "Warrior Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jun Xu gave a polite nod in return. "Hey there." But then Duish suddenly bowed his head low and said formally, "First of all, I want to apologize for this whole unfortunate incident." Jun Xu couldn't help but be stunned. What was this? Was he actually apologizing? Before Jun Xu could even get his bearings, Duik continued. "This matter is entirely the fault of one individual and has absolutely nothing to do with the Saintess." Jun Xu narrowed his eyes at him and asked in a low voice, "So what exactly is the Pontiff's Guild's official position on this?" Duich hesitated for a moment before whispering. "The Saintess said that Warrior Kim will be our light and our savior." Jun Xu was stunned all over again. Light and savior, eh? Ro Chun had said the same thing last time. What in the world was that supposed to mean? Duich paid no attention to his reaction and continued, "Therefore, the condition I am proposing is that, if I win, you will join our squad." "What? Join your squad?" Jun Xu blurted out, startled and horrified. "What is it with you guys? Are you obsessed with me?" While he was freaking out and clutching his head, Jian was seething and grinding his teeth. But there was nothing he could do about it. Duich spoke up again at that moment. "This is all according to the will of our master and the Saintess." Before Jun Xu even had a chance to reply, the lawyer Ewan had hired arrived. He announced slowly, "The time for the duel has come. All parties are now present, so please confirm the terms of the dueling contract. If the Holy Knight wins, Jun Xu will join the Pontiff's Guild. And if Jun Xu wins, Jian will be prohibited from harming him, either directly or indirectly, and must pay a sum in compensation." The lawyer looked at the two of them for one last confirmation. "Is that correct?" Both Jun Xu and Jian replied in unison, "Yes." As soon as the word was spoken, a surge of magical power welled up in Jun Xu's chest. In Exensun, a dual oath is a magical vow. Anyone who breaks it will have their heart explode. The same thing was happening to Jian. In this chaotic world, nobody was crazy enough to break an oath like that. At this point, the lawyer spoke up again. "I will now proceed to confirm the rules of the duel. The duel will adhere to standard international law. All personal abilities and weapons are permitted for use, but consumable items may only be crafted on site." Jun Xu's supporters were still up in the stands, their faces looking a little worried. The Holy Knights were also waiting outside. At that moment, Duish announced excitedly, "I'm ready to go." But Jun Xu just smirked and said, "I'm going to craft my items now." Duich's excitement suddenly deflated, but he still nodded in agreement. "All right, you get 10 minutes for each item." Before long, Jun Xu had produced 3 vials of potion. If he was going to keep swapping attributes like this, he might as well be an alchemist. This was the secret sauce for fighting a holy knight. The lawyer saw the 3 vials and announced, "The adamantine body potion, the potion of speed, and the magic dragon potion." "Right on, eh?" Juno gave a little nod and said, "Yeah, I'll use them. When you're in a scrap, you gotta get juiced, So he chugged all 3 vials in one go. With both of them prepped and ready, the showdown was about to begin. The countdown timer flashed up on the screen, and both Junwoo and Dushich stepped into the arena. Dushich squinted at Junwoo and started his sales pitch. Warrior Kim, getting an invite to our little club is a huge honor, you know? How about you just change your mind and volunteer to join? Get lost! Junwoo shot back without a second's hesitation. Seeing he wasn't cooperating, Dushich's voice turned cold. Well, I guess we're doing this the hard way. But don't you worry. He said he wouldn't totally wreck Junwoo since he still had to join the club. The moment he finished talking, a massive amount of mana flared up around Dushich. Junwoo couldn't help but frown. Holy smokes, that's some serious juice. This guy was on a whole other level. No matter how prepped he was, Junwoo knew he couldn't win this without going all out and risking it all. In just a flash, the countdown hit 1 second, and then, finally, the clock hit 0. Dushich let out a massive roar as his mana surged even higher, and in an instant, his figure vanished, leaving a huge crater in the ground. Junwoo was completely stunned, his brow furrowed as he muttered, he just disappeared. It didn't take long, however, for Junwoo to clock that Dushich had just activated a Speed Blitz attribute. And sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Dushich was right in his face, screaming like a madman, Warrior Kim, you're going to become a god. Hearing that, Junwoo was totally floored. What now? Become a god? While he was still trying to wrap his head around that, Dushich's hammer came crashing down, kicking up smoke and fire everywhere. Up in the stands, Ewan's crew saw this and started to panic. What the heck? That guy's a beast. Is it really over in just one hit like that? But as the smoke started to clear, Soren saw something and let out a sudden gasp. Down there on the stage, Junwoo was standing tall without a single scratch, because he'd thrown up a shield just as the hammer came down. Junwoo narrowed his eyes at Dushich and said coolly, you said something about becoming a god? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Dushich, on the other hand, didn't say a thing, just stood there with a faint, calm smile. Junwoo's guess was spot on. The guy had used a speed rush trait right from the start, a top-tier ability for a surprise attack, but since he'd seen it coming, there was no reason he couldn't counter it. Even so, that last move had cracked Junwoo's triple-layered shield. At that moment, Dushich chuckled again. So now I see why the Holy Maiden gave you her stamp of approval. Junwoo scoffed. Cut the chatter and start explaining. First it was the light and the savior. Now you're calling me a god? What's the deal? A small smile played on Dushich's lips as he said casually, it's exactly like you heard. You're the hope of our legion and our champion, the one who's going to save us from the impending apocalypse. Hearing that, Junwoo's brow furrowed deeply. The hope of the Father's army. Now that he thought about it, the god they all worshipped was already dead. A few years later in the story, the Holy Maiden is supposed to perform these rituals for their deity, and a massive boss battle is set to go down right in the middle of Seoul. It suddenly clicked for Junwoo, and he yelled out in shock, don't tell me the savior is actually the vessel for the god? You got it, Dushich sneered, his voice dripping with ice. A noble sacrifice, and a sacred donation, you could say. This confirmation sent Junwoo into a blind rage. You bunch of psychos! So you just wanted to offer me up as a sacrifice? Dushich couldn't have cared less. He just let out an excited laugh. Your body and soul will become one with the Father and his divine form, because you are going to lose this fight and join us. Junwoo let out a cold snort, then charged forward, filled with absolute fury. Dushich couldn't afford to slack off and quickly raised his shield to block. Even so, he was still pushed back a few steps. Dushich's eyebrow shot up. Okay, this kind of power is just ridiculous. Seeing his reaction, Junwoo couldn't help but let out a smug internal laugh. Getting worried, are we? You should be. I've respect all my traits to fit a pure offensive warrior build. With that thought, Junwoo shot forward at a blistering pace. And now, he was going to hammer Dushich with warrior traits designed to scare the daylights out of him. Dushich, however, didn't seem fazed at all. He blocked with his shield, a faint smile on his face. Ha ha, your swordplay is actually half decent, eh? Junwoo didn't reply. He was busy planning his finishing blow. Perfect. Now that he's on the defensive, I can switch up my traits. A second later, Junwoo pulled out a different weapon to attack. Just as expected, the weapon smacked right into Duichi's bicep, eh? But instead of freaking out, the guy's actually dishing out compliments? Okay, this just got way more interesting, buddy. Junwoo bit his lip, trying not to smirk. Heck yeah, it worked. Those 3 days of prep weren't a total write-off after all. The whole reason I bugged UIN for training wasn't just to get the sweet stats I needed for this throwdown, but also to learn how to switch them up on the fly by sparring with a powerhouse way out of my league like Ewan. Pop on the defense stats when I'm blocking, switch to attack mode for a surprise party, and mix in some other warrior skills when I feel like getting fancy. It's all about having options. So right now, Junsu's just going ham on Duich, backing him into a corner, one hit at a time. Here I come. Junu bellows, really getting into character. His eyes are all red and wild looking as he charges Duich like a moose in traffic. See, Junsu learned how to flip on the Berserker trait whenever a golden opportunity pops up. When a level 3 guy like him goes up against a level 4, the whole game is about switching up your build mid-fight. And with this kind of pressure from Junsu's all-out blitz, Duich can't even get a single shot in. All he can do is grit his teeth and block, and it's not long before his hammer goes flying. Watching this go down, Gion's face sours like he just drank expired milk. And Duich? He's completely gobsmacked. It feels like he's fighting 4 different dudes at once. How is that even possible, eh? But ignoring his total confusion, Junsu just coolly drops, "I'm gonna win this thing, because there's no way I'm ending up as some kind of offering for your sketchy, good-for-nothing army." Duich bites his lip, clenches his fist, and scoffs. "All right then, I'll give you that. I can't goof around with you anymore. I don't give a hoot if you're a sacrifice or a party favor. I'm gonna finish you." And just like that, Duich grabs his weapon and charges. Then, he just yeets the thing right at Junu. Not about to get lazy now, Junu throws up a shield to block it, gritting his teeth. A straightforward move like that shouldn't work. But holy cow, in a split second, Junu's shield just explodes and he gets launched. Junu bites his lip, thinking, oh, for crying out loud, Duich power just went through the roof. Was he actually taking it easy on me before? But while Junu's still processing that, Duich is already coming at him again, full tilt. He's screaming, totally furious, "How dare you make fun of our army?" Junu doesn't have time to react and, whoops, he's flying again, smacking right into the wall before crumpling to the floor. Duich squints at him and says all cold like, "Say you're sorry right now, and I'll accept your surrender." Nope. Junsu doesn't even blink before shooting him down. He gets back on his feet and says, "Real chilly, if you can't take me out, you can forget about winning." And with that, he's on the move again. The kid's got some serious momentum now, just slashing like a maniac. Duich, not wanting to get diced, quickly blocks and lands a solid punch on Junsu's shoulder in return, and they're off again. Just 2 hosers going absolutely bonkers on each other. Shockwaves are blasting out all over the place from their hits. They're both just eating punches left and right. After a bit, they both get blown back, giving each other some breathing room. Duich has picked up a few new nicks and cuts from Junu's sword and is looking a little worse for wear, but honestly, Junu's not doing much better. He's looking pretty tenderized himself. Just then, Duich lets out another massive yell, time to put an end to this pointless kerfuffle. And bam, a giant shield pops into his hand. He holds it up high and bellows, "Oh, great father!" And right away, a massive wave of water just shows up out of nowhere. Duich's entire body gets swallowed up by this huge surge. Seeing this, Junsu's face drops. This does not look good. That's Duich's ultimate move, the Dark Tsunami. Seeing it in person, Junu realizes it's a full-on catastrophe. If that thing hits him, it's 100% game over. No doubt about it. But there's absolutely no way to dodge it. To win this thing, he's got to figure out how to bust through it. He's scared spitless, for sure, but Junsu has to put his faith in the build he put together as Warrior Kim, the mountain-shattering sword style, the one he never, ever slacked off on practicing, plus all the sword skills Junsu picked up from Ujin, and that cultivation technique he poured so much sweat into. The Dharma heart that's been leveling up with him every single day, that river-breaking power he got through sheer willpower back when he was at his lowest, and his ultimate move that can supposedly slice through anything in the entire universe, the slash trait. Junsu's got to trust in his own stats. He's got to trust the time and the grind he put into them, and, well, the cheesiest but most important part, he's got to trust himself. With that thought, Junu grips his sword and charges right in. A wicked bright beam of light just appeared out of nowhere. Duich was totally stunned by it, eh? But there was nothing he could do. He just had to watch that beam of light slam right into the tidal wave. Then it slowly started to swell up, giving off a light so bright it burned your retinas. Gion's whole crew up in the stands just stared, totally floored by the whole thing. They had no clue what was going on. Same for Ewan's squad. It was so bright they couldn't see a darn thing. They had to wait for the light to finally chill out, bit by bit. Only then did the outlines of Junu and Duich reappear. But a second later, Junu coughed up a whole mouthful of blood. Across from him, Duich wasn't looking so hot either. He muttered something under his breath. That was a beauty of a fight. Warrior Kim. And with that, he just collapsed. Right away, the ref grabbed Junu's arm, held it high, and roared. The winner is Warrior Kim. The second Ewan's crew saw the fight was over, they bolted down to the ring to celebrate. Junu just had this huge, satisfied grin on his face. You actually pulled it off. You took down a way higher level Soupy without even using your powers. Ujin screamed, tackling Junu in a massive hug. Dude, you are an absolute legend. The three guys behind him were so happy they were basically crying, swarming around him and gassing him up. You were like, not even human for a second there. We knew it. You were gonna smoke that guy. But right then, a furious scream ripped through the air. You absolute scumbag! Junu whipped his head around, shocked, only to see Jian charging at him with a hammer. Before Junu could even react, Uin leaped in front to block the hit. Kaboom! A shockwave of energy just erupted. And, of course, he was the one who got owned. He just got sent flying backwards. Uin was fuming, yelling, "You gutless hoser! How dare you attack our guy just because you can't accept you lost? Are you actually asking for it?" But before he could make a move, a few of the refs jumped in to stop him, then turned to Jian with a reminder. Don't you forget about that magic oath, buddy. You pull a boneheaded move like that and your heart is going to go pop. But Jian was still seeing red, shouting, "Warrior Kim, our captain is dead because of you, and we're going to get payback for him. The bishop's army doesn't forget a grudge." The second he finished, his whole squad of knights surged forward. Junu wasn't scared, though. He just said calmly, "So you're saying I killed Duich, eh?" Jian didn't even hesitate. "That's right. We all saw him die by your hands." "Give your head a shake." Junu just scoffed and said coldly, "The only person responsible for Duich's death is you." That line made Jian's face just crumble. He started shaking like a leaf. Junu didn't seem to care, just kept going coolly. Even though he was my opponent, he was the very picture of a true warrior. Seriously, he was not the kind of guy who should have died in a match that only happened because of your disgusting, backstabbing scheme, Jian. He told Jian to accept the results and keep his promise. Hearing this, Jian just hung his head in silence, completely lost for words. Junu didn't care what his reaction was. He just twisted the knife a little, adding, "This is all because of your own pathetic insecurity." Jian just kept his head down, trembling and whispering. "Captain," his holy knight buddies saw the state he was in and came over to help him up and lead him away. Junu narrowed his eyes, watching Jian's back as he left, frowning in thought. "So, even after all that, you think the bishop's army is actually going to back off from getting revenge?" The next day, over in Choi Seal's office, Choi Seal was on the phone, sounding super happy. "Oh, absolutely! We've officially signed a contract with Warrior Kim, the one who just trounced the captain of the bishop's army. I know exactly what you're getting at." Just then, someone walked up. He quickly wrapped up the call. "Sorry, gotta run. I'll call you back in a bit." It was Junu, just back from picking up his new armor from Joe Chun's. He sounded stoked. "I was worried that Master Blacksmith Joe Chun might mess with my armor, but he totally nailed it, following the giant and super strong specs to a T." Seeing this, Choi excitedly rushed over, holding a gift box and laying on the charm. "Well, since you're here, why don't you try this little number on, eh? It's a gift from me." Junu looked a bit baffled, but took it and opened it up. A second later, he was beaming. "Now this is what I'm talking about. It's a luxury, handmade training suit. And get this, it's even got self-cleaning and mana-restoring functions." Junu gave him a big thumbs up, smiling with satisfaction. "You really get my style, Director Choi." "Thanks a bunch." Choi even complimented him, saying he looked like a model in it. But then Choi Seal suddenly got a bit hesitant. After a moment, he finally stammered out, "By the way, could I maybe ask you for a favor?" Junu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up?" Choi muttered in a low voice, "Well, thanks to you. So, our business is absolutely popping off, eh? But, since your track record with us is still pretty fresh, some folks are giving us the side eye about this whole contract." Hearing that, Junu totally got it and nodded. "Oh, if that's the deal, then I'm in. You got a mission lined up for me, or what?" "You bet. I've got the perfect gig cooked up for you." Choose gave a little nod, sliding a file over to Junu. "The Sun Tower wants to get all nerdy and study your black fire for, science." Junu kind of scrunched up his face at that. He knew the Sun Tower. It was one of the 4 great magic towers. If he remembered right, it was basically the university for pyromaniacs. Then Choose chimed in again. "They're going to pay you the same rate as one of their own crew." Junu gave a slight nod and said, "All right, I'll take it." And since he knew a guy on the inside at the Sun Tower, he had a pretty good idea what the reward would be. A little while later, over at the Sun Tower, a place just buzzing with fire magic, Junu showed up for the job. Stepping inside, he couldn't help but be impressed. A place where science and magic were all mashed together. It was a seriously wicked scene. Just then, Some guy walked up to him. Warrior Kim? My name's Park Hyung-do. I'm a researcher. You must be here about the request to study your black fire, right? Yeah, that's me. Junwoo nodded, and then Hyung-do started leading him inside. We don't have a lot of time, so let's get a move on. Right this way, please. Super quick, they were inside the research lab. Hyung-do then suggested, first off, let's just run a few basic tests, eh? Junwoo narrowed his eyes. That machine looked suspiciously familiar. While he was trying to place it, Hyung-do spoke up again. If you could just hop inside the machine, you just need to stand still. Junwoo didn't really think twice and stepped on in. Immediately, a magic circle flared to life right in front of him. In a split second, his whole expression soured. This was one of those snitch machines, designed to spill all your secrets to the higher-ups. This thing was about to air all of Junwoo's secret stats. At that thought, he immediately started banging on the glass, yelling, "Shut this thing down now! This wasn't part of the deal!" Hyung-do, just standing outside, just smirked. Please hold still. It's a necessary procedure. It was all in the contract. That's when Junwoo's temper flared up. He clenched his fist and roared, "Get bent, you hoser!" And just like that, his fist smashed down, shattering the machine's glass panel. Hyung-do jumped back, completely freaked out, yelling, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Junwoo shot back, totally fuming. "The contract I signed said I just had to show off my black fire to help with your research, not that you guys were going to pull a fast one on me." Just then, the sound of someone rushing over filled the room, and without a moment's hesitation, the newcomer clocked Hyung-do right in the face with an angry shout. "Park Hyung-do, you numpty, are you pulling this stunt again?" The person who arrived was Yoo Myung-seo, the head of the research department. He was grinding his teeth, scolding, "How dare you try and sabotage my project, eh?" Seeing him, Hyung-do panicked and tried to explain it was all a misunderstanding. "Sir, too bad Myung-sik wasn't buying it." "A misunderstanding? Give your head a shake. You were trying to sell Warrior Kim's intel. I've been watching this whole gong show." Those words made Hyung-do choke. He hung his head low, muttering quietly, "I'm sorry, I was blinded by greed for a minute there." Myung-sek just scoffed and said coldly, "Get out of here. You're off the team." Junwoo just watched. Before the old-timer could even get a word in, Junwoo just cut him off, eh? "Look, it's not on you, buddy. I bet this kind of gong show goes, that hoser sold the goods because he can't stop betting. If it wasn't for his boss, we'd have given him the boot ages ago." "Figures," Junwoo said, just giving a little nod. "Yeah, no doubt. But I trekked all the way out here for your thing, and my deets almost got blasted everywhere." Hearing that, Myung-suk jumped in to say sorry. "I'm going to bump you up a level. You'll get to use all our top-shelf gear and the training spots, the whole shebang." Soon as he heard that, Junwoo's eyes lit right up. The Magic Tower's training grounds are usually just for the mages, eh? He was thinking on that, gave a solid nod. Sounded like a beaut of a deal. Myung-seok saw how gassed he was and said, "Why don't you just chill for a bit while I sort things out?" Junwoo gave a little nod. "Sounds good. I'll go for a rip around the place then." So after that, he cruises up to one of the floors in the Sun Tower. Junwoo was absolutely jacked, almost lost his mind. I mean, it's the Sun Tower. What'd you expect? Totally worth the hassle, though. This was his shot to snag some more traits from the Magic Tower's training zone. Right then, some voice comes over the speakers, kicking off the lightning magic training. The second they said that, these orbs in front of him just get juiced with mana, and boom, a whole whack of lightning bolts come crashing down. Junwoo got totally swallowed by all that electricity, and it was just zapping the hell out of him, non-stop. The pain was right down to his bones. Junwoo was toughing it out, but figured he should probably pop a trait to last a bit longer. So with that plan, Junwoo swapped his active trait. Right away, the zap factor started to chill out. Before you knew it, Junwoo had aced the magic training for the lightning element, and he even nabbed the lightning resistance trait. Beauty! Having gotten what he wanted, Junwoo happily yelled out, "All right, you can kill the juice for me now. I'm about to get turned into a poutine in here." But right then, the whole system starts flashing red, alarms blaring, and the training thing gets switched to manual. Warning, warning, the juice has been cranked. And just like that, more lightning starts hammering Junwoo, making him yell out like, "Are you serious?" "Whoa, hold on. What the frig? I said I was done. Who's the hoser on the controls?" Took him a sec, but Junwoo spotted that absolute pigeon Hyung-do outside. He's got his hands on the lever, staring daggers at him and growling, "You picked the wrong guy to mess with, buddy." And the second he says it, Hyung-do just gives her and cranks that lever all the way to max. This wicked storm of lightning just unloads on Junwoo, and his face goes dead serious. Hyungdu was absolutely losing it, just screaming his toke off. Just croak already, you piece of garbage. And bam, Junwoo takes the full-on blast from the maxed out lightning. Seeing this, Hyungdu lets out this greasy little laugh. That's what you get for chirping me. But like a second later, that smirk is wiped right off his mug, and his face just freezes. Because Junwoo's still standing there looking bored without a single scratch. Yeah, he wasn't going to get owned by some cheap shot like this. There was a reason he hit up the training room when he had a minute to spare. See, in Junwoo's loadout, he had a trait called Divine Resistance. He snagged that by not flinching at the Saintess's baptism thing. The Fire Resistance trait, got that from just chilling in the Magic Spring. Dark Resistance, that was a souvenir from his throwdown with that Necromancer Karen. And Ice Resistance, he scooped that up from battling those messed up spirits. He scored Earth Resistance from ditching some Manhunter's magic trap. And to top it all off, the Lightning Resistance he literally just picked up from this training session a minute ago. So Junwoo just mashes all 6 of those traits together real quick. A huge wave of mana just wraps around his body. Even his ticker was going nuts, changing and morphing like crazy. And next thing you know, he gets a brand new trait. Magic Resistance. Junwoo cracked a grin, real satisfied, eh? The power was giving him some serious shivers. Hyungdu, watching from the other side of the glass, is totally bugging out. How the heck did he just tank a tier 3 spell with his bare hands? Is that dude even real? This next one's going to be way gnarlier. Right after saying that, Hyungdu starts fiddling with the controls again, and the alarms just go ballistic. Warning, warning, system's gone rogue. Shut her down and get out now. Junwoo wasn't even sweating it, he just kinda scoffed. System's out of control, eh? Sounds like a real kerfuffle. Oh well, guess I'll just pop a trait and sidestep all its little tantrums. And right then, lightning comes for Junwoo again. But this time he just weaves out of the way, no sweat, and what's more, he even scores a new trait called Retreat, which had Junwoo absolutely buzzing. Beauty, at this rate he's totally gonna score a trait way sicker than Airstrike. But while he's buzzing, Hyungdu on the outside is absolutely fuming, eh? He's just hammering on the controls, screaming like a hoser, "Holy frig, I'm actually going to end you." Right then, Myung-Suk strolls in and just smacks him one. He starts going off on him like, "You absolute keener, I heard the alarm, so what the heck are you at?" And then right away, he tells some guy to kill the controls. Stat. Super quick, the lightning just vanishes and the system chills out. Myung-Suk has had it up to here and grabs Hyungdu by the collar. He's seething like, "You absolute nutbar, you tried to hurt Warrior Kim?" Hyungdu's just waving his hands like a madman, denying the whole thing. "Director, it's not like that, eh?" Just then, Junwoo casually walks out. He lets out this cold little scoff. "Hurt me?" Myung-Sik spins around, totally bug-eyed, and asks all worried, "Warrior, you're not hurt, are ya?" Junwoo just gives a little laugh, pulls a face, and goes, "Well, I guess I felt a tiny bit of static shock." The whole crew is just standing there, completely floored. After that whole gong show, Hyungdu finally gets turf from the tower. Doesn't matter how much he begged, it was a hard no. Junwoo watches him leave and kinda asks, "So what happens to a guy who gets kicked out?" Myung-Suk starts explaining, "We're gonna put a little spell on his brain so he can't ever learn new magic." Junwoo just gives a little nod, real casual, and says, "So his life as a mage is pretty much hooped. He had it coming." Myung-Suk's not feeling sorry for him either, saying all cold, "That kid's been a pain in the arse for way too long, so this is just karma. Please, take this. It's not a huge deal, but we want you to have it as our apology." And with that, he hands Junwoo a box with a vial of elixir inside. This is a top-shelf healing potion, and even though Junwoo is secretly buzzing, he just plays it cool and says, "Thanks, man. This potion's basically a one-up for me." Hearing that, Myung-Suk just waves a hand and laughs. "Ah, no worries. I'd say it's a fair price for all the trouble." Looked like the director just wanted this whole thing to blow over, but Junwoo had other plans. Thinking it over, he says slowly, "But I gotta say, it's a little sketchy that I've been attacked a solid 2 times just for stopping by the tower, eh?" Myung-Seok can't help but ask, all baffled. "Alright, so what is it you want?" Junwoo pretends to think for a sec before saying all chill, "There's this thing I've wanted for ages. I want to get a taste of all 4 of the tower's big spells." The second he says it, Myung-Seok just about has a heart attack. "What? You don't mean you want to face tank the solar cannon, do you?" Junwoo just nods and says real casual, "Yup. That's the one. Light me up with that thing." Hearing this, Myung-Suk tries to talk him down. A rank 3 Supe can't even take that for 1 second. Maybe once you're a bit stronger. But before he can even finish, Junwoo cuts him off cold. "Nope, I'm sure I can handle it for about 15 seconds. Myung-Seok is just completely gobsmacked. "Who?" But that's something even a rank 5 Supe. Junwoo just clicks his tongue, shakes his head, and says flat out, "I'm built different." Myung-Suk just stares at him, completely confused. He chews on it for a while before saying, "That black flame of yours, it can torch an enemy's mana. It's a wicked strategy, but this is still super dangerous." Junu just lets out a little chuckle and says all confident, "Guess we'll just have to find out." And just like that, Junu heads to the room with the solar cannon. He stands in front of it, just thinking. Not going to lie, the thought of getting blasted by that thing was a little spooky. But he was out of options if he wanted to get the solar cannon trait. There were only 3 ways to swing it. First off, he could get into the magic tower as somebody's student. Second, he could take down the Tower Master in a one-on-one scrap. But both of those were only for magic types, so that was a hard pass for him. While Junu's off in his own world, Myung-seok announces, "We're going to start firing now." Junu just gives a little nod to show he's good to go, but there was still the third way he could use the secret quests he unlocked, by getting in good with the Tower Master. And as luck would have it, the Tower Master himself was right there watching. The solar cannon starts to power up. Junu looks up at this massive energy blast getting ready to come at him, and in a flash, a wicked bright fireball rockets his way. With a massive boom, the whole thing just goes off. Junu gets completely swallowed by flames, but he's handling it. This was all thanks to the traits he'd already snagged from his magic armor. Seeing this, the bigwigs upstairs were totally bugging, screaming like, "No way, he's actually tanking it? He's only a level 3 scrub, how's that even happening, eh?" Junu, totally clueless, they were freaking out, just clenched his jaw and took the full blast of the flames. He prepped for this, but holy, it still hurt like a son of a biscuit. Junu somehow managed to hang on like that for a solid 15 seconds. Myung-kok was quick on the mic, yelling out the announcement, "15 seconds are up, shut her down, retract the sun cannon." The second he was done, the sun cannon's heat was poof, gone. Junu was a proper mess now, clutching his chest and just gasping for air. It was finally over, buddy. Those were the longest 15 seconds of his entire life. The Tower Master, though, was pretty stoked with Junu's whole performance. He was cracking a smile as he said, "What's his name again? Warrior Kim? What a beaut, truly." A little bit later, up in the Tower Master's swanky office, he'd invited Junu to chill for some tea. The Tower Master gave him a satisfied look and said with a grin, "You were absolutely giving her out there, using black flames to take on the sun cannon for that long." He said Junu was going to be a massive help for their big project they'd been waiting on. "It's my honor." Junu shot back with a nod and a smile, playing it all cool on the outside. But deep down, he was absolutely buzzing about racking up those affection points. Meanwhile, the Tower Master just laughed and said, "Ha ha, I dig your attitude and I've got a favor to ask you." Junu was kinda thrown. "A favor?" Just then, some young dude walks in from outside and goes, "Grandfather, you buzzed for me?" The Tower Master gave a little nod. Then he introduced the two of them. "Say hey to Warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman." Junu popped right up to greet him. "Real pleasure to meet you, man." The other young guy also bowed his head and said, "Pleasure to meet you too." Junu totally knew this guy, Mage Kim, the magic system tutorial character who shows up after Iron Fist and Priest Kim. He's always got that mopey, sad sack vibe. Right then, the Tower Master pipes up, "This here is my grandson. He's got the juice to become a top-tier superhuman, but his power's been hard stuck at level 1 forever." After hearing this, Junu just nodded and was like, "Yeah, that's a bit of a gong show." Mage Kim spoke up, all bummed out. "Sorry for being a gong show. Sorry for being a total embarrassment to the tower." Junu got all flustered and quickly tried to explain, "Whoa, buddy, that's not what I meant." The Tower Master had seen this kerfuffle a million times. He glanced over at Junu and said, "So, what do you think, Mr. Kim? I heard you fixed up Director Seo's kid. I'm thinking you might have a clue how to unlock this kid's potential." Mage Kim didn't dare say a peep, just sat there quietly. Junu squinted his eyes, looking at the Tower Master and his grandson. And after a long second, he cracked a grin and said, "Oh, for sure there's a way." Hearing that, the granddad and grandson duo totally lit up. The Tower Master was pumped. "For real? If you can pull it off, I'll grant you any wish you got." Anything, eh? Junu smirked when he heard that. This was the kickoff for the secret Sun Cannon quest. Junu didn't waste any time laying out his plan. After listening, the Tower Master yelled out in shock, "Run that by me again. What do you want?" Junu answered without even blinking, "The Sun Cannon." Was I mumbling or something? The Tower Master paused for a sec, then muttered to himself after a bit, "The Sun Cannon. If the tower's future is riding on this, I can give it to you, but I'm not sure what you're even going to do with it." Junu wasn't in any rush, winking as he said with a smile, "Then could you hook me up with it as a memory chip so I can, download it right away?" The Tower Master didn't expect him to be such a keener, but he could only nod. "All right then." Just then, Mage Kim suddenly spoke up, "Sorry to butt in, but, How exactly are you going to train me? Junu just replied all casual like, first things first, we got to figure out what the actual problem is. Before Mage Kim could even answer, the Tower Master shot back cold as ice. The biggest problem is that this kid's a total hoser. He's supposed to be a mage, but his math skills are basically a big fat zero. Junu, of course, already knew what Mage Kim's deal was. He was smart enough to get into Seun University for business management, but was a complete write-off when it came to math, making him useless for studying magic. After a long pause, Junu finally spoke up slow. So, why don't we just learn some magic that doesn't need any calculations? The Tower Master asked, looking pretty confused. What's that supposed to mean? Magic without calculations? Junu just nodded. He said it like it was no big deal. By using spirits, he can become a fire sorcerer. The Tower Master was floored when he heard this and blurted out, a fire sorcerer? Come on, that's not a real mage. Shrugging like he didn't have a care in the world, Junu pouted and asked, so, you'd rather let your grandson stay a scrub for his whole life? Or would you rather let him become a fire sorcerer and help him finally giver and unleash his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, staying dead silent for a long, long time. The old dude finally plopped down, huffed, and was like, all right, spill it, buddy. Jun Xu, cool as a cucumber, started. So the big problem is him not being able to spit the magic rhymes. Because he can't bust out the chants. He can't do any magic. So let's just get the spirits to do the heavy lifting, and he just has to be the battery, you know? Just supply the juice. The Tower Master shot that down right away. No way, poser. The kid ain't buddies with any spirits, so how's he even going to find one? June gave him a look and said straight up, I never said he had to be best buds with a spirit. Like I told you before, he's going to use them. My whole plan is for Mage Kim to just carve the magic words into a circle. That way, the person using it just got to worry about pumping in the juice, and the circle does all the talking. The Tower Master was totally floored and blurted out. You mean we actually snatch a spirit and use it as the magic circle? For real? Or to put it another way, we basically just turn the thing into the magic circle. Jun Xu just nodded. Bingo. The Tower Master was suddenly super gassed. Holy smokes, that's a beauty of an idea. I thought you were just a brawler. How the heck do you know this kind of stuff? How was Jun Xu supposed to answer that, eh? Of course, the plan was fire, because they're the ones who cook it up down the road. Just then, the Tower Master grumbled. But the door to the spirit world is slammed shut right now. We can't call any of them up. Jun Xu just shrugged it off, so we'll just use some animal spirits instead. No biggie. Hearing that, the Tower Master's brain started ticking, and he frowned, mumbling, animal spirits. You mean like a phoenix? That sounds like a real gong show. How are we supposed to track down a legendary bird like that? June just chuckled a bit and said, all cocky, don't get your token a twist. I already got a plan. A little while later, the three of them show up at this canyon, and the place is just crawling with phoenixes. Seeing them, Mage Kim couldn't help but flip out. Are you serious? A spot like this has a whole friggin' valley of phoenixes? The Tower Master was bug-eyed too. Even a top-tier wizard would have a hell of a time finding this place. So how'd you pull it off? Jun Xu gave a bit of a goofy laugh and said, the phoenixes ain't what the stories say. They just chill deep in the valley, and I guess I just got lucky and tripped over him. The Tower Master was totally giving him the side-eye, but he played along all jazzed up. Ha ha! Holy cow! You're one lucky son of a gun. Jun Xu got all happy and leaned in. So, about that solar cannon we were chatting about before, the Tower Master gave a little nod. Fine, you can have one. Jun Xu was absolutely stoked to hear that, finishing a quest with just one spot. What a sweet deal. While he was cheesing, the Tower Master piped up again. By the way, how's a brawler like you gonna get the most juice out of a solar cannon? Jun Xu just shrugged. Gonna soup it up. I'm aiming to make it go nuclear, basically. Hearing this, the Tower Master just threw his head back and howled, ha ha, nuclear fission? That ain't a walk in the park, kid. It took us a whole 10 years to figure that out. With a shrug like he didn't care, June said casually, coming at it like a brawler is gonna be a bit different than coming at it like a pointy hat, eh? Who knows? Maybe my nuclear boom will be better than your nuclear boom. The Tower Master squinted at him, a little smirk on his face. All right, bet. You got 2 years. We'll see whose is the real deal, yours or the magic towers. Jun Xu was cool with it. So what's on the line? The Tower Master thought for a sec, then said, if you win, I'll give you one wish, anything you want. But if I win, you gotta join the Magic Tower's security crew. Bet. Sounds good to me. Jun Xu agreed right then and there. Another chance to chirp the Magic Tower? Of course he was going to take it. While those two were jawing, Mage Kim had already snuck into the canyon. Now it was time to see if this whole thing would fly. A bit later, Jun Xu was chilling outside the OR. Mi-eung-sa came up, smiling big. That was unreal. Warrior Kim, I can't believe you actually made it possible for us to have a fire chucker in our magic tower. Jun Xu looked up at him with a little grin. Director, that's all good, but let's maybe hope the operation doesn't go sideways first. Mi-eung-sa sat down beside him and gave a little nod. You're right, but about that mage who got the boot before. Jun Xu frowned a bit and mumbled, Oh, that hoser? Mi-eung-sa's face got serious. After he bounced, I did some digging, and it's 100% clear he was on the take from the Kumo group. Jun Xu's jaw just about hit the floor. The Kumo group, one of the big five suits, eh? Total sharks, known for straight up bodying their competition and just gobbling them up on the market. In-game, these guys are the absolute worst. Mi-eung got all serious like, looking right at him and was like, Yo, the issue ain't them jacking our magic intel, bud. It's that they're after times your times deets. Specifically, they're probably trying to get you on their team. Hard pass. Jun Xu straight up got the heebie-jeebies thinking about it. He let out a big sigh, totally cheesed off. No way I'm ever linking up with goofs like Kumo, so that's just another headache to dodge. Then, out of nowhere, the ore door flies open. The Tower Master barrels right for Jun Xu and gives him a solid whack on the back. He's just roaring with laughter. Ha ha! Beauty! Total success. And it's all you. My guy. Superhuman, Kim. My grandkid's a freaking superhuman mage now. Jun Xu was still ringing from the hit when Mage Kim strolls out from the room, just glowing with a wicked amount of magic energy. He dips his head and goes, Seriously, thanks a million. Jun Xu squinting at Mage Kim, like, he's already on your level? What the heck? Kicking off at level 3? Is this some kind of DNA cheat code or what? Then Mage Kim chimes in, This is wild, eh? Slinging magic, this easy feels so weird. Jun Xu, all gassed up, strolls over and gives him a tip. From here on out, you should chug a fire-type elixir. It'll get your mana production cranking. Hearing that, Mage Kim was like, For real? You're even giving me tips on how to get jacked? Thanks, man. Just then, the Tower Master yells out, Attaboy, Kim! Here's that reward you were after. At that, Jun Xu's eyes practically bugged out. He finally got the solar cannon, but hold up, there was something else in there. He's like, what's this thing? The Tower Master pops open the bag at his feet and says, Toss a little extra something in there for you, bud. Slap some proof and magic on it so it's totally off the grid. Jun Xu's eyes were lit up like the northern lights, man. The old guy's rep was through the roof. A bit later, over at Choi Seol's office, they're gawking at the cash. Jun Xu hauled in, Choi just loses it. You bagged a 5 billion reward? That's absolutely mental. Jun Xu gets this cheeky grin and goes, I figure it's about time. You got used to how legendary I am. Then he's like, anyways, time to crack open that nectar I've been stashing. Choi's a bit sketched out. The nectar? Buddy, you just hit level 3 not even a month ago, eh? Isn't that a bit keen? Better watch out for some gnarly side effects. Jun Xu gives him the puppy dog eyes. Well, can you clean up the nectar then? Come on, director. Choi, hook it up. Choi Seol was floored for a sec, but then he hits him with a confident wink. You know I got you, bud. So he pops open his inventory to dig around. After a minute, Choi Seol finally goes, All right, just need the main stuff. These are the basic ones. Jun Xu gives it a quick scan, scrunching up his face and mumbling. So, I get different perks depending on what I use? That's a tough call, eh? I've already got the super strength and the healing factor, plus the steel skin on my shield. After thinking it over, Jun Xu points at one of the items. All right, let's give her with the horned tiger's heart. When he said that, Choi Seol looked totally shook and asked all hesitant, You sure about the horned tiger, man? Seeing how weird he was acting, Jun Xu had to ask, What's the deal? Choi lays it out slow. They're basically endangered, bud. Super hard to get your hands on one. Jun Xu was just completely gobsmacked hearing that. So, right away, Jun Xu peeled out to go find one. He wasn't sweating it. If he couldn't buy it, he'd just go hunt it down himself. Only problem was, how the heck do you find a horned tiger in the middle of nowhere? Jun Xu really didn't want to do this, but he was out of options. With that, he whips out a can of fish and takes a big whiff right up his nose. It wasn't long before Jun Xu unlocked the dog's nose trait. Man, I'd rather huff a durian. This fermented herring is nasty. Felt like the stink was permanently stuck in his lungs, but hey, thanks to the perk, he could smell literally everything now. Jun Xu just kept trucking deeper in. He's getting a strong whiff of blood. Predator hanging around? Maybe? Does that mean it's close? Jun Xu whips his head around, scanning the area, but before he spots his target, he sees something else. Way off in the distance, a truck's ripping towards him with a bunch of guys on it, and they're chasing some animal, just unloading on it, coming from the other way. Jun Xu books it after them. Are you serious? Competition? I'm gonna lose the scent now. Checking out the claw marks on this dead thing. Yeah, this ain't your average horned tiger. This was the legendary beast, the Mountain King of the Chun-Go Plateau, and it's rocking all 6 traits. Just then, the Mountain King starts booking it straight for Jun Xu. If he messes up for even a second, he's a total goner. Jun Xu wasn't about to get decked, so he bounced out of there. But the real kicker was this. Mountain King Beastie had some wicked dodge moves too. Jun Xu was proper cheesed. Alright, not many tries left in the tank. Gotta make this hit count for real. Guess I'm just gonna have to trust the vibes in my gut now. While Jun Xu was skemming, the Mountain King just went full send. Jun Xu lined up the shot, popped his special at the same time, without even blinking. My guy fired, but the big beastie still juked the bullet like a pro, only giving it a little scratch. Jun Xu was fuming like, you can even dodge times that asterisk, eh? Aight, bet. We're not done here. With that fire in his belly, Jun Xu went for another round, getting right up in the Mountain King's grill. He aimed his piece again, giving a cold little laugh. Just 'cause I'm a fighter doesn't mean my aim's garbage, eh? And boom. The second he said it, he fired straight up, and the magic bullet buried itself deep in the Mountain King's gut. Jun Xu cracked a smile, totally stoked with his haul, but his good mood didn't last, 'cause the Mountain King suddenly went for another round, making him jump. Lucky for him, Jun Xu dodged it. He seriously didn't think the thing could still move after eating those black flames. Jun Xu stared at it, proper shocked, frowning and muttering, well, if the black flames ain't gonna cut it, guess I gotta get up close and personal. Meanwhile, the Mountain King's eyes glazed over, looking pure evil as it stared down Jun Xu. Without a second thought, it charged like an absolute psycho. Jun Xu knew this move. This was the Mountain King's ultimate breakthrough. It could bulk up to over 1.5 tons and just completely demolish anything it ran into. For a beast with a rep that had countless players shaking in their boots, the game plan to beat it was hilariously easy. You just gotta use its own juice against it. So with that plan, Jun Xu hopped right onto the Mountain King's back, making it jump. Letting out a little scoff, Jun Xu said all cool like, surprised to see me, eh? You know you can't juke this move, right? The second he said it, he slammed his sword right down the center of the Mountain King, and the red stuff started gushing like a fountain. A second later, Jun Xu dragged the Mountain King's body into the city, and a whole mob of people showed up. He held up the box with its ticker inside, yelling like a champ, check out the beast! Everyone see its heart right here? Jun Xu did the dirty work himself, because he was worried his so-called partners would turn on him and try to yoink his special trait. With that on his mind, he spoke up. I just need the heart, eh? So the rest of its bits are for sale. Anyone biting? He was just curious how much this Mountain King was actually worth. The second Jun Xu finished his sentence, people went nuts with the bids, and in like 2 seconds the price rocketed up to 2.5 billion. But then, some lady in a hat steps out of the crowd and drops a crazy number. I'll do 5 billion. Jun Xu didn't even have to think about it and just yelled, sold for 5 billion! Seeing that it was a done deal, the crowd peaced out. The lady walked up to him and said, I'll send the cash over right now. Jun Xu gave her his info. The girl zapped the money over to him, then asked him kinda skeptically, by the way, you actually clapped this thing all by yourself? Jun Xu just gave a little nod and said, yeah, guess I just got really lucky, the lady scoffed, giving a little pout as she said, there's no such thing as just luck in hunting, that was some serious skill you got there. And with that, she slipped Jun a business card. That's my card, give me a shout later, would ya? Then she just turned and bounced. Jun Xu looked down at the business card in his hand and it said, Jun Jin's. He thought the name sounded kind of familiar, eh? Must be another one of those loaded characters, he figured. But Jun Xu didn't really care. He'd already bagged the tiger's heart and another 5 billion, so he was already laughing. 2 days later, Jun Xu got back to his place. He went straight for the training room. Checking out the vial in his hand, he nodded, pretty pleased with himself. You could tell just by the color that this potion was the real deal. Earlier, after bringing back the tiger's heart, Jun Xu had given it to Choi Seo to brew up. He promised there wouldn't be any sketchy side effects, and he looked so sure of himself that Jun Xu figured he could be trusted. It's just, Jun Xu suddenly let out a big sigh and muttered, still kind of freaking me out though. Just to play it safe, he got his traits all lined up first. Next, Jun Xu downed the whole vial. In a hot second, it felt like pure lava was erupting inside his body. Jun Xu's body was starting to level up as it sensed the new adrenaline getting stored up. Oh yeah, the effects were definitely kicking in. This had Jun Xu absolutely stoked. His mana was getting a total refresh and he'd hit level 4. My guy couldn't be happier, eh? Now that he was level 4, everything felt different. Like his whole soul just leveled up. Plus, he even copped a new attribute, Berserk. Yo, the crafting was a total beaut, eh? And it finally made sense why Junu was out there ganking mobs and flipping loot. With all the traits he'd been stacking from his scraps, and by mashing up the traits in his gear with this diamond, he straight up copped the sturdy and giant trait. Junu just nodded, totally feeling it. The prep work was done. Now it was time to give her. Just then, Junu's body started getting all jacked up. The muscle fibers inside just straight up shredded themselves, and his bones were doing the cha-cha slide. Before you knew it, the traits were mixing, and bam, my guy got the strength of a friggin' giant. Peeping down at his now swole body, he was absolutely buzzing. He finally bagged it the strength of a giant, which is some top-tier warrior stuff for sure. But pretty quick, Junu clocked a problem. He was getting wide, like a 2 to 4, but whatever, he had to see how much juice he had. Right after, Junu chucked a fist towards the glass. In a blink, the entire pane of glass just vaporized. Junu mumbled, all chuffed, it broke just from the breeze. This power is absolutely wicked, but it's definitely got some gnarly side effects. Just like Junu figured, to run this trait proper, he'd also need a diamond body to get tanky, or the undefeated trait, which is basically a super fast heal, but both are top shelf traits. Junu could probably score him from gear like before. The kicker was he was fresh out of diamonds, buddy, which was a total gong show for him. But soon enough, Junu cooked up a plan. He knew the exact spot to get him, so he just had to send it. But when he rolled up, he got hit with a real shocker. Sorry, bud, we're all out of diamonds. Chunbok sighed and said, yeah, we're cleaned out. Earliest we'll have more is next month. Hearing this, Junu started bugging out. Next month's way too long of a wait. Chunbok then got all sneaky, whispering, all right then, how'd you feel about a little roadie with me to the mine to grab some diamonds? Hearing this, Junu was gobsmacked. He did not remember this side quest from the game. Chunbok dropped his voice again. This trip has to be kept on the down low. You feel me? No matter what. You interested? Without even blinking, Junu was in. Like, heck yeah, he's going. That evening, cruising the packed streets of Seun, Chunbok was at the wheel. He said it slow. I'm sure you get that to score something like a diamond. You gotta put some skin in the game, right? Junu gave a little nod back. For sure. Hearing that, Chunbok gave him a heads up. Take a look up ahead. If you're getting bad vibes, you can still bail. Junu had no clue why he was getting this advice all of a sudden, but that's when it clicked. The car was pointed straight for Bun. The whip was just gunning it, not even thinking about the brakes. Junu finally clued in to where they were headed. It was the spot where soup-ed-up folks scrap for their lives. The biggest back alley arena in the whole capital, a nasty one-on-one fighting ring, where you could get your bell rung, but you can't ever tap out. A bit later, in some bougie building in Bun, they were heading down to the basement. Chun, Bok, and Junu just strolled on in. The place was a total racket with everyone shouting and cheering. Junu scoped it out for a second, had to say, holy, this place is massive. Hearing that, Chun Bok gave him a look. You know about this joint too? Junu played it cool. Just heard stuff on the grapevine. So anyways, aren't you connected to this place or something? Chun Bok just chuckled, shrugging like, haha, you got me. Junu had always wondered where this hoser was digging up. All that rare loot. Turns out it was from right here. Now that he thought about it, Kim Chun Bok's whole backstory in the game was shady as heck. While he was mulling it over, Chun Bok piped up again, but just a heads up, I didn't bring you here to get tossed in that ring. Junu kind of muttered. But you dragged me here as part of some scheme, right? Chun Bok gave an awkward nod. You betcha. There's no free lunch in this world. Eh? This is one of the fastest ways to stack diamonds. The rules are dead simple. 2. The winner snags the loser's diamonds, and the loser has to nuke their own magic circle to cough up the diamonds. Junu's brow furrowed when he heard that. That's basically just rage quitting all your experience points. After a long pause, he finally said, so I gotta bet my entire life? The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, eh? Chun Bok nodded a little and replied, that's the ticket. If you're not feeling it, we can bounce. But before he could even finish, Junu cut him off with a grin. Bounce for what? Where's the sign-up sheet, buddy? This is a perfect chance to score some diamonds. Hearing that, Chun Bok volunteered to handle it. Since I'm the one who brought ya, I'll deal with the registration. Junu gave him a doubtful look and asked, so what's in it for you? Ah, Chun Bok just said, all chipper-like, half the cash is yours, buddy. The rest is for me and the crew running this gong show. Junu was cool with it and said, all casual. Sounds mint. I'm just going to scope the scene first, eh? So after that, Junu hops in the ring to throw down. His opponent was this absolute unit who just kept coming at him full send no matter how much Junu was ducking and weaving. This got the big fella totally cheesed and he starts chirping. You gonna dance around like a hoser all day? One shot from these guns and you're getting smoked, bud. Right then, Junu cracks this cold grin and is like, "You're running your mouth a bit too much, buddy. My turn to give her now, eh?" The second he's done talking, he pops the giant strength trait and just decks the big guy right in the mug. A one-punch K. Oh, the dude folded like a lawn chair. And the winner, of course, is Junu. Seeing this, Chunbok hustles down to give him props. That was a beauty. A 5-win heater. Junu's just laughing. I bet you're swimming in diamonds now because of me. Chunbok's totally stoked, giving him a shoulder rub and grinning like a goof, not to mention all that sweet bet in cash. So, what's the plan for all that coin you just bagged, bud? Junu takes a beat, then replies, probably gonna cop some new gear. Chunbok's eyes just lit up like the CN Tower. So you're just all about getting jacked, eh? Junu gives a chill nod. Yeah, no doubt. 'Cause how strong you are decides where you stand in Araxan. And I'm not about to live like some hoser getting owned by this whole system. Just then, Chunbok cuts in. Uh-oh, looks like someone just called you out, buddy. Hearing that, Junu's all surprised. From who? Chunbok replies all casual. Some level 4 super dude they call the Wrecking King. He's the top dog around here. Chunbok figured this was a sketchy scene and gave him some advice. This seems like a bit of a gong show. Man, you don't gotta take the fight. But looks like Junu knew the name and accepted right on the spot. A minute later, he's back in the ring. The crowd down below is just going absolutely nuts. A massive dude with his face covered is already standing on the stage. Hearing the crowd chant his name, he's just soaking it all in. This guy's the Wrecking King, a level 4 superhuman. The Wrecking King clocks Junu and just laughs. Didn't think you'd actually take me on, kid. You must be a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Junu just squints, sizing the guy up. The Wrecking King was definitely a whole different beast. He was an SR-rank character who was a master of getting up close and personal with wicked strength and mad fighting skills. In a straight-up scrap, no gear, he was the top dog, rocking 3 high-level traits, but he could still get dropped. In the game, the Wrecking King was a level 5, but here he was only a level 4. On top of that, Junu was starting to think the diamond payout for this was kinda weak sauce. While he's thinking that, the Wrecking King just full sends it, screaming like a maniac, "I'm gonna wipe that stupid smirk off your face. Get ready to be a meat puddle, crying on the floor, ya hoser." And just like that, he's throwing hands like crazy, but Junu's still slipping every punch. Not even sweating it, he even chirps back with a grin. Funny, I was gonna say the same thing to you, bud. Right then, the Wrecking King barrels in and locks Junu in a massive bear hug. But Junu's totally chill because he called it, he knew this dude was gonna charge. The Wrecking King is a wrestler. Soon as he gets a lift, he's looking to plant you right through the floor. But what the Wrecking King didn't know was his opponent this time was Junu. And my guy ain't no easy takedown. And what do I know? Just as the king goes for the slam. Junu pulls a slick spin. He'd stacked giant strength, super strength, and straight up power, then popped his counter at the perfect time. Junu unleashes this beauty of a spin right in the ring, then just buries his elbow into the Wrecking King's gut. That one shot had him hacking up a lung, but the Wrecking King was quick, eh? He snags Junu's arm and slaps on a tight chokehold. But Junu was already way ahead of him and slipped out of it. No sweat. Next thing, he grabs the Wrecking King by the collar and just yeets him to the floor. 'Cause of that, Junu snagged the inhibition trait, which he was pretty stoked about. The Wrecking King scrambles up, looking all confused and asking, "How the heck did you do that?" Junu just smirks, all casual. Probably wondering how I'm reading your plays and dodging everything, eh? Well, tough toboggans for you, because I'm just warming up. After getting inhibition, he'd collected all 6 of the basic combat traits. And when you mash all those traits together, they level up and become one wicked new trait, which is close quarters combat. Junu just raises an eyebrow and grins. All right, let's get her done. All right, buddy, let's see what you're really made of, eh? Hearing this, the King of Destruction was just gobsmacked. He scrunched up his face and mumbled, "What's your game, hoser?" Before the guy could even figure out what was happening, Junu was on him like a dart. The King of Destruction wasn't about to get decked, so he threw his hands up to block, but still had to chirp. What in the fresh heck is this? For real, man. What'd you do to switch up your whole vibe like that? Jun Xu just let out a little laugh, gave him the eyebrow, and said, "Notice that? Did ya? Pretty sharp, eh? No wonder you're ranked so high, buddy." And he was right. For a total newbie to the scrap, Jun Xu shouldn't have had these kinds of moves, but he was a full-on beauty of a warrior after snagging the close combat trait. Equipping that let Jun Xu's basic punches set off a non-stop combo, and it even juiced up his attacks with a few buffs. The King of Destruction was backed into a corner and fighting back like a maniac, but Junu was just deking him out left and right. Then, he straight up snagged the King of Destruction's incoming fist. While rocking this trait, Junu was also mixing in a few other basic tricks. That's why even the big guy was getting absolutely schooled. In that moment, Junu used his legs to lock the King of Destruction's arm up against his neck, pinning him down tighter than a toque in January. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Tap out unless you want a busted wing, buddy." Totally overwhelmed by the pain, the King of Destruction belted out with a shaky voice, "I'm done. I surrender." Right away, the ref started hollering for everyone to hear, "The winner is Warrior Kim." And get this, in a total gong show, he just climbed to the #1 spot in the tourney for level 4 superhumans. Junu was feeling pretty deadly about how that turned out. Down in the stands, the crowd was going wild, cheering his name, even calling him the Warrior King. Junu was getting totally red-faced over the nickname. What a keener. Just then, the ref piped up again. "All right, we're going to start the diamond creation process." Jun Xu gave the King of Destruction the stink eye, wondering if this hoser was really going to give up all the power he'd worked his butt off to collect. The King of Destruction bit his lip so hard it was about to bleed. After mulling it over for a sec, he finally spoke up, "I want to use the special contract." Hearing that, the ref asked, all skeptical, "You sure about that, buddy? You really want to use it?" This special contract was a deal the organizers cooked up with the King of Destruction when he first hit #1. The condition was that if he ever got beat, the organizers would fork over the diamonds for him. Thing is, the winner had to give it the A-OK. So, the ref looked over at Junu and asked, "So, you good with this?" Before Junu could even get a word in, the King of Destruction jumped in again. "If you agree, I'll toss you 10 diamonds. But Junu just shook his head and said, "Gonna need more than that, bud." His words made both the King of Destruction and the ref freeze solid. The magic power of a B rank and an SR-rank superhuman was right there for the taking, so Junu had to play this one smart. And so, our boy started to name his price. "I want something, but it ain't diamonds." Junu said if he got his hands on the Iron Fist, they had a deal. The second he said that, you could see a flash of panic on the King of Destruction's face. He dodged Junu's look and mumbled under his breath, "The Iron Fist? What's that?" "Yeah, a little late to be playing dumb now, hoser." Jun Xu had already seen that, oh crap, look on his face. He smirked and said, "No 10 diamonds and no Iron Fist means no deal." The King of Destruction bit his lip hard, hesitating for a good long while before asking all suspicious like, "How'd you know?" Jun Xu didn't answer, just played it cool and shot back. "So, are we doing this, or what?" He knew the guy couldn't say no. If he broke the magic circle to make the diamonds, all his skills would just go poof. The King of Destruction thought it over forever before finally saying, "Fine, I'll give you the Iron Fist, but you gotta come back to the rink later for a rematch and bet the Iron Fist." Junu didn't even hesitate, just smiled and said, "Sounds like a plan, Stan. We can figure out a time later." And just like that, Junu scored the Iron Fist. He dipped from the underground arena and headed home. He was practically buzzing, saying, "Would you look at the aura on this? This is so sick. This thing can even cut down on damage. It's basically a cheat code." On top of that, Jun Xu also walked away with a boatload of diamonds. He'd probably have a ton left over even after grabbing a high-grade trait. So, he went for it and added the healing trait from the necklace Priest Kim gave him. Around the necklace, a stream of magic power just popped up, and Junu's whole body started to change. Before long, he landed a new trait, Immortality. He cheered, "Sweet! Now I've got giant strength and immortality. I just need one more to complete my triple threat warrior hat trick." With that, Junu stashed the pile of diamonds somewhere safe. Gotta keep that loot locked down. While he was still riding the high, his phone suddenly started blowing up. The caller ID showed the name Jin Young. Jun Xu scrunched his face seeing the name, mumbling to himself, "Yo, is that the dude who copped that fox? Eh?" A bit later, Junu rolls up to the Hunters Guild, just like Jin Yang told him to. She gets him up to the penthouse floor of the joint, all like, "Big ups for showing up, man. Our guildmaster's been jonesing to meet you, for real." And you best believe Junu was just as keen to meet the guy, cause word on the street was this NPC guildmaster was a beauty for dropping mad loot. Next thing you know, they're in the room, and some fella decked out in a black suit is just chillin'. The guy cracks a smile, all smooth like, "Absolute pleasure to meet ya. I'm Junbong Jin, the big cheese of the Sun's Hunter Guild." Junu's jaw just about hit the floor, staring at this dude. Hold up, this ain't the guildmaster. That's the head honcho of some hitman crew. What the heck is he doing here? But nah, he kept that on the down low, just gave Bung Jin a proper handshake, and mumbled, "Nah, man, the honor's all mine. Name's Warrior Kim." Bung Jin lets out this little chuckle. "Ha ha, true say, the pleasure is all mine. buddy. Then it clicked for Junu. This hoser gets the boot from the Hunters Guild after a couple of story arcs, but things were feeling real sketchy. Right then, some other guy barrels in, all apologetic. Sorry I'm late. Bung Jin gives the new guy the side eye and asks, Director Kang, what's the go? This about that disposal thing? Director Kang just scratches his dome, looking all sheepish. Heard the legend who dropped the Mountain King was in the house, so I had to book it over here. Plus, it's the unification tourney today. Can't miss that. Junu's just quietly scoping this dude out. This guy was the actual Times Guildmaster from the game. What in the fresh heck was this gong show? Before he could process, Director Kang strolls over to say, what's up? I'm Director Kang. But just call me Kiok, buddy. Junu just shakes his head, laughing. Get out of here, man. No way. I'm just calling you by your first name, sir. You're a beaut, Director Kang. Bung Jin sees them getting all chummy and cuts in with a big ahem. So, if you two are done your little chinwag, can we get on with it, eh? Junu and Kiok both whip their heads around to look at him. Bung Jin just lays it out, real calm. Mr. Superman, we want to invite you to be an official part of the crew here. The Hunters Guild, eh? Gotta marinate on that one. Junu shot back with a frown. Like, being an official member sounded wicked, but this guildmaster guy was giving him sketchy vibes. So Bung Jin tries to sweeten the deal. Look, I'll be straight with ya. Our guild is setting up a next-level hunting ground out in the Onontron. Full disclosure, our guild's on shaky ground right now. We're only cleared to hunt in 2 zones. But if the permits get all messed up, we're pretty much hooped. That's why we want to carve out our own turf where we can hunt without all the bureaucratic nonsense. We need a beauty with your skills, Junu, to help make it happen. Junu's thinking, all right, that actually sounds pretty solid. But before he could even open his mouth, Kiok pipes up, Guild Master? That's not the whole story, is it? Our fearless leader here doesn't just want a hunting spot, he wants to be recognized as a full-on army and build his own armed-up kingdom in the Onontron. Junu was absolutely floored hearing this. Wasn't that a bit of a reach for one measly guild? The top dogs in those other 2 zones have mad clout because of their whole history of doing their own thing and having their own private crews. Exactly. So, it's a total pipe dream, Kiok agreed, nodding. But Bung Jin just shut him down cold. It's possible. Then he lasers in on Junu and drops the offer like he's holding a royal flush. Superman Kim, you lend us your muscle, and I'll give you my spot on the throne down the line. Junu's forehead crinkled up hard at that pitch. The guildmaster's job, eh? The dude's eyes were basically on fire with the hustle. Kiok, not wanting to get left in the dust, jumps in with a slick smile. Just forget all that other noise and come join our squad. I promise I'll hook you up proper. Jin Yang hears this and just scoffs, totally cheesed. Director Kang, you think I can't do that myself, bud? Kiok just scratches his head, all awkward, fumbling for words like he's lost his wallet. Junu glances over at her, then back to Bung Jin. That dude was a total wild card. Super sketchy. If something went sideways with Kiok, the guy who's supposed to drop quests on him later, it'd be a massive pain in the butt. While Junu's brain was doing gymnastics, Kiok had already nudged Jin Yang out of the way. The grin on his face was still a 10 out of 10. Superman Kim, if you sign on, you get a tax break too, eh? And you get to check out the unification tourney today. After mulling it over for a hot second, Junu made his call. He had to keep Kiok safe. So, he just beams and says, sounds like a plan, man. I'm in. Later on, Kiok gave Junu a lift. The old guy was laughing his head off. Ha! I owe you big time, buddy. I was so stressed the guildmaster had already snagged you that I had to give her over here. To be real with you, I was seriously worried about him, trying to get all buddy-buddy with you. Junu, just chillin' shotgun, lets out a massive sigh while Kiok just keeps yapping. The game guide never said this hoser was such a chatterbox. Jeez, this fella loves to run his mouth, eh? With that thought, he gave the director the side-eye and asked why he didn't just set up his own private hunting spot. Kisok shot back without missing a beat that it was all because of the Onjion crew. Junu was a bit thrown for a loop. The old-timer slowly broke it down that since they're the chairman's boys, they don't sweat the hunting and just focus on all the political kerfuffle. After hearing that, Junu scrunched up his face and mumbled, so the big cheese is trying to get me on his team. Is that it? Kisok gave a little nod and was like, that's the ticket. What a hoser. He's going about it all backwards. Shouldn't he be worried about what's actually important in the guild, instead of this useless nonsense? But lately, all of Kisok's crew have been shipped off somewhere else, so the old guy's on pretty shaky ground. Hearing this, Junu couldn't help but think to himself, I figured Kisok was just some simple, happy-go-lucky dude. But turns out the old fella's actually got a few things going on upstairs, eh? The truck kept rumbling through the totally empty wasteland. A bit later, they finally pulled over at a camp. This place was a private hunting ground for the Hunters Guild. Junu strolled in by himself, taking a good gander at everything, and holy smokes, he was pretty impressed. There are a ton of hunters here. Just then, Jin Young came over to say, "Hey, Hunter Kim, about time you showed up. Weren't you with Director Kang?" Junu just gave her a bit of a weird smile. Yeah, he suddenly said he had to hit the biffy. But before he could even finish, Jin Young cut him off, all cold-like. "Good. I got something to tell you. Getting too chummy with Director Kang is a real bad scene." Junu's eyebrows bunched up a bit as he asked, all skeptical, "You think I'm going to pick his side or something?" Jin Young didn't answer, just said all chilly, "Looks like you already know about the different crews we got in our guild." Junu gave a little nod and replied, "I get the gist of it. That you guys just don't see eye to eye." Jin Young said flat out, "You got it." He's the type to get all hung up on the little things and can't see the whole friggin' picture. While they were jawing, Junu was secretly sizing her up. He finally clued in on a huge detail, golden peepers and a scar. Jin Young was part of Baekjin's hit squad. Now it was all making sense. The Jonchan Guild was basically the warm-up act for the whole assassin organization. Jin Young, totally clueless about what he was thinking, just kept on yapping. It's the same deal with the hunting grounds. He has a total conniption over tiny things that just barely bend the law. Junu let out a little chuckle, smirking as he said, "But I kinda dig the guy. He doesn't chirp people behind their backs, and he's a straight shooter." These words made Jin Young's face go all dark. She scoffed and said, "Fill your boots, buddy. Just don't come crying about it later." And with that, she turned on her heel and bailed. Junu didn't say another word. Now that he had the lay of the land, it was time to get ready to give her. Right after, Junu ducked into the rest tent, beeline for the washroom, and just caked his face with sunscreen. The smell of the gunk almost made him hurl right on the spot, but Junu had to tough it out. He needed to snag the sensitive skin trait first. After waiting for what felt like forever, he finally washed it off once he got the trait. Finally, he'd collected enough traits. When you mash them all together, they'd turn into a wicked attribute for hunting. The sixth sense. Junu cracked a satisfied smile. The sixth sense isn't just a beauty for hunting. It's also perfect for a gong show like this. So, after getting himself sorted, Junu headed back outside. He muttered to himself, "Should I take a rip around and scope out their sketchy thoughts?" Just then, he suddenly spotted something. Up ahead, two dudes were giving off some serious murder vibes. And not just them, pretty much everyone else around was doing the same. Junu was completely floored. What in the tarnation is this? Don't tell me most of the folks here are a bunch of hosers. While he was still trying to wrap his head around it, Kishok moseyed up from outside, carrying 2 bottles of soju, with that same goofy smile on his face. "Hunter Kim, I finally found you, bud. Let's have a quick drink before this whole thing kicks off." Trailing behind the old guy were 2 other men. These were his main guys, his trusted crew. The 2 dudes quickly said hi. "Director Kang's been pumping your tires something fierce." Junu shook his head a bit, turning him down. "I don't think I can have a drink." Because from the guys Kisuk called his ride or dies, he could smell something. The rotten stench of a backstabber. So after that, Junu just chilled on the side, letting Kisok's crew eat and drink till they were silly. He let out a helpless sigh. They were having such a time. They were completely clueless. There was a snake in their midst. He had to give Kisok the heads up. But would the old guy even believe some random fella he just met today? While Junu was mulling it over, one of Kisok's buddies came over with a request. "Hunter Kim, could you keep an eye on the director for a bit?" Junu gave a little nod and said, "All right." Kisok was already absolutely hammered by this point. The old guy stumbled over, threw an arm around Junu's shoulder, and said with a big old laugh, "So, Warrior Kim, how was the team-building gong show, eh? Good time?" Junu just faked a laugh. Like, haha, yeah, it was a time. Even better knowing there's a snake in the grass, eh? The go-to guy rolls back in with a case of booze. He starts pouring and goes, "Give me some of that whiskey. For the big boss Kang, it's gotta be a soju bomb, right? I'll whip this one up real special for you." Ki-sok was totally hyped, yelling, "Yo, Manager Choi's mixes are absolutely legendary." Manager Choi fills a glass like a flash and passes it to Ki-sok with a grin, saying, "Let's pound this back in one shot." Ki-sok was all for it, grabbing for the glass. "Just one rip, eh? Sounds like a plan, buddy." But out of nowhere, Junu jumps in to shut it down. "Hold up, you take the first sip," he says, totally spooking Manager Choi. The guy asks, all sketchy, "What are you even on about, eh?" Junu gives Manager Choi the death stare and says, all cold like, "What's the deal? Got some reason you can't down it?" The best time to smoke out a rat. Is right when they're making their move. While he was pouring that drink, Manager Choi was giving off some sketchy as hell vibes, looking all twitchy and stuff. In a mess like this, a little something extra in the drink is the perfect way to clock out Ki-so. Thinking that, Junu shoves the glass at him again and calls him out. Don't tell me you dropped a Mickey in this, eh? That made Manager Choi jump. He's all panicked, like, what are you even saying? Cut the B. Ki-sok is also looking lost, asking, Warrior Kim, what's your deal all of a sudden? Junu just ignores him, his voice still hard as he orders. If it's all good, then bottoms up. Seeing Manager Choi just standing there like a deer in the headlights, Junu shoves the glass right in his grill like he's about to give him a shower. Realizing it's all going sideways, the manager smacks his hand away, screaming, back the hell off. The drink goes splashing all over the floor, and Manager Choi is looking guilty as sin, staring at his boots. The whole scene has Ki-sok totally bug-eyed and freaking out. The old-timer just loses it. You beauty, Manager Choi? You actually put something in it? Realizing the gig is up, Manager Choi drops the nice guy act and flips on the old man. You're the one who stabbed us in the back first. I heard the whole story from the chairman. You're the hoser who cock-blocked my promotion to director. While these two are chirping at each other, Manager Choi tries to boot Ki-sok, but Junu was way quicker. He snags his arm, cranks it behind his back, and locks him down. Then he puts his blade right up to Manager Choi's throat and scoffs. So, you really are a snake. Now, what are we gonna do with you, eh? The dude starts shaking like a leaf, begging, hold on, man, please let me live. Junu wasn't having any of it, looking over at Ki-sok, who's just vibrating with rage, and asks, or, you want to give her yourself? Manager Choi tried to plead his case, but Ki-sok had already pulled his piece. Without even blinking, the old-timer lets it rip. A whole fountain of the red stuff goes spraying, and Manager Choi's head just pops right off. Ki-sok wipes the splatter off his face and says all icy, you friggin' keener. I knew you were greedy, but to try and off me for a better title? Commande. Right after that, Ki-sok's crew of 3 peels out of there. Ki-sok is still absolutely fuming. The old guy just swearing up a storm. That hoser Runbung Jin, does he really hate my guts that much? So that's why he shipped all my boys out to the boonies. What a greasy scumbag. But just then, this truck just floors it and pulls up right beside their ride. And who's inside but Jin Yang herself? She's got this smirk and goes, heard you boys, bagged some big game. Seeing her, Ki-sok's face gets all dark, but the old dude tries to play it cool, saying, yeah, just your average catch of the day. Jin Yang just laughs. Oh, give me a break. Spill the beans. I heard you snagged Manager Choi. The second the words are out, she whips out a piece and points it right at Ki-sok. As soon as they see that, Junu instantly flips his stats and just hammers the gas, peeling out. Now it's not just Jin Yang on their tail, but a whole convoy of cars chasing him down. Junu's ride busts right through their blockade, but lead is still flying like crazy from behind. Ki-sok ain't no chicken though. He sticks his dome right out the window and bellows, you little punk, who the hell you think you're shooting at? And with that, he yeets a pineapple right at him. A huge, ground-shaking boom goes off, sending smoke and flames everywhere, but somehow Jin Yang's crew and their car are totally fine. Ki-sok starts whining, Hunter Kim, can you ease off the gas a bit, eh? But Junu just grins and says, wanna see how a real pro does it? Before a clueless Ki-sok can even process that, he sees Junu hanging out the side of the car, raising a heater and aiming it at the mob behind them. Junu had switched his attribute to firearm equipment, giving it a sick lightning effect and basically zero kickback. With his 3 perks juiced up, Buddy could basically see their next move in slow-mo. He just vibed with his spidey sense to line up the shot, and boom, Junu let her rip. That little pea shooter ripped through the wind, and bam, right in the rubber. The car went for a real skid. Junu just kept clicking. Pretty soon, the whole parade of cars was a total gong show, swerving all over the place. Ki-sok's main dude sees this and is like, holy smokes, that's absolutely buck wild. His aim is legendary. Ki-sok just nods. All serious. Warrior Kim, you're a certified beauty. An absolute unit. But hold up, because Jin Yang's ride pulls up on the 3 of them. The look she was given was pure evil, like she was about to turn their car into a pancake. Junu just swapped his loadout again. No sweat. His whip pulled a crazy deke, getting right up on Jin Yang's bumper, and she was totally shook. And just like that, they ghosted the 2 pickup trucks that had him cornered. Jun Xu was driving like a pro, pulling off a slick escape and leaving Jin Yang absolutely losing her mind. She's screaming like a banshee, friggin' get him, you hosers! Junu checks the mirror and sees 5 cars still glued to their bumper. He flips on his smooth ride perk and floors it. Jun Xu just lets out a big ol' sigh. Like, phew, close one, buddy. That was a close call, eh? But the other two dudes in the back were looking greener than a $2 bill, ready to hurl everywhere. A bit later, they pull up to another base, but the security guys out front weren't having any of it. So Ki-Sok steps up real quick and goes, here's Warrior Kim. He's a level 4 hunter with the association, just finished a job. The guard just kind of listens and gives him a whatever nod. So, what's with the big ruckus following you guys? Because, yeah, Jin Yang's whole posse was on him like stink on a skunk. They tailed him right to this spot, and Jin Yang jumps out of her car looking ready to scrap. Then she tells her goons to chill with the hardware. The guard squints at them and lays it down. Any funny business inside Chogo turf is like you're personally messing with the general. Got it? Junwoo gives a little nod and is like, heard, no shenanigans from me. But right then, Bung Jin rolls up, already yelling his face off. Hold your horses. Don't let those guys in. They're a bunch of degenerates. Up to no good. The guard just replies, cool as a cucumber. The Chogo crew doesn't get involved with whatever beef goes down in the hunting grounds. You know the score as well as I do, eh, Mr. Chairman? Bung Jin was about to pop off again, but the guard's face got real serious as he gave him the look. Are you seriously trying to step to the general of the Eastern Army right now? Is that the play you're making? Bung Jin was totally stunned, looking like he'd seen a ghost. After a sec, he glares at Ki-Sok and spits. Taking off like that, you're no better than a scared little hoser. What did you hire, a pro driver or something? Ki-Sok just chuckles and shoots back, nah, that was all our boy, Hunter Kim. The guy's a wicked hunter, a beaut on the wheel, and his trigger finger is pure poetry in motion. If I had a daughter, I'd be trying to set them up yesterday. Hearing that, Bung Jin just about blew a gasket, saying through clenched teeth, can't believe Superman Kim would team up with a greasy dirtbag like you. Jun Xu, seeing things were about to get spicy, tried to cool him down, director. Let's just take her easy, eh? No need for things to get messy here. But Ki-Sok just kind of pouts and goes, but I don't want it. Did you forget we're in Treo world, buddy? What's with all this chirping? And right then, a booming voice cut through all the noise. It made everyone jump, and they all spun around to see this absolute unit of a guy walk out. It was none other than Gu Hyun-gu, the level 7 warrior, the big cheese of the Eastern Army. The second they saw him, the guys all bowed their heads like, General, sorry, we were just having a chat. Junwoo's brow just crinkled a bit as he looked the guy over. So that's the dude. Gu Hyun-gu scanned the crowd and roared, whatever beef you hunters have with each other is your problem, not mine, and definitely not Chogo's. You think this is a Tim Hortons parking lot for you to scrap in? The two of them, Ki-Sek and Bung Jin, shut right up like they'd been told off by their mom. Gu Hyun-gu then gave them a cold warning that if this ever happened again, but before he could even finish, his eyes suddenly snapped over to Junwoo. Gu Hyun-gu just stared at him for a hot minute, real quiet-like. Then, after a bit, he announces for everyone to hear, you know what? Screw it. Just this one time, the Eastern Army is getting involved. Bung Jin, hearing this, just about choked on his own spit. Whoa, General Sir, this is totally in-house business for the Hunters Association, eh? But Gu Hyun-gu wasn't budging and just yelled, this order comes from the top. That line left both Ki-Sok and Bung Jin even more gobsmacked. Gu Hyun-gu didn't explain any more than that. He just calmly announced, tomorrow afternoon, there's going to be a one-on-one throwdown out front of City Hall. Only one person from each crew gets to step up. And as he said it, his eyes locked right onto Junwoo, which made Junwoo frown, all confused, thinking, why is this fella staring at me? Gu Hyun-gu just held his gaze for a second before looking away and saying in a voice that could freeze a lake, the loser has to willingly cash in their chips, and if you say no to this little get-together, then I'll be the one dropping the hammer. The next day, out front of City Hall, a whole crew showed up, eh? And it's coming down buckets. Kyoke's looking all stressed, asking Junsu, yo, Hunter Kim, you sure you're good to throw down, bud? Even if you ask for it, this is a bit of a gong show, eh? Chill out. Junsu just cut him off cold, not even letting him finish. Besides, this whole honorable scrap is just a pop quiz for me, fam. This random duel offer, 100% set up by that hoser, the level 8 super freak who's just creeping from City Hall over there. That Eastern General dude, Hong Guam. Junsu's thinking this, then he grins and goes, "Aight then, keep your eyes peeled and watch me cook." Then, like a second later, so in the middle of this open spot, Junsu and Byung Jin are squaring up for the big scrap. Byung Jin's giving him the stink eye, saying all cold, "This is a real shame, bud. Warrior Kim, if you'd just rolled with our Hunters Guild, we could have been the Mandem. For real." Junsu hears this and just starts howling with laughter. He just waves a hand like, whatever, saying, yeah, hard pass on teaming up with a bunch of skids like you. That got Byung Jin proper cheesed, teeth grinding and everything. He totally loses it, screaming, Since you want to be like that, I'm just gonna have to wreck all of you. The second he says it, Byung-jin just unleashes his mana, full blast. The whole crowd starts flipping out, screaming, "Dragon mana! Is that dude a freaking shapeshifter demon?" Jun Xu got why they were tripping though. Dragon juice is from some ancient beast that was supposed to be totally extinct, but Jun Xu was already clued in on this hoser and came fully prepared. The night before, Jun Xu hit up Kyoke to find some stuff for him. Kyoke's right-hand man brought him a tiny bit and asked, all skeptical, I hit up every market I could find to get as much as I could. You for real think this little bit is enough to handle that freaky vampire worm? Jun Xu just kinda pouted. Manager Park, you gotta learn to chill, bud. Then he started mixing and matching his traits into one, and boom. Just like that, Jun Xu snagged the diamond body trait. That was the final piece for his big 3 core powers. Anyway, back to the scrap. Byung-jin was going absolutely berserk on Jun Xu now. Not wasting a second, Jun Xu just pops up his shield to block. This made the other guy's eyes go wide as saucers as he muttered, "No way some piddly level 4 punk can just block my shot like that?" Jun Xu just chirped back all cool. "I'm not so washed that I'd lose to a monster like you, bud." Right after, he swung his blade and made Byung-jin stumble back. The dude grinds his teeth and mutters, "What in the world is this power?" Don't tell me this guy was sandbagging his real level this whole time. This was that so-called OP combo made from 3 AAA grade traits, and Jun Xu had all 3 of them locked down. It could max out Giant's strength, and when you mix that with Diamond Body and Immortality, it let him totally own the fight. Jun Xu instantly bum-rushed Byung-jin, letting loose a storm of attacks that put the guy on his heels. In a split second, Byung-jin's claws got sliced right off. His eyes were blazing red, and the dude roared, "If that's how you want to play, then I got no choice." The moment he said it, Byung-jin's body started getting all gnarly. His sharp fangs stretched out, and a fresh set of claws popped out. Some weird, pincher-looking things also just sprouted right out of Byung-jin's back. Seeing this, Kyoke, who's just watching from the side, mutters all freaked out, "It can't be! A mutant freak? That's a demon's second awakening from using a mutation trait." The sketchy part is, the user can totally lose their mind and turn into a real monster. But once they awaken, they've got enough juice to smoke a whole squad of level 5s. That's why you gotta take it out, before it can fully power up. Right then, the freaky-looking Byung-jin launched himself right at Jun Xu. But Jun Xu fired back with his black flames, only for the guy's pincers to just poof him away. Jun Xu was shook. It can just tank my black flames? If this guy fully awakens, he'll blow past level 7 easy. Just then, one of Byung-jin's legs just shot out at him. Jun Xu couldn't move in time and got absolutely planted into the ground. He coughed up some blood, thinking to himself, "What the heck is this power?" Seeing his chance, Byung-jin charged in to finish the job. He got all smug, saying, "Gotta say, I'm pretty choked about this, Warrior Kim. Never thought I'd have to be the one to take out a talent like you myself." A whole mess of sharp pincers shot at Jun Xu all at once. Kaboom! The ground around him got completely mangled, kicking up a huge cloud of smoke and dirt. Byung-jin was just standing there, all proud, staring at the massive crater he made. He thought he'd won for sure, but then a sigh just echoes out of the smoke, leaving him absolutely gobsmacked. Jun Xu popped up from the mess, chirping, "Yo, for a sec, I thought I was a goner, and now you're rocking the Destroyer King's mitts? Sick." Byung-jin was bugging, yelling, "What the heck, man? With a power-up like that, you should be toast. For real, eh? Like, I'd be straight up dunzo." But this dark flame ting just patched me right up. Junu just laughed. Like, "Alright, you had your fun. My turn to give her, eh, buddy?" If his glow-up is paused, there's only one move. Gotta end this waste man before he goes full beast mode. Thinking that, Junu just let his sword fly. A crazy bright flash from his blade just ripped through the air. He got this cheeky grin, saying, "Later, hoser." Byung-jin saw that shiny death beam coming at him and was absolutely shook. But, what was he gonna do? He just got straight up diced in too. When the light show was over, there was this massive new crack in the ground, and Byung-jin was just poof, gone. Kisesi and his buds swarmed Junu, totally gassed. Like, "Bruh, you actually smoked a level 5 bloodsucker." I'm seeing it, and I still don't believe it, man. You're a beauty. Meanwhile, Byung-jin's whole crew was freaking out, running around like Timmy's ran out of Timbits. Jin Young was on the same page. She never figured Byung-jin would get clapped like that. Junu couldn't care less. He just looked at Kisesi and was like, "So, what's the dealio with the Hunter Association?" Kisesi mulled it over for a sec, then goes, How about you become the big cheese of the whole operation? Hunter Kim Junu just shook his head like, nah, man, the director knows the score better than anyone. I'm sure you got this. While they were chatting, Hong Won rolls up and says, yo, Warrior Kim, come with. The general wants a word. Junu just grinned when he heard that. Totally called it. Knew that John Dude was creeping on the whole scrap. A bit later, some guy was already posted up inside the Imperial Palace. The second Junu walked in, he did a little head nod like, how's it going? I'm Warrior Kim. Then he peeped the person right in front of him. So this is the big shot. General Jom of Hua Wang figured he'd be over 100, but he's looking pretty fresh, eh? While Junu was zoning out, Jom just starts talking. Yeah, that's it. Your scrap style is something else. Who taught you? Even without flexing any magic, the vibe off this guy was heavy, man. Junu took a big old breath to chill out before saying, I don't got a teacher. Jom sounded kind of shocked by that. You don't? You just figured it all out yourself? The two goofs sitting next to him had to put their 2 cents in. Yeah, your moves are definitely unique. Your sword skills are barely passing grade 1, and your footwork is a hot mess, buddy. Junu was feeling a bit chirped by that one. Jom, totally not reading the room, kept going. The more I see, the more you're like a human poutine. Full of surprises. Ever think about becoming my student? This whole offer wasn't a shocker. In the game, if you picked the warrior class, this was the next level. Being Jom's apprentice would make him stupidly strong, and the main prize would be learning the Imperial Sword General's secret move. But this go around, Junu just dipped his head and said, nah. Super honored and all that, for real, but I kinda wanna do my own thing. His answer left everyone in the room absolutely floored, like they just saw a moose steal a double-double. Did he just turn down Dad's offer? Are you fully cracked, bud? Junu just stood there, quiet as a mouse in a snowstorm, not saying squat. If I said yes, there'd be bare rules. Taking the easy route on the 401 ain't always the best play. Jom stayed quiet for a hot minute, but the guys next to him kept running their mouths, so he finally lost his cool and let his power rip, roaring, shut your gobs! The lot of you, zip it! Jom's power flex made everyone feel like they'd had one too many Molsons, and even Junu felt like a transport truck was parked on his chest. The pressure from this dude alone felt like it was gonna squish him flat, but I can handle it, cause I got my own special sauce. Seeing Junu still standing tall in his angry guy bubble, Jom was a little surprised. He dialed back the murder vibe and said, all chill, you can take that heat? You got skills, kid, so why say no to me teaching you? Junu was shaking a little, feeling like he was staring down a grizzly bear the size of a mountain. He took a deep breath and said with his whole chest, I got this goal, eh? To hit level 9 superhuman all by myself, to get on that same level as the stars in the sky. A level only, like 4 people have ever hit. Hearing this, Jom was kind of shook. He said real slow, to get as jacked as a level 9 warrior, you're gonna need to learn some next level sword moves and how to train proper. You're gonna need woke AF more than anything else, eh? Once he hit level 7, his old ways might have been holding him back, but Junu was a keener and had to speak his mind. Even so, right or wrong, I gotta do me. That was his final answer. Hearing that, Jom just started busting a gut. Beauty. I'm feeling that ride or die energy you got, buddy. The second he said that, he grabbed the sword next to him and just yeeted it over to Junu. This whole scene had everyone in the room proper freaking out. Junu stared at the sword in his hand. His eyes lit up like the dang CN tower. This was that top-tier SSR loot, the Black Fox sword. Junu was still totally gobsmacked. Jom piped up again, get over here and grab this too. Junu, like a good kid, shuffled over and held out his hand for whatever was next. Jom said all slow-like, this is the Hua Wang sword technique. He'd heard Jun Xu's sword style was all about brute force. The Hua Wang technique was the same deal, all about power and speed tangled together, so it was going to be a mint fit for Junu. The shock was so real, Junu was stunned for a sec before he could talk. Thanks, General, but what's the dealio? Why are you giving this to me? Not that he was chirping about the freebies, but getting this much was a lot of heat, eh? Jom just grinned and shot back. I'm giving it to you because I dig your hustle and see you got the goods. If you can grind to level 9 in 10 years or heck even just level 8, the whole Eastern Army is your kingdom, buddy. The words weren't even cold and Junu's jaw was on the floor again. The crew around them was the same. One by one, they started chirping. General, that's a load of hoser talk. He's just some random from out of town. But Jom was not having it. He laid down the law. Listen up, you beauties. Any one of you sitting here who grinds to level 8 gets to be the new big cheese. The whole room went dead silent after that. Then Jom looked back at Junu and said, you got 10 years on the clock, and in that time, you can go out for a rip, do whatever, but if you don't hit level 8, you got to give back the Black Fox sword. Sorry. Hearing this, Junu clutched that sword like it was the last double-double in the city. After a long minute, he dropped to one knee, all serious-like, and said, "Bet. I'll remember this, and I'll show you what's up in 5 years." Junu wasn't exactly gunning to take over the Eastern Army, but keeping the offer in his back pocket was a solid play, and turning down a beauty of an offer is just poor form, eh? Anyways, the next day, Junu finally cruised back into the city. Chilling at the Hunters Guild HQ, Kaisok was just laughing his head off. Guess who's going to be called Lord Black Fox from now on, eh? But for real, why'd you tell him to take a hike on the whole disciple thing? Junu just shrugged. I got this whole solo mission vibe I'm chasing. To snag all 3 of them god-tier swords, he couldn't be chained to some crew. Soren was his in for one, so he just had to chill until she went full-on fire warrior mode. But Junu still hadn't even bumped into Janet or Kali yet. Thinking about it just made him let out a big ol' sigh. Kisok, meanwhile, had no clue what Junu was cooking up and just kept on cackling, "Haha, you're a real character, buddy. Honestly, if it wasn't for you, our whole guild would probably be hooped right about now." So, speaking of which, the old guy suddenly stopped, then grabbed Junu's hand all serious-like and said, "Since you passed on being the big boss, how'd you like to be our honorary director, eh?" Junu's face scrunched up like, what the heck? When he heard that, honorary director? Kisok just nodded, all chill, and slowly laid it out. You just gotta show up to the meetings every few months, and all your perks are still guaranteed. Junu squinted a bit, thinking, is this one of those sweet gigs where you get paid to do basically nothing? Seeing him just spacing out, Kisok sweetened the pot. Of course, we figured that wouldn't be enough, so we got a little something extra for you. Junu's eyes immediately lit up, for sure. Kisok whipped out a briefcase, and inside were 2 massive heaters. Kisok introduced them, all gassed up. These here are Dasan guns. Junu was staring at the guns in front of him, totally hyped. So, the story goes, way back at the end of the Joseon era, this brainiac mad scientist, Dasan Jeong Yakyong, cooked up this piece. Seeing that Junu was clearly feeling it, Kisok cracked a huge grin and said, "We'll give you the only 2 our whole guild's got. What do you think? While you're at it, why not try to collect the whole Dasan gun set, eh? If you snag all 5 of them, I hear you can whip up the magic book of Dasan." Junu was already all over this lore. It was a god-tier item that unlocks the sickest traits for a sharpshooter build. Oh, he was for sure gonna hunt those down when he had the time. Kisok watched him, gave him a little wink and said, "So, what do you say, buddy? We got a deal then?" An honorary director gig with all the fixings, Junu wasn't about to say no to that. What a hoser. He gave a happy nod. "All right, sounds like a plan. I'm in." Director Kang? Chairman Kang, eh? After chopping it up with the old dude, Junu bounced back to his crib. He dipped down to the basement to grind out some sword skills. In no time at all, our boy Junu hit the 4th stage of that flashy radiant light sword art. He was going so hard, he totally spaced on the time, his blade just ripping light shows in the air. The whole trick to this radiant sword art is keeping your aura on a leash, eh? Nail the technique, and all that sword juice just clicks together. So Junu took a big old breath, got in the zone, and whipped his sword out again. Right away, this wicked slash of light just blasted out. With a huge KA boom, everything in front of him went up, filling the air with smoke and flames like it's Canada Day. When the smoke cleared, there was this massive crack in the thick wall he was facing. Junu was like, whoa, this power is absolutely buck wild, but he'd need to put in more reps to fully tame it. Shout out to the Black Fox sword, eh? It let him pull a crazy amount of aura. But that wasn't the only loot Junu scored. He got this cheeky grin on his face. He snagged 2 new attributes, Quick Draw and Lonely Moon. Junu was totally stoked, yelling, scoring 2 attributes like this makes the whole grind worth it, eh? Now he's wicked close to unlocking that Foxmaster attribute, just needs 2 more to hit the jackpot. He was ready to give her again, but figured he'd head up to the roof and chill for a minute. But of course, Junu's life can never be that chill. Pretty soon, some gong show downstairs made him groan, like, what the heck is that racket? I was just about to kick back. Down by his gate, a black car was parked, and some dude comes stumbling out. It was Chil-Kwan, looking like a beat-up, one-armed samurai, all banged up and screaming his lungs out. Warrior Kim, you gotta help me. No, you gotta save my little bro. Seeing Chil-Kwan looking so wrecked, Junu was totally floored. He booked it downstairs and was like, holy smokes, bud, what happened to you? Later that night, Junu and Chaelquan posted up on a rooftop. Junu got the whole story and scrunched up his face, asking, "So your own crew backstabbed you because they wanted to start their own little club?" Chaelquan gave a little nod, his lips all tight, replying, "They were running a sketchy human-snatching ring behind my back. They were salty because I came down on the team leaders." After hearing that, Junu frowned and shot back, "Yeah, I don't think that's the whole story, bud. Chaelquan was totally lost, but Junu just ignored him and used his attribute to scan the area." Even though Chaelquan got played in the game, Junu remembered this whole mess gets sorted once he deals with the trafficking hosers, and even though Chaelquan was seriously messed up, the other guys still had a bunch of armed goons posted everywhere. This meant the real target was probably him. Those two brothers from the trafficking crew, the Nutso Bomber and the demo expert, were probably in on it too. Thinking that, Junu just goes, "Aight, I'll go in the front gate while you go find your bro." Hearing this, Chaelquan freaked out and yelled, "The front gate? That's a trap for sure, eh? Are you out of your mind?" A little smirk played on his lips as Junu said, all confident, "Just trust me, bud. I'm level 4 now, you know." As he finished talking, he whipped out a piece, and just like that, Junu just strolled right in the front gate, not a care in the world. The crew, waiting to jump him inside, saw him and right away got ready to throw down. The leader just sneered and said, "Look at this hoser. Walked right into our trap, eh?" Junu gave the guy a dirty look and said, "Real low, so you're the one, the snake, who backstabbed Kim Chaelquan." The guy just clicked his tongue and chirped back, "It ain't betrayal. Kim Chaelquan was the one who went against what the whole crew wanted." Junu just scoffed and said coldly, "Yeah, whatever, but snatching people is way out of line. You don't think so?" As he said it, he pointed his piece at the dude, but the guy wasn't even scared, just laughed all cocky. "What are you gonna do? This is a bulletproof vest, you keener. Go on, shoot. I dare ya, if you say so." Junu shot back with a smirk and right away let one fly at the guy. The bullet ripped right through the vest and then buried itself in the dude's body. The guy got blasted backwards, and he stammered all shocked, "How? How'd you get through my vest with just one shot?" Junu was feeling pretty pleased with himself, because the heater in his hand was the Dasan pistol, which was known for cutting through all kinds of defensive skills. His cocky look made the snake absolutely lose it, and he screamed like a total psycho, "Who are you trying to impress? Light him up, now!" Right away, a ton of lead started flying at Junu, but he was quick enough to dip and dodge it all. Then my guy slapped a fresh clip in his piece, ready to give her. The first blaster he copped from the Hunter Association was this Dasan thing, and its whole deal was just pure, unadulterated heat. So Junu, like a total beauty, just started lighting up these hosers in front of him. This thing could straight up delete whatever it touched and send him on a one-way trip, but that was just the warm-up. See, Junu had stacked some new perks perfect for a gunslinging keener. He dusted those chumps like it was Tuesday. He also copped the splash damage buff, and just like that, Junu had just put the cherry on top of his perfect gunslinger loadout. He cracked a wicked grin and was like, "All right, time to use this to run through the whole squad, bud. And after that, I'm going to sort out the wastemen who cooked up this whole disaster." And with that, Junu started putting on a clinic. He went absolutely buck wild, just letting the heat fly into the crowd. Even with their vests on, it didn't matter, eh? The slugs from that Dasan piece went right through them, and they started dropping one by one. Took no time at all for the whole crew to get clapped. Left just one lonely hoser. The dude was on the ground, shaking like a leaf on a tree, staring at Junu like he was some kind of demon, but our boy gave zero pucks. He just let out a cold little chuckle. "Looking at you, you're probably not the big cheese behind this mess. So where are they, eh?" But before the snake could even squeak, a celly on the ground started going off. Junu snagged the phone and answered, and some clown on the other end starts chirping, "Warrior Kim, I'm about to send you a little present." Hearing that nonsense, Junu's face scrunched up, totally confused. A present? Before he could even figure out what was going on, something came screaming in at them with a massive K-boom. The whole area in front of him just blew sky high, smoke and fire everywhere, and the entire basement almost pancaked. Good thing Junu had a perk to dip out just in the nick of time. He made it out of the basement safe, but in a blink, the whole building looked like it was about to come down. Junu was proper fuming. Were these absolute psychos really using the whole building as a trap? All right, time to teach these goofs a lesson. He fired up his spidey sense to sniff out the mana from those clowns. Real quick, he had their location pinned. Junu booked it to the building next door. He chuckled to himself. "Go on, try and hide, ya hosers. With this perk, I could find you with my eyes closed." But on his way to find these chumps, something else came whizzing in from way out. Junu ducked out of the way like a pro, and the thing just smashed into the building behind him, blowing up on impact. Staring at the mess, Junu was seriously cheesed off now. He tightened his jaw and grumbled, "So that's how they want to play, eh? Fine. I'm putting a stop to this nonsense today, once and for all." The second he said that, he whipped out his sniper rifle and swapped over to his Deadeye perks. Junu scoped in and let one rip without even thinking twice and said with a cheeky grin, "With all these buffs, it's like I'm in a Call of Duty lobby or something." And sure enough, Junu instantly clocked the position of a couple of dudes trying to hide. Junu let out a little smirk and squeezed the trigger. The bullet zipped through the air and totally domed one of the guys. Seeing his buddy get dropped, the other dude totally freaked out. He scrambled over to catch his buddy, mumbling all confused, "I swear we were hidden between two buildings. How did that keener from the next postal code?" Junu still had the guy dead to rights in his scope. He gave another cheeky grin. "Better run and hide, bud. Because with the ammo I'm packing, these walls are just like suggestions. Because this is the kind of bullet that can wallbang through anything and tag targets you can't even see." And just like that, Junu pulled the trigger again, and the round took off like a rocket. It was a bullseye, went clean through the dude's dome. But Junu knew he wasn't out for the count yet, because this bullet was designed to hit the soul, not the body. But this was way better, and the rest of the crew would handle the cleanup. Just as the two goofs collapsed, Chiok Guan showed up. While he was kind of zoning out, someone suddenly yelled from behind him, "Boss!" Chi Guan spun around and saw his boys rolling up. The guy in the middle was hauling another teenager on his back. He was instantly stoked, like, "You guys are all good?" Chico Guan's guy was quick to reply, "We made sure to protect your little bro, boss." Chico Guan nodded with a small grin. "You guys have no idea. I was seriously bugging out." Looking at the kid snoozing away on his guy's back, Chiok Guan could finally breathe again. He thought for a sec before asking, "Where's the rest of the crew?" His guy reported back fast, "The ones who were locked up all got out safe and sound, so what's the play now?" Chu Guan took a beat before he answered, "First things first, we gotta tidy up this disaster, but before that, we gotta sort out the two clowns who had the nerve to step to my crew." Chi Guan saw the two of them were starting to wake up, and he walked over looking like he meant serious business, making the two goofs shake like a leaf. Meanwhile, after absolutely rinsing those two pylons, Junu's just chilling in a corner, waiting on Iron Fist, but the guy's taking forever. He's getting cheesed, muttering, "Yo, where's Kim Iron Fist at?" Then, out of nowhere, Iron Fist's voice pops up from behind, making him jump out of his skin and whip his head around. He sees Iron Fist book it over and just drop to his knees right in front of him. Junu's fully bugging, like, "Buddy, what's the deal? What's going on, eh?" Iron Fist just keeps his head down, real quiet. After a super awkward pause, he finally mumbles, "Please, Warrior Kim, you gotta teach me how to be a beast like you." This whole gong show made Iron Fist realize some serious stuff. If he wanted to look out for his fam, he needed to get jacked, but right now he's a total noodle. Iron Fist is like, if Junu just shows him the ropes, he'll be his personal gopher for life. Junu's kind of shook when he hears this, then he just clicks his tongue and sighs. Like, if Iron Fist was so grateful, he could have just tossed him some serious cash or something. It ain't like he wanted the dude to owe him forever. But, no cap, he couldn't deny one thing. This Iron Fist guy had some serious potential to become way more of a unit than he is now. Seeing Junu just standing there, Iron Fist pipes up again, "I'll even sign one of those magic contracts with ya, one that proves I'll do whatever you say, no questions asked." Junu gives him the side eye and asks, "Real sus. Are you for real, buddy?" Iron Fist just nods, not even blinking. 100%, man, absolutely. A proper cheeky grin spreads across Junu's face as he's like, "I bet. In that case, starting tomorrow, get ready to get absolutely wrecked." The second he agrees, Iron Fist basically bows down to the floor. "From now on, I'm your guy. Whatever you say goes." After the big scrap, the sun's already starting to come up. The whole block was a total write-off, just a pile of junk. Junu and Iron Fist are walking somewhere, and as they're going, Iron Fist mutters, "Is this that sketchy human upgrade lab we took over?" Junu gives a little nod and is like, "You got it. And those snakes who backstabbed you were using this joint to keep their shady people snatching business going?" Hearing this, Iron Fist totally freaks out, yelling, "Here? I told those dirtbags to just use this place for storage? Don't tell me you brought me here to get all Frankensteined up?" Junu's super chill about it. "That's the plan, Stan. This place is meant for juicing up super dudes who can be upgraded. Today, you're getting the full treatment. Both the biomod and the robot part surgery all at once." Iron Fist gets the heebie-jeebies and stammers out, all panicked. At the same time, eh? Isn't that, like, super sketchy? I've heard tons of stories about dudes losing their minds and their mana going haywire, But before he can even finish, Junu just waves him off with a grin. Relax, buddy. As long as the glowy magic stuff and the metal bits get along, it'll be a beauty. And with that, the two of them head deeper in, stopping when they hit the basement. Junu tells Iron Fist to hop in the science tube while he plays mad scientist from the outside. They're not exactly loaded with parts, but it's more than enough to juice up a level 3 fighter. The whole idea of upgrading a fighter is pretty simple, but you gotta know how to mix and match stuff in a fresh way. Thinking this, Junu looks over at Iron Fist and gives him a heads up, this is gonna sting a bit. You good? Iron Fist gives a little nod and says, I'm ready to give her. All right, let's get this party started, Junu says, with a smirk. Not missing a beat as his hand starts clicking the mouse. The second he does, this crazy magic energy starts swirling around the tube. Iron Fist takes a deep breath, trying to chill as he watches this buzzsaw creep its way towards him. And bam, it starts carving him up like a Thanksgiving turkey. The pain makes Iron Fist just let out this massive, uncontrollable scream. Up close and personal, Iron Fist uses his metal mitts as weapons, and for fights a bit further out, he whips out a machine gun. So, instead of just using parts for punching or shooting, going with the dexterity stat would basically turn Iron Fist into a total demon on the battlefield. And for the grand finale, Junu chucks a magic core into the recipe. In a flash, the whole tube lights up like a Christmas tree. Some weird goo gets pumped in and shot right into Iron Fist's body. Right then and there, his whole body starts doing some freaky-deaky transformation stuff. Junu, watching from outside, is holding his breath, just waiting for a hot minute. Then this real, satisfied grin just spreads across his face. This whole experiment was a massive W. The tube slowly creaks open, a set of claws pokes out, followed by a full-on chomper set of sharp teeth. Iron Fist had turned into some kind of mutant wolf man. Junu's just smirking and asks, So, how's it feel, Kim, Iron Fist? Digging the new look, eh? The juice, this werewolf-making serum, it funnels mana into the robot parts, which kicks off a mutation it's a must-do for any fighter looking to level up. And Junu just used that exact stuff on Iron Fist. He gave him a hard look, popped an eyebrow with a sick grin and was like, Yo, if you start glowing up, crushing your goals is gonna be a breeze. The Quien was just cackling, totally hyped. Holy smokes, bud. Thanks a million. So what's the play now? Junu kind of zoned out for a sec, then was like, Aight, how about you and your crew start running this whole block? You're going to need a solid squad to keep things chill and to keep tabs on the other crews trying to make moves. Right then, some dude comes tearing in from outside. Thick's Quien turns to see who it is and goes, Yo, my boys. But when they got a look at him, the whole crew just froze solid for a hot sec. Then they were like, shaking in their boots, mumbling, Is that even your voice? Boss, what in the world happened to you? Thick Quien just shrugged it off, all chill like, just got a bit of a buff, juiced myself up, but whatever. What's the dealio? Why'd you guys show up? The dude snapped to it and spilled the beans. We clocked the sketchy route that Rat Kajam Boom was using for moving people and found some weirdo science stuff going on too, but it's a gong show. Getting close, cause some kid mage is on guard duty, blasting lasers and all that. Hearing that, Thick Quien's face scrunched up and he mumbled, A kid mage, eh? Junu, standing behind him, went dead quiet, thinking this might be the exact person he's been looking for. In some building just down the way, the inside was getting absolutely wrecked, walls getting turned into Swiss cheese over and over, and deep inside a cage, some poor soul was all curled up. When Thickian and Junu rolled up, they just stared at the total disaster zone. Thickian couldn't help but pipe up, Did that little wizard do all this? Man, if we don't book it, this whole place is going to be toast. Yeah, with that kind of juice, there was zero doubt about it. Inside that cage was one of the top 3 baddest warriors in the whole game, Janet. If Soren's got the killing star, then Janet's rockin' pure raw energy. That's the secret sauce that let her climb the ranks and snag her spot as one of the top 3 fighters. But here's the thing though, Janet spamming that wicked ability meant her life was on the line because she was running on fumes, basically just using her power on instinct to keep herself safe. While Junu was zoned out thinking, these energy blasts just started zipping out of the cage right at him, and Thick Quien staying sharp. Thick Quien ducked out of the way, chirping about how frustrating this was. Freaking heck, we can't even get near her like this. But Junu just went full send, charging straight ahead and tanking all the energy blasts aimed right for him. With a massive KA boom, the energy just exploded. Seeing that, Janet, inside the cage, actually stopped her rampage, but by then, Junu was already right at the bars. He just grabbed the iron bars and ripped them open with his bare hands. Even though it probably hurt like a mother, he powered through to get her out. But Janet, inside, just lifted her hand to blast him. Junu totally didn't see that coming, and another blast went off right in front of the cage, kicking up dust and smoke everywhere. Thick Quian, back a bit, was freaking out, but before he could even move, he saw a little potion bottle get yeeted out of the smoke. Then Junu just strolled out, carrying Janet's tiny body. He let out a huge sigh. Whew, that was a close one, eh? Almost got myself toasted. Seeing him, Thick Quian was super psyched and ran over, ready to start talking a mile a minute, but Junu shot him a look and a finger to his lips to shut it. Shh. I gave her a potion to chill out. We gotta bounce before she wakes up and goes wild again. Thick Quian was quick on the uptake. Right, I'll get my crew to take her to the hospital, eh? Junu just shook his head a bit and said, Nah, I'll take her to my pad. I got this. I'll handle her treatment. A bit later, over at Junu's place, Soren bounced down to the basement with her gear, all smiles like, Master, I'm here! Junu gave her a once-over, and after a long pause, he just sighed and said, Something. You're already level 3? Soren beamed and shot back. You know it. Figured you'd spot that. So, what's on the agenda for today's lesson? Junu kind of awkwardly scratched his head and mumbled, well, it's a bit of a scene right now, but my second potential recruit is not doing so hot at the moment. As he said it, he kind of looked over at Janet, who was passed out on the couch. Soren spotted her too and rushed over to see what was up. Holy smokes. What happened to this girl? Junu laid it out for her. Basically, her powers are all out of whack, and she can't control them. He explained his plan to train Janet and help her unlock her real potential, and then asked if Soren could kinda keep an eye on her for a bit. Soren was in. 100%. If it's for you, Master, say less. I'll do anything. And just like that, she basically moved into Junu's house. A few days go by, down in the basement, Junu and Soren had been going at Janet for days straight. Her energy was still just popping off like a wild force field to protect her. In the middle of the chaos, Soren asked, not sounding too sure, Yo, Teach, how much longer we gotta scrap with this thing, eh? It's been a whole week already. Junu was kind of stumped too, bud. He was going full send, giving it all he had. After what felt like forever, the waterworks finally started to peter out. Junu piped up. Her man has got to be on E by now. She should be coming to any second. Just give her a bit longer. The two of them kept at it for a bit, and finally, jackpot. Janet's crazy power surge just fizzled out. She slowly blinked her eyes open, looking around all spaced out. Janet mumbled, all confused. Where the heck am I? Soren bolted right over, cheesing hard, and was like, Hey, you're back with us, eh? I was getting super stressed. You were out for the count for good. You dinged up anywhere? Janet gave a little head shake and said, Nah, I don't think so. But for real, where is this, and what's the dealio? Soren pointed at Junu and laid it out. That beauty over there, he's the one who saved you. Patched you all up, too. Hearing that, Janet got up and gave Junu a proper nod. Thanks, man. You totally saved my bacon. I'm Janet. Junu just kind of shook his head and was like, No sweat, just happy you're all good. But how'd you get jammed up in there in the first place? When he asked that, Janet's vibe got super heavy. My folks, they didn't make it when we tried to bail from the Ilyang Magic Tower. I got nabbed, and then Soren was absolutely gutted hearing that. Junu, though, he wasn't bugging out. It was playing out just like in the game. With that in mind, Junu moseyed on over to the kid and said, Dead serious. Look, Janet, if you got nowhere to crash, you're totally welcome here. To be real with you, I'd be stoked to take you on as my student. Janet was just floored when she heard that. Junu gave a little nod and added, You can get some serious payback for what happened to your parents. I'll teach you how to be a total beast. The girl bit her lip and mumbled something, but I got nothing to give you back for this. Don't even worry about it. Junu shook his head, smiling. You can pay me back once you're a certified badass. Janet paused for a sec. Her eyes started getting all watery, but she squared up and said with some real fire, Yeah? Okay. Then please, help me get wicked strong, and I swear I'll make it up to you down the road. Junu gave a chill nod and said, Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it then. On the inside, he was absolutely losing his mind with joy. Janet was a total gem, a wicked talent, the one who'd teach him one of the top 3 sword moves from the game. But while Junu was off in his own world, a random blast of power just went pew. It zipped right past his ear and smoked the wall behind him, making it totally explode. Janet was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Soren jumped in. It's all good. No one's hurt. Chill out. Junu was feeling pretty helpless here. He let out a big sigh and said, All right, Janet, let's maybe work on you, not blowing stuff up first. Let's get that power under control. The little kid gave a small nod and said, Yeah, okay, sir. After that whole gong show, Junu started breaking down Janet's whole deal for her. The name of the power you got is Gifted Energy. You get what energy means here? Janet just shook her head a bit. No, sir. But Soren, like a total keener, jumped in all excited. I know. It's like that sword glowy stuff, right? Junu slowly started to explain. This power-up is a lot like the Heavenly Killing Star. However, he said Janet's got to get her body jacked enough to handle the juice she's packing. Because if the hose is too small, the water's going to have a rough time getting through. After hearing that, Janet kind of hesitated and mumbled, "You for real think I can get stronger?" Junu shot back, full of confidence, "Of course. I'm going to teach you one of my own tricks." He was totally going to use this as a chance to test out that conversion system thingy. This was the system he was planning to use later to learn how to scrap with a sword from Soren and Janet. The golden body trait basically trains your body and your brain to be tough as nails. And that's exactly what a kid like Janet, who's been through the ringer physically and mentally, needs right about now. At that, Janet piped up, super pumped, "Teach, what's the first step?" Junu got this sneaky grin. Then he boomed, "What's first? Obvi, we're gonna grub down like there's no tomorrow. The training's gonna be a killer, so fill your boots." And so, Soren and Janet both housed a massive meal. 2 weeks later, back in the basement of Junu's place, Soren and Janet were going at it, having a crazy scrap. Unlike before, when she looked like a stiff breeze could knock her over, Janet was now full of beans. Soren, though, wasn't about to get shown up and was looking wicked sharp too. Junu was just watching them train from the side, quiet-like, and couldn't help but be blown away. Getting this good in just 2 weeks? Man, they were absolute beauties, total naturals, and Soren had already snagged herself a sword fighting skill. Thinking that, Junu spoke up, "All right, break it up, you hosers. I'm gonna get the kid working on something else." Janet was built tough enough now, it was time to teach her how to use that power with some finesse. Junu grabbed a sword and faced Janet, giving her a little eyebrow raise and a smirk. "Don't expect me to take it easy on you, bud. Go on, try and block a couple of my swings. Eh?" The second he said that, he charged in with his sword, ready to go. Janet, not about to get clapped, threw up her shield to defend, but Junu was on her, just relentless, totally forcing her on the back foot. Before you knew it, they clashed a whole bunch of times. Junu was starting to feel the vibe now. Her moves were clean, radiating this solid energy. Plus, you could feel the mana flowing from Janet's natural talent and even her mana core. Thinking that, he heaved his sword up and gave her another slash. The blade's energy just ripped through the air as it shot out. Janet got knocked back again and again, but Junu was loving it, cracking a huge smile. Janet could now control her mana like a pro. Just then, Soren comes tearing over and gives Janet a massive bear hug, absolutely screaming with joy. "You did it, Janet! That's unreal! Congrats on your awakening, buddy!" Junu chimed in too, looking pretty pleased. Janet smiled, all grateful, and was like, "Thanks, sir. It's all cause of you, and my sis helping me out." For real, an SSR rank character is just built different. She literally just powered up, and she's already at level 3. Compared to most folks, that's pretty bonkers, I guess. Soren then declared with some serious fire, "I ain't losing to my junior. I gotta go grind some mobs right now." Hearing that, Janet booked it after her, yelling, "Let me come with you, sis." Junu, of course, was super stoked about this whole scene. The faster they level up, the sooner they can learn one of the 3 gnarliest sword techniques. He couldn't be a hoser either, so Junu whipped out his phone to check something. And, after a sec, he muttered to himself, "Before my students get their own story quests, I gotta take care of a few things first." A couple days later, in some land plopped between a bunch of mountains, Junu had just touched down. This was Atron, the city where the Holy War went down. Underneath all those buildings, shaped like seashells, is a massive, screwed-up labyrinth from another dimension. A sketchy place where the spirits of forgotten gods are always trying to invade. But Atron's currently being protected by humanity's top squad, the Guardian Alliance, so it's all good, eh? The reason I came to Atron is to snag the class transfer for the Enhersia cultivation technique here. A bit later, Junu strolled into a bar called Diana's. When he walked in, some woman was waiting inside. Seeing Junu, she scrunched up her face and said, "Don't think I've seen your mug around here before, eh? You looking for something special off the menu?" Junu just replied, cool as a cucumber. "You selling info on the side with your drinks?" The woman shot back, a bit suspicious. "Info? What are you looking for, buddy?" Junu answered, all calm. "I'm looking for a guy named Sigmund Sigurdsson. I'm willing to pay good for the deets." Hearing that, the woman just froze on the spot. After a long pause, she kind of hesitated before saying, "Sorry, but that might be a bit of a sticky wicket. His wife is real sick right now." Junu's brow furrowed a bit, staying quiet. Come to think of it, Sigmund's character bio in the game mentioned he had some sad backstory about his wife passing away. Mulling this over, Junu immediately spoke up. "Ma'am, think I could see his wife for just a moment?" Elsewhere, At some house on the edge of the city, the woman from Diana's bar had led him to this spot. She said in a low voice, "You can just head on in." Mr. Sigmund is in a real fragile state of mind right now. Junu gave a small nod, showing he got the message. With that, the woman pushed the door open and went in, talking all careful like, "Excuse me, Mr. Sigmund. A guest said he wanted to check on your wife's condition." But the second they stepped inside, they saw two priests by the bed doing some kind of ritual. The woman sighed, looking relieved at the sight. "Looks like you already got company. It's a good thing it seems some priests came to treat her. Maybe we should just dip out for a bit." But just as she finished saying that, a hand shot out and grabbed the priest's arm. It was Junu. The priest, totally startled, yelped, "What do you want? Let go of my hand! Ya hoser! What in the world do you think you're doing in the middle of a healing ritual?" These two were priests from the Tho and Jur denominations. When it came to healing mojo, both crews were pretty much on par, but Junu just said coldly, "That treatment's a waste of time right now. Holy light's just gonna make her wounds way worse." This statement made the priest from the Tho crew curse out, totally ticked off. "What are you even talking about? And how would you know anything, eh?" Before Junu could even get a word in, Sigmund, who was waiting nearby, ordered him to beat it, cutting the nonsense. "Get the heck out of here. What would some rando super like you know about this?" The woman from Diana's bar heard this and quickly tried to run interference. "Sigmund, this fella said he knows how to cure Jordis." Before she could finish, Sigmund furiously yelled, "Every single second is critical right now!" But at that moment, the person on the bed was suddenly yanked up into the air. A horrified Sigmund bolted over. "Jordis, no! I'm going to start your treatment right now!" Junu wanted to reach out and stop him, but it was a bit of a gong show. The priest kept blasting Jordis with the holy juice, and next thing you know, she got yeeted up into the air again. Seeing that, Sigmund's face went sour, bud. Some wicked dark energy just wrapped around Jordis, and Sigmund started bugging out on the priest, totally frantic. "What in the HE double hockey sticks is happening to Jordis? Keep zapping her. Give her!" But the priest just shook his head like, "Sorry, bud, it's too late. The holy light's tapped out on this one." That just about sent Sigmund into a full-on spiral, but then Junu, cool as a cucumber, chimes in, "Yo, she's not a write-off yet. Your missus has a case of the bad juju caused by some nasty spirit possession by Hacky Maris, eh?" Sigmund just stared at him, totally bug-eyed, like, "How in the blazes do you know that? You for real? You actually know how to fix this kerfuffle?" Junu just nods, all chill like beauty. "Told you I wasn't chirping, eh? Been telling the truth from the jump." Hearing that, Sigmund just hits the deck, straight onto his knees. He's shaking like a leaf, begging, "Then I'm asking you, please, if you save my wife, I, Sigmund, swear on my life, I'll give you anything you want." "Perfect." Hearing this, a little smirk plays on Junu's lips. "Eight then, better not be a hoser and back out on that." Right after, he flips his attribute switch and starts pumping his own mojo into Jordis's body. So this stigma thing is a nasty bit of business from some labyrinth demons, eh? It can straight up wreck a person's soul, making it one of the absolute worst debuffs out there, no doubt. The nasty spirit basically just sips on your life force. But thanks to our boy Junu, Jordis was back to normal. Sigmund was stoked, yelling, "She stopped doing the shaky shake." Junu gives a little nod and says, "Yeah, I just used my juice to send her off to Dreamland." Just then, the two holy dudes show up with the goods. "Sir, we got the stuff you asked for." Junu's all pleased, like mint. "Let's get this party started right now." And just like that, they set up some crazy ritual thing all around Jordis's bed. While Junu's on the sidelines mixing up some potion, the two priests finish their setup and ask, "Sounding kinda sketchy. Okay, all the candles are lit. You sure this is gonna fix her, bud?" Junu, still cool as ever, shoots back. "To be real with you, it's less about curing her and more about helping her win the fight." Even in a video game, this kind of debuff is a real pain in the butt to get rid of. The more you try to heal it, the stronger this thing gets, basically munching on Jordis's HP. To put it simple, you're just feeding the beast with her own energy. To beat this possession thing, first you gotta yank out the nasty little seed it planted inside her, and right on cue, Jordis gets wrapped up in that dark, spooky aura all over again. Her body starts floating in the middle of the room, and next thing you know, two horns pop out of her head as her whole body starts to morph. Total gong show. Seeing this, Sigmund starts to lose his toke again, yelling, "Why is Jordis turning into a demon? Did you screw this up, eh?" Junu just shakes his head. "Nah, bud, it's all going according to plan." Demons are always drama queens. You gotta poke them to get a reaction before you can do anything. And with that, he whips out a cross and, without even blinking, jams it right into Jordis's gut. Right away, this massive flash of light explodes from her body as Junu just roars. Get out of here, you wicked thing, you demon hoser. The second he's done yelling, a stream of gross dark energy shoots out of Jordis's body and she flops back onto the bed. Sigmund immediately books it over to see if she's okay. Jordis was awake. Seeing her hubby blubbering, she's all confused. Like, did someone kick the bucket or what? Why are you crying, you big baby? Sigmund, sniffing and sobbing, starts to explain, you've been possessed for the last 6 months and you're just coming to now. If it wasn't for that young fella over there, you would have been a goner for sure, eh? As he's saying it, he points over at Junu. Junu wasn't paying them any attention, just glanced at the two priests and was like, all right, you're up. Take care of the cleanup healing. And with that, he just pieced out of the room, leaving the holy dudes to do their thing. A bit later, in the waiting room, Sigmund looks at Junu, all grateful, and says, seriously, bud, I can't thank you enough, but what's the deal, eh? Why'd you come all the way from Korea to this neck of the woods? Junu didn't beat around the bush, just casually replied, to find you, obviously. This left Sigmund totally gobsmacked. Junu kept going with a grin. Didn't you say you'd give me anything? Well then, how's about you pass on those Sigurd arts to me, eh? Now, Sigmund's great-great-great-grandpappy was only the most famous hero in all of Norse mythology, Sigurd. The Sigurd arts is this family secret passed down for ages, a power-up technique way more wicked than hockey. So when Sigmund started the transfer of the arts to Junu, our boy could feel every single cell in his body wake up and party, and the vibe of his mana was changing to get way stronger. It got way tougher and more intense. Junu's heart was now just wrapped in a massive cloud of this new mana as he sat there, cross-legged, totally in the zone. After the grind, and my boy finally snagged the Sig Magic trait. Jun Xu's mana bar got a wicked boost of over 30%. With that, he was totally set, when it came to learning new sword moves. Just then, these two priest dudes roll in and are like, yo, Simon, buddy, we're all done with Miss Jordis's tune-up. Hearing that, Zemon was so gassed he just bolted up. For real? Then he just dipped. The two priests then shuffled over to Jun Xu, looking a bit hesitant. You know, Warrior Kim, buddy, you're a legend for curing that possession. You know how to fix other spooky stuff like that? Jun Xu just gives a little nod like, I dabble. Hearing this, the two priests were totally lit. Could you, show us the ropes? We'll totally hook you up, of course. If this works out, we'd be total buttes with the church, right? So Jun Xu is like, bet. He goes, for sure, I can seen as the whole Guardian Alliance army held it down against that massive labyrinth for all of us, eh? He wasn't about to take cash from heroes like them, so he'd teach them for free. After hearing this, the two priests got even more hyped, calling him a saint and all that. But they had no clue, about the 5D chess game Jun Xu was playing. Were these two crews really going to take a freebie and just bounce? No cap, not a chance. This was the cheat code to unlock a secret quest, you feel me? So, a bunch of days later, Atron City throws this massive rager. Everyone's got their glasses up for a cheers. Z-Moon and his missus were on either side of Jun Xu, constantly chirping him to drink up. Then they started absolutely sending it themselves. Jun Xu was just shook. How many bevies did they even crush? Meanwhile, Homeboy was about to get knocked out by all the chaos. A week ago, Jun Xu basically ran a TED Talk for the whole city. He spilled the beans on the secret to beating this thing to both the church and the Guardian Alliance, and even went on tours saving warriors who were bugging out with that demon possession stuff. Jun Xu even dropped the recipe for the cure. So yeah, he basically flipped the script for all of Ain, which is why this wicked party was even happening. But right now, Jun Xu needed to bounce. He was so over all the noise. A sec later, he finally deked outside. He lets out a huge sigh, finally, peace out. That family really knows how to get her done, eh? Just then, the head honcho of the Guardian Alliance rolls up to say, what's up? He's got this massive grin and says, was worried I'd miss my chance to thank you, buddy. I booked it over here the second I was back on my feet. You got a minute right now? Jun Xu just kind of shook his head, nah, man, I'm pretty beat. I think we got to take a rain check. Hearing this, the Guardian Alliance suit just sighs, totally bummed. Aw, what a hoser. That's a shame. Our big boss really wanted to meet ya. Hearing that, Jun Xu just freezes mid-step. The director guy is still rambling on. If it's not a good time, no worries. I'll let him know what's what. But Jun Xu did a full 180. He gives a little wink and a grin. Actually, I just got my second wind, so please, after you. If it was the Prez of the Guardian Alliance, Jun Xu already had the 411. It was the youngest keener of the Heavenly Demon Blood King. A bit later, Jun Xu gets led to this seriously schmancy house. He gives a proper bow to the dude in the chair. "It's a huge honor to meet you, sir. I'm Warrior Kim." The other guy was chill and greeted him back. "Pleasure's all mine. I'm Chen Wei." Jun Xu's just staring at him hard. Then he opens his mouth. "Mr. President, you held down the fort at the Labyrinth, and I'm totally aware of how all in you are for the Guardian Alliance." Chen Wei gives this humble little smile. "Thanks for the props, buddy. It's no biggie. Take a load off." Jun Xu sits down like he's told and hears Chen Wei say with a laugh, "I heard you dropped the fix for the spirit seal in Atron. Is that right? You're the real deal, just like they say." Jun Xu was kind of floored and had to ask, "You know who I am?" With a little smirk, Chen Wei's all casual. "Buddy, in this world, there's no tea the Guardian Alliance doesn't have. I hear you're the next big thing out of Korea. Ever thought about becoming my student?" The second he said it, he just stared Jun Xu down, waiting for an answer. Hearing this, Jun Xu was like, "Say what now? What do you want about?" Chen Wei slowly broke it down. "Your whole vibe is weirdly like my master's, like someone who can see what's coming next." Jun Xu kind of scrunched up his face and asked back, "You talking about the Heavenly Demon?" Nodding coolly, Chen Wei kept going, "You got it, the #1 big shot Heavenly Demon from back in the day. My master's skills were on another level, straight up god tier, though he's been off grid for decades and I haven't seen him. The Heavenly Demon's crew, the Heavenly Lord, the Ghost Sovereign, and the Blood King are all SS rank and level 8, but the Heavenly Demon is on some legendary rank O business, and it's all cause of the Heavenly Demon divine art. Yo, this ting is the whole package, eh? It's got moves for attacking and defending, plus the secret sauce for your mana and footwork. The Heavenly Demon's style is straight up the sickest in the whole world. No cap." Right then, Chairman Tran pipes up all slow like, "Kinda a bummer. My big bro got the Heavenly Demon arts, I guess, but the Blood Fist arts are a whole vibe on their own, fam. If you're trying to get swole, you won't be sorry." Junu's eyes were bugging out like, "Are you for real?" The Blood Fist arts are S tier. That's a beauty of an opportunity, eh? But then Junu had to be like, "Oh, sorry, yo. I'm dead-ass grateful for the offer, man. But I gotta pass on learning from you, Mr. Chairman." Tran Vai was cheesed. Like, why not? You think I'm some hoser who can't teach? Junu just shakes his head a bit and goes, "Nah, it's not that. It's just, I already got a sensei, so I gotta dip on any new student deals." Then boom, he whips out his sword for the chairman to see. Once Tran Vai clocked it, he just nodded. He got the picture. Looks like he already knew about the big boss, Master Goom. Can't do the man dirty like that. He's a certified legend, for real. Man, he was so choked he just had to make that ska sound. Just when I thought I found a keen kid to take under my wing, that old fossil had to go and wreck it. Guess I'm hooped then. And with that, Tran Vai pulls out this sick medallion, slaps it on the table, and says, "Just a little something to show you I'm for real, buddy." Holy smokes, is that the Heavenly Demon medallion? Junu was losing his mind, like, "Hold up, you're giving me this bougie thing?" Tran Vai just muttered, "Only the main man and his crew are allowed to rock this, so don't lose it, eh?" Junu was all grateful. "Thanks a million, sir, seriously." But the vibe was clear, eh? If Junu ever felt like switching teams, he knew who to hit up. Kind of like when the general gave him that sword. But damn, Junu was absolutely buzzing over it. Getting scouted by 2 absolute units like this was lit. He was so gassed he was literally vibrating. Tran Vai saw this and was like, all confused, "What's with the shakes, buddy?" Junu jumped up, bowed real low, and laid it on thick. "I'm just so pumped about your gift, man. I'll take good care of it, I swear." "Stay safe out there, sir." Tran Vai gave a satisfied nod. "Solid. Hope next time we link up, it's as master and student." Junu was absolutely flying. Finally, it was time to cash in on that gnarly quest. Next day, up in some downtown skyscraper, a couple of priests from the 2 crews roll up with a chest for Junu. Even though he was losing it on the inside, Junu played it cool and was like, "You guys didn't have to get me anything." And the 2 priests were just eating it up, gassing him up like crazy. After a bit of chit-chat, Junu finally pops the chest open. And inside, a friggin' huge hammer. The dude from the Order of Thor jumps in. That's a little something from the Thor crew, the Mjolnir hammer. Then the guy a homie slides him an SSR tier item, a shield that's basically invisible and you can morph it with magic. Junu was clutching both items like his life depended on it, totally stoked. The priests saw this and were like, So, you dig 'em, sir? Juno looks up at them with a huge grin. You guys for real giving me all this top shelf gear? If that was the end of it, he would have been low-key bummed. But they came through, and popped open another box. Inside were 10 little bottles of Yas nectar, 7 fat diamonds, and even some angel's tears. And there was more. Juno was confused. Like, What's this thing? A demon's heart? The priest just nodded and explained, You betcha. We hooked you up so you can mix it with the nectar when you juice up. Hearing that, Juno got a look on his face. Might as well shoot my shot, So with that, he kind of asks all shy-like. So, you guys wouldn't happen to have a heart of a fire drake, would you? The Gaia dude just looked at him all confused. Isn't that for, like, fire mages or whatever? Juno just whips up some black flames in his hand, smirks, and goes, You know it. I can rock the black flames. So yeah, I need that. The fire drake's got that purgatory flame. It's their whole jam. If he was going to win this massive bet against the tower, he for sure needed it. The second they saw the black flames, the Thor priest was like, Oh, bet. He totally got it. Say less. In that case, we'd be stoked to give it to you. And just like that, he pulls out a fire drake's heart for Juno. That was the last of the loot. Juno's holding it, grinning like a goof. Cheers, everyone! But then the Thor priest starts talking again. So, straight from the top, from the big bosses, you're going to be an honorary holy knight for the Thor Legion. The Gaia priest was nodding along, totally on board. Juno wasn't about to argue with that. Getting buff is key for sure, but I ain't saying no to this sick offer. So he just grins real chill and is like, I bet. I'm down to be a honorary holy knight, fam. If Jun Xu's ever going to run the whole show with the bishop's order, he's got to get these two crews on his side. Later on, the sun starts dipping, but the village was still going off. The festival was lit. Jun Xu had to dip and dive through the whole mob to get home, but midway, he hears a voice he knows. Some dude in a white cloak is booking it straight for him, and what do you know? It's Priest Kim, and my guy looks mad stressed. Jun Xu's about to be like Wagwan, but before he can even speak, Priest Kim slaps a hand over his mouth. He's whispering all panicked, like, Yo, shh, the bishop's order's on my tail right now. We gotta bounce. Like, right now. And just then, no cap, there's a whole crew of sketchy-looking dudes in the crowd scanning the area, looking for someone. A bit later, they're hiding out somewhere quiet after ditching them, and Priest Kim finally chills out. Phew, I think we lost him, eh? Not going to lie, I thought I was toast for a hot minute. Jun Xu just gives him a look like, What's the deal, bud? Thought you were posted up in Lavon? So Priest Kim starts spilling the tea. So I found the treasure, and thanks to this golden holy ting inside, I hit level 5. But then the bishop's order mandem clocked me, because you know, that spot is basically their turf. At this point, Priest Kim is fully bugging out, grabbing his head, and muttering, Anyways, I have no clue how hard this trial is going to be, so I gotta hit level 7, like yesterday, for our god. Jun Xu squints at him, kinda hesitant. You need a hand with that, or what? Hearing that, Priest Kim just gets this look and clams up. After a super awkward silence, he's like, All shy, actually. That's kind of why I was looking for you, fam. Jun Xu hears this and is like, Say less. What's the play? Priest Kim just blurts it out. Can you get me into the giant labyrinth? Jun Xu's face scrunches up a bit. The labyrinth, hey? Priest Kim just nods a little and replies, Yeah, to the starting outpost on the 10th floor. Jun Xu goes quiet after that, just processing. For Priest Kim's crew to get legit, they gotta stack up way more of that divine power, using the labyrinth as a hideout to get swole in the meantime. Low-key, that's a genius plan. A bit later, they're at the front door of the labyrinth, where the guards are posted up 24/7. Just then, the guards clock something. It's Jun Xu and Priest Kim rolling up, but their faces are completely covered. One of the guards is all suspicious, like, Yo, hold up, what's your deal? Jun Xu, cool as a cucumber, just goes, Tryna get into the giant labyrinth? The guard just gives him a stink eye and says nothing. This late? Jun Xu just plays it cool. Got my reasons, bud. Since their faces were covered, the gatekeepers probably figured they were some kind of skids. The giant labyrinth is basically a hideout for waste men. It's a total free-for-all where the regular rules don't mean jack. The guard thinks for a sec, then he's like, a level 4 superhuman, eh? You're good to go in. But when you bounce, just know we're checking your ID on the way out, and just like that, the two of them slide into the labyrinth, easy peasy, with Priest Kim just following along, looking completely lost. But for real, the guard wasn't wrong. From a regular person's point of view, Priest Kim was basically a religious outlaw. Once they're inside the labyrinth, Priest Kim is like all skeptical. Yo, didn't you say you were a big deal around here? 'Cause those guys back there had no clue who you were. Jun Xu just smirks. Don't be a keener, bud. If they recognized me, everyone would know, and your whole secret mission would be cooked. Priest Kim does this awkward laugh, then goes, but it's bare quiet in here, eh? Way more than I thought. Right then, Jun Shu's spidey senses start tingling, and his eyes get all narrow. He scowls and mutters, something stinks in here. Priest Kim hears him, and he's all confused. What stink? With a serious face, Jun Xu says in a low voice, there's demons creeping up ahead. Nah, scratch that. The demons are coming in hot right at us. And no cap, the second the words are out, a whole mob of demons starts swarming them. Jun Xu whips out Thor's hammer and yells, Priest, juice up our gear! Priest Kim gets right on it, hitting Jun Xu with a quick holy light buff, and boom, the hammer in his hand is just glowing with holy energy. Jun Xu gets this wicked grin, thinking the timing is mint. He was dying to see what this new toy could do. An SSL weapon plus a golden blessing. Say less. Right after that, Jun Xu just charges in and starts cleaning house on the demons. In like a split second, they were all dropped. Priest Kim is just staring, totally gobsmacked. My guy really is the Golden Warrior. And Jun Xu wasn't shy about gassing him up either. Your bless up is actually pretty sick too. Letting out a little laugh, Priest Kim said all happy. Aight, real talk. At first I was kind of bugging that the Pontiff's whole crew was going to roll up on us. But soon as we dip through this gate, we're on the 9th floor. Eh? But Jun Xu was looking all serious. So he was like all confused. Yo, why you got the stank face all of a sudden? Jun Xu deadpans. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be the cakewalk you're thinking it is. Just then, the door in front of them just slides open, and this chick pops out with her whole squad behind her. She's got this nasty smirk and goes, took you long enough, eh? My so-called savior? The second he saw that crew, Priest Kim totally freaked and ducked behind Jun Xu like a scaredy cat. Jun Xu, though, was just like, how the heck did these hosers find us? But then it clicked. Like, what a gong show. It was bare obvious. They were probably creeping on Priest Kim from the jump. So that chick must have some kind of GPS power, same as him. Figures that's how they were on our tail so easy, no matter where we booked it. Just then, the head honcho from the Pontiffs Association starts laughing it up. Aight, this whole song and dance is over. You finally ready to join the squad? Oh, savior. Jun Xu just scoffs, all cold, like, join your weirdo cult? What kind of garbage are you even spewing? The chick just sneers back. The saintess drops some holy wisdom on us. If the savior is down to join, you'll be treated like you're on her level. You just got to give your whole body and soul to the Pontiff's church. For real. Hearing that, Jun Xu muttered some choice words, totally grossed out. Are these clowns seriously trying to find a way to justify offing me or what? With that thought, he just snaps. Are you out of your gourd? Who the hell do you think you are making that call? The woman just sked and smirks. Don't you worry your pretty little head, because right now, the big welcome party for you, our savior, is all set up and ready to go. And with that, she flashes this evil grin. Jun Xu just scoffs. Did you guys just yeet the rights of Westphalia in the trash or something? You know, pulling a stunt like this is going to cause a total gong show, right? Hearing that, the chick just gives this wicked sneer. Then she just tosses her head back and screams at the ceiling like a total drama queen. This is a giant friggin' maze, a place with no rules, a place where anything goes. So she orders her holy goons to waste Jun Xu. At first, Jun Xu was a bit shook, not gonna lie, and Priest Kim behind him was so freaked he couldn't even squeak. But then, Jun Xu just scoffs. You're right, there are no rules in here, which means I can also rip all your limbs off and not even feel bad about it. Hearing that, Priest Kim is like, all shaky. Bud, you sure we can actually pull this off? There's like 2 of them at level 5, and the rest are all level 3 or higher. Jun Xu, super chill, just goes, we got this. Then, my guy pulls out a grenade and yells, Priest Kim, juice me up! Priest Kim immediately hopped to it. All the sick, high-tier traits Jun Xu had been collecting, plus all the gear he'd bagged so far, meant he wasn't even sweating these clowns. The grenade, after getting blessed up, just yeets through the air, all glowy with holy light. With a massive K-boom, this huge explosion goes off, filling the air with smoke and fire, but when all the dust settles, the Pontiff's crew are just standing there. Not even a scratch on them. The leader chick says, all smug. Was that supposed to be some kind of trick? Your little pea shooters can't even scratch us. But right then, Jun Xu whips out a freaking cannon and points it right at them. He flips on his sharpshooter trait and just starts letting it rip like a maniac. But still, that chick throws up a force field, so nothing could get through to them. She's laughing like she just won the lottery. This is the real power of the pontiff. Eh? Savior? Jun Xu wasn't even listening to her, just lands from midair with a smirk and says, "That was just the warm-up, bud. The real party's about to start." Right away, Jun Xu switches up his trait again, this time rockin' Sig's combat style. His mana got so jacked up, he could feel the blood in his body start to boil. Next thing you know, Jun Xu just blasted forward. He was moving so fast he was just a blur, and started wrecking the clowns from the Pontiff's crew. Jun Xu's senses went into overdrive, like he could see everything in the world in slow-mo or something. He could see exactly where every single one of them was, and spot all their weak points, so he whips out his blade. Jun Xu hits him with the Radiant Flash consecutive slash. In like a split second, the Pontiff's crew's whole formation was totally wrecked, making one of the goons start freaking out. Whoa, hold up. Something's bare weird. At the same time, Jun Xu juices up his mana again. Then he just glances at the last few chumps in the back, and then just kept giving with the Tiger King's twin strike move. The sword's glow was going absolutely buck wild in the air. The whole area looked like it was getting shredded. That lady started chirping orders, like, "Don't you dare bail, the big guy upstairs is watching us. Knights, make a wall, ya hosers." So right away, the last of these goofs line up like a bunch of pylons. But Junu, buddy, he didn't even flinch, just charged right in, whipping his blade out again. This time he hit him with the Tiger King's Violent Burst, a crazy slash of energy that just went off like a firecracker, causing that whole crew to get absolutely decked. Even the chick in the back got a free haircut, lost a few strands. Her panicky knights were squawking, "Supervisor, this dude's beaking us. What's the play? Give us the plan, eh?" That woman shot back all chilly. "Go out in a blaze of glory, boys," which just made the knight's brains short circuit, but she couldn't care less, and kept going with a grin. "Your epic fails will make the father happy up in Skyland. It's what he wants. So, no taxi-backsies." The fact they had more bodies and higher levels meant jack all to Junu. He was running a total gong show on these holy knights. Junu was just relentlessly on him, his sword glowing and zipping all over. His moves were slick as heck, but it was wrecking everything around him. Seeing this whole mess, that woman wasn't even shook. Nah, she just started smiling. She yelled all hyped up, "You're a total beauty. Oh, Savior, what an honor to see this side of the good guys." Junu just kind of huffed and asked her, "All cold, so you gonna send in the A-team now, or what?" Without even blinking, the chick's all casual. "You betcha, I'll send someone on your level, buddy. But I only care about one thing. You better not kick the bucket." The second she says that, two big shot holy knights step up to the plate. But even then, Junu just stood there looking totally defiant, not even a little bit scared. The two knights just sent it, no hesitation. Junu just chilled and blocked their swords with his shield. But get this, the knight who banged into the shield just horked up a lungful of ketchup, looking totally baffled. Internal damage? He only bonked the shield once. Whether the hoser got it or not, Junu sent him for a rip. Then the other guy tries to sucker punch him from behind. Junu did a quick lean back to dodge it. Then he used the spin to just wheel around and let her fly. The big ol' axe just hammered down on the holy knight. He gave a greasy smirk. "This is the best you gotta throw at me? This ain't even a warm-up, eh?" The holy knight was beaten into a poutine, his eyes just staring at Junu, totally bugging out. This dude's a savior. Get out of town. He's gotta be on the devil's payroll. With that thought, he grabs his sword, full sends it, and screams, "Get lost, ya demon." Junu kind of scrunched his face, confused. Like, "Still kicking, eh?" The words barely left his mouth before he swung his sword and took the guy's toque off permanently. He let out a cold huff. What a waste. I hate taking it this far. "So, that just leaves you, eh?" And then Junu eyed up that lady. But she's just laughing her head off, all stoked. "You've got even more power stashed in there. You're for sure the savior the big guy's prophecy was chirping about." Junu just tuned out the crazy chick, quick swap to his sword and rejigged his stats. Plus he had Priest Kim in the back pocket laying down the buffs. Junu said, all chilly, "That all you gotta say?" Hearing that, the woman started screeching like a total psycho. "What else is there to say? Now I'm just waiting for your soul to get beamed up to the Sky Palace." But she barely finished her sentence when a massive sword slash flew right at her and went K-a-boom. When all the smoke and fire cleared out, that lady was completely dusted. Priest Kim had to say, "Holy, you really took care of that whole gong show by yourself." Junu just shrugged it off, all casual. "It was your buffs, man. Good job." Saying that, Junu glanced at what was left of the lady and scoffed. Did you hear that, chick? Spouting absolute nonsense right till the end. That's why you can't reason with someone who's a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Right after, they went to scoop up the loot, but the whole area was just demolished. Junu sighed, all ticked off. So, I think I went a little too hard because I was cheesed, eh? All their drops are busted, we can't get squat. What a ripoff. But hey, thanks to that last throwdown, you got enough stuff for that high level 1 versus everyone's skill, so it's all gravy. With nothing else in their way, Junu and Priest Kim strolled right into the giant maze on the 10th floor. Priest Kim was pumped, yelling, "We finally made it to the 10th floor!" Junu nodded back, like, "Beauty, congrats on hitting your target." Then Priest Kim turned his head and gave him a look. He was all like, "For real, bud? I'd be absolutely hooped without you. Probably still be some no-name healer, eh?" Jun Xu just shook his head, laughing it off. "Nah, man, that was all you given the whole time. I barely did a thing." Then out of nowhere, Priest Kim gets this look, digs in his pocket, and whips out this cord for Junu. He goes all slow-mo. Here's the heart of prosperity. Junu was so stoked, he practically snatched it. This was some primo SSR grade holy gear, the real deal. Seeing how jazzed he was, the priest chirped up again. "I snagged it in that Levon Treasure Valley you told me about. Figured it'd be a beaut for you." The more Jun Xu heard, the more gassed he got. He gave his own hair a tussle and grinned. "Solid, buddy. Thanks." Priest Kim was totally beaming from the props and asked, "So, where are you off to now, eh?" Junu just shrugged. "All chill. Time to bounce back to Korea. Gotta find the last piece I need to hit level 5. A couple days go by, and now we're in some bush in Gangwon Province, South Korea. Junu rolls into this joint right after he gets back. Place is a beaut of a forest, but super sketchy too. He's barely 2 steps in when some blade gets shoved right up to his neck. Some shadowy figure in a black cloak just pops out of nowhere and asks all cold, "What's some random doing here?" Junu squints, seeing the guy's keeping his face hidden, but he knew the vibe. It was the SL grade character, Bone Snake. "Looks like our boy found the mutant's secret hangout." Seeing Junu just standing there saying nothing, Bone Snake's voice got even icier. "I asked ya, what are you doing here?" Junu, cool as anything, just goes, "Got some business." But the guy just barks at him. "This area's off limits, bud. Scram." Junu gets this little smirk and chirps back. "Isn't this the road to the Village of Hope, eh?" Hearing that, Bone Snake was completely floored. It's like totally baffled. How in the world do you know that name? See, the spot Jun Xu was looking for, everyone else called it Monster Village, but for the mutants, it was their Village of Hope. At that, Bone Snake finally lowers his blade and says all monotone, "Can't believe you actually know the village's proper name. Fine, I'll take ya. Don't lag behind." And with that, he just turns and starts walking. Jun Xu had to hustle to keep up. He totally lucked out that Bone Snake was on patrol today. Dude was way more chill than the other mutants. A bit later, they get inside the Village of Hope, and the place is poppin', trees all bloomin' and looking lively, just full of life, and the mutants all seemed pretty happy. But the second Junu gets led in by Bone Snake. The other mutants who spot him get all cagey. Next thing you know, a pair of giant legs steps out, blocking their path. It was a massive bear. It squints down at Bone Snake and asks, "Why'd you drag a human into the village?" Bone Snake answers all slow. He knows our village's name and says, "He's got business with you, boss." Hearing this, the bear leans its head down to get a better look at Junu and, after a real long pause, it asks, all suspicious, "Don't know your face. What do you want?" Jun Xu takes a deep breath to keep his cool and starts with, "I came to ask for a huge solid." The bear just gives him a look like he's full of it. Junu kind of stalls for a second before he goes on, "I need a magic core from a mutant beast, and I was wondering if there was any chance." But before he can even finish, the bear just takes a massive swipe at him. Junu gets absolutely launched. If it wasn't for his diamond body thing, he would have been knocked out cold for sure. Seeing that he's still standing, the giant bear charges at him again, full on. Not bad, eh? "Now you're in for a proper scrap. I'm gonna wreck you." Junu sees this and starts freaking out. "Hang on, what are you doing? I'm not here to cause any trouble." He got why the bear was going absolutely spare, though you can only get a magic core from a mutant that's already passed on. The massive bear was just roaring like crazy, swinging its claws around. "If this was your family's bodies, would you be selling them off for a couple lousy bucks?" Junu just stared, totally stunned by the blade energy shooting out of its claws. "A bear with a sword aura? Get out of here. Seriously?" But this was no time to be wondering about that. He yells out quick, "Please, just take a breather. I'll make it worth your while, I swear." The huge bear heard that and just roared, totally fed up. "I already told ya, I don't want your money." This ain't about cash. Junu just kind of shook his head, reached into his bag, and pulled something out. The huge bear flinched back, blinded by this bright flash from the thing. It's just staring at the thing in Junu's hand and mumbles, all confused. What is that thing? After all that hype, you'd think it's some top-tier item, but nah. Junu just whipped out a cup of instant noodles. He cracks a smirk and goes, "Told ya I'd pay a worthy price." The huge bear completely loses it, roaring, "Are you seriously chirping me right now?" But Junu was still just chillin'. He pulls out some boiling water, pours it in the cup, and says, all casual, "Easy does it, bud. Just try it first. We can talk after. What's the hurry?" Then, he puts the lid on and slides it over to the huge bear. "This ain't your average instant ramen. I don't want it. Take a hike, or I'll tear you apart." The huge bear roared, trying to get him to bounce. But then, the sick smell of Mr. Noodles blasted right up its snout. All of a sudden, it's looking like a lost puppy dog. Jun Xu just cracked this wicked grin. What a beauty. A mutant bear with a sniffer that good was never going to say no to the nectar of the gods. And what Daya know, the big fella plops down in front of the cup, grumbling under its breath. Holy smokes, what even is that smell? Jun Xu was just cheesing, saying, "Yeah, a little birdie told me you guys in Hope Village are having a rough go finding grub." The big bear just huffs at him. "You're a real keener, aren't you, bud?" Jun Xu just gives a little shrug, acting all innocent, and goes, "Go on, giver. Don't you want to know why us humans lose our minds for this stuff?" The big fella stared it down for a hot sec, but then totally caved. "Look, I'm the big cheese of Hope Village, all right? I'm only eating this for cultural research, not because it smells unreal or nothing." And with that, it just hoovered the whole thing. The second that flavor bomb dropped on its tongue, the big bear's peepers popped right open. Buddy, that taste was like getting a one-way ticket to Flavor Town. The slinky noodles jamming up its maw, and that hot soup just warm in the pipes, filling its gut all nice and cozy. It was straight up unreal, totally blew its mind. The big fella's voice got all shaky, mumbling, "How is this even legal?" "You got any more of this stuff?" Jun Xu just gives a little nod and is like, "Oh yeah, bud, I brought a whole spread today. Everyone, come get some grub." And just like that, he whips out a boatload of wicked eats and starts handing it out to all the mutants around. Now, not every mutant's got the same taste buds as this bear, So Jun Xu hooked everything up with some of that magic dust. And wouldn't you know it, this whole crew of mutants was absolutely losing their minds over the food. Even the big fellow was just going to town like it was his last meal. Everyone started thinking Jun Xu was a real beauty, which had him feeling pretty chuffed. But then, out of nowhere, this bony snake dude grabs a jar and pipes up, "Hold your horses, This is that magic dust. Is this stuff even cool for us to be chowing down on?" The second he said that, the whole mutant mob started to freak out. The big bear gave Jun Xu the stink eye again, and Jun Xu just lets out a sigh. Like, you couldn't really chirp him for being careful. If you mess up the intake, a mutant's magic core could straight up go kaboom, but our boy had already planned for this gong show. With that, Jun Xu just smiles and says, "If you're all getting your knickers in a knot, why not just ask your big boss upstairs? You know, the one who can see the future and all that jazz, the one they call the grandma of the whole village, the divine tree. Yeah, the divine tree, the guardian of this whole operation. She might not be the heavy hitter compared to some other gods, but she's the real deal, So when it comes to mutant business, she's the one who calls all the shots." So the big bear scrambles over and gives the magic dust to the divine tree to get the once-over. Even after getting the answer, it's still giving it the side-eye, asking, "You for real, godmother? Is that the straight goods?" The divine tree answers all slow-like. That's a big 10-4. The dust he's using is grade 0 core powder cleaned up with holy water. It's basically premium fuel for you lot. The big bear whips out some gadget to translate so the whole crew can hear. As soon as they heard that, all the mutants around were super stoked. They all started bowing and scraping to the divine tree. "Thanks for the solid advice, godmother." Just then, the bony snake moseys on up to Jun Xu and says, "Well, looks like we got that sorted, I was a bit of a hoser back there, my bad." Jun Xu just waves him off with a grin. "No worries, bud. I get it. No need to say sorry. Now that we're all buds again, how's about we fire up the queue or something, And just like that, Jun Xu starts grilling up some meat for the whole crew. Man, it was a beauty of a feast, and Jun Xu was totally in with them now. The divine tree was pretty happy seeing the whole scene too. Looks like Hope Village had a real VIP visit in. And it wasn't just the grub, because Jun Xu also busted out the booze. The big bear takes a big pull of soju, then lets out this huge laugh and says, "Okay, now I get why you humans are all about the drink. This stuff is mint." Jun Xu just grins and goes, "Glad you're digging it. But hold on, Chief. Aren't you a human too? Why do you talk like you're from another planet or something?" The big bear just shrugs, all casual like, just how I talk, to be honest. It's been a hot minute since anyone treated us like actual people. Back when those Japanese forces were running the show, we were just talking animals to them, and hunters were always on our case. Jun Xu squints at him, then lets out a big ol' laugh. Yeah, but even with all that, you're still a beauty. Heard you were in the big scrap and did some serious work, helped the mutants get some respect. The big bear just gives a little nod back. That was a team effort. It's been way too long since the village has been this lit. He says he's been dying to hear some laughs like this for a good while, hearing that Jun Xu couldn't help but get a little choked up. What a bunch of beauties, this whole village. All you gotta do is find their soft spot, and you can totally ace this reputation quest. No sweat. So after Big Bear spilled his guts, he pipes up again. Oh yeah, bud, didn't you say you needed some of those magic cores? Here, take them. And just like that, he pulls out 4 of the shiny things and chucks them to Jun Xu. Jun Xu was absolutely losing it inside. The rep quest was done, and the prize was the jackpot. More cores. But on the outside, my guy Jun Xu just plays it cool, slaps on a grin, and goes, thanks. He got the goods. So Jun Xu bounced with a quick excuse, feeling absolutely mint, thinking it was about time they coughed up something decent. But before he could even dip from the forest, Skull Snake pops out of nowhere and blocks him. He just stood there, staring down Jun Xu, and real slow like, he's all, you're taking off already? I didn't even get to say my thanks, hoser. Jun Xu just awkwardly scratches his tokeless head and says, no need to go all out. The whole crew already hooked me up with some pretty sick stuff. Skull Snake just shrugs, saying, I'm getting a vibe you're looking to score something even bigger from our village. Jun Xu figured, hey, it was probably their first decent poutine in ages, so he gets it. But what a shocker. Skull Snake wasn't even cheesed and laid down a serious offer. If you need more of them mutant cores, just give her a shout. I'm down to give you mine. Jun Xu was absolutely gobsmacked to hear that and started flailing his hands. Whoa, take her easy, buddy. I'm not trying to literally yoink your guts out, you know? But Skull Snake was dead serious and said, nah, for real. My godmom had this vision that it's my destiny to give a piece of myself to the dude who can patch up my body. Jun Xu's brain just short-circuited again. Is a random chunk of flesh really worth that much? This was the kickoff for Skull Snake's personal mission, but he'd never heard of it involving a whole magic core. Mulling it over, Jun Xu tried again. Maybe it's just like a figure of speech, eh? Something else entirely, not an actual core. Skull Snake gave a little nod and was like, true, that. Guess I'll figure it out when I figure it out. The two of them chopped it up for a bit more before Jun Xu finally booked it from the Village of Hope. He got back fast, and first on the to-do list was snagging a new crib. And when he saw it, Jun Xu's eyes were bugging. This absolute mansion in front of him was finally his new digs, a place where the backyard alone was a crazy 3,000 square meters, and it even had a beauty of a swimming pool. But that wasn't even the kicker. The real reason Jun Xu picked it was the secret private training zone in the basement. This training ground was way bigger than his old one and was totally kitted out. Jun Xu was seriously feeling it. He was so gassed, never thought he'd be living this large. Just then, Choi Seo strolls in, sees Jun Xu laughing like a loon, and asks, all skeptical, Superman Kim, you really that stoked, eh? Jun Xu got a bit awkward and was like, Director Choi, thanks a bunch for pointing me to this wicked house. Choi heard that, gave a little wave, and laughed. Don't sweat it, bud. But, what's the deal with the sudden move? Jun Xu laid it out. My squad's going to be coming over to train now, so I wanted a more legit spot for them. Plus, I need my own space to chill. In that room I asked about. Choi gave him a slick wink and a grin. Course, it's all sorted. There's a massive lab in the house for you, too. The second Jun Xu walked in, some spirit just materialized. What's good, boss? I'm the magic spirit helper. What can I get for you? Jun Xu hopped into the analysis machine and said, like a total G, let's run a full diagnostic. This next grind is going to be a gong show. To max out, I'm going to need you to work your magic, spirit. As soon as Jun Xu was in the machine, the spirit snapped its little ghost fingers and this wild magic energy wrapped around him, starting a full scan of his stat. But it wasn't long before the whole system started bugging out, which threw Jun Xu for a loop. The spirit piped up, all freaked out. Boss, we're getting an error scanning your mana circle. Jun Xu paused for a sec before saying, yeah, that's on me. I can like swap my mana circle on the fly, but keep that on the down low, eh? The spirit was straight up mind blown, mumbling like, is that even a thing? My entire database has never seen nothing like that. Jun Xu just shrugged, see for yourself, bud. That's why I gotta find a proper grade 5 juice for a special case like me. Hearing that, the spirit went quiet again. Then after a long beat, It lit up. A regular potion is a no-go, but if we brew up a custom one, that could be the ticket, right? Jun Xu gave a cool nod. You got it. Sounds like it'll cost a few toonies, doesn't it? The spirit then started grilling him for info on all his skills and plugged all the data into the system. It was done in a flash, and the spirit announced all chipper. You've got a grand total of 136 abilities. The constellation design is a go. After hearing that, Jun Xu was just confused. A constellation? The heck is that? The spirit slowly explained, it's a kind of elixir that was basically just some mad science theory. And yo, we got all the goods to cook this up? He looked kinda sketched, like, it ain't the exact potion you were fiending for, but it'll probably do the trick. Juno had told the spirit to whip him up, the one that vibes with him the best. You feel? So with that, he just gave a little nod and was like, say less. Seeing Juno was game, the spirit started brewing up that level 5 juice. And boom, just like that, Juno was grinding for a full day, and before he knew it, it was dark out. Seun and Janet rolled in from outside, loaded up with a bare ton of stuff. She was cheesing hard, saying, congrats on hitting level 5, my guy. Juno was looking at them all bug-eyed, like, how'd you two even know? Soren just pointed out the door and was like, the mandem out there tipped us off. Juno peeked outside and saw Choi Se and Thich Quyen posted up, looking fresh in some slick suits and holding bottles and snacks. Juno gave them the "Are you serious?" look, but Choi Seo was fully gassed, ran right up and laughed. Yeah, I called him over, fam. No way we're letting today be a dead ting. But the real gong show was just getting started. He spotted fireworks and a whole vision of Ewan's fam of 3 getting hype, which made him turn red like a tomato. Man. What the heck? Ewan's crashing this party too? Then Chell piped up, actually, now that you mention it, I clocked a wreath out front of your crib. Juno was so cheesed, he was grinding his teeth, mumbling, now that I hit level 5, every move I make is going to be on blast, I gotta be low key. Are you hosers trying to curse me with this stuff, eh? And then he just went full beast mode and ripped that wreath to shreds. Right then, this slick black whip just rolls up to Juno's spot, making him jump. A woman gets out of the car, looking all proper and put together. Juno scrunched up his face, all confused, like, who's this now? Looks like the whole city got an invite to this rager, eh? While he was totally baffled, the lady started talking real slow. You must be Warrior Kim, right? Big ups on hitting level 5. Juno just gave a polite nod back. Appreciate it. But, who are you? The woman looked like she just remembered something, smiling quick. Oh, my bad. Should have said who I was right off the bat. I'm Seon Hyun, from the Kumo group. The second Juno heard that name, it clicked. Isn't that the Kumo group's youngest kid? Thinking that, he got all sus and asked, what's the Kumo crew doing in my ends? He Young just played it cool and said, I want to put you on the payroll for a gig. Juno was shook, asking all sketchy, what kind of gig? But then it hit him, ain't the Kumo group in a massive family beef over who takes over? Getting mixed up in that would be a total gong show. Better to dip. While Juno was thinking it over, He Young started talking again. We need you to rep us as our fighter in the 5-round throwdown for the family fortune, and trust me, the real prize is going to be absolutely legendary. Soon as she said that, she pulls out a piece. Juno's eyes bugged out, totally floored. No way, is that the heater Don makes? The one with the wreck everything feature? Aight, bet. This changes everything. Thinking this, Juno got a huge grin and said, okay, let's lock in this deal right now. I gotta go snag all the sick loot again. The next day, up in some swanky tower, He Young was chilling on a couch, talking to the guy across from her. Since you're already rocking 2 of those Dasan pieces, I had a feeling you'd be down. Juno couldn't stop himself from smirking at that. If the payout's this fat, can you toss in a little something extra if I clutch the win? He Young just answered, cool as a cucumber, we'll hook you up with another Dawn heater that cancels out poison. She said if Juno kept stacking W's, they'd sweeten the pot, but she was hoping he wouldn't get too thirsty for more, because the competition are all level 6 beasts, so even winning one single scrap would be a beauty. Hearing that, Juno's face dropped, and he went quiet. The next day, at this massive arena, He Young rolled up with Juno. Seen her, some dude got a greasy smile and said, well, look what the cat dragged in, little sis. Kinda shocked you even showed up. You're a real lucky one, eh? He Young didn't even give him the time of day, just breezed right past the guy and made a beeline for her seat. That move clearly cheesed him off, because he let out a cold huff and said, what's with the attitude, eh? This guy is the oldest Kumo group kid, Seong Huijin, a level 6 powerhouse. The dude sitting next to him is the second Kumo son, Seong Huijin, also a level 6 heavy hitter. He just sighed and was like, just chill, man, this is a scrap between you and me anyway. Junwoo strolled over and plopped down beside Hee Young and slowly said, so the first round is the oldest bros champ versus the second bros champ. Eh? Hee Young gave a little nod and answered, you got it, and both of them are total units. Hearing that, Junwoo looked down into the pit where there was some SR-rank ironclad warrior dude, and the other guy was the Flame Demon, also SR rank. After checking him out for a sec, Junwoo was like, all amazed. Figures a big shot company like this would have all the top dogs. Hee Young gave him a serious look and said, you better be watching this fight like a hawk. Look, So, this absolute unit in the tin can suit was on my second oldest bros squad. Mans was supposed to be the final boss of this whole tourney, eh? Down in the pit, the metal man starts booking it at Demon Flame. But this clown, Demon Flame, just grins, eh? Then he just yells real loud, and his sunfire thingy makes the armored dude jump back like he touched a hot stove. Before my guy could even blink, a massive fireball gets yeeted right at his face. Hi, Y sees this, and she's totally bugging out. Then, with a huge K-boom, the whole floor just blows up, smoke and fire everywhere. It was lit, the tin can warrior gets absolutely cooked, and like, poof, my guy just straight up vaporized. Gone. So when the dust settles, it's just Demon Flame standing there. Hai Y looks shook, and Hai Chun is up on his feet, holding his head like, no way, bud. But Hai Jun, he's just cheesing. What a knob. Meanwhile, Jun Xu clued into something. That fire was sus. This Demon Flame dude wasn't some rank 6 beast, just some mage who could chuck a bit of sunfire. But hold up, aren't you not supposed to off people in the sun tower? So Jun Xu uses his spidey sense to scope out this Demon Flame wasteman, and right away, he spots something. Yo, is that a solar eclipse orb? No cap, don't tell me that's the guy. After a dead quiet moment, Jun Xu looks over at Hai Y and is like, Miss Hai Y, I'm on deck, eh? She just gives a little nod like, yeah, you are. Say less. Jun Xu hops up right away. I'm going in now. You might want to get ready for this. Hai Y is looking at him all stressed, asking all shaky, are you sure about this, bud? Maybe we should send in a rank 6 heavy hitter instead. Jun Xu just shrugs, all chill, and says with a grin, I got this. That dude's not just messing around, he's got a plan. So that's Hong Du, the guy who got booted from the Sun Tower. Figures he'd end up with the Kumo group, eh? Up in the bougie seats, the 3 Kumo group heirs are still watching for the next throwdown. Hai Jun gives Hai Y a look and starts chirping, let's see if Little Sis's champion can even touch Demon Flame. And right then, Jun Xu strolls into the ring, gripping that Black Fox sword. Hai Jun looked a bit shook, but he was still gassed, thinking some sword guys got no chance against Sunfire. Looks like we're about to have another body drop, eh? Down in the pit, Jun Xu squints at Hongdu, real cool like, and goes, never thought I'd see your mug again like this. Hongdu's brow gets all wrinkly, and he's like, you know me? Jun Xu's just casual. Yeah, bud, because that little party trick you're pulling is straight out of the Sun Tower. Does your boss, Madam Du, know you're out here acting a fool? When he heard that, Hongdu gets this greasy smirk, then he just tilts his head back and belts out a laugh. Of course, my master knows every single ting. Before this whole mess, Jun Xu had gotten the lowdown from Choi Seo. Right before this whole Kumo group power struggle kicked off, the word on the street was the big boss got taken out real sudden like. In this whole country, only the head honcho of the Sun Tower and like one other person could pull off a move that slick. No way that old bat Madame Du is actually mixed up in the Kumo group's family drama, is she? Man, that thought was sketchy as heck. But it was also possible that after this is all done, Jun Xu figures he'll have to go ask her himself. While he was zoning out, Hongdu starts yapping again. Then, since you know who I am, I can finally get my payback. I'm about to show you the heat I've been saving just for you, buddy. The second he says that, this massive flame just erupts, but Jun Xu's just standing there, not even flinching. This gets Hongdu absolutely heated. He screams like a maniac. So, the gossip is true, eh? You can actually tank Sunfire? But Sunlight's a whole different beast, so just do me a solid and turn to dust already. And right after that, another crazy beam of fire just blasts out. Hai Y sees this and starts freaking out again. No way, a rank 6 superhuman can use a divine art, so how the heck is a rank 5 guy supposed to walk away from that? But when all the smoke clears, Jun Xu is still standing there, looking like a boss with this smug grin on his face. Is that all you got? Guess it's my turn now, eh? He's talking big, but my guy was almost extra crispy. Thinking that, he just grins and goes, Mind if I borrow that fire for a minute? The moment Jun Xu says that, the sunlight just wraps around his hammer. Hongdu totally loses it, screaming, "No way! How are you jacking my sunlight?" Jun Xu just ignores him, bugging out, hoists his hammer up, and lightning just zaps down from the sky. At the same time, Jun Xu switches up his whole vibe. With a massive crack, the lightning from the hammer just nails Hongdu. He starts panicking, yelling, "Hold up, wait a minute!" But sorry, bud, too late for all that. His whole body just gets swallowed by the lightning. When it fades, Hongdu's just gone. Not even a speck left. This whole scene makes the three Kumo heirs jump out of their skin, totally shook. Junu, that keener, was totally jacked, chirping like, "Yo, when's the next tilt? Let's give her." Later that night, back at the Kumo Corp castle, Junu was just lounging on this long-ass couch, looking up all proper. Big ups for coming through for me. Here's a wicked bonus for that dub. Man, Junu's eyes lit up like the CNE. He finally copped his fourth blaster. Hyang, seeing how gassed he was, piped up again. But wait, there's more, eh? We still had that other handshake deal, didn't we? It's nothing crazy, but here's some new kicks. Inside, Junu was losing his mind, but on the outside, he played it all shy, like, "Whoa, are you for real? This is some serious swag. Can I even take this?" Hyang replied all casual like, "Buddy, you earned it." I mean, Junu popping off with 3 wins in a row was a certified beauty of a performance, but after that, they put him in the penalty box. The rest of the hosers had a Donnybrook, and the winner was the exact person Hyang was rooting for. Junu could have kept throwing down, but he wasn't about to show his whole hand, you know? The entire planet was tuned in to this Kumo Corp gong show, thinking that Junu finally piped up. "So, does this mean you're the big cheese now, eh?" Hyang just kind of shook her head, saying, "Not quite, bud. This whole scrap was just to get the suits on board. They're not going to roll over that easy." Junu nodded, like he was totally with it. Right on. A young buck running the show is going to get chirped at a ton, eh? Hearing that, Hyang balled up her fists something fierce. After a bit, she finally goes, "You're not wrong, but I'm not just going to sit here and take it like a hoser. Since we're already in it, can I ask you for one more solid? The Clamp Warrior." Junu scrunched up his face and asked her, "What's the deal? For a payout this massive, who's going to say no, eh?" Hyang kind of paused for a sec. She reached up, fiddled with her earring, and finally spilled. There's a way to flip this whole gong show on its head. And just like that, poof, a ghost image of a black crow popped up in front of them. Hyang laid it out slow. The Raven chip. It's packed with some sketchy stuff that only messes with my family's genes. If I juice myself with it, I can crank it up to level 7 and totally own them. Hearing this, Junu got the picture right away. So, Hyang was ready to give her with some sketchy power-up. Without a second thought, he nodded. 8. Let's get her done. Hyang looked at him, like he grew a second head. "For real?" "100%, Junu replied, all smooth. What kind of knob would say no to this? And so, late as heck that night, deep in the Kumo Corp dungeon, a black crow was just ghosting around, no one even noticed. Junu was perched on its back with this greasy smirk, and he's like, "Bingo, we got it. Let's back it up a few hours, eh?" Hyang threw Junu a deal. "You snag me that Raven chip, and I'll pay you double this amount." And right after she said that, she drops a literal mountain of gold bars on the table, probably worth a cool 10 billion. Junu was absolutely gobsmacked just staring at it. Hyang, cool as a cucumber, keeps going, and if I snag the top dog spot, I swear I'll toss you the helmet and all the gear my bros are rocking. While she's saying this, Junu lets out this little snort, which totally threw her off. He had to backpedal. Sorry, just had an itchy nose. But for real, Junu was absolutely buzzing. The Kumo gear set that all 3 of those hosers had would end up with whoever ran the show. That meant the Kumo set, which is basically SSL rank good, was going to be all his. But he had to play it cool, couldn't let Hyang see him getting all jacked up. Hyang, meanwhile, was totally oblivious and just kept on. "My brothers can't get wind of this, so keep it on the down low, eh? If you need anything to pull this off, you just gotta holler." Junu paused for a hot minute, then gave her a cheeky wink and a grin. "Oh, well, if you're offering, maybe I could trouble you for some ice?" And boom, right after that, Junu was up on the Kumo building roof, scoping the scene. He had this big ol' smirk and said, "Holy, you can see all of Gangnam from up here. Cash is king, eh?" Junu was now decked out with a full set of high-end gear, a scanner lid, some wicked fast kicks, gloves that make you go bananas, and a ring that sniffs out trouble. Now it was time to soak up all the good stuff from this magic swag. Faster than a slap shot, this bright-ass stream of magic juice zapped right into Junu's body. Next thing you know, he'd bagged the airstrike trait. Junu cracked a satisfied smile. Movement skill. Engaged. Now that he was all geared up, it was go time. Right away, Junu just yeeted himself off the building. Obviously, before he pancaked, a black crow swooped in to snag him. Junu had this massive grin, saying, "Knew these Mo shoes would be skookum. This feels way different, eh? Alright, time to check in with the boss." No beating around the bush, Junu hit up Hiyang, just like we saw before. After getting the news, she was shook, yelling, "Where is it?" He's all casual, right out front of that big crow statue in the main lobby. But there's one tiny little kerfuffle. Hearing that, Hiyang's face soured right up as she asked, "A problem?" Jun Xu laid it out slow, like, "8. I'm about to start a proper gong show to snag this chip, so you better be ready to own this mess, eh?" And before she could even blink, my guy just yeeted a hammer right into the statue in the main hall. Poof! The Raven chip just pops out. Junu horked it real quick and hit up Hai Young on the comms. "Secured the package. What's the play?" Hai Young was all frantic, like, "Get to the body mod room, second floor. I'm already booking it there." So without even thinking, Junu just started hoofing it. And while he was bolting, he gave her the heads up that her bros probably clued in, so she needed to get a move on. A hot minute later, up in the mod room on the second floor, the sealed door just gets blasted open, making the tech inside jump like, "Yo, youngest chair, what are you doing here so late?" It was Hai Young, and she was in no mood for chit-chat, just barking out orders. "Fire up the mod room, now." The lab coat was shook for a sec, but then scrambled over to the computer to get it going. Once she was done keying stuff in, she was all hesitant like, what's the plan here, boss?" Hai Young just ignored her, peeping the door with a grin and saying, "Perfect timing, I'm good to go." And who rolls in? But our boy Junu. He had this wicked smirk saying, "And the chip's ready to rock too. Let's get this show on the road." Just like that, he passed the Raven chip over to Hai Young. She grabbed it, hopped into the mod machine, and was super chill about it. "Aight, the rest is on you, bud." Warrior Jun Xu just gave a cool nod back. "Yeah, no sweat. I'll be right here to watch the fireworks." That was all she needed to hear. Hai Young slammed that chip home, standing tall in the machine, looking totally locked in. This girl was about to give her. But then, some serious rage yelling from the hallway made Jun Xu jump and whip his head around. And look who it is. None other than Hai Young's two big bros. Hai Jun comes storming in, absolutely losing it. "You little punk, you actually tried to snake me behind my back. Somebody stop her." But nope, Junu just plants himself in their way, cool as a cucumber. "Sorry, fellas, that's as far as you go." Hai Jun gave him the stink eye and got all frosty. "So, you decked a couple superhumans, and now you think you're hot stuff, eh? You got any clue who you're talking to?" Junshu just kind of laughed it off and chirped back, "Oh, for sure, you're the big cheese at Kumo Group. Or, should I say the times X asterisk, big cheese, eh?" That one got him good, Hai. Jun's face went redder than a ketchup chip. He was grinding his teeth and just seething. "You hoser!" Just then, Hai Chun steps up to stop the Black Fox sword dude. Hai Chun gave him a dirty look, but Hai Chun wasn't even paying attention and just says, "All chill. Look, buddy, I don't care how good you are, there's no way you're taking on me and my brother, two level 6 superhumans, at the same time." He tried to buy Junu out, offering the same payout Hai Young promised, saying they could make a deal instead of throwing down. Hai Jun even tossed in the vice director of security gig at Kumo. Junu kind of scrunched his face up, thinking it over for a sec, but then he just lets out this massive scoff like, "Wow, that is the most garbage offer I have ever heard. Asking me to sell out a client who can't even defend herself? That's some serious skid level thinking right there, bud." His chirps got the two song bros absolutely fuming. But before they could even pop off, Junu just kept laying into him. "And you call that an equal trade? You'd have to come at me with double or triple for me to even pretend to care. But I still wouldn't take your greasy deal anyway. That was it." Hai Jun finally snapped and came at him with his sword. Jun Shu threw up his shield just in time. Oof. Okay. That one smarted more than he thought it would. So this was what a level 6 superhuman felt like. Sheesh. Just like they said, he couldn't handle both of them at once. But one-on-one? Yeah. The odds weren't totally bunk, because right then, a slice just opened up on Hai Jun's gut, with the ketchup pouring out. Junu just grinned, "Whoopsie, my hand slipped, sorry." Seeing the whole thing turning into a gong show, Hai Chun whips out his piece and takes aim, but Junu pops a shield up instantly to block it. Looked like in that exact second, he unlocked a new perk or something. Junu couldn't stop a little smirk, wondering why his shield suddenly felt way more solid. Now these hosers could pew-pew all they wanted, he wasn't gonna move a single inch. While Juno was busy with Hai Chun, that goon Hai Jun saw his chance and made a break for the mod machine. But right before his grubby hand could touch it, out of nowhere, a zinger trailing a sick blue streak just nailed its target. Hai. Chun's eyes bugged right out of his head when he saw it. Hai, Jun's body just seized up like he couldn't even twitch. Hai Chun figured out what it was and just screamed, totally cheesed off. "You absolute skid! Where the hell'd you get that piece?" But the guy he was yelling at was already gone. Next thing he knew, Junu was right behind Hai Jun. In a split second, Junu had swapped his trait to airstrike. That was a full-on airstrike boosted leap. What a beauty. This guy Junu, what a beauty. He saw his shot and took it, eh? Lit him up with a whole mess of bullets, like a full-on airstrike, bud. After he decked them both, Junu gets this cheeky grin and goes, "So, you hosers ready to tap out now, or what?" But get this, Hun just smirks right back and chirps. That's a good one, eh? You think you can win with that weak sauce power level? And right after he says that, dude's body just explodes in this wicked red glow, eh? Made Junu jump back like he touched a hot Timbits tray. Turns out Hun was juicing on some item called the Everlasting Dark Fruit. And at the same friggin' time, Junu's suddenly staring down a whole bunch of gun barrels. And that other plug, Hai Chun, is getting back on his feet. The whole scene turned into a proper gong show, and Jun Xu's gripping his sword like, "Oh, for sure I'm gonna get smoked here." Then, out of nowhere, some voice just yells, "Everybody, chill out." And like, the second that happens, the modifier thingy starts glowing gold, eh? Everyone just freezes, totally gobsmacked. Junu, though, he's absolutely buzzing. Saved by the bell, big time. The look on the Jong brothers' faces, man, they look like they just sat on a tack. Then Hai Young struts out, and holy smokes, she's had a glow up. She's a level 7 superhuman now, rocking 2 sets of wings on her back. Apparently, Hai Young's new handle is the Sun Crow. She gives him a death stare and says, "All chilly-like. Bit late to the party, boys." And when he sees this, Hai Chun starts shaking in his boots, mumbling, "The Sun Crow?" But his bro, Hai Jun, is still trying to be a tough guy, yelling, "Who do you think you're scaring, eh? Fine, let's give her." But right then, some older dude walks in, puts a hand on his shoulder, and is like, "Settle down, bud. If the new big boss actually decides to throw down, this whole building is going to be a pile of rubble in less than a minute." Turns out this guy is Kyung Jun, one of the original bigwigs from the Kumo group. He says, "All frosty, I thought we already sorted this out last time we had a dust-up, but here you are, still acting like a bunch of pylons. Are you just going to pretend the rules the shareholders agreed on don't exist?" Hearing that, Hai Jun gets all shaky and starts trying to backpedal. "Father-in-law, that's not what I was getting at." But before he can even finish, Kyung Jun just shuts him down cold. If that's not what you meant, were you maybe cooking up some other scheme besides offing the chairman? Oof, that one hit home. Hai Jun's face just dropped, and he clammed up for a good long while. After that sick burn, Kyung Jun turns to Hai Young and says, "Congrats on hitting level 7. Chairwoman Exong Hai Young, I'll catch you at the shareholders meeting to make you the new top dog." And right after he says his piece, he gives her a little bow and then pieces out with his crew. A couple days later, they're chilling on the balcony at Hai Young's wicked path. She's sipping some wine and goes, "So, you know how it is, tradition and all. My brothers have bailed on all the company stuff and took off to live in the States." Junu's just beaming, eh? He's like, "Beauty! Congrats on being the new head honcho of the Kumo group." Hai Young's all grateful, saying, "Couldn't have done it without you, bud. Did you get that gear my 2 brothers were supposed to give ya?" "Oh yeah, for sure." Junu gives a little nod. "You need anything else down the road, just give me a shout." Thanks to her, he finally finished his KO set. When she hears this, Hai Young kind of pauses for a sec, and then finally says, "Funny you should mention it. I actually do have one more thing to ask." Junu's ears perk right up, and he's all, "Oh yeah? What's the deal this time?" But then, out of nowhere, Hai Young whips out this dude's ring, an SSR level item, no less, and he's just completely floored. Before the guy can even figure out what's happening, Hai Young drops down on one knee and pops the question, "My awesome warrior, will you marry me?" Junu just freezes solid, eh? He starts waving his hands like he's trying to flag down a bus, going, "So Rai." But that's a hard no from me. Hai Young's totally shocked. Like, what? But why? I'm a total catch. What's the problem? And she's not wrong, eh? She's loaded, and she's a smoke show. But Junu just shakes his head and says, "Yeah, you're just not my type." Hai Young can't even compute, mumbling all confused. That's nuts. Why would a little thing like that matter to people like us? It matters a lot. Junu fires back, "I want to marry someone who's actually into me." you know? Not someone like you who just sees me as like a power-up to lock down your empire. Hearing that, Ha Young's just stunned. She finally lets out this sigh like, man, you're a real piece of work, eh? Then she raises her glass again and goes, all right, fine. How about a partnership instead? We can have each other's backs when things get hairy. Sound good? Works for me, Junu says, not even skipping a beat. They clink glasses real quick, making the partnership official. It's not till way late that Junu finally hops in a car to head home. Thinking about that whole proposal thing, he can't help but sigh, eh? Suddenly hits him that he might have just fumbled a ticket to the easy life, and he's feeling a bit of a sting. But whatever, Junu's still in his prime, just a young buck in his 20s, so marriage is a bit of a stretch. But just, like, dating Ha Young, yeah. He didn't even get to finish that thought, bud. Junu was proper cheesed and gave himself a good smack. The real dealio now was this Elder Du character from the Sun Tower, cause what that Hongdu dude was saying sounded sketchy as heck. Was that old bird really what he was making her out to be? While Junu's brain was doing backflips, his phone starts buzzing out of nowhere. Wouldn't you know it, it's the Sun Tower on the line. Talk about a coincidence, eh? The next day, Junu rocks up to Phoenix Valley for the meetup. Kind of weird though, not a single one of those fancy firebirds was anywhere to be seen. Just then, the Tower Master strolls over from way out, with Mage Kim trailing behind him. He's all smiles like, long time no see, eh? How's it going, Superman Kim? Or should I be calling you the master of the Black Fox Sword? The Tower Master just kept yapping, making Mage Kim jump in, totally annoyed. Sir, can we just get on with it already? The Tower Master finally zipped it. Mage Kim gives Junu a hard stare and lays it out. Superman Kim, you've probably already figured it out, but we called you here because we need a solid. Junu looked like he already knew the score, scowling a bit as he asked, this about all the phoenixes doing a disappearing act? Mage Kim just nods, and the Tower Master chimes in, all serious, you got it. Haven't got the foggiest where they buggered off to. My guess is some freaky deaky magical beast nabbed the whole lot of them. Junu crouches down, checking out the dirt for a sec. After a minute, he finally pipes up. Yeah, that's one idea, but you ever think maybe some hosers are illegally snagging them? The Tower Master just shakes his head like, no way, Jose. Our security is tighter than a 2 to 4 on May long weekend. Junu gives him the stink eye and says, dead serious, yeah. But what if one of the bigwigs from a magic tower, like an elder, was in on it? Mage Kim chewed on that for a second, looking puzzled as he muttered, an elder, you say? I guess it's possible, but who'd have the guts to pull a stunt like that? The Tower Master, on the other hand, was absolutely losing his mind. He's grinding his teeth, going, messing with phoenixes, is a major party foul. Master of the Black Fox Sword. You think you can track down the scumbag? You betcha, Junu says, not even skipping a beat. He promised he'd find every last one of those birds and hunt down whoever was behind this whole mess. But, and this was the kicker, the Tower Master was going to have to cough up some extra cash for it. A bit later, they're out on the water near Phoenix Valley, ripping it up in a speedboat. The thing was, going so fast it was making Junu feel like he was going to hurl. Mage Kim, sitting at the wheel, yells all stoked, hey, how'd you even think of asking for this boat as your deposit? I wouldn't even think about taking this thing for a rip. My grandpa loves this boat more than anything. Junu just shrugs. Needed it for the job, buddy. We need some serious speed to catch up to that thing. The thing they were chasing was some kind of blue-feathered phoenix. Flashback to a bit earlier, while Junu was doing his thing, Mage Kim spotted it. He wanders over and asks, Sir, what in the world is that? Junu gets this cheeky grin and goes, You can tell what it is? It's a phoenix. But yeah, the one I whipped up looks nothing like the real deal. But Junu couldn't care less. The system had just hooked him up with a new crafting skill. A sec later, Junu speaks up. Alrighty then, Mr. Mage. Give me some of your blood, eh? And just like that, Junu grabs Mage Kim's hand and gets a little sample. Back to the boat, Mage Kim was still totally blown away by it. I can't believe a tiny drop of my blood was all it took to turn that hunk of steel wire into a fake phoenix. Junu starts breaking it down for him. Your blood's got that phoenix family juice in it, eh? So we can use its built-in GPS to find where the rest of the flock is hanging out. A bit later, they're on Uliungdo Island. Junu and his buddy had followed the fake bird's trail, and what do you know? They found the other phoenixes. Only problem was, they were looking pretty rough. Seeing this, Mage Kim mumbles, all confused. These guys are supposed to live for over 20 years, so why do they look like they just finished a cross-country marathon? Junu thinks for a sec before saying, Can you give their mana a scan? Mage Kim nods and gets to it. Through his magic, he could see the phoenix's hearts were totally empty. Mage Kim freaked out, yelling, Their mana's been completely sucked dry, from their hearts to their veins. Everything's been fried, to a crisp. But then, real quick, Mage Kim spots another problem. He says, totally shocked, hang on a sec, this energy signature. It's from the Cheonman. Hearing that, Junu was secretly stoked. Beauty, he thought. Glad the kid's a keener. Then he says out loud, let's give the Tower Master a call. The hoser behind all this is none other than Elder Du from the Cheonman. After getting the news, the Tower Master comes storming over, absolutely fuming. Do okay, Boone. That crazy old bat. Mage Kim could see he was so mad he was about to blow a gasket. He jumps in right away to cool him off. Grandpa, take a chill pill. But the Tower Master was still on a tear, roaring. She got caught red-handed trying to swipe all the phoenixes. I swear if I ever get my hands on her. Yo, I was literally just about to. But before the guy could even spit it out, Jun Xu cut him off. So, Granny Do ghosted the tower too, eh? The Tower Master just gave a little nod. Yeah, bud, I checked her office but she'd already booked it, left some janky clone behind. He was getting so cheesed, just talking about it, you could tell he was looking for a wall to puck. Good thing Mage Kim was there to chill him out. Jun Xu, not even paying attention to them, just frowned and mumbled, a clone? For real? Mage Kim, slowly explained, it's some kind of magic that makes a body that's a dead ringer for the caster, but it kicks the bucket after a bit. Jun Xu thought for a sec then was like, she's just trying to buy some time, the hoser. When they heard that, the Tower Master just froze solid. The co-corporation chairman getting smoked, the dude with the torch ticker, and the exiled mage who came back all juiced up like some kind of super soldier. The Phoenix is getting hunted till they're basically toast just to get a power-up, and now Granny Do's disappearance. Way too much sketchy stuff was lining up. Jun Xu had to force himself to put two and two together. After a long minute, he looked back at the Tower Master. Tower Master, you're thinking about times that thing asterisk, aren't you? The Tower Master just stared at him, all confused, and muttered all doubtful. Don't tell me that goof. Do actually got her mitts on times that thing asterisk. The thing he was chatting about was the forbidden ritual of the solar eclipse. The forbidden ritual, man, is a ritual that torches a pile of mana just to block the sun, some event from the solar optimization quest. But hold up, that whole solar optimization jam hasn't even been discovered yet. Jun Xu couldn't figure out why this gong show was happening now. This has got to be that butterfly effect crap. You and Heon Du's meddling must have messed with the whole timeline. Mage Kim overheard and asked all curious. So what is it exactly? The Tower Master slowly answered. She's using the juice from the phoenixes to suck the mana right out of the Sunday, and not just the sun, bud, but the land and the sea too. That goof is hoovering up the mana from every single living thing. Mage Kim totally freaked out. What if the whole magic tower crumbles because of this? Before he could finish his freak out, Jun Xu jumped in. We gotta find that old bat. Like yesterday. Just then, the Tower Master suddenly piped up. I'm feeling a massive mana link close by. Follow me. I think I got a lock on her. A little bit later, at some sketchy house hanging off a cliff, the Tower Master and the crew showed up to cast a track-in spell for the goof. Jun Xu was floored when he saw it. You're telling me she's holed up in times there? Times to do the ritual? The Tower Master nodded. You betcha. But the maze is built like a brick shithouse, so she can't just wreck the entrance. That's 'cause it's made to take a direct hit from the sun, eh? The Tower Master suggested Jun Xu and Mage Kim just chill while he went to sort out the goof, but Mage Kim stopped him dead. You can't go, bud. Jun Xu nodded, totally agreeing. Mage Kim added, exactly, this is way too sketchy, let me handle it. The Tower Master looked at him like he'd grown a second head. You want to go in? Jun Xu just calmly replied, yeah. To catch her totally off guard, it's best if a random dude like me goes in. The Tower Master had to admit, the kid had a point. He grumbled a bit. Looks like I owe you another one, eh? Here, take this gear. With that, he whipped out a bunch of stuff and tossed it to Jun Xu. A magic dice and an escape ring. Jun Xu snagged him without even thinking. The escape ring was basically a free do-over, so risking one life seemed like a beauty of a deal, because that goof had one of the 8 legendary treasures of the Magic Tower. A moment later, inside the freaky space maze, Jun Xu had barely taken a step when he realized Mage Kim had followed him. He yelled, all surprised, "What the heck, man? Why'd you follow me into the maze? You trying to get yourself smoked or something?" Mage Kim just pressed his lips together and mumbled, "But this is the Magic Tower's problem, you know? Besides, 2 heads are better than 1. It'll be a total drag if we get jumped while you're using the dice to fix this wobbly space." Jun Xu had to admit, the keener had a point. After thinking for a sec, he asked, "So, do these solar eclipse clowns always cause this much of a ruckus?" Mage Kim answered all sheepishly, yeah. pretty much. The Solar Eclipse faction is all about that sketchy, dark magic stuff. While they were chatting, he didn't even see a mana beast lunging at them from behind. Lucky for him, Jun Xu's reflexes were like lightning. He yeeted his sword and straight up skewered the mana beast. Mage Kim finally snapped out of it, too shook to even say anything. Jun Xu, though, was cool as a cucumber. If I was even a split second slower, we'd be monster chow, bud. Looks like they're on to us. Tuck in right behind me. With that, he ripped his sword out of the beast's corpse, gripped it tight, and kept moving. At the same time, Jun Xu flipped his stats. He took point, warning in a serious tone, from here on out, expect a whole whack of these things coming for us. And just like he said, the second the words were out, swarms of mana beasts charged right at him. But Jun Xu, what a beauty, didn't even flinch, poofed out of sight in a blink. The blade was going absolutely ham, carving up these monster goons and hitting them where it hurts for bonus points. With a massive K-boom, all the beasties just went pop. Mage Kim, watching from the back, was totally bugging, stammering out, "These things are..." But before he could even finish, some loudmouth starts screaming, "Knock it off!" Everyone whips their head around to see some old crone standing on a cliff. Would you look at that? It's Akbun. She shoved her glow stick thingy at the two of them, totally losing her marbles. "Who the heck do you think you are, waltzing in here? The sin of messing with my masterpiece means you're gonna get absolutely wrecked for this." The second she said that, a whole whack of lightning came zapping down on Junu and his buddy. The cliff beside them got blasted to bits by the zappy zaps. Junu knew this old gal wasn't just some random hoser, but there was no way he was gonna get smoked in some side quest. With that in mind, he snagged Mage Kim by the collar and told him to hang on for dear life. Bud, Junu's seen this play a million times in the game, so he knew the whole playbook. Right after, he swapped his gear stats on the fly and yeeted them up into the sky with Mage Kim ducking and weaving past everything Akbun chucked at them. It all happened super quick, and it sounded like a bunch of firecrackers going off all over the place. A whole corner of the forest got toasted black by the lightning. Junu held on to Mage Kim as they bailed, checking on him like, "You good there, eh?" Mage Kim gave his head a little wobble and said, "I'm alright, I think, but where the heck are we?" Junu answered slow, "This is like the main power outlet for all the magic juice around here. Go plug in the party pooper machine." Mage Kim was on it right away and booked it. Roger that. "I'll get this done faster than a Timmy's run and be right back." But he barely got 2 feet before Akbun popped up and blocked him. She screamed like a total banshee, "You little punks, you're toast." As soon as she said it, Akbun started cooking up another spell, and a whole mess of lightning bolts started crackling again. Seeing this, Junu yelled out, "Mage Kim, move it!" Lucky for him, Mage Kim bailed back just in time, otherwise he'd be a greasy spot on the ground. Junu gave the old hag across from him the stink eye, thinking to himself, "Figures, a 7th level mage ain't no joke. If I get zapped, I'm gonna be a pile of dust bunnies. Yeah, no way, I'm tanking that head on." Thinking this, Junu called out again, "Mage Kim, I'll keep her busy. You just give her." Mage Kim shot back, "You got it," and took off like a shot. Seen him bolt, Akbun's face got all scrunched up, super cheesed off. She was grinding her teeth and muttering curses. "Where'd that little skedaddle to?" But just then, Junu started chirping at her. "Yo, Akbun, you big fake!" Hearing that, Akbun shot him a look that could curdle milk, but Junu was totally unfazed and just kept running his mouth. "So you suddenly got all this juice, eh? I bet you jacked that mana circle from the Kumo group's head honcho for a power-up, eh? Or is your brain just turning to mush from old age?" Akbun looked like she was going to pop a blood vessel, her voice pure poison. "My plan was to use my student to snag the sun crow, but you clowns wrecked it all. But whatever, this black bird'll do just fine." As soon as she finished her little speech, she started slinging spells again, and a wicked storm of lightning came flying at Junu, but he zipped right out of the way. This got Akbun super ticked off, and she started swearing up a storm. "Think you can just dance around the power of the eclipse forever, buddy?" Junu just played it cool and shot back. "What's the matter? Your eyes going? Can't even hit the broadside of a barn, you hoser." That chirp sent Akbun right over the edge. She screeched like a lunatic, "You little punk." Meanwhile, over on the other side of this gong show, Mage Kim was already setting up the magic box. Took him no time at all to get it going, and the thing fired up. From way off, Akbun spots this and is like totally confused, since when was there a party crasher machine? Mage Kim looks up at the sky and says to himself, "Gramps, right now, the neutralizer is pumping out magic that's messing with the fabric of this place, making it all wobbly." The Tower Master, who's watching from the cheap seats, sees this and gets all pumped. All right, looks like it's my turn to get in on the action. Right after that, he started doing his own magic thing, and the whole maze started to crack up like a frozen pond. Inside, Mage Kim was stoked and said with a laugh, "Yo, Superman, the whole place is falling apart." Junu nodded. "Yeah, no doubt. Looks like the Tower Master is really giving her out there. Plus, that spooky eclipse thing in the sky is starting to fizzle out." This totally freaked Akbun out. She's just babbling to herself. "No way, this can't be happening. My spells, my juice, my whole setup." And just like that, the old biddy starts looking all shriveled and crusty. Her face started peeling like a bad sunburn while she kept mumbling on and on. I was this close to finishing the whole thing. "This is on you, fam. 100% your fault." Right after that, she went full-on psycho mode with her magic and started blasting. Junu knew he couldn't sleep on this, and QuickTime whipped out his Iron Fist to parry, but he was still bare slow compared to OK Bun. Her power was off the charts, no cap. Before the guy could even take a breather, OK Bun was on him again. Junu was dipping and diving for his life, and a whole bunch of stuff just blew up right behind him. This got OK Bun absolutely fuming. What the heck, eh? Why can't I land a single hit? Just get clapped already. Ya hoser. With that, she kept spamming Junu with lightning attacks. Bolts of lightning were just hammering down on him, non-stop, like they were trying to turn him into human poutine. Once the light show finally chilled out, there was just this massive hole in the ground, but he was Ghost, which had OK Bun proper baffled. At the same time, Junu had already clocked her weak spot with his special skill. He peeped the sweet spot right on OK Bun's back. Junu got this cheeky grin on his face. "Gotcha," found the old bat's Achilles heel. As he said that, he yeeted himself forward with his sword and just decked her across the back. Okay, Bun's rickety body just crumpled to the floor. Red stuff started gushing out as she mumbled all salty, "Nah, I can't get taken out like this. I gotta at least clap you myself." Right after, she was all shaky, trying to lift her hand to get Junu. But just then, some other hand pops out of nowhere and snatches OK Bun by the neck. Ollie. It was the Tower Master. He'd finally shown up. He gave a cold little scoff and was like, "You old wasteman. Just kick the bucket for me." Then he just torched her with his fire, straight up. In that very instant, the lights came back on in the sun tower. After bouncing back, the Tower Master couldn't stop gassing Junu up. Before, you were basically a rookie, a total keener with a bit of magic talent, but today, you're a full-on beauty, ready to throw down. Junu was feeling a bit sheepish from the props and scratched his head. But the Tower Master just kept hyping him up. "No wonder the general hooked you up with the Black Fox sword. A talent like yours is called a peerless myriad star." I'm pretty sure the Spirit Magic book chirps about it too. Thinking about it, Junu was a bit sketched out and asked, "What's that all about?" The Tower Master broke it down for him, saying it describes peeps with, endless potential and 10,000 superhuman energy. Say less, he pulls out this ring and says, "All right then, this here's a little something for you from me." It's an eclipse ring, Bud, one of the 8 great treasures from the Magic Tower, and also the sickest holy item from the Eclipse crew. Junu was stoked, snagged it, and slapped it on his finger. The special sauce on this ring is called Eclipse. And get this, it can literally slurp up, soak in, and save mana. After that whole gong show was over, he bounced home, totally buzzing. At his own crib on the edge of the city, time flew by and winter decided to show up. Soren started grinding on how to use that heavenly fiend star energy. Meanwhile, Janet was busy sharpening up that steel energy inside her and was slowly leveling up. Junu, obviously, was pretty chuffed about it. Soren's probably going to hit level 5 any day now. The day she masters that fire star, sword style is just around the corner. And his own Iron Fist skill hit level 4 too. He started making a name for himself all over the country. And back in Seoul, it was now December 24th. That night, Junu took both Soren and Janet out to a festival. The two of them were just bug-eyed, gawking at everything as they walked. Junu was laughing his head off and was like, "All right, let's give her and have a sick time today, because tomorrow, it's back to the grind." Janet's smile just bailed on her face when she heard that, and she piped up real quick. "Right. Well, I'm gonna dip ahead then." Soren was on the same page and bolted after her. "Janet, hold up, And just like that, the two of them were gone. December 24th is the God-Slaying Festival. By the way, the day they officially announced the Pope kicked the bucket, and also when the Treaty of Westphalia became a thing. So this festival's a huge deal everywhere, kind of like Christmas, because in their world, Christmas ain't a thing. So while Soren and Janet were just cruising around, Soren clocked someone in the crowd. She got super hyped and yelled out, "Janet, look over there! It's that Holy Knight dude, John!" Janet took a peek at the handsome fella and couldn't help but let out a sigh. What a beauty. Junu, on the other hand, was just zoned out in his own head. During the God-slaying festival, all the holy knights from every country have their own little secret party. He'd actually scored an invite as an honorary holy knight for the Order of Thor and Gur. Right then, this family of 3 diplomat types rolls up to Junu. Well, if it ain't the guy with the black fox sword. I'm Aim Kurat, the diplomatic rep from India to Korea. Junu, trying to be all proper, replied, I'm the level 5 superhuman, Warrior Kim. Thanks for having me here, eh? Aim had a little chuckle, pointed to the 2 peeps behind him, and was like, this is my wife and my daughter. Aim's daughter gave a little bow and said, hi, Junu. It's awesome to meet you, Warrior Kim. And there she is, the final boss of the top 3 in the warrior class, Kikarat. She's on track to be the big cheese of the Kalarachi. Mans was wondering if he should use Janet to slide in, eh? After freezing for a sec, Junu pointed at Soren and was like, yo, these are my apprentices, and what a fluke, my number 2 is your kid. But before he could even spit it out, some rando just gasps. No way, is that the legend with the black fox sword? And boom, just like that, all eyes were on Junu. The whole crew mobbed him, gassing him up nonstop, and my guy was just stranded. This was his shot with Kali. What the heck is this kerfuffle? But even with him, MIA, Soren, and Janet were getting along with Kali like a house on fire. A bit later, a totally gassed Junu finally bailed from the fan club. The second he got back, he saw the 3 of them in a huddle, just yapping away, super happy. He let out a big breath. Aight, that's a beauty. Outside, the snow started coming down like the year was basically toast. Junu was wishing things could just stay chill like this. While he was just wandering around, some voice from behind him just goes, hey there. Junu looked over his shoulder and saw this chick walking up with a sketchy little smirk on her face as she said, you got a minute to chat? The Inheritor. Junu knew who she was. Ain't this the saintess from the Patriarch's crew? He gave her the side eye, asking all suspicious, what's your deal being here? Shouldn't you be busy getting ready for that god-slaying party? The saintess's face dropped right away, and she snapped back all cold. It's not the god-slaying festival. It's the rebirth festival. Hearing that, Junu just scoffed like, yeah, whatever. Call it what you want, buddy. So the 2 of them just walked and talked. The saintess said, all cool like, you get that, I'm going real easy on you, right? Junu pulled a face and was like, easy on me? What kind of easy are you even talking about? With a little laugh, the saintess asked all casual, ain't it kind of weird? The fact you took out one of our top guys and you're still kicking. Junu was totally floored when he heard that. Even though that went down in the labyrinth, she knows the whole story, eh? The saintess just blew off his reaction, still talking with this messed up grin. If I'd actually done something, your sorry butt would have been history ages ago. It's only because I'm the one pulling the strings backstage now. You feel me? Junu squinted at her, asking all sketchy, why would you even do that? It's not like I asked for any favors. Cracking a smile she couldn't help, the saintess leaned in and dropped a whisper in his ear. It's just that a soul that's an absolute beauty like that could be the one to save our whole crew and lead us to the good stuff. Junu was just gobsmacked hearing that. Don't tell me the soul she's on about is the real world me. Back in the real world, Junu was just another hoser, a total gong show with 0 wins, striking out with girls and always broke. The more he thought about it, the more he started to bug out. Is this some kind of new scam they're running? Why are these guys messing with him? Could it be cause of the trait change thing? If the saintess thinks the trait change is like a power that sticks to your soul, then maybe that's what she means by a beauty of a soul. While Junu's brain was smoking, the saintess spoke up again, all quiet like, I seriously hope you level up and become the perfect ride for that soul of yours. Before Junu could even process that, the saintess let out a nasty little laugh and said, it's today. Her words just left him totally lost. The saintess kept yapping with these weirdo lines. From today, the whole show starts. We're banking on you, the savior. She said while Junu's out there stirring up a ruckus, her crew is going to score big time too. The more Junu listened, the more his brain got scrambled, and he finally asked, what is all this random crap you're talking about? The saintess just laughed and shook her head, like, you'll see soon enough, buddy. Right after that, a magic circle lit up under her feet. She gave him another one of those messed up smiles. Try not to get wrecked till we meet again, eh? And just like that, the saintess poofed right out of Junu's sight, leaving him standing there all alone and totally bugging out. That nutbar shows up, says a bunch of nonsense, and then just dips. What the heck is her game? Everything kicks off today, eh? The official game hasn't even dropped yet, so there's no way some crazy main quest like in Chapter 1 is going to pop off. But then, something clicked in his head. He whipped out his phone and saw today's God-slaying fest was going down at the same time as the Chapter 10 events. In the game, the Saintess dropped a similar announcement. So could it actually be, while Junu was totally zoned out, the clock kept ticking? When it hit exactly 12 at night, a massive explosion that shook the whole damn place went off, sending all the festival partiers into a total panic. Junu looked up at the smoke and fire right in front of him, swearing under his breath, "Holy smokes, it's going down." Chapter 1. The Seun crisis had officially kicked off. Gnarly beasts and monsters just popped up out of nowhere and started going after people, and there were bare of them, like an insane amount. Jun Woo, what a keener, didn't even flinch and just booked it over with his water gun. He was all like, "Ait, you man, hold down this side with the other prefects." The other guy just nodded, "Say less." "So what's your deal, eh?" Jun Woo said, all casual. "Gotta go save my main, then I'm dipping out of this gong show." Literally every corner of this joint was getting swarmed by these costumed hosers. Soren and Janet were giving her, trying to deck them. Back when the big soul food fight popped off across the whole city in the game, Callie's folks got absolutely pelted with ketchup in that mess. That whole thing messed Callie up proper, so she decided to become, like, a super hall monitor. But now, their boy was here. Soren and Janet saw who rolled up and they were gassed. Yelling, "Teach!" The dude who showed was none other than Jun Woo, and he was like, "Nah, not on my watch, fam." At the same time, Callie, hiding behind her folks, saw Jun Woo show up looking like a total legend. Her eyes were basically heart emojis. Right after the three of them, the sensei and his crew started teaming up to wreck these goofs. In the middle of this whole kerfuffle, some beat-up Civic was just out for a rip. The driver was Jun Woo, and he was quick to hit up Jom. On the other end, Jom answered and was all business. Security guard Kim. "Buddy, I'm a bit busy dealing with this prank war in Seoul, eh? Can we chat later?" Jun Woo cut him off. Like, "Nah, man, this is major. We gotta talk now." Look, even though this whole mess is popping off everywhere in Seoul, they're only after one thing. With that, he just blurted it out. The principal's in deep trouble. That got Jom all shook. "What? You for real? But I heard the principal's office was locked down tight." Jun Woo's all calm. "It's true, bud, because the principal ain't even there. I'm sending you the pin." And with that, he floored it again. During the annual dodgeball apocalypse, the single principal would for sure be at one spot, and that's his secret girlfriend's place. A minute later, Jun Woo's whip just hovered over the high-rises. The Siri in his car was all nervous, like, "We're here, bud. Should I park on the roof?" "No time for that." Jun Woo shook his head and hopped onto the car door. Wherever the principal is, the hall monitors are going to be swarming. To dodge the hall pass check and get there quick, his only move was to full send it and smash through this fancy window. With a massive KA boom, the safety glass got absolutely wrecked by Jun Woo, and inside it was a total disaster. Some dude was clutching a lady, hiding in the corner. The guy was the principal, looking pretty freaked out, and when he saw Jun Woo, he blurted out, "Are you on the fencing team?" Jun Woo just ignored him. No time for chit-chat, and booked it over to them, asking, "You two good?" The principal didn't answer, just screamed like a hoser, "Look out! Someone's trying to get you from behind! Jun Woo!" Good thing he was quick on the uptake, threw up his hockey stick to block, but still got shoved back a couple steps. Jun Woo squinted at the person in front of him, figures she'd finally show up. It was the final boss of the Seoul prank war, the Executioner Queen, a level 7 top-tier player. She spoke all chilly. Well, well, Kim Woo, looks like I hit the jackpot by accident, eh?" Jun Woo just scowled, not saying a word, looking dead serious. The Executioner Queen couldn't care less, and just kept laughing. "If I totally own you and chuck your backpack at the main school gates, that old gym teacher is going to be so bummed." Then she whipped out her weapon, a custom Japanese lacrosse stick, the Masamune, and every time it smacks someone, it gives them a random penalty, like a wedgie or something. Jun Woo knew all about this stupid stick. While he was thinking, the Executioner Queen started chirping him. "Let's go, buddy. Let's see what that old hoser taught ya." Right away, she sent this wicked red slapshot of energy right at him. Jun Woo wasn't sleeping on this. He blocked it with his goalie pad, but it still made him spit out his bubble gum. He was thinking, "Geez, just blocking one shot is this nuts." Meanwhile, the Executioner Queen was just smirking. Like, "Not bad, eh? Let's see you stop this next one, bud." And with that, she took another huge swing with her stick. This time, Jun Woo couldn't stop it and got absolutely launched. He bit his lip. This girl was all about attack, not D, to last even one more second. He had to go on the offense too. Going at it half-assed wasn't going to cut it. Thinking this, Jun Woo just bolted forward like he'd seen a Free Tim's donut. In a flash, he was right behind the Executioner Queen. but she was just standing there, all chill, with this smug look on her face. What a waste, man. Get out of here. Then, the executioner queen spun around and jabbed with her stick, but Jun Woo was a step ahead, popping up a force field to block it. At the same time, he flipped his stats and straight up launched a counter that absolutely yeeted the executioner queen. She didn't even have time to blink before Junsu was on her, going absolutely ham with his hammer. The executioner queen was stuck blocking, grinding her teeth and screaming, "You little hoser!" But Junsu couldn't care less, eh? All he was thinking about was her one weak spot, getting all up in her personal space. If he choked, he was proper toast. Still, he had to give her. They traded a few more hits, swords flashing and magic popping off everywhere. The president, just chilling on the side, peeped the whole scene and was basically frozen solid, totally bugging out. Meanwhile, in the middle of this gong show, the two were still going at it. Junsu bit his lip, muttering, for feck's sake. Because of the queen's cheap shot invincible power, his hits were doing jack squat. By now, the executioner queen was getting absolutely cheesed off at Junsu. She totally lost it, roaring, "You clingy little skid, you're done for." Then she clocked Junsu with her sword, sending him flying back. Giving him the stink eye, the executioner queen said all cold, "You're tougher than you look, bud. Got anything to say for yourself?" Junsu ignored her and just screamed, "Red, get the president out of here. Pronto." While they were scraping, the getaway car had already pulled up to the president's spot and peeled out. The executioner queen clued in way too late and tried to stop him, but the car was already long gone. Junsu just smirked, chirping, "So, what's the play now, eh? Looks like you lost your guy." His chirps sent the executioner queen into a full-on rage. She snarled through gritted teeth, "You dirty pylon, so that was your sneaky plan the whole time." As she said it, she started this wild sword nado. This was her big finisher, the Heaven and Earth Get Wrecked special. Junsu watched this gnarly red wave of magic crawling its way over, and he started to sweat a bit. The curse had him locked down. But am I really hooped here? Not a chance, hoser. Junsu cracked a grin as the ring on his hand lit up. It was the get out of dodge ring, good for a one-time bail from any scrap. Junsu gripped the ring and yelled out, "Thanks for nothing, you old bag." And with that, he was surrounded by a swirl of magic. By the time the executioner queen's sword slammed down, he'd already dipped, and she just smashed into the dirt. This made her absolutely lose her marbles. "You frickin' little weed!" When Junsu popped back into existence, he was in his own bathroom. He burst out of the water, gasping for air. Holy, that was a close one. If I didn't have that bailout ring the Tower Master gave me, I'd be a goner for sure. What a beaut. Junsu frowned, thinking to himself. Anyways, the generals probably hit the building by now. Wonder if they bagged the executioner queen yet. She's pretty cracked, so it's gonna be a tough go, but that's not my problem right now. Gotta patch myself up first, and just like that, Junsu was chilling in the tub. He was out cold till his celly started buzzing. Junsu groggily picked it up, answering all tired, "Yeah, what's up?" Soren's voice was pure panic mode, screaming from the other end. That woke Junsu right up. Soren was just going off. "Why haven't you been picking up my calls?" "It's been days, man," Junsu replied. "All helpless. I was just taking a nap." But then it clicked and he was like, "Hang on a minute. Days?" Soren sounded super cheesed. "Yeah, days. You have any clue how worried I was? What was with those sketchy texts and then just ghosting everyone?" Junsu, totally clueless, pulled up his messages to see what was up. The texts were actually pretty messed up. He mumbled an apology, but Soren just blew it off, saying, "Whatever. That's not the big deal here. Do you even know where I am right now?" Hearing that, Junsu frowned and asked, "Where?" Soren whispered back, "I'm at the Blue House with Janet. The president wants a word." Junsu hopped out of the tub while he was on the phone, saying all casual, "Say less. Aight, I'm on my way. Time to go get paid, eh?" A bit later, over at the Blue House, the president was stoked to see Junsu roll up. He was all grateful like, "Buddy, thank you so much for putting your neck on the line for me. You feeling better now?" Junsu just gave a chill smile and said, "Good as new. Those scrolls and that elixir stuff really did the trick." Right then, a massive hand whacked him on the back. It was Jom. He'd just shown up and was laughing his head off. "See? What did I tell you, eh? This Keener shows up without a scratch on him, eh?" The Tower Master was there too, adding with a chuckle. "Looks like that elixir worked its magic, eh? Just make sure you remember to thank the Magic Tower for hooking you up." Junu was totally bugging. Like, why was everyone suddenly his best bud, eh? Then the Prez himself rolls up and is all like, "Huge thanks, Warrior Kim. You're a real one. Here's a little something for your troubles. Hope you dig it." With that, he whips out this box, and inside is some sick SL grade essence armor. Its whole gimmick was essence. Real shocker there. This thing was a total cheat code that could switch up its stats to give you the upper hand every time. Like, if you flicked the trait to Swordsman, it'd jack up your attack and agility. Flip it to the Warrior trait, and boom, you get strength and endurance. Switch it to Marksman, and your attack and movement speed would get a wicked boost. Wasn't this thing basically made just for him? Talk about a perfect hookup. Thinking that, Junu snagged it right away, all smiles. Thanks a bunch. I'll definitely give her with this. Just then, a hand claps onto his shoulder, leaving him proper confused. Before he could even figure out what was going on, the Tower Master and John both yelled out, "Stoked! Aight, now it's time for the real gong show to start." And just like that, Junu got dragged into the council room with those two and the prez. The president stood dead center in the room and announced loud and clear, "We're currently on the hunt for Shin Yaren, the head hoser of those troublemakers, the one they call the Executioner Queen." Junu just stood there, dead, silent, scoping out the map on the table. He'd seen this bad boy a few times since it was the mission map for Chapter 1. If this was just a game, the whole thing would be over in a blink, or at least it should have been. But this whole mess involved the Western Legion commander, a legit war hero, same as the Eastern Legion commander. A whole bunch of culture, bigwigs, and even the Superhuman Association's goon squad had all teamed up. It seriously shows that having a government or not is a massive deal. So this was why the Archbishop's crew wanted to put the president on ice. And then there was what the Saintess said that day. Junu was kind of curious to see what her move would be now. Looks like Chapter 1 wrapped up a bit quick. Over the next few days, the news and socials were blowing up with stories hyping up Junu. Soren and Janet saw it and were both going wild. "Everyone online is chirping about you, Master. Looks like that throwdown at the Indian Embassy got a ton of views." Thank goodness, it seemed like Chapter 1 was actually done. Junu needed to get back to his own grind, so he drove the two girls back to his pad. It's just that the second they hopped out of the car, Janet clocked something. It was Asim with his wife and daughter. They were just chilling in front of Junu's house. Seeing him, Asim hustled over to say what's up. "Greetings, Master of the Black Fox Sword. I came by to give you my thanks." Junu gave a little nod and shot back, "Yeah, I get it. This was a golden ticket to get Kali on his team. He had to say something. But before he could even get a word out, Kali just stepped right up. The little kid looked at Junu, all serious, and said, 'Yo, boss, I want to be your apprentice.' Junu was totally floored. The guy hadn't even done squat yet. He asked, all confused, 'An apprentice? What are you on about, bud?' So Kali started to break it down. During that whole mess, I figured out for real that people need to be strong. She wanted to be as tough as Junu's two students, Soren and Janet. Kali was dead serious, bowing her head way down to Junu. 'I really hope you can teach me.' Before Junu could even answer, Asim freaked out. 'Kali, are you sure you won't take this back? Please, think it over. For real.' Junu got why Kali's parents were tweaking. Kali's grandma was once the top dog of the Kalarachi, and she got turned into some freaky monster while she was checking out a rift. When someone in the ambassador's family gets old enough, the fate of the goddess Kali pops up, and if they try to ghost their destiny, they end up 6 feet under. Because of that, they've got no choice but to follow the same old path. But what century are we even in now?" With that thought, Junu jumped in right away. "Mr. Ambassador." Nah, Kali's dad. This was his shot to recruit the last of the top 3 fighters, and he had to take it. "So," Junu said with total confidence, "I'm fully aware of your family's good deeds for everyone, and I know all about the destiny that's been passed down your family tree." Hearing this, Asim couldn't help but blurt out, totally shocked, "How in the world could you know about that?" Junu didn't answer, just kept going all chill. "I get why you're worried, but Kali's got what it takes to look after herself." Hearing this, Asim asked, full of doubt, "Does that mean you know a way for our Kali to dodge all that grief?" Junu gave a cool nod and said like, "It was no big deal." "That's right. To do that, Kali's got to become a superhuman." He said if they left her with him, he'd make it happen, guaranteed. Asim still wasn't buying it, kind of stumbling over his words. "She's just an innocent kid who's never even held a sword, buddy. No way. The kid can't be some kind of superhero. There's got to be another route." But her mom was freaking out for her, trying to talk some sense into him. After a bit of dead air, Aim glanced over at Kali and was like, "You for real about this, eh?" Kali gave a solid nod. "Yeah, no cap. I'm gonna crush it. Just trust me." Aim moseyed on over and gave the girl a pat on the shoulder, his voice all warm. "Listen, this is gonna be a total gong show of a road. But if you're ready to give her, then just send it. You gotta flip the script on your destiny and make it out, you hear?" The second she got the green light, Kali was stoked, yelling, "Bet, I'm all over it." So, a bit later at the training spot, Junu was giving Callie the side eye and asked, "So, you locked in for good?" Callie, still totally clueless about the absolute chaos coming her way, was all keen and nodded. "Yep." Hearing that, Junu tossed his head back and just howled. "Aight then, Callie, your training from the deepest pits of heck starts tonight." His grin was so sketchy, it had Callie shaking in her boots, muttering, "Guess I'm your problem now, sir." A couple days later, the training room was pumping some serious bangers. Callie, decked out in comfy gear, was just busting a move nonstop. See, a Kalarachi is like part dancer, part shadow agent. Junu already got her sneaky sneak skills unlocked, so now it was all about the dance moves. It was time for Callie to level that up, too. So, yeah, the kid just kept on dancing until this crazy magic energy just wrapped around her, and poof, the dancer skill was unlocked. Easy peasy. Just like Junu figured, Callie was a total beauty at this. The foundation for sticking it to her fate was laid. Now she just had to grind some levels. Right then, Junu wandered over, chucked a towel at Callie, and goes, "You're going hard, eh? Already hit level 3. Callie snagged the towel, nodded, and was like, "Cheers. Teach." Then she started mopping her face. Seeing how absolutely gassed Callie was, Junu chimed in, "How about a break, eh? Your gas tank's still a bit low. Probably not smart to redline it." But she just shook her head. "Nah, I'm good. Let's get the next round started right now." Callie was trying to get on Soren and Janet's level, but Soren was already at level 5, and Janet was rocking level 4. The kid was pushing herself to the brink, not even realizing what a grind this was. With that in mind, Junu tried to talk some sense into her. "Look, you're a natural, a real keener, just like those other two." So he told Callie to just chill, train at a normal pace, and she'd be golden. No need to rush it. If you burn yourself out, you're going to have a bad time. Hearing that, Callie gave a quick nod. "Aight, got it." Just then, Junu's celly starts buzzing. He dipped outside to grab it, telling Callie to go chill out. The dude on the line was Chun Bak, and you could hear he was totally wired. Kim? Nah. Master of the Black Tiger Sword, it's your boy, Kim Chun Bak. Junu's brow crinkled a bit as he asked, "Been a minute. What's the deal?" Chun Bak fired back. "So, some hosers calling out the Black Tiger Sword. You remember that guy, don't you? The King of Destruction." Junu got the picture right away, so this chump wants to throw down and bet his fist authority. With that in his head, he just gave a casual nod. "Yeah, I remember." Chunbok kept going. "This go around, they're putting up some serious ice as the prize. And get this, a Mars fragment." Hearing this, Junu's eyes bugged out. A Mars fragment? Oh, he knew what that was, for sure. The martial arts of Mars was locked up tight inside it. Junu was instantly pumped. This was basically a side quest to snag some legendary loot. Just then, Chunbok piped up again. "The main event is going down in 2 weeks, and it's a 4-on-4 throwdown. You in or what?" Junu answered without even blinking, "Oh, for sure. See you there." With that, he clicked off. 2 weeks to get a crew together. Junu needed a squad that was a guaranteed W against that King of Destruction clown. He had a few beauties in mind who'd be skookum, like Soren or Uin, but he'd never run them in a team scrap before, so that could get a bit messy. But Junu already had a different crew cooked up in his head. He pocketed his phone and smirked. "Just like I thought, the other lineup is pure fire." 2 weeks later, down at the sketchy underground arena, the ref's voice was blasting. "All right, folks, today's throwdown is about to pop off. Fighters, get in the ring now." The King of Destruction's crew hopped in the ring, and behind him were these 3 old-timers, the Flying Dragon King, the Magic King, and the Celestial King. The Flying Dragon King scoped out the competition and smirked. "Listen up, you little punks. I might be old, but I still got gas in the tank, so you better come correct." Junu squinted at the 3 old dudes across from him and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He figured the King of Destruction would roll up with some heavy hitters, but he couldn't believe the guy actually dragged 3 level 6 masters into the ring. But whatever, no sweat. Junu had a game plan to take the W. His lineup for the day had a Fist Master, and the other one was a Priest, Kim. And the last homie on the squad was Mage Kim. Back in the day, he never rocked this trio, Team Kim. With this crew, Jun Xu knew the play, for sure. He was dead set on snagging that Mars fragment, no doubt. A few days back, after taking the King of Destruction's challenge, Jun Xu hit up the 3 of them, Iron Fist, Priest Kim, and Mage Kim, to his crib. They didn't even hesitate, showed up the second he called, and the whole crew was proper stoked to give her. This was a beauty of a team, a scrapper, a wizard, and a healer. Jun Xu used this setup a ton, but Team Kim had one weak spot. Thinking about this, he got all serious. 8. First off, Our team's biggest problem is our D game. Hearing this, Priest Kim just nods and says, "Don't even sweat it, buddy. I got support skills on lock." Mage Kim suddenly shoots his hand up, all bummed out, muttering, "Ahem. So does that make me the hoser here?" Jun Xu just gives his head a little shake to calm him down. "It's all good, man. You don't gotta beat yourself up. At the end of the day, our opponents are total vets in the arena, so just running at them head on is gonna be a bit of a gong show." Iron Fist Kim was eyeballing him and asked, kinda hesitant, "So what's the game plan, eh?" Jun Xu just chuckled and said, "There are two things to remember. First is how we roll up, and second is an all-out Donnybrook, which is exactly why a massive brawl was kicking off in the arena right now." The strat sounds pretty simple, eh? But it was giving those old-timers a wicked hard time. The three Kims each stuck to one opponent like glue, completely messing up their team's flow, and Jun Xu himself was going toe-to-toe with the Flying Dragon King. The King's floating in the air, chirping with this smirk as he said, "I can't believe you guys are pulling this weak sauce strategy. Do we look like a bunch of chumps to you?" With that, the Flying Dragon King let her rip. Jun Xu just played it cool and hit back. Just like he called it, they were sleeping on his crew and getting all sloppy. The Flying Dragon King sticks out his bionic arm, getting ready to unload. Next thing you know, a jet black cannonball comes screaming at Jun Xu. He knew airstrikes were the Flying Dragon King's bread and butter, but he had a plan for that too. Right after, Jun Xu flips his trait to air cannon. In a blink, a bunch of small explosions started popping off in midair, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Meanwhile, Jun Xu just yeets himself safely into the air, making the Flying Dragon King shout out, shocked, "You can fly?" But before the king could even process what was going on, Jun Xu had already diced the cannonball clean in two. At the same time, a wicked beam of sword light blasted forward. The Flying Dragon King clocked it and started to freak, but it was way too late, buddy. The sword light went boom in a flash. Witnessing this, the Heavenly King was absolutely gobsmacked. The King of Destruction also yelled out, all worried, "Uncle Flying Dragon!" But in that moment, he was distracted. Iron Fist Kim decked him with a solid punch, sending the King of Destruction sprawling on the ground. Iron Fist Kim then took his chance to aim the barrel of his arm cannon right at him. Seeing this, Jun Xu broke into a satisfied grin. Against a heavy hitter like Iron Fist Kim, the King of Destruction was a total lightweight. Next up were the other two. Priest Kim and Mage Kim were still tangled up with the Heavenly King and the Sorcerer King. Jun Xu couldn't help but let out a little chuckle. Everyone was following his orders and absolutely killing it. Earlier, he'd specifically told those two not to use any magic. Back then, they were both totally shook and asked, "What? How are we supposed to throw down then?" Jun Xu had just casually replied, "First, just get in their faces and mess them up. An opening will pop up on its own. Trust. That's when you let the magic fly." And now, the Heavenly King had started to cook up an attack spell. In a flash, a crazy bright light filled the whole arena, making the two Kims shield their eyes. At the same time, the Sorcerer King starts charging up his mana too. He roars out, all aggressive, "The game is over, now you get wrecked." Right away, a crimson beam of magic zapped towards them. With things getting dicey, Jun Xu darted over and used his shield to protect the two of them. Right after, he roared, "Priest Kim, juice me up now." Priest Kim immediately followed his order, nodding, "You got it, bud." And just like that, outside the shield, the magic beams kept hammering away like crazy. It wasn't long before Jun Xu snagged the barrier trait. Seeing that they weren't fighting back, the Sorcerer King laughed and started chirping, "Is that all you little keeners can do? Just defend?" But the Heavenly King had noticed something and quickly yelled, "Hang on, Sorcerer King! I'm feeling some real weird energy." At that moment, Jun Xu was still standing tall, not a scratch on him. Mage Kim walked over to his side and said, "Reckon we should finish this, eh?" Jun Xu nodded a bit and replied, "Yeah, let's give her." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jun Xu whipped out Thor's frickin' hammer. Mage Kim was on it too, saucing his mana right in. Like, poof, a freaking fire phoenix pops out of nowhere, and Jun Xu just gives her with his hammer and the bird, going full send. He gets this wicked grin, and is all like, "Team Kim's taking the W, boys." Then, K.A. boom, the whole place just gets absolutely wrecked. Bare smoke and fire everywhere, a total gong show. The ref's like, "All right, that's a wrap. Team Kim wins." And right then, Jun Xu snags this fearless's trait. What a beauty. The deal was he had to deck 3 high-level chumps in a row. Thanks to that King of Destruction fella, he checked all the boxes for the trait right here. While Jun Xu was spaced out, the King of Destruction rolls up and says, "We got smoked." Jun Xu just gives a little nod back like, "It was a beauty of a match, bud." The King of Destruction was a real one, didn't flake on his word, and whipped out a piece of the Mars crystal for Jun Xu. He said, "All cool. Here's the ting I promised. The rest is going to your mandem. Jun Xu's face totally lit up when he saw it. Eh? He finally got the Mars crystal piece that could wake up Soren's sword skills. He was so gassed, he couldn't help but be like, if you ever want to run back, just hit my line anytime. The Flying Dragon King just laughed. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. Looks like it's time for me to hang him up. Our time's done. A whole new era's starting now. Jun Xu's crew just watched them dip, not saying a word. The next day, over at Jun Xu's crib, Soren and Jun Xu were going at it in the training room, sword flashes flying everywhere. The two of them were in a crazy scrap before they bounced off each other. Jun Xu squinted at the girl across from him. Soren stood up tall, her voice super clear. Master, you're not gassed yet, are ya? 'Cause I'm coming in hot again. And just like that, she charged forward like a maniac. A whole boatload of mana was swirling around her. This was that Star of Calamity power. A few hours before, after getting home, Jun Xu had called Soren over and gave her the Mars crystal piece, which made her go all like, huh? You're giving this to me? Yeah, that's right, Jun Xu said, super casual. In my hands. This Mars crystal chunk is pretty useless anyways, because it only vibes with you, Soren. Soren held the thing, looking a bit heavy, and mumbled, but just looking at this gives me a real sketchy feeling. Jun Xu just shook his head like, it's all good, don't fight it. Just let the mana in your body do its thing. So, listening to him, Soren sat down crisscross applesauce and started to sync up with the Mars crystal bit. The three great sword styles got both the moves and the ways to juice up your mana. That's exactly why Jun Xu couldn't teach them the secret sauce for controlling mana. Pretty soon, Soren's eyes snapped open, and without even thinking, she whipped out her sword. The whole vibe in the room got super heavy, and then this blood-red mana started popping off. This was the real deal, the true form of the Star of Calamity. The power of Mars, the god of war, and the Star of Calamity. Soren basically downloaded the whole Mars sword style package, traits and core and everything. Still, she was kind of tripping, mumbling like, no way, for real? But my head's been feeling so sketchy. Jun Xu just let out a little laugh and gave her a pat on the shoulder. All chill. That's just how it is, bud. It's that Star of Calamity ting. Just own it, focus on the scrap, and you'll get jacked. Soren nodded and was like, thanks, man. I seriously don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back for this. Jun Xu got this sly look, and goes, oh, you can pay me back right now, which just left her totally clueless. Jun Xu grabbed his sword again, popped an eyebrow, and was like, how's about I become your student for a bit? School me on this Mars sword style. And boom, right after that, Jun Xu and Soren started going at it. After getting the Mars sword style, Soren was moving wicked fast and hitting like a truck, plus her stamina and mana were refilling like crazy, so pretty quick, Jun Xu was getting his butt kicked. He scrunched up his face, thinking, geez, this sword style is absolutely busted, eh? If Kali's thing was a fancy dance, then Soren's is a straight-up mosh pit. The second their swords smashed together, Jun Xu started feeling like the whole world was taking a dive into a sea of ketchup. All of a sudden, Soren just froze, her eyes bugging out. Jun Xu's whole vibe just flipped. So they kept going. Before you know it, Jun Xu flipped the script and just decked Soren backwards. With a massive smash, the wall behind her just exploded into bits. And there it is, Jun Xu finally copped the Mars sword style trait. He's got this satisfied grin, like, so this is what the Star of Calamity's all about, But then, just as fast, Junu clocked that something was up. Soren, the beauty he just yeeted, was totally eating dirt. He asked, a bit worried, yo, Big Soren, you good, buddy? Hearing that, Soren just chirped right back, all cheesed off. Do I look like I'm having a time, ya hoser? And just like that, the practice session was a write-off. Soren bailed to lick his wounds, while Junu, after a rinse, went out on the balcony to chill with a cuppa. He was about to hit level 6, but was still shy a few XP. Looked like he needed to get in. Thinking this, Junu whipped out his phone, smirked, and said, times like these, you gotta hit up the right guy. So the next day, Junu cruised over to Cho's office to snag a quest. The second Cho spotted him, he started chirping away. Well, look what the cat dragged in, The pride of our whole crew, the guy making all the loonies, and look, he even brought his tag along. Junu just blew it off, plopped right down, and cut to the chase. So, about that big-time gig you mentioned, Cho gave a little nod and replied, Ait, as the guy who sets up the plays, I'll give you the lowdown. He asked Junu if he'd heard that the whole crew of troublemakers got totally dusted, right? Junu just nodded, like, yeah, I'm hip. That gang of skids was behind the whole Chapter 1 gong show. Unlike the game, though, they got absolutely smoked in a real-life crackdown led by the government. To the point where getting that band back together would be a total nightmare. Right now, Executioner Queen Yeren and her leftover posse are getting scattered and stomped out all over the place. At this point, Cho kept going, so, the army guys asked for a solid, and we managed to track these hosers down. Kaisok sighed and chimed in, yeah, but one of them is holed up in a place that's a total no-go zone for us. Junu scrunched up his face, kind of skeptical, and asked, so this place is a real pain in the arse, eh? Kisok reluctantly spilled, the monster village. There's a mutant with those menaces. Hearing this, Junu was totally cheesed off. In the monster village, any mutant is basically family, man. Kisok just shook his head and sighed, but these skids are seriously sketchy, and this big old bear keeps playing bodyguard, which is making things a real headache for us. But for real, they never figured Hunter Kim would have an in with the monster village. Guess it's fate, eh? Junu nodded, getting the picture. I see what's up. Still, he couldn't just jump on it right away. To get to level 6, he couldn't risk starting a full-on Donnybrook with the monster village, but telling them to take a hike wasn't a great look either. While Junu was mulling it over, Kisok slid a photo his way. In the pic was some dude who looked like a lizard. The guy laid it out slow. That's a snap of him. The salamander mutant bunkin' in the monster village. Doesn't he just scream total menace? Junu grabbed the photo and stared at it for a hot minute, then frowned and shot back. You're telling me this thing is a mutant? Kisok gave a little nod. Yeah, what's the issue? This salamander ain't a mutant. He's the mid-level baddie from Chapter 1, Salamander Senior. A high-tech biogoon. This hoser totally played the big bear, which is why Junu was like, "Aight, I'm in." And with that, Junu was out for a rip, hoofing it all night to the Village of Hope. He was sure that once the big bear heard the truth, it'd be on board. He wasn't 100% sure it would listen, but he was gonna give her a go. Just as he was getting close, a huge friggin' explosion ripped through the area, which freaked Junu right out. Wasn't that coming from the Village of Hope? So that salamander goof had already started the gong show. The sky in the distance was instantly filled with smoke and fire. All the critters in the village were looking super gassed, shaking like a leaf on the ground. Even the big bear couldn't help but get rattled. Something was caught in its throat, and it mumbled in a rough voice, "What the heck is going on? It's a mana bomb!" Junu yelled as he sprinted over from a distance. Seeing him, the big bear was totally floored. "Swordsman Kim, what are you doing here, buddy?" Junu laid it all out real quick. Heard there was a skid around here. This has got to be his work. He's a full-on criminal just pretending to be a mutant. The big bear cried out, totally shocked. What? A poser? Before that could even sink in, a critter came tearing over to report, "Chief, the snake bone is gone, and that salamander deked out with it." The big bear was completely gobsmacked, no clue what to do. Junu pushed, "There's no time. At this rate, everyone's going to turn into a bomb and go pop." The creatures in the village were seriously hurting. Junu suggested again, "Quick, throw up a barrier," the big bear replied without even thinking. "Got it." Then, it booked it over to the god tree. The big bear dropped to its knees, its voice pleading. "Godmother? Oh, great mother, please give us a hand here." The second it said that, the god tree just lit right up. Then, a whole bunch of mana beams shot out from it, wrapping the entire village up in a flash. The other critters started to chill out too. Seeing this, Junu piped up, "You keep that shield up. I'm gonna go hunt down that hoser and get the snake bone back." Big Bear was looking at him all stressed. Like, "Buddy, you sure you're good to rip this solo?" Jun Xu just gave a little nod. "Yeah, man, I flipped on my sixth sense trait." He said it like he owned the place. "I'll track him down real quick, and I'll be back." And just like that, Jun Xu booked it deep into the village. The whole area was covered in some nasty fog. He scrunched up his face and mumbled, "Yeah, this has gotta be the spot." But then, out of nowhere, a voice from behind yells, "Teach!" And Junsu just about jumped out of his skin and whipped his head around. And who was it? Freaking Soren, of course. He gave her the side-eye, proper sketched out, and was like, "What are you doing here?" Soren just grins and goes, "You told me to come help, silly." Junsu was totally gobsmacked and shot back. The heck I did? But then the gears started turning and he got this cheeky smirk. "Oh yeah, right, I totally did. That's why you're here to back me up." The second the words left his mouth, he started wobbling like a pylon, and a freaked out Soren had to grab him. She was all worried like, "Teach, you good, buddy?" Junsu grabbed his head, bit his lip, and was all, "I'm golden, but this is messed up. Why do I feel like a wet noodle?" Soren held him up, taking it slow, and said, all concerned, "You should probably just chill out. Let me go scope things out." Junsu's face scrunched up a bit, and he asked, all shaky, "Are you actually gonna be all right?" A greasy little smirk spread across Soren's face. Oh, for sure, eh? You just leave it all to me and take a permanent nap. And just like that, she whips out a shiv and goes for it. Like, right away, the air got all coppery with the smell of some fresh ketchup. But hold up, Soren's eyes bugged out, because Junsu was still standing there, looking like a total beauty, and the blade she was holding was sent flying. He got a wicked grin on his face and said, "Did you actually think I'd bite on a weak sauce mirage like that?" Then boom, a little bottle of holy water pops into Junsu's hand. Turns out he'd given his own leg a good poke to keep his head in the game. Right then, the fake Soren in front of him just went times, poof times, and turned into a cloud of black gunk. And when he saw what was behind it, Junsu's eyes went all squinty, because he spotted snake bones roped to a post with a bunch of IV bags hooked up, pumping stuff into its system. Seeing that, Junsu just lost it, screaming, "You absolute hoser! Are you trying to turn a mutant into a friggin' bomb?" The salamander was back to looking like its regular self. It just smirked and was like, "These mutants are such suckers. Dead easy to bait. Thanks to them, I'm gonna pull off a beaut of a gong show. And now, I've finally got you bagged, you pain in the ass sword jockey." Junsu gave him a death glare, dripping with scorn. "You figure this whole setup is enough to take me on? Perfect time to break out the new toys. Freshly baked and ready to go. Fury, resilience, assault, destruction, unrivaled, and massacre. Mix these 6 traits together and you get the Firestar sword style and even a 1 versus 1,000 kind of move." Junsu mixed those traits with his Firestar sword style like a pro. Faster than you can say double-double, the Salamander's goons were all wrapped up in some gnarly, cherry-red beams of mana, which made them totally lose their minds. Junsu's eyes were looking wild by this point, and he let out a chilly little snort. "Y'all really picked a fight with the wrong dude, eh?" The moment he said it, Junsu went full send, a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other. In a flash, his blade was painted red with some fresh jam. The whole crew, Salamander included, got absolutely wrecked. Junsu cracked a satisfied grin. Now that's some wicked power. And right after that, Junsu scooped up Snake Bones and hauled it back to Hope Village. Big Bear saw the state of it and freaked. "Snake Bones, what the hell happened, buddy?" Junsu's face was grim when he answered, "It's running on fumes, mana-wise. It's probably going to go ballistic any second. You got to get it to the Godmother." Now, right, Big Bear nodded super fast, then dragged Snake Bones to the God Tree, begging, "Godmother, you got to save Snake Bones, please." But the message that came back through the translator box was just the God Tree sounding super bummed out. "Sorry, bud, it's too late. My hands are tied." Hearing that, Big Bear was shook, just shaking and mumbling, "No friggin' way." Just then, a super weak Snake Bones lifted a shaky hand and croaked out, "Bear, Bear." Big Bear scrambled over, all worried, asking, "You good? Are you back with us?" Snake Bones was shaking a bit and pleaded, "Bear, you gotta put me down." Right away, Big Bear's face just went white with panic. He roared, all pissed off, "What are you even saying? Put you down?" Junsu looked just as useless. This is probably the only move left. If Snake Bones' mana core overloads, it could go off like a nuke and take out the whole village. But Big Bear just howled in pain, "I can't do it. Not even if it's the last thing I do, I'm not doing it." While everyone was feeling totally hopeless, Junsu piped up, "I might have an idea." Big Bear's face lit up right away. For real? But Junsu didn't want to get everyone's hopes up. He said, all hesitant, that there's like a 90% chance it's going to be a total flop. And if things go sideways, Junsu would be in deep trouble too. But what Snakebones said the first time they split up was still rattling around in his brain. Maybe he should just give her and try to save the guy. Still, Big Bear was dead serious. Even if there's only a 1% chance to save Snakebone, I'm all in, bud. Whatever it takes. Junu just gave a little nod and was like, bet. First off, get me a tub. The crew outside bounced, like right away. Then Junu looks over at Big Bear and says, "Yo, the Hunters Association is posted up outside the forest. Let the homies in, eh?" So Big Bear did his thing, made a path for Kiok Squad to roll through. This one dude hands Junu a suitcase and is like, "Here's the gear you asked for. You good with anything else?" Junu takes his sweet time, then says, "Mr. Chairman, nah. Tell all your top-tier soldiers to yank the manacores and the lube from their robot parts." Kiok's looking a bit sketched out, like, "How much of that stuff you need, bud?" Junu didn't even blink. Every last drop. See, the only play to save Snakebone was to give her a human body, so Junu's basically brewing up a glow-up potion for her. After that, he chucked Snakebone's body in the tub to marinate. This whole recipe was from way later, after the nuclear war arc, but hey, Worth a shot, eh? All I need is a sacrifice from someone who's basically hit God mode, and what do you know? We got a whole God tree right here. Thinking that, Juno got real serious again. God tree to save Snakebone, you down to spare some of your juice. This made Big Bear totally bug out. Like, the Godmother's blood? Are you cracked? The God tree kind of paused for a sec, then was like, fine, whatever, take it. And boom, she pours her good into Junu's little bottle. Junu quickly dumps one shot down Snakebone's throat and saves the other for himself. Then, my guy Junu pops 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura. With that trifecta, he could level up to their tier, even if it was just for a hot minute, and then Junu just dipped into the God Tree's private server. In a flash, the whole scene flipped. This was the God Tree's turf, and she'd invited a couple other big shots, 2 actual gods. Junu felt like a total hoser standing there, but their holy loot was vibing with him. As long as these 3 gods were all squatted up, Junu could totally wreck the game's probability system and just power level straight up. Next thing you know, the sky over the Village of Hope goes all dark and stormy, and then 2 more streams of magic energy show up. All 3 just zapped right down onto Junu and Snakebone's bodies. Peeping this scene, Big Bear couldn't help but lose his mind, yelling, "Holy smokes, lightning's frying Snakebone, for real!" Kiok was just as bug-eyed. Nobody had a clue what was going on, while Junu was just soaking in all that magic juice. It wasn't long before lightning was just dumping from the sky, lighting up a whole corner of the village like it was Canada Day. When the whole light show died down, the tub where Snakebone was chillin' was steaming like a fresh poutine. Junu gets this cheeky grin and goes, "Snakebone, rise and shine, sleepyhead." The second he says it, a hand just slowly creeps out of the tub. Before you know it, this girl with shiny golden hair pops up. Junu's smiling, all satisfied, like beauty. It actually worked. She's a real human now. Or, well, an artificial human. Snakebone, in her new bod, hops right out of the tub. She looked like a legit person now. Junu, being a beaut, quickly throws a cloth over her and says with a grin, "Congrats, bud. Welcome to your new ride." Snakebone looks at him, super grateful, and says real quiet, "This is wild. Feels like a dream. The wind on my skin, the smell of the grass, the fresh air. It's been forever, eh? Feels like a dream. I actually have a body." But right as she says that, Snakebone starts wobbling, and Big Bear freaks. "Snake, you good? What's the deal, eh?" Junu was pretty confused too. That's messed up. It for sure worked. While everyone's just standing there like a bunch of hosers, Snakebone lets out this little cough, and poof, this round treasure thing appears in her hand. Junu knew what it was right away. That was the loot you get at the end of Snakebone's own personal quest, the SSR grade Ring of Prophecy. Snakebone squints at it, muttering to herself, "So this is the Godmother's big prophecy, eh?" Hearing that, Big Bear's just scratching his head, all confused. "A prophecy? What's that all about?" Snakebone puts the ring in Junu's hand, then she cracks a smile and says, "You gave me back my body, so I guess my destiny is to give a piece of mine to you." The Ring of Prophecy, no cap, does what it says on the tin. It's a gadget that can spill the tea on any info in the game. Like, it can show you the loot inside a treasure chest or drop the map for some random dungeon. Junu was totally gobsmacked, did not see that reward coming. While he's still processing, Snakebone pulls out a mana core and hands it to him. "Here, take this too." Junu's got to ask, a bit sketched out, "Isn't this a mana core? I mean, you're not a mutant anymore, but you're still going to need this, eh?" Snake gave her head a little shake and was like, "Nah, it's all good. If you want to hit level 6, you're going to need my mana core. That's the word from the big boss." At the same time, the god tree just starts wigging out. A leaf floats down, right into Snake's mitts. She flips it open and sees there's some writing on it. After she's done reading, she goes, "Our godmother just dropped the instructions on how to get to level 6. Jun Xu was totally gobsmacked when he heard that. Snake breaks it down for him. So, according to this, you're going to need mana cores from other powered up folks too. The second she said that, Big Bear jumps in like, "Buddy, you're the beauty who saved our bacon, so this is nothing. Take my whole stash, man." Right after that, the whole village was getting rowdy, trying to give him their stuff too. Jun Xu was just cheesing, totally stoked. This was probably super sentimental stuff from their teachers, parents, or buds, but they were still down to hook him up. He was feeling the love. For real. The next day, Jun Xu bounces back to the city and rolls up to some massive tower. His 3 little apprentices are trailing him. Soren's gawking for a hot minute before she finally pipes up, "No way, dude. Is this whole joint actually yours?" Jun Xu just nods a bit and says, "You know it. Just copped it. Cash is king, eh?" Just then, Cho Seo comes booking it over, waving like a maniac. What's up, Super Kim? Jun Xu just laughs. Like, Director Choi, you're a real keener, eh? Grinning like a goof, Cho Seo chirps back all cheerful, you bet your toke I am. I'm running this place now. It's a huge honor. Ite, let me give you the grand tour of the digs. Hearing that, Soren and her crew's eyes got huge. Everyone was super pumped, ready to mob the cafeteria. But Junsu's like, nah, let's hit the training room. The three of them just about had a meltdown. A bit later, in the gym, the four of them, the sensei and his students, were already getting after it. Kali was a level 3 superhuman, Janet was a level 4 superhuman, and the top dog was still Soren, a level 5 superhuman. On top of that, Junsu hopped in on the action too. His speed was absolutely bonkers, so fast you couldn't even see him move. Junsu had re-rolled his class to swordsman and even dinged level 6. After a serious grind session, Junsu took a break to check out his 3 trainees. They were starting to get their basics down pat. Now he could get back to his own power leveling. Shout out to the Prophet's Ring, Junsu could snag all the gear he needed to hit level 6. Plus, he also mastered the sickest moves from the Eastern Army, the Black Fox sword style and frickin' Hellfire. After juicing his stats like that, that top-shelf Swordmaster class was right around the corner. But to actually use that class, the training grind Junsu is on right now just wasn't going to cut it. That's why he was kind of fumbling with that wild blazing sword style. Junsu figured it was about time he bounced to that one place, where the gods hang out. So a couple days go by, and at this massive palace over in Sweden, Junsu strolls up to the front gate, but as he's about to go in, the bouncer at the door shuts him down. Whoa there, Warrior Kim. You can't just waltz in here, buddy. Junsu's like, wait, what? But hold on, I'm like, an honorary paladin here, eh? The guard was not having it, saying all cold. Even if you're a paladin, you're only level 6, bud. It's way too sketchy in there for you. Come back when you hit level 7 or something. Junsu just sighs like, yeah, figures. Fair enough, I guess. They say anyone under level 6 who meets a god is a total goner. But, there are always loopholes, eh? Then he whips out this little flower thingy. Junsu says with a chill smile, check it. It's a legendary piece from Norse stories. Mistletoe's Regret. The angel chick at the gate was totally shook, mumbling, no way? You actually copped that? Ite. I get it now. My bad. Let me show you the way in. Hearing this, Junsu gets this wicked grin. Knew that would work. Good thing he's not a hoser. So, rewind a bit to a Swedish square. Junsu's cruising through the streets, but he's on a mission. Before he goes to see Thor, my guy needs to grab something first. There's this one quest where the big prize is Mistletoe's Regret. Gotta get that done. First things first. If he's remembering right, he's got to find some specific NPCs around this market. While he was totally zoning out, some dude sneaks up and throws an arm around him. It's La Jikmun. He's all smiles. Goin', beauty. Long time no see, eh? Crazy seeing you here. Of all places. Junsu plays it cool. Yeah, been a minute. Wild. Jikmun just cracks up. It's all cause of the new addition to the fam. We've got a little one now, eh? We brought the kiddo here to get blessed and all that. Seeing them all happy and whatever, Junsu couldn't help but crack a smile too. Hold up a sec. This place used to be the main hangout for all the Norse dudes. Wait a minute. Isn't the god who hooks up the babies and all that Norse lore that one? With that light bulb moment, Jun Xu pipes up real quick. Yo, hold the phone. Are you two here to get blessed by Freak or what? Because I heard she totally cashed out. Edord gives a little nod and is like, true that. But there's this whole prophecy thing. The prophecy's all like, in the castle, chilling in the sky, and way down in the deepest pit, you gotta find the gem that is holding the sunset hostage. Grab that rock, book it to the empty field, hop on the flying boat, and fix the whole world. Only then will the gods stop being so grumpy. Jun Shu's brow gets all crinkled up. So, based on this story, the floating castle has gotta be that massive palace, and this dump is the deepest abyss. While he's mulling that over, Shichmun jumps in, all like, we already snagged the gem. Want to peep it? And with that, he passes the thingamajig to Jun Xu. Jun Xu grabs it and is like, whoa, so this is the gem. Does gem here also mean, secret cheat codes or something? It's just that the picture on it, Jun Xu spotted something he recognized. Shishmun clocks his face and asks, all confused, what's the deal, buddy? Something wrong? This is how the purest, most innocent god gets made, the birth of Miss New. So, the special NPCs Jun Xu had to find were Shichmun and his missus, eh? He's got to help them get Freak's blessing to clear the quest. Realizing this, Jun Xu does a full 180. He gets all pumped, like, hey buddy, mind if I tag along for the ride? So boom, the three of them start trekking to the field from the prophecy, but turns out the place is crawling with baddies. Shichmun, up in the driver's seat, points off and goes, that's the airship from the story, the legendary boat built by the king of the dwarves. Jun Xu looks where he's pointing, and yep, there's two airships just hanging out up there. Jun Xu is instantly stoked. He knows what it is. It's a whole-ass mobile fortress you can fold up and stick in your pocket. It's a friggin' flying castle. Shichmun sees he's speechless and adds, pretty sick to see it for real, eh? Truth is, Jun Xu wanted to yoink that thing for himself, but in the game, he could never score it. Shichmun and his wife are in the ride, rubbernecking all over, because the prophecy said, drag the gem to the empty field, jack the flying ship, and sort the world out. Only then will the gods finally chill out. So they gotta snag Skidbladnir and take down the Titans. Thinking about it, Shichmun lets out a sigh. So many hosers got smoked trying to grab that ship. It's gonna be a total gong show. Hearing that, Jun Xu just balls his fists. Not easy. Hey, get out of here. For him, this is a cakewalk. And right then, a bunch of cannons take aim at Jun Xu's whip. Before you can even blink, a whole light show of magic cannon fire comes flying at him. The car's computer starts freaking out. Incoming party favors, guess it's my time to shine. At the same time, Jun Xu swaps his stat to Pro Driver. Then he just gives R, and the car takes off like a bat out of hell. The magic blasts are right on their tail, going kaboom all over the place. But Jun Xu's ride just plows ahead, no fear. The only thing is, those cannons were just going ham on him, making the system scream its head off with warnings. Jun Xu could not care less. He just kept punching it and ripping away. He just sends it right into the smoke and fire up ahead. Seeing this, Shichmun and his wife down below are absolutely losing their minds. Up in that mess of smoke and fire, something's lit up like a Christmas tree. Who else could it be? But Jun Xu's car. He drove that thing straight up into the sky. A total movie star move by Jun Xu. And for that, he also unlocked the one with your ride perk. Right after, Jun Xu peels out straight for the airship. The car pulls a sick landing right on top of the ship, which sends the security guards into a total tizzy. But before they could even figure out what was going on, a huge blast goes off and sends them all for a rip. The general, who just stepped out, is completely shook seeing all his boys get dusted. When he spots the guy responsible, he starts chirping right away. Why would a holy knight of Thor, a beauty like you, pull a stunt like this? Jun Xu just scoffs and goes, what kind of garbage are you talking? I don't believe in any of your gods. Then he grips the hammer in his hand a little tighter, totally ignoring the general's whining. Without even thinking twice, he just charges in, full send. With a massive kaboom, another explosion rocks the whole ship, and just like that, faster than you can say double-double, Jun Xu cleared out the whole crew and jacked the airship. After getting on board, Shichmun couldn't help but be like, whoa, that was unreal. That was a wicked scrap, buddy. Now we just gotta figure out how to wheel this beast. Junu gave a little nod and was like, true dat, but how the heck are we supposed to pilot this thingamajig? While he was totally clued out, the ship's computer chirped up, yo boss, I got this on lock. And just like that, Junu yanked the cord from his old ride and jammed it into the starship. Lickety split, the whole system fired up. Saipan was squinting at the map on the screen, looking all stressed and mumbling. Alright, to get Freck's thumbs up, we gotta track down this Fenria place. Junu jumped right in, no hesitation, I'm in buddy, I'll help you scope it out. With that, he let the AI give her and take off, but before they dipped, he yeeted some serious firepower down on the fields, sending all those Titan hosers packing for good. Seeing that, Junu got this massive, cheeky grin and said, so, I guess we're actually going to do this prophecy thing, eh? Sipin nodded and said, beauty, kid, thanks a bunch. I owe you one, big time. Now, check this out. As he finished talking, he whipped out that shiny rock from before. Instantly, a frickin' laser beam blasted out of it. And then, poof, the goddess Freck just shows up. Not saying a peep, she slowly lifted her hand and softly booped Jordis's belly. A second later, the goddess just dipped. That's when Sipin got all serious. This gift you've left behind. Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks, Emil. Junu, on the other hand, was absolutely losing his mind with hype, because mission accomplished, baby, and with it, he copped an item with a 1% drop rate in the game, Miss Ken's Regret. Junu gripped the flowery stick, totally stoked on the inside. Now he was totally ready to throw down with the gods. Back to the here and now, Junu strolled into the humongous castle. The second his boot crossed the line, this invisible wall just popped up, totally stonewalling him. Junu was chewing his lip, proper intense, trying to muscle his way through the force field. Just getting close felt like he was breathing through a straw. But he had that sweet loot, so even though he was a total noob level-wise, Junoo could still tank the god's heavy vibes. That's because he was packing a one-and-done type of deal, and because he was stubborn as a moose, he actually made it to the thunder god himself, Thor. The dude was sitting on this massive chair, and he cocked an eyebrow with a greasy smirk. Well, look what the cat dragged in, and out of toner, eh? Junoo was shook. How the heck does he know what I am? With that thought, he chirped back, all suspicious. How'd you peg me as a guy from another dimension? Letting out a soft chuckle, Thor just shrugged and said, How do I know? Buddy, these peepers see everything. You're like an ant to me. Hearing this, Junoo figured, Geez, even the big shots upstairs know my business. At this moment, Thor piped up again. So, what's the deal? Why'd you crash my pad? Junoo, playing it cool, shot back. Just here to ask a couple questions. You got any idea who zapped me into this place? If it was some world-breaking, next-level power, Thor'd probably be in the loop. However, Thor just shook his dome and answered, no clue, which left Junoo absolutely gobsmacked. Thor gave him the stink eye. Did I stutter? I said, I don't know. You think I'm some kind of wizard? Junoo scrunched up his face and mumbled, So, what if the big boss, the All-Father, was the one who called me? Hearing this, Thor's eyebrows did a little dance, and after mulling it over for a hot minute, he answered, Not a chance, bud. If any god was pulling that kind of stunt, I'd have heard about it, for sure. Junoo's forehead got all wrinkly, so guess it wasn't one of the gods then. Thinking back to his chat with the Saintess that day, her whole spiel was shady as heck. With that thought, Junoo asked, looking dead serious, So why'd she call me a vessel? Thor stroked his beard for a sec before replying, Probably 'cause of your soul, eh? The thing's on a whole other level, like ridiculously powerful. Junoo, still confused as a hoser in a snowstorm, asked again, Is it 'cause I can mash up different powers? Giving a chill nod, Thor replied, all casual. You got it. That skill to learn and mix and match any power, that's top-tier transcendent stuff. Over in the East, they call it. What was it now? The Peerless Myriad Stars or some jazz like that. Junoo remembered the Tower Master chatting about this, so he kept poking. Yeah, I've heard that name dropped. You ever run into another keener like me? Thor started drumming his fingers on his big chair, and after a solid pause, he finally said, There was this one dude, the Heavenly Demon. That totally clicked for Junoo, remembering Tranvi saying he was a dead ringer for the Heavenly Demon, and suddenly it all made a crazy amount of sense. While Junoo was off in La La Land, Thor slid in with a proposal. How's about you ditch the All-Father and that whole sketchy church scene, and I'll make you my personal angel, eh? Junoo was like, What? When he heard that, and he shot that down real quick. No thanks. I'm not looking to kick the bucket just yet. Thor gave him a dirty look and snorted, I meant after you croak, you hoser, but honestly, it's not like it'd be a huge kerfuffle if that old-timer came back from the dead either. Junoo gave him a look and chirped back, Are you for real, buddy? Thor let out a big ol' sigh. I'm just so bored of being cooped up in this stupid palace, crushing beers all day. Aight, so Thor, eh? Dude's the god of thunder and, the god of getting into scraps. If you remember the old stories back in the God Smackdown War, when the big boss kicked the bucket, all the loser gods got yeeted, and the winners got put on lockdown. So yeah, obviously Thor's gonna be a bit cheesed about being grounded, eh? Then out of nowhere, Thor's like, So in the end, you humans were the only ones who cashed in on that whole god brawl, eh? Fine, whatever. I'll root for you, I guess. Jun Xu's just standing there totally bugging out. But Thor doesn't explain Jack, just sticks out his mitt and goes, You want the juice to deke out the old man, right? Jun Xu doesn't say a word, just bobs his head. Thor gets this cheeky grin and is like, Aight, I'm down to hook you up with that power. And the second he says it, bam! A friggin' lightning bolt zaps down from the sky. Jun Xu's whole body gets lit up like a Christmas tree. Pain so bad his veins are popping. He finally just loses it and lets out a massive scream. Beauty. And Thor? He's just chilling on his throne, looking bored as heck, and just casually goes, Don't waste it, bud. After feeling pain that would make a hockey player cry, Jun Xu finally gets Thor's secret recipe for power and his wicked lightning skills too. Then Thor, taking his sweet time, is like, We good now, little hoser? The hammer Jun Xu's holding, after that zap, is now making its own juice. Hurt like a mother, but the payoff was decent. Jun Xu gives a little nod to Thor, like, Cheers, Thunder God. Thor gives him a little chin up and is like, You can get going now, Offworlder. Junsu's grinning, pretty stoked. The whole trip wasn't a total gong show. So he dips from the palace, hops on his airship, and heads back to Korea. A couple days go by, and Junsu's flying over home turf. He's just calmly peeping the scene down below. The trip was a bit of a haul, but 100% worth it. Even though he was just winging it, Junsu snagged the God Zapper Mistletoe, a thing that basically turns on God Mode's off switch, and he even copped that Skidbladnir thingy too. The more he thinks about it, the more gassed he gets. Junsu's laughing to himself like, maybe I should take the crew on a roadie. But right then, some serious racket starts up in the distance. He gets a bit of a scowl on and mutters, "What's all that ruckus about?" And sure enough, he spots a huge explosion right up ahead. Junsu's face just drops. That's my friggin' house. Why'd it go kaboom? A little bit later, the meat wagons are already on the scene, hauling the banged up folks to the hospital. Soon as he lands, Junsu books it over to see what's up. He's moving so quick, he spooks the nurses, but Junsu couldn't give a hoot. He darts right for Choi Seo's room. The guy's all beat up, laid out in a hospital bed, with Iron Fist hanging beside him. Junsu's brows knit together as he starts talking. Director Choi, what kind of hosers did this? Iron Fist just purses his lips and says, "We're looking into it, but it's looking like the leftovers from that terrorist crew." Junsu hears this and his face goes dark real fast. He grinds his teeth and mutters, "Terrorists. They really messed up this time." See, Choi was more than just a work buddy to Junsu. In the dog-eat-dog world of Yoonseong, he was the first beauty to ever be decent to him. Choi was his right-hand guy for real. That dude, the one who was always grinning, is now just laying there, not moving. Junsu's chewing his lip, his eyes just full of guilt. Ah, geez, this is all my fault for asking him to be the super for the building. Just then, a shaky voice pipes up, "Superman Kim." Junsu's eyes twitch a bit. He looks down at the guy on the bed and yells, pretty freaked out, "Director Choi, you're awake." Choi Seo slowly shakes his head and is like, "I'm good, bud." Then, all wobbly, he lifts up his hand, and he's holding a little tube of blood. He whispers real low, "But there's something way more important here. This is my blood. Take it." Junsu frowns, asking all sketchy, "Why are you giving me this?" Choi just calmly replies, "'Cause I put these tiny little gizmos in my own blood a while back, and I managed to splash some of it on those goons. With this, you can track them down." The second he hears that, Junsu grabs Choi Seo's hand, saying all, "Thankfully, thanks for not kicking the bucket, Director Choi. I'll use every single medical gadget we got to patch you up." Choi Seo gives a little nod, that same honest-to-goodness smile on his face. Seeing that he's gonna be alright, Junsu turns to Jet, his face looking like he's about to start a massive Donnybrook as he declares, "And this time, I'm gonna make sure every last one of them is sorted." A bit later, at the Guro base, Junsu and Iron Fist show up. After scoping out the area, Iron Fist speaks up all slow-like, "Superman, Kim, I tracked those little gadgets from Director Choi's blood. Here's what I got. They're holed up in here." Junsu and him book it inside. He scrunches up his face and asks, "So you're saying their trail just goes cold right here?" Chio Guan gave a little nod and was like, "Say less, bud. Should I just go full send and wreck this joint then?" Most of the folks in Guro are either regular hosers or goons. Nothing a little knuckle sandwich from Iron Fist can't sort out. Junsu heard that, scrunched up his face, and went dead quiet. It was a solid plan, but this time he was dead set on taking down the head honcho of these wannabe rebels himself, the assassin queen, Yeren. But get this, the whole terrorist crew originally called themselves the Rights Alliance. It used to be a whole group trying to get back the rights for all the people who got the short end of the stick from society. That is, until they buddied up with the Father's cult, so if they just stormed in and smashed the place, it could totally make their whole cause look legit. Thinking that, Junsu finally spoke up, all slow-like, going full ham isn't always the answer. We could end up messing with some innocent people. Cheek Guan, looking a bit cheesed off, piped up. "Yeah, true dat, I guess. So, you got a better idea cooking in that big brain of yours?" With a little chuckle, Junsu got this wicked smirk and said, "We gotta tear it down, then build it back up better." Hearing this, Check Guan looked like his brain just blue-screened, and he asked, totally lost, "What in the world are you talking about, bud?" Junsu just raised an eyebrow and grinned. "From now on, we're giving the Guro district a full-on makeover." Chia Guan was even more lost in the sauce now. The dart he had hanging from his lip just dropped right out. Junsu smirked, sounding super sure of himself. That's the play, boys. And man, the whole Guro district glow-up went off without a hitch. It was all thanks to the Big Cheese, who gave the AOK super quick to fix up a place that was a total gong show, and also a shout out to the cash thrown down by some big shots like the Tower Master, Yang, and the General. On top of that, something else went down. Jun Xu finally sniffed out the main baddie hideout on the edge of Dareem. And you know it, since he found it, he had to pull up, and Ewan was rolling with him. He did his magic on the lock. He grinned all cheerful and said, "She's open, boss." Seeing that, Jun Xu gave him props. "You're a real beauty, best security firm in the biz." Eh? The guy wasn't just a pro at keeping people out. Ewan was also a wizard at getting in. Ewan got a little red in the face from the compliment. He said in a low voice, "But isn't this like super sketchy? You're about to throw down with that notorious assassin queen." A little smirk played on his lips. Jun Xu just shrugged it off. "Well, duh, it's dangerous. This ain't exactly a walk in the park, bud." And that's exactly why I called in the cavalry. Turns out, a bunch of other familiar faces had rolled up with him. 3 of them, Chiok Guan, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim, were now level 5 powerhouses. Junsu's 3 proteges were still at level 3, 4, and 5, while Junsu and Ewan were both level 6 beasts. Absolute legends. The lot of them, their glow-up rate was way faster than your average Joe. Junsu honestly hadn't expected Ewan to be on his level now. Thinking about it, he grinned and said, "All right, listen up. Everyone here is stacked enough to handle these clowns, so no need to sweat it." Hearing that, Soren and the other 2 got super hyped, yelling, "We got this! Teach!" Ewan also got that fire in his eyes, declaring all fierce, "I'm a level 6 too. I'm gonna give her just like you." After they were all set, Junsu yeeted the door open and strolled in. The second the door opened, a crazy gust of wind just blasted them all in the face. When they could finally see again, there was this freaky space portal thing. Seeing that scary-looking black hole, the hype train for Soren and the other 2 came to a screeching halt. Soren kind of stuttered, mumbling, Teach, you sure this is a good idea?" Junsu just gave a confident wink and said, "When have I ever steered you wrong, eh? Come on, let's go take out the trash." Assassin Queen Edition. Somewhere else, in some sketchy, dark basement, a deep voice rumbled, "Looks like those hosers just walked right into their own party foul." As he said that, a gnarly blood-red sword was lifted up. It was Yeren, and she curled her lips into a totally evil grin and said, "Since they're already here, might as well help them dig their own graves, I guess." A bit later, in this massive open field, Junsu's crew had made it inside, but the whole vibe of the place was super weird and had everyone kind of bugging out. On the ground was this magic circle with 3 real bizarre setups. Gamers used to call this place minigame hell. You gotta beat 3 minigames to get rid of the power-up on the Executioner Queen. In the game, it was just a side-scroller, so no big deal, but now, doing it for real looked like a whole different story. But hey, that's exactly why Junsu brought his crew. With that in mind, he looked at his team and laid out the plan. Alright, we're splitting into 3 squads to tackle this gong show. Squad 1 is Ewan with Chiok Guan, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim. Squad 2 is Soren, Janet, and Kali. So when Soren heard the team-ups, she was like, "Say what now?" The last dude just smirked. Junsu, all chill, was like, "Nah, I got this solo, fam." The guy's an OG who grinded the minigame leaderboards before, so a solo mission is a cakewalk. First up was Ujin's crew, and they just had to smash some falling blocks to hit the checkpoint. Looked kind of sketchy, not gonna lie, but it's a whole different ballgame when you got Mana Sense magic, eh? That's where Mage Kim came in clutch, sniffing out the right stuff, like, instantly. Right on cue, Fist Quan just started wailing on him. Ujin's team absolutely clapped that first game, no sweat, but you could see the gears starting to turn in Ujin's head. His whole vibe got dead serious. Game 2 was for Soren's squad, all about finding these cloud platforms to zip across the sky to the finish. All you had to do was follow a specific pattern to make it. They had Kali, who is an absolute fiend for these kind of games, so it was a total cakewalk, and the final round, that was all Junsu's. He gave everyone a look and was like, "Hey, I'm handling this solo, so no worries, eh? If you get there first, do not open that door. Just wait." "All right, man, give her." Then, like a minute later, Priest Kim was posted up by a door, grinning. "Well, look at that, we're the first ones here, eh?" Fist Quan slaps an arm around Mage Kim, laughing. "It's all thanks to this keener right here. His navigation skills are absolutely unreal." Mage Kim got all shy, like, "I'm just happy I could help out." The 3 of them were just vibing, all stoked, while Ujin was just standing off on his own, looking all salty about something. Just then, another crew rolls up. It's Soren's team of 3, and man, they were super hyped. They made it. Soren was giving Kali a big ol' hug, all like, "Our Kali is a certified genius." The three girls were in a group hug, laughing and chirping each other, looking like total besties. And again, Ujin was just feeling like a total spare part. He was planning to show Jun Xu his major glow-up. But what's he doing now? This ain't it. As the only level 6 warrior in the building, he figured he should be the one to go toe-to-toe with the Executioner Queen. With that in his head, Ujin just marches right for the door. Soren, mid-convo, just happens to spot him. Ujin was literally about to shove the door open. Soren yells out, trying to stop him. "What are you doing, you hoser? Get back here right now!" Priest Kim jumped in too, all panicked. "You can't go in. Junsu's not here yet." But it was too late. The door was already creaking open. Ujin, with his cocky smile, was like, "It's all good, everyone. I'm a level 6 too. I can hold the fort for a minute." And just like that, they completely ignored Junsu's command and waltzed right into Yeren's crib on their own. The second their boots hit the floor, this massive wave of mana just slammed into them, making Ujin start shaking. The others were feeling it too. What is this? Absolutely bonkers pressure. Ujin felt his whole body just lock up, couldn't move a muscle. The source was no surprise. The executioner, Queen Yeren. She was slowly sauntering over to a shivering Ujin. Seeing this go down, Soren just loses it, yelling, "You absolute donkey! The boss told us to wait!" Right after, Soren and her two pals charged in together. When Ujin saw they could still move, he was totally shook, like, how are they fighting off this curse? Yeren, meanwhile, wasn't even breaking a sweat, casually dealing with the 3-on-1 attack. She just sneered. "You guys that eager to get wrecked? Fine, I'll make your dream come true." The second she said it, Yeren started going to town with her sword. A whole mess of sword slashes flew out, basically yeeting all three of Soren's crew. Ujin was still fighting the curse, looking super cheesed off. This boss was just on a whole other level from the get-go. Meanwhile, Yeren was creeping up on Soren. Seeing how messed up things were getting, Ujin screamed out a warning. "Soren, get out of there!" Yeren just scoffed, smirking as she said, "Night-night, kid." But before her sword even got close, some figure just pops out of nowhere and blocks the hit. Yeren's eyes went narrow, and her face got all twisted. The new guy was... who else? Jun Xu, who just tanked her sword strike with his gauntlet. He just raises an eyebrow, chirping her. "Yo, Executioner Queen. Long time no see. Been over a month, eh?" Seeing it was him, Yeren looked seriously ticked off and let out this icy laugh. "You got the nerve to show your face around here? Alright, bet. Let's not waste time. I'm just gonna wreck every single one of you." And with that, Yeren started swinging like a maniac. Slashes of light were just flying everywhere. Seeing this, Ujin started freaking out. No way, man. Even for Junsu, he was so stressed he felt like he was going to have a meltdown. But before he could even make a peep, something totally wild happened. Junsu was actually holding his own against Yeren. Not just that, he actually sent her stumbling back a couple meters. Like, in a split second, she just went full-on feral. She charged ahead, screaming, "I am 100% going to end you!" Junsu, on the other hand, was just cool as a cucumber. He ditched his sword real quick, then cracked a greasy grin and chirped, "You're hosed, buddy. The one getting wrecked today is you." With that, he whipped out Thor's hammer and just gave her lightning crackling everywhere. The whole place was a gong show of lightning bolts. But Yeren, what a beaut, just barrels right through him without a care. "Ha!" She let out a chilly little scoff. "You think you can stop me with this piece of junk? Get out of here. It'd be useless even if you tried 1,000 times. Of course, Juno was already wise to this. Back during that whole Seun kerfuffle, he'd already gotten a taste of Yeren's whole can't touch this power-up. Back then, Junsu couldn't even put a scratch on her. But now, it was a whole new puck game. Junsu could actually go toe-to-toe with Yeren now. This got her super cheesed. Like, how the heck was she supposed to know he'd get this jacked so fast? For sure, Yeren wasn't about to just pack it in. She poofed out of sight, then popped up right on Junu's 6. Without even thinking, Yeren let her sword rip. Sucks to be her, though, because Junu was a step ahead, throwing up a shield to block it. But that thing lasted about as long as a Freezy in July. Yeren's sword vibe just dusted it. She came charging right for Junu. Yeren chirped, "Time to end this Mr. Black Fox sword." But then, out of nowhere, she gets straight up keybabbed by a tree branch. It was the God Slayer Mentanin! The wicked aura coming off it totally canceled out Yeren's invincibility cheat code. Junu cracked